Yo, my name is Josh and I work as a software engineer at a USA-based company called Upstash. And in this single video, you and me will build an entire Next.js shop from absolute beginning to complete end, to deploying it, getting it live on the internet. We're gonna do that from scratch together in this one video. You can probably guess, that's why it's so long. Along the way, you're gonna learn three things in this video. The first one is how to build beautiful, functional front-end UI. We're gonna think about animations, about fonts, about backgrounds, how to make this look really good. So if you put this on your portfolio, it's going to stick out. I even went as far as hiring a professional illustrator to illustrate the artworks for this project, all of which are completely free, provided to you. Secondly, this is complete beginning to end. There is no course at the end that I'm trying to upsell you, all in this video. And that even involves the admin dashboard. When a user orders from our store, of course, we need a way to manage that order. So the admin dashboard is completely included in this video as well. And now before we get to the demo, the third thing that I want you to learn in this video, and that is the concepts, the thinking behind writing great software. This video is not only coding along with me, we go in depth into the concepts of why things work as they do. How do you implement a secure payment system? That was the reason my first ever potential freelance client rejected me, because I didn't know how to. And I want to teach you how to do it. That includes modern data fetching patterns in Next.js, and it also includes code conventions, kind of best practices that I learned along my developer jobs and that I want to teach you in this video as well. So that is my promise to you. That's what you're gonna learn in this video. Let's get to the demo. And welcome to Case Cobra, your image on a custom phone case. Case Cobra, what I named this application, allows you to capture your favorite memories with one-of-one phone cases. You can see an example here on the right hand side, a phone case with a custom pet image, and the user will be able to choose that image, as you'll see here in a second. We have a testimonial section with beautifully styled green accents. I styled all of this myself, and of course the green comes from the Cobra color, right? So these accents are really important and you'll find them throughout the entire website. And this image right here, along with the image you saw on the very top, are the ones that are actually illustrated by the illustrator that I hired for this project. So not only are we gonna build a completely functional shop from beginning to end, but the entire landing page with social proof and a beautiful example product section, fully animated, are all included in this video. And we're gonna do them first. And we're gonna do that animation purely with Tailwind CSS, which is gonna be beautiful. And lastly, to make it very clear what our website does, upload your own photo and get your own case. Now, to make very clear to potential users that check out your shop what this is actually about, right? Any image can go on the phone case with high quality silicone material, scratch and fingerprint resistant coating, and a bunch of other points, of course, that only serve as an example. So let's do it. Let's create our own case, and that's gonna take us to the upload section right here, where we can either click to upload or fully implemented a beautiful drag and drop functionality. So I'm going to open this image up right here. This is my pet rooster, and let's drag this in. So fully drag and drop supported right here. That's going to upload our image to a super scalable cloud storage, which is AWS S3, and then redirect us to the actual main page of this app where we can style our custom phone case. As the styling options, let's make this image a bit smaller so you can see this. We can first off choose the color out of 3 supported. You can support any color that you want. It's incredibly easy, and we can just go ahead and choose those different colors. My personal favorite is black. Let's select the iPhone 15 as the model that we want to choose for this phone case. And now the Apple inspired radio selectors. If you've ever bought any Apple product on the Apple Store, you know they do it just like this, with exactly these radio buttons where you can choose between the different quality of materials. So for example, for the material, let's choose the premium soft polycarbonate material, and for the finish, let's also choose the textured finish. And pay attention to what happens to the price. It updates, bam, in real time as we choose these different options. In our case, let's go with the fully premium spec'd out version of our phone case. And of course, the user can style the image however they want. They can drag it around as they wish, even without these boundaries right here. Scale it up, scale it down, position it however they think the phone case looks best. And I think in our case, it looks best like this. That looks really nice. Let's continue like this by hitting the continue button. And as we continue, you can see right here on the top, we always keep track of the current step that we are in and the upcoming steps with the illustrations provided by the illustrator. And there we are, our iPhone 15 case, the model that we chose in stock and ready to ship, with the preview, exactly how your user configured the image to be. Even with a highlight section, right? Wireless charging compatible, shock absorption, and so on. Why should people buy from you? I think that's really cool. And then the material that we use for our phone case, and a summary for the prices with dynamically the premium options that we chose, of course, listed each one separately, so we get to the order total listed right here. If a user tries to buy without being logged in, of course, that doesn't really work, right? Therefore, we're gonna save their progress. Very important, nothing is lost. The entire configuration as we did it is fully saved at this point. And we can now log in using the sponsor of today's video, which is Kinde. They make it incredibly easy to integrate fully working secure authentication into your app. And without them, a video of this size would never be possible. You cannot imagine how much work this is. So I'm really thankful that Kinde sponsors this video. It integrates extremely easy in minutes to your application, and the authentication just works. We can enter our email. That's going to send us a code to our inbox. So let's grab that code and copy it over, hit continue, and that's going to log us in and automatically redirect us. So honestly, big thank you to Kinde for sponsoring this. And if you want to support me and this video, there's going to be a link in the description that if you click it, they're going to know that you came from me. Of course, you don't have to use that link, but if you do, thanks. Now, what about our iPhone 15 case? As you can see, we are on the last step right here, the summary, where we can review our final design and actually check out to purchase this case. So let's do that. That's gonna forward us to a hosted checkout page using Stripe, where we can input our email and the complete shipping address. And let's actually pay for this product. So I'm gonna input the payment details right here and then hit pay. No, we don't want to save the card, and that's fully automatically going to process the payment for us securely in the background. And when this payment goes through, you're gonna see this button turn green and two things are gonna happen. First off, it's gonna load our order and verify that our order was correct. Your case is on the way. So this means we have actually received the payment. We are sure this is verified by Stripe, and we can also see a live preview of a user holding the phone, exactly how the user configured it with their image and how they sized and positioned the image and so on in real time right here on the thank you page. That is awesome. We have also the shipping address, the billing address, the payment status, which is actually paid, of course, and the shipping method and the product price. And also fully automatically, the user receives an email from Kscoper thanking them for their purchase and telling them when it's gonna be delivered. And you might have noticed there's a secret dashboard button up here, and that's only visible. This button is only visible for one person, and that's you. That's the admin of the page. For nobody else, this button is visible, and also nobody else could visit the page even if they try to. This is fully secure, where two things happen. First off, your goals, right? How much revenue is your goal for this week? We're tracking the progress on your financials and also for the month, right? So we have a $500 per week goal and a $2,500 per month goal with our shop. And not only that, you can see all the incoming orders that I just made, this one right here and the ones I did before, which are gonna be, of course, the ones that your customers make, with the option to track the status between awaiting shipment by default. And once you've forwarded this request to your supplier or printed the case yourself and it's ready to be shipped, bam, just change the status right here and you can keep track of everything. And if something is fulfilled, well, great, just change it here and it's done. And you never lose focus of your financial goals with this shop. After that's all done, let's sign out. That's gonna redirect us back to the homepage where we started, your image on a custom phone case, and you're gonna learn so much. As I mentioned in the beginning of the video, good design, drag and drop functionality, implementing secure payments, implementing an admin dashboard. Dude, I could go on and on. I put so much effort into the design of the page right here with the phone case, and I'm pointing at my monitor that everything looks good, that everything works, and I want to teach you how to do it all right now. If you have any questions on the way, my Discord is in the description. We're gonna have a separate forum just for this project and your questions. So start your code editor, follow along. That's by far how you learn the most. I really encourage you to follow along at your own pace to learn this with me, and then let's get started. Okay, man, let's finally get started. Let's get coding. I hope you're ready. I hope you prepared everything, your code editor. That's all you need pretty much. And I'm gonna start right here on the desktop. So let's open up our terminal and cd to the desktop, because that's where I want this project to live. But of course, you decide where to put this project, right? And then we're gonna say pnpm-dlx. And by the way, pnpm-dlx, if you've never used pnpm before, is the same thing as npx, right? It's the same thing, just for different package manager. It does the same thing, pretty much the same as yarn, right? It doesn't really matter which one you use. I'm gonna use pnpm-dlx because that's automatically going to install all the dependencies for Next using pnpm as a package manager, which I really like. So we're going to say p-npm dlx or npx create-next-app at latest. So it's going to use the latest Next.js version, and then we're going to hit enter. First thing that's probably going to ask us, yes, is the project name. What do we want to name this? Let's say Case Cobra. And you can hit enter right now because I've already got a project named exactly this. I'm going to say -dev, but same thing. Let's hit enter. And that's going to ask us a lot of questions. Would you like to use TypeScript? Oh, hell yes, we do. Very important. Would you like to use ESLint? Yes, we do. It just makes good code quality a bit easier. Let's use Tailwind CSS. Yes. Would you like to use the source directory? This is very much personal preference, right? I really like doing this. I think the code is more like you have a better overview of the code that way. So I'm going to choose yes here. But you don't have to. Would you like to use app router? Yes, we're going to use the app router, and no, we don't want to customize the default import alias. Perfect. That's going to install all the packages using pnpm, which is really fast because it uses symlinks, so it doesn't download all of the packages. You can see right here, it downloaded only 4, and then it added the rest because it reused those packages from other projects that I already have that use the same dependencies. And that's why pnpm is so fast. But in the end, it doesn't really matter if you use npm or yarn or pnpm. You can follow along using any package manager. Awesome. That installed everything. Let's clear the screen, and then let's cd into that directory we have just created, case cobra-dev, or in your case, maybe just case cobra, whatever you named it. Hit enter, and in this directory, let's say code dot. And all that's gonna do, code dot, is say VS Code, open up the current directory. That's what the dot is for, and that's gonna open this up here on my left-hand side. Beautiful. Let's zoom in so you can see this a lot easier. And first thing we're gonna do is verify if everything went correctly. So I'm gonna say yarn dev or npm run dev, same thing. We're gonna execute the dev script, and ideally that's gonna start our development server that we can now use and verify that Next.js has in fact installed correctly. So we should see like the basic blank Next.js page right here once this loads. And sometimes the first time this loads takes really long. I think that's normal. Yes, there we are, default Next.js page, beautiful, everything went correctly. And the reason because it takes so long for the first time is because it has to create the .next folder where it draws all the stuff from, like the chunks and everything that it uses to display the website. The first time we start our app, well, it doesn't have that folder, you know, it has to create everything from scratch. Beautiful, now we know that Next.js is installed successfully. Beautiful. And the first thing that we're gonna do together is start at the landing page and make things look good. And why doesn't this take up all of the screen space? There we go, perfect. Okay, so first thing we're gonna do is start on the landing page to see like results fast, right? So we're gonna stop the development server for a second. There we go. And the first thing we're going to do right now is say npx shadcn-ui at latest init in our command line. Now, what does this mean? If you're not familiar with what this does, basically shadcn-ui is a component library, right? Basically like a UI library, you could say, that gives us very nice looking styles out of the box. It's accessible. I use it a lot on my projects. I really like it. And just executing the init command, the initialization command here in our CMD is gonna do a bunch of stuff. The first thing it's gonna do is ask us a bunch of questions. Which style would you like to use? Doesn't really matter what you go for here. It's very much personal preference. I like New York. Let's go for zinc as the base color. It's gonna ask us, would you like to use CSS variables? Yes, we do. That's important. We're gonna hit yes there, and that's gonna do some stuff. So for example, one thing it's gonna do is create a lib folder with a utils.ts file. We didn't do that, right? Next.js didn't do that. That's what the initialization command just did right here. And this is a really useful function we're gonna reuse a lot across the entire application that basically allows us to merge class names. It's very handy. You're gonna see that later. And out of the box, we get it with the UI library. Same thing as some changes to our globals.css, right? It puts some colors here that look great out of the box that we can also change later if we want, but all the default styles that come with it look pretty good, as you're gonna see here in a second when we start with a landing page. So this is gonna make it much easier to get a good looking landing page. And then we're gonna start back up yarn dev, npm run dev, or development server. Okay, beautiful. So let's navigate to the main page.tsx under the source/app folder, right? That's where the main landing page lives that we can see when we navigate to localhost 3000. We can get rid of everything that's in here. Let's just close that down and delete the entire main tag that is in here by default. We won't need that. And then let's get started in actually building the landing page and making something truly cool. Something that you can put on your portfolio, something that you can be proud of. It's just a really nice app we're building right now together. Okay, so let's create a div with a class name, and that class name is gonna be BG Slate of 50, which is a Tailwind color. And if we hover over this, you can see what this actually does, which color this applies, like this one right here. Assuming that is you have the Tailwind CSS IntelliSense extension installed, this one right here, Tailwind CSS IntelliSense. If you've got that VS Code extension installed, then you can hover over this and see what this actually applies under the hood. I really like this extension. It's much easier to get a feeling of which CSS is actually applied that way. Okay, and inside of this div, let's create a section element. And inside of the section element, we're going to create a custom React component, and that React component is going to be called the max with wrapper. And the purpose of this max with wrapper is to be a reusable component we can, well, reuse across our entire application. So we always have a, well, the same like padding and width on the elements, right? So the page just looks very consistent. We are going to create that in our components folder right here that was made for us by the UI library. Nice. We can just use that. And let's create a new file in here called max with wrapper.tsx, TypeScript XML, and in here let's declare a const max with wrapper, and that's nothing more than an arrow function, right? Default React component, nothing special, and let's export that as the default at the bottom, the max with wrapper. There we go. Now in here, we're going to return a div element, and that div is going to get a class name, and that class name is not going to be a string, but it's going to be something dynamic. And now is the first time we're going to use our cn helper function from our utils that we can just import like so with the default import alias. And now comes two things. Okay, this function takes as much arguments as you want basically, but we're going to pass it a string first. And that's going to be the default class names that are always applied, well, by default. This is going to be a height of full, an mx-auto, a margin x of auto, a width of full, a maximum width of screen XL, a padding x of 2.5, and on medium devices and upwards, because Tailwind is mobile first, a padding x of 20. And then we're gonna say class name as the second argument into that function. Now, where does this class name come from, right? This doesn't exist in our current setup here. Well, that's gonna be passed in as a prop, a property into this React component. We're gonna receive the class name and also the children in this component. You're gonna see why the children in a second here when we use it. And to tell TypeScript the type of what these will be, we can type them out like so. We can type them right here. That's going to be the class name optionally. That's why we put a question mark. We don't have to pass it. And that's going to be a string if we do pass it. And then the children, which are of type React Node. That is a type we can simply import from React right up here, format the file, beautiful. And now we can simply render out these children right here dynamically inside of our max with wrapper component between the div. Perfect. Let's save that and let's demonstrate why we even did this. So in our main page.tsx, let's switch back. We can now import this component. And the cool thing is we can now give it a custom class name based on this specific section, which we don't want to apply to all the other times where we reuse the same component. For example, let's give it a padding bottom of 24, a padding top of 10. On large devices, we want this to take up a grid. On large devices, a grid columns of 3. On small devices, a padding bottom of 32. On large devices, a gap x of 0. On extra large XL devices, we're going to give it a gap x of 8. Then on large devices, a padding top of 24. On extra large devices, a padding top of 32. And lastly, on large devices, a padding bottom of 52. Very long class name, I know. I think this is one of the longest class names in this entire setup, don't worry. And in here we can now pass any children, a div element for example, And these children are automatically passed as a prop into our max with wrapper, right, as the children that we're accepting right here and then rendered out inside of the div, essentially just wrapping them with a reusable with approach, which is really nice. So we can reuse this across our entire app, and if we ever need some specific class name, we can apply it just like this that we don't want to reuse. Beautiful. The div inside of here is gonna get a class name of callspan2, a padding x of 6, on large devices a padding x of 0, and on large devices a padding top of 4. And inside of here, let's create one more div, and this one is gonna get a class name of relative of mx-auto, of text-center, of large text-left, of flex-call, so we can align stuff vertically, so this is the flex direction that we're applying here with flex call, in items-center, and lastly in items-start on large devices and upwards. Beautiful. Let's open up this div, and inside of here we're gonna put one more div, and this is gonna contain the snake image on the homepage. So this div is gonna get a class name of absolute. This is gonna be a width of 28, a left of 0, a minus top minus 20, a hidden, and on large devices a block. So only on large devices will this div actually be shown, right? Let's give this just a bit more space. There we go. Let's open this div up, and inside of here is gonna live an image right here. This can be self-closing, and the source of this image is gonna be /snake-1.png. And what the slash does is basically it tells Next.js, hey, we want to import an image from our local public folder. Right, so /snake1.png would be public /snake1.png. It would look for that file inside of our public folder. Now, of course, that file doesn't exist yet. By the way, we can get rid of everything in the public folder. We don't need that. We're gonna provide our own stuff here. And the easiest way for you to follow along is to visit the GitHub repository that I made for this project, and then go into the public folder and literally grab all the assets that are in here. Right, just grab the images, put them in your public folder. Right here, it's gonna be the easiest way to follow along. I've got this open here on my right-hand side monitor, so I'm gonna drag in all the stuff from the public folder that's also in the GitHub repository here on the right-hand side, put it in the public folder. So we have a bunch of images inside of here. Great. Let's give this a bit less space again. There we go. And if we save that, then we should be able to see that hopefully there is gonna be, if we put this into a side-by-side, the snake image. Well, right now there's not, but it's gonna be in a second when we create the heading. First off, let's give this image a class name, and that's gonna be a width of full. Okay, and now let's go below this div right here and actually create the main heading in h1 for our landing page. h1, there we go. And in here, we're gonna say your image on a, and then inside of a span element, right? Because we're gonna style this a bit differently, custom, and after the span element, we're gonna put phone case, right? We can already save that. Okay, that's on the page, great, but it doesn't look very nice yet. So let's give this h1 a class name, and that class name is gonna be relative. It's gonna be width of fit, a tracking dash tight, which if you're wondering what this is the letter spacing. So it's gonna be a bit closer together. It looks a bit nicer. It's gonna be text dash balance. It's gonna be margin top 16, font dash bold, and then exclamation point for important, right? Because we need to overwrite a default setting here. Is gonna be leading dash tight, a text gray of 900, a text of 5XL, and on medium devices and upwards a text of 6XL, and lastly on large devices and up a text of 7XL. Okay, let's format this, let's save this, let's see what happens on our page. Your image on a custom phone case. That looks a lot better already, right? But the custom, let's apply a custom class name to the span element that we created, and that's gonna be a BG green of 600, a padding X of 2, and a text dash white, and hit save. All right, that does look already a lot better. Beautiful. And below this h1 element, let's put a p tag, and this p tag is going to get a class name, and this one is going to be margin top of 8 to kind of space it out from the heading, a text of large, LG for large, on large devices a padding right of 10, a maximum width of prose, which is like 65ch, right? It's a good kind of width that Tailwind gives us out of the box for text, how wide it should be, a text dash center, on large devices a text dash left, text-balance, and lastly on medium devices a text-wrap, and hit save. Now inside of this p tag, we're gonna say capture your favorite memories with your own, comma, and then inside of a span element, because we're gonna custom style this as well, 1 of 1. And the way we're gonna style this 1 of 1 text is going to be with a class name of font-semi-bold, just to make it stick out a bit more. It looks a bit nicer. And then after the span, phone case. Case Cobra allows you to protect your memories, not just your phone case. And this is just some marketing stuff that I came up with, right? Maybe you want to change it. Is it the best? Probably not, but is it, does it look good on the homepage? I think it does. All right, beautiful. That looks very, very nice. And then after this p tag, let's create a UL, an unordered list, just like so. And this unordered list is going to get a class name of margin top 8, a space y of 2, a text-left, a font-medium, there we go, a flex-col for flex column, an items-center, there we go, and on small devices and upwards an items-start. Beautiful. Inside of this UL element, let's open it up. We're going to create a div with a class name, and that's just going to be space y2 to vertically separate these. Now, inside of this div, let's create an li element, a list element. And this one is going to get a class name, and that's going to be flex, a gap of 1.5, an items-center, and lastly a text-left. Let's open up the div element, and inside of here, two things are going to happen. First off is going to be the text that we're advertising, kind of. This one is going to be high quality, durable material. Right, let's hit save. Let's see what that looks like. All right, right here, great. That looks very nice. However, before that, we're going to add a check, which is going to be an icon. Now, there's a really nice icon library that I want to show you that we're going to use in this project, and that's lucid.dev. I use it in almost all my projects. It's great. It gives you beautiful looking icons out of the box. And we can install this icon library in another terminal, just like so, by saying npm install yarn add. Doesn't matter which package manager you use, lucid-react, and hit enter. That's gonna download the package for me because I use pnpm. Bada bing, bada boom. It's just gonna reuse what we already have. Or no, maybe I was wrong. Maybe it did download it. I don't know. Anyways, it's gonna add it to our project, so we can now import it right here from Lucid React. Beautiful. And this check is gonna get a class name, and that's gonna be a height of 5, a width of 5, a shrink of 0, so it should never be smaller than these values we put right here, the height and the width, and lastly a text green of 600, and hit enter. All right, that is already starting to look like something. Now, pro tip, if we mark this li element and hold shift alt and arrow down, bam, we can copy this entire element as it is down. And we're going to make use of that to just change the text to, for example, 5-year print guarantee. I think that's spelled guarantee. I think that's spelled correctly. It's a difficult word. Let's save that. Bam. There we go. 5-year print guarantee. Beautiful. Let's do that one more time. Mark it. Shift alt and arrow down. And then last one we're going to say is going to be modern iPhone models supported, and hit save on that as well. Beautiful. There we go. That's our kind of checklist section on the homepage. I think it really adds to the landing page. It's very clear to our users and what they're going to get if they order from our store. Very, very nice. After the UL element, let's continue. And we're going to continue with a div element, which is going to get a class name. And this one is going to be margin top of 12, a flex dash call on small devices, a flex dash row, an items dash center on small devices, an items dash start, and a gap of 5 to kind of separate them vertically. Awesome. Inside of this div, we're going to create one more div element, and this one is going to get a class name of flex and minus space minus x minus 4. You're going to see why right now. Let's open up this div, and inside of this div element, let's create a self-closing image tag, right? And this image tag is going to get two things. First off is going to be the class name, and this one is going to be inline-block, a height of 10, a width of 10, a rounded dash full, a ring of 2, and lastly a ring slate of 100. And then the second thing the image is going to get, you can probably imagine, is the src, the source. And this one is going to be /users/user-1.png. And if you want, just for accessibility reasons, we can also give this an alt tag. This is optional, but it does help visually impaired people, so it's generally a good practice to do. And that's going to be user image, for example. Let's hit save. Let's see what happens. Bam, there's a user image. But if you remember the demo at the very start, there were a lot more user images. So let's recreate that. And you already know the trick by now, right? It's Shift Alt arrow down. Bam, copy it down. This one is going to be user2.png, right? That makes sense. The next one, bam, let's copy it down, is going to be user3.png. Let's copy it down once again. Shift Alt arrow down. Bam. And this one is going to be user4, but not PNG. This one is going to be JPEG. There we go. And then one more time, copy it down. This one is going to be user5, also .jpeg and not .png. Man, that looks really nice already. And don't ask me why, right? It's because where I got these images, somewhere PNG, somewhere JPEG. Doesn't really matter. Same thing. And because the last image is a bit skewed, we can also apply an object-cover to fix that. It's going to look the natural proportions. Very, very nice. That is a super important section, and we're going to make it even better right now by going below the closing div and opening up one more div. And this one is going to get a class name, and that's going to be flex-call, a justify-between, items-center, and on small devices, items-start. And inside of this div, one more div element, and this one is going to get a class name of flex and also a gap of 0.5, just a little bit, you know. And inside of here, we're going to render out a star icon that we get from Lucid React or trusted icon library that I really, really like, by the way. And this one is going to get a class name. So the star element is going to get a class name of height 4, a width 4. It's going to be pretty small, a text green of 600, and a fill green of 600. There we go. And to make 5 stars, because that just looks much better on the homepage than 1 star, because nobody's gonna buy from you if you have 1 star, let's copy this down, Shift Alt arrow down once, twice, thrice, and 4-ice. I don't know. So we have 5 stars, you know. That's the idea here. Nice, that already looks very good. And now below the closing div after the stars, let's create a p tag right here. There we go, p tag. And inside of this p tag, we're gonna say, first off, we're gonna put a span element, and that's gonna contain 1250 or any amount of customers that you have, right? That's gonna change later, of course. We're gonna leave it like that for now. And this span is gonna get a class name of font-semi-bold. And then the rest of the p tag, not the span, is gonna say happy customers and hit save. Beautiful, 1250 happy customers. Well, that looks a lot more trustworthy if you ask me. Beautiful. And do you remember the cool little phone that was right there, bam, on the hero section in the demo? Well, that's what we're gonna create right now. And we're gonna do that right here above the closing of the max width wrapper. So leave all the divs behind, we don't need them anymore. Right above the max width wrapper, let's create a new div with a class name. And that's gonna be a call span full. On large devices, a call span 1, a width of full, a flex, a justify-center, a padding x of 8. On small devices, a padding x of 16. On medium devices, a padding x of 0, a margin top of 32. On large devices, a margin x of 0. On large devices, a margin top of 20. And lastly, a height of fit. Let's open this div up and one more div inside of here with a class name, and that's gonna be relative. And on medium devices, that's gonna be a maximum width of XL. And inside of this div, we're gonna create a self-closing image as always, right? And the source for this image is gonna be /your-image.png right there. And the class name for this image is going to be absolute. It's gonna be a width of 40, on large devices, a width of 52. A left of 56, a minus top minus 20 to kind of move it upwards, a select-none, so users are not able to select it using their mouse, a hidden, on small devices, a block. On large devices, we're gonna hide it again by applying a large hidden, and lastly on XL, we're gonna apply a block once again. Now this image in and of itself won't look very good on the landing page. We can save that, see what happens. Probably not a lot is gonna happen because this is hidden anyways. And right now you'll see that this doesn't really appear. By the way, there is our snake, very nice. This won't appear because right now it doesn't have the space that it needs to show. We're gonna fix that right now. Below this, we're gonna create an image, self-closing, and this one is going to get a source of /line.png. And a class name, and the class name is going to be absolute, a width of 20, a minus left minus 6, a minus bottom minus 6 as well, and a select dash none. Beautiful. And below these two images comes the actual phone that we want to show on the landing page, right? And that's actually going to live inside of a custom component that we're going to call phone to make it reusable in a lot of places. And that phone is going to be self-closing. And let's create that component because of course it doesn't exist yet. We're gonna create it in our source folder under components, create a new file called phone.tsx. And as always, and by the way, we can close the sidebar, that's gonna be an arrow function. Const phone is gonna be equal to an arrow function that we export default at the bottom, export default phone. Beautiful. And inside of this phone, we're gonna return at the top level a div element. And this div gets a dynamic class name, just like our max with wrapper. Remember what we did there? Well, we're gonna do the same thing here by importing our cn helper function. And by default, we're gonna apply a relative, a pointer events none, which makes the user unable to interact with it with their mouse because it would be distracting, a z of 50, so the z index, and an overflow dash hidden, so nothing shows beyond the boundaries of this component. And then we're also going to apply the class name to merge with, right? And if you remember what we did in the max with wrapper, well, we're going to do the same thing here. We're going to receive a class name as a prop, and that is going to be typed, well, not inline, right? We could type this inline as we did with the max with wrapper. If you remember, we just defined the type right there. We're not going to do that in the phone case because we're actually going to receive multiple props. So let's name this phone props and define this as an interface right up here. Interface phone props. And we're going to extend this interface, extends, by something called the HTML attributes, which is a type that we can import from React that takes a generic in these brackets right here. And that's going to be an HTML div element, right? And that's a built-in type. We don't need to import that. And then what we're going to receive as custom props are two things. The image source, img-src image source, that's going to be a string, and a dark mode, which is optional, which is why we're putting a question mark. And this can be a Boolean if it is even passed. Now, I'm going to explain what this does here in a second. Don't worry if you've never used this kind of extension before. It's going to be very clear. First off, let's already import the most important props in our phone. So let's destructure the image source, the class name. Let's set the dark by default to false, and we can receive all the other props that this component takes right here, ... props, just like so. Now, what is this kind of syntax right here? The extends HTML attributes, right? Let's say, for example, we imported the phone right here on our landing page, the component, right? Now you can see, well, it receives a lot of props. And these are exactly the props that any HTML div element, right? That's what we specified right here, can take. So we can override the styles just like we were using a div, which makes this component very nicely reusable. Right, that's the entire point of doing this. We could, of course, just leave this away, but then we won't have, like, let's say we left it away, right? Just for demonstration, you don't need to follow along right now. Well, bam, there are way less props we can now pass in. We can't style it just like a div anymore. You see, that's the point of what we're doing right here. I think it's very important that you understand why we're doing what we're doing. And then let's spread in all the props as if we were styling the div, just applying them to the top level div right here. Into the div, so they are actually applied, right? And inside of this div, we're gonna create a self-closing img tag, oops, and that's gonna get a class name, and the class name is gonna be pointer events none, a z index of 50, and a select dash none as well. And the source for this image right here is gonna be, well, it depends, right? If the dark mode is passed as a prop, let's do a check. In that case, we're gonna use the /phone-template phone-dark-edges.png. And in the other case, when the light mode is activated, we're gonna say /phone-template-white-edges.png to use as the source. Beautiful. As the alt tag, which is just again generally a pretty good idea, we're gonna say phone image, and below the self-closing image, let's create a div element. This one is going to get a class name of absolute, a -z -10 to move it into the background, and an inset of 0. And we're almost done with our phone component. Let's open up the div, and in here is going to be a self-closing image with a class name of object-cover. And lastly, the source for this image is going to be the img src, the image source that we're passing into a prop into this phone component. Now the alt tag can be anything you want, for example, overlaying phone image, right? And again, this is just for visually impaired people. It's not that important. Or if your image doesn't load, if the internet connection is bad, then it's going to show the alt tag, but generally it doesn't matter as much. Let's save the phone. We are done here, and you're going to see what this looks like. It's going to be very, very cool. So let's navigate back into our main landing page. And now we need to pass this two things. First off is going to be a class name. Well, we don't need to pass it, but it will look much better. And this is going to be a width of 64. And what we do need to pass is the image source, right? And that's going to be /testimonials/1.jpg, which is an image I have prepared for you to use. Save that, and wabam, there it is. How cool is that? And here's the kicker, right? If we now go into full screen, bam, your image appears right there. The snake appears up there. How nice is that hero section? I think this is a really clear, really nice hero section with social proof, with the advantages of our service, with a demo of our service, and that just looks really nice. Okay, very, very nice. So next up is gonna be our navbar, because it's really important for how well the site looks and also for user navigation, of course, right? And we're gonna create that navbar inside of our components as a new file. Let's create a navbar.tsx. There we go. Okay, we can close the sidebar, and the navbar is of course gonna be an arrow function. Const navbar is gonna be a self-closing function. And let's export default navbar at the very bottom. Great. Now, as the top level element in the navbar, that's a convention. You're going to use the nav HTML element. It's literally made for being a navbar, right? So it just makes sense to use this one. And this one is going to get a class name of sticky. Let's give it a z index of 100. There we go. We want it to, be above all the rest of the elements. A height of 14. An inset x of 0, a top of 0, a width of full, a border -b for bottom, a border gray of 200 to kind of separate it from the rest of the page, a background -white /75. So the /75 is the opacity, right? If we remove this and then take a look at all the options there are, you can see there's a lot of options for opacity, and that's what the /75 means. A backdrop -blur -lg, and that's gonna look really nice when we scroll over other content, because it's gonna blur the stuff under it. It's gonna look very professional. And lastly, a transition -all for the nav element. Now let's open this up, and we're gonna use a component that we've already done, and that's gonna be our max with wrapper, and we can probably auto import it. Yes, there we go, perfect. And by reusing this one, we can make sure that the width is going to be the same as our actual page content. That's very, very helpful. And inside of here, we're going to create a div element, and this one is going to get a class name of flex, a height of 14, an items -center, a justify -between, a border -b, and lastly a border zinc of 200. That's already it. Let's open this up, and in here create a link element that comes from next/link. And this one is gonna get an href, and that's gonna be the slash. So this is gonna lead to our home page. And it's also going to get a class name, and this one is gonna be flex, a z of 40, and a font -semi-bold. There we go. And let's open this link element up. That's basically just an anchor tag under the hood, right? It's just the kind of Next.js way of doing this. And inside of here, we're gonna say case, and then inside of a span element, It's gonna get a class name of text green 600. We're gonna say Cobra. Perfect. And that's gonna be our kind of logo, you know? So let's already take a look at what this looks like if we put it on our live page. And the question is, where do we put that on our page, right? Do we do it in our landing page? Do we put it at the very top right here? The answer is no. In Next.js, there's something called a layout under source/app, or if we go to the kind of file system here, you can see that under source app layout.tsx. This is where we're gonna go, because the root layout, this one right here, is automatically generated by Next.js, and it will be visible for all pages in the entire application, right? So if we added, for example, the navbar here in the body, let's import the navbar as a self-closing HTML thing from components navbar. There we go. This is going to be visible in literally the entire application. Now, it says navbar cannot be used as a JSX component. And that's very probably because, yeah, we forgot to return the JSX in here. Of course, that's important. Let's save all of our files, the layout and the navbar, and then we should be able to see, yes, beautiful, the navbar popping up right here on our page. Very nice. And that's what the backdrop is for. As we scroll, you notice the stuff behind it is still lightly visible, right? Because we made it 75 opacity, and it's also kind of blurred behind the navbar. That's just a really nice professional looking effect that I want to show you that looks good on almost all pages. I use it a lot. It's a very, very nice effect. Awesome. Now below this link element and before the closing div, so still on side of it, let's open up one more div. And this div is gonna get a class name of height full, a flex, items-center, and a space x of 4. And inside of this div, let's open this up. Well, we're gonna do a conditional check, and that is gonna be based on the login status of the current user, so we can show different stuff to users that are logged in versus users that are not logged in, right? For now, let's quickly mock that at the very top of the navbar. Let's say const user is equal to undefined. So let's just say a user wasn't there. We're going to implement this together in a second. Don't worry. Just for now, so we can write the logic for this already. That's a really good way. Without implementing the actual functionality, you can kind of mock it out, kind of pretend that the user is not logged in, and then implement the actual functionality here in a second. So we're going to do the check that I told you about, and that's going to be if the user is logged in. In that case, we're going to return some JSX. Let's just wrap that in parentheses for now. And in the other case, we're also going to return some JSX. Now, what are we going to return if the user is logged in? At the top level, well, we're going to return a React fragment, which is basically not a DOM element. It just allows us to put multiple children at the same level. And these are going to be link elements that we get from Next.js. Let's mark that and then import it. Wait, did we already import the link? Oh, we did. Okay, perfect. So the href that this link is going to get is going to be a string, and it's going to lead to /API/auth/logout, right? Because if the user is logged in, then we want to offer them an option to log out again. I think that makes sense. And the class name that this link is going to get is going to be dynamic. Now, there's a really cool thing I want to show you coming from our UI library that allows us to make this link look good without doing pretty much anything ourselves. And in order to do that, let's open up our terminal. I'm going to clear this here. And let's say npx shadcn-ui, so our UI library, add latest, so it uses the latest version of it, and then add button, right? And hit enter. That's gonna install a button component inside of our application that looks good and is fully accessible out of the box. And the cool thing is we don't have to use the button itself, but we can also only use the button variants from UI/button where I just installed our component, right? Which is a function we can invoke. This takes an object, and we can pass multiple things in here, like the class, the size, and the variant. We're gonna pass the size, and this is gonna be SM for small. You can see there's a couple of options here. Oops, there's a couple of options. Normally this should be type safe. Why doesn't this work? That is weird. Okay, anyways, and the variant is going to be ghost. Oh, and I think I know why this doesn't work, because we have a syntax error right here. Let's put a fragment instead of the parentheses, and then why doesn't this work? That is weird. Should I? Okay, sometimes if TypeScript doesn't work, you can just reload your window, by pressing Shift Control and P, and you can hit developer reload window, and sometimes that fixes things, but apparently it didn't. Very weird. Normally it gives you TypeScript IntelliSense because these are the sizes that are allowed, and TypeScript should know about that. Right now it doesn't work. I'm not sure why, honestly, but as long as we pass the size of small and the variant of ghost, we are totally fine to go. Anyways, inside of this link, let's say sign out. This is gonna log the user out later as soon as we implement the authentication. And then we're gonna copy this link element down using Shift, Alt, and arrow down, bam, just like we did before. And this time we're gonna wrap it inside of curly braces to make it dynamic. And we're gonna do a check. And we're gonna check for a property called isAdmin. And if the person is an admin, in that case, question mark, we're gonna render out the link element, and else we're gonna render out null. This is how we achieve the secret admin dashboard button that I showed you in the very beginning. And of course, also we need to mock this out for now. Const isAdmin is gonna be set to false at the very top of the navbar, and we're gonna implement that together in a second. Very nice. So that's gonna be the dashboard button. Let's say dashboard in here. And if we want, we can also use a sparkles emoji. That's what I did in the demo at least. No, let's not do that. And copy and paste the sparkles emoji in here. I just think it looks kind of nice, but of course we don't have to do it. It's just a nice little detail that we can do. And lastly, we're gonna copy this link element one more time and paste it below the ternary check. And this is gonna be or call to action, right? So this is gonna be the button for create case, and the href for this API link is gonna be /configure/upload, because that's gonna be the first step in our configurator, right? In the 3 steps to make your own phone case, this one is gonna be the URL for the first step that the user is gonna be led to. And below the text, create case, we're gonna create an arrow right icon that we get from Lucid React. This is going to be self-closing and with a class name of margin left 1.5, a height of 5, and a width of 5. Beautiful. And let's remove the variant of ghost. We want this to be a primary button, a big colorful button, right? And instead we're going to pass a class name. And this class name for this button is going to be hidden small flex items-center and gap-1. There we go. Oh, and of course, this also needs to be an object format, so not an equal sign, but instead a colon right here. Beautiful. Okay, very nice. And we can copy the entire fragment that is rendered if there is a user from the ternary check to the end, right, that we just wrote. Copy the entire fragment. And let's paste it in the other case as well. And by doing that, we just save ourselves a bit of writing work, right? So we can just kind of change these up right now. So if there is no user in the case we're handling now, we want to offer them an option to sign in, right? But also an option to sign up first. If they don't have an account, we want them to be able to make an account. And that is going to happen at /API/auth/register. That's where they can make their account. And we're going to get rid of the isAdmin check completely. Nothing is going to happen in that case. The second link we're going to have in the case there's no user is going to lead to the /API/auth/login, right? And the class name, of course, is going to be the same as the sign up button. We don't want it to look differently. So we're going to replace this entire class name we had from above with the first link element. So it looks the exact same right here. And in case of sign up for the first link, the second one is going to say login, right? If we save that, we should already be able to see what happens. Let's give this a bit more space. There we go. Sign up and login. That looks very nice. However, we don't want the right arrow inside of the login button. That just looks a bit weird. Instead, let's create a visual separator right below the second link. This is going to be a self-closing div element with a class name of height 8, a width of px, which is just a single pixel. If we hover over it, 1px, very nice. A background zinc of 200, a hidden, and on small devices, a block. And then the last thing is we can simply copy and paste the create case link down from the first kind of ternary check here and paste it below or visual separator and then hit save. Very nice. Let's see what happens. Oh yes, this already looks very good. Sign up, login, then the visual separator, and then we have the, let me zoom in so you can see this easier, the create case button right here. That looks beautiful. And by the way, little pro tip, right now this button is black. In the demo I showed you it was green, right? It was the primary color of this website. How do we do that? Do we have to manually go in and change all the colors? No. In our UI library, there's a tab called Themes, right? Under ui.shadcn.com. And in here, bam, if we head over to Themes, we can simply choose any theme by clicking Customize, then selecting any color that you want. Basically, you don't have to go with the green that I'm gonna choose right now. You can go for any other color. It doesn't really matter. And then we can click Copy Code right here. Copy everything. That's gonna give us all the CSS values for that color you just chose. And if we now go back into our project right here, give this a bit more space into our globals.css, then we can replace all the CSS stuff, the dark and the light, up until the add layer base, don't include that, and just hit Ctrl V to paste that in. If we now go back into our app and give this a bit more space, then we can see the default color for all the stuff has changed, for example, for the button. And that's just a really nice little feature of our UI library to make our app look that much nicer. Now, how cool would it be if these buttons actually did something, right? If users could sign up and log in already. And the answer is actually, it's really easy to get working authentication up and running in literally minutes, right? And that's where the sponsor of this video comes in, which is Kinde, an auth for modern applications provider. And they're very kindly sponsoring this video. And I'm really happy they do, because these videos, like real talk, they're a ton of work to make. Like they take really, really long, like 100, 200, even sometimes 300 hours, like all the recording, code preparation, everything around it, it takes so long. And if you want to say thanks, right, for this video, there's going to be a link in the description that's going to lead you to their website through my link. So they know that you came from me. And who knows, man, maybe they want to work with me again in the future so I can keep making these videos. If you do, big thanks, right? If you visit the website through the link, big thanks. Of course, you don't have to, right? Yeah, you can just type in kinde.com if you want to follow along right now. But if you do click, then they know that you came from me. It's like a tracking link that includes a parameter that has Josh in it. So they just know you came from me. And if you do, again, a very big thank you if you click that. And who knows, man, maybe they want to keep working with me. Okay, so what we're gonna do for the authentication, it really just takes 2 minutes to set up. I really like this, is we're gonna log in with Google, with GitHub. It doesn't really matter, whatever is easiest for you. Or you can also just choose your email and they're gonna mail you like a link that you can use to log in. I'm gonna land on my admin page because I already have an account with them and I already use them. If you've never worked with Kinde before, chances are you don't have that. In that case, let's create a new business together. We're gonna walk through it step by step and we're gonna create a new business right here. So basically what that's gonna allow us to do is enter a name. And then once we did that, it's loading right now. It's gonna give us all the credentials that we need to make authentication work in our app. As the business name, let's use Case Cobra. And I'm gonna use -dev because I might have already used the Case Cobra name. But in your case, you can just leave it as Case Cobra. That's gonna give us the Kinde domain. Number of employees doesn't really matter. And I'm gonna choose Europe, Ireland region because that's closest to me. And you can choose the one that's closest to you. And then let's hit save. Oh, and that can only contain letters or numbers. Let's say Case Cobra 1 in my case, and then hit save. Beautiful. That created our business right up here. And then let's click the casecobra1.kinde.com. Maybe I already claimed the name by naming it that. Maybe you have to name it Case Cobra 2 or 3 or something. But it doesn't really matter what you name it, right? It really doesn't matter. And let's click, I want to start a project from scratch. And then let's hit next. As the tag we're gonna use, it's gonna automatically forward us to the documentation. We're gonna choose Next.js. Let's hit next right here. And then you can select which authentication kind of methods you want, like Google, Facebook. And then you can already preview your sign-in form right here. I'm just gonna leave it as email. It's the most straightforward. If you want to offer Google, just check it right here. Very, very easy. And then let's hit next. Beautiful. Okay. Very nice, almost there. Finish setting up your project and we're gonna say connect to your Next.js codebase and hit connect right here. And that's gonna basically walk us through step by step on how to do this. And honestly, it couldn't be easier. This is by far my favorite part of Kinde. It's very easy to set up. And I'm not saying that because they sponsor me. I've used this before and it just takes like 2 minutes. I'm gonna show you. So we can copy the NPM link, the NPM package name that we need to install. And let's quickly clear our screen. There's a lot going on here. Let's close out of that. And then let's say pnpm or npm install add kind OSS kind auth Next.js, which they give us here in the dashboard. We can just paste that name in. That's gonna install all of the stuff that is needed, and then we can already grab the environment variables. That's gonna be super helpful. Let's click copy right here, and that's gonna be something like the issuer URL, the site URL that we're running our app on, which is localhost 3000. And then once we deploy our app, which we're also gonna do in this video, no worries, and we're gonna change this to the deployment URL later. Right, for now, let's go into our VS Code. Let's close out of all of them and let's go into our sidebar right here and create a new file at the root of our project, and that's gonna be the .env file. By the way, we can already go ahead into our git ignore and type .env in here as well, just so when we deploy this later, we're not accidentally going to commit our .env file as well. Then we're gonna copy all the environment variables that kind gives us, simply paste them in this env file, and that's it. We're done, right? These are sensitive pieces of information like our secret or password, basically for the authentication. That's why we put it into a .env file, and that's it. We can close out of the env file. We're done here. Next thing we need to do is go and create this file right here. Under source, then that's gonna be app. Let's create a new folder in here called API. Inside of the API folder, a new folder called auth. And inside of the auth folder, a new folder called in angled brackets, which is a dynamic route, kind auth. So if you're wondering what the angled brackets are, that's a Next.js naming convention for dynamic API routes. And then let's create a new file in here called route.ts inside of the kind auth folder. We can simply grab what they give us, paste it in here, bam, we have authentication. Very, very nice. And that should already work, literally, right? We can start back up our development server, yarn dev. Let's close out of the sidebar, close, wait, why? Oh, did I start this in okay, I started my development server in 2 different terminals. That's not good. We already have the development server running, never mind. And then let's restart the page, and that's all. Oh, whoa, what happened here? Let's restart the development server, yarn dev. That should not happen. That looks very weird. 404 not found. Let's restart this. That should not happen. And then ideally, everything should look as before and the authentication should work, which we're gonna test together right now once this loaded. Boom, there we are. Okay, so let's see if this works. Let's click sign up. And hopefully our authentication is up and running. Let's see. Yep, that looks good. All right, first name, last name. Let's enter an email. I'm gonna choose hello@joshtriedcoding.com, and then let's hit create your account. That's gonna email me a code to my email that we entered. I'm gonna open up my email here on my second monitor, and then let's see the code that we have received. There it is, email verification code. We can simply copy over the code we have received in the email, paste it in here, and hit continue. Very nice, and then we should be logged into our application, and we should also see the user dashboard. Okay, now we are being redirected to /dashboard, which is a page that doesn't exist in our app, and that's probably because in the .env file it tries, the kind post login redirect URL, that's what it tries to redirect us to. Let's leave that at localhost 3000 because there is no dashboard page in our app, right? So once we log in, we're just going to be redirected to the dashboard. Very, very nice. And what this also now means is that we can get the current user session in our navbar where we are currently just mocking it out. Remember, if we go to the very top right here, you can see user is undefined. Well, that's not really true anymore. We can now actually get the logged in user session. And we can do that by destructuring something. Const empty object is going to be equal to get kind server, and we should already be able to import this. Yep, get kind server session from the kind npm package that we've installed /server. Very nice. And what we want to get from here is the get user function that we can now simply invoke. Const user is going to be equal to await get user, because this is an asynchronous function, and that's going to replace our previous mock that we did, right? And in order to be able to use await, we can mark the navbar as asynchronous, a React server component, so this runs on the server and not on the client, so we can securely get the user. right? And then the isAdmin check is going to be very simple. Let's say const isAdmin is going to be equal to user, which is optional, by the way, they might not be logged in, so question mark, dot email is triple equal to process.env.admin_email. So the way the admin authentication works is we can go into our .env file and simply name the admin email. So for example, admin email is gonna be equal hello@joshtriedcoding.com, or this is gonna be your email, right? Don't put my email here, put your email here. So you're gonna be your site admin, right? This can be any email you want, and as long as you're logged in with that email, well, you're gonna be recognized as the admin. As simple as that. So just like that, we have working authentication. You can see the state has changed. We can now sign out because we just logged in. If we hit that, let's see what happens. Well, we should be signed out, and we are. Bam. We can now sign up again, we can log in again, or we can create our case. Dude, that is really cool. I'm so happy they're sponsoring this video. This is just nice. We got authentication working in like 5 minutes, right? And then if we go into our Kinde dashboard, let's go to home of our business, and then we should be able to see, yes, total users right here, 1, right? Because we now have 1 user, and the more people use your app, the more you're gonna see right here, along with their email, and you're gonna see the monthly active users and so on. Very nice. We can also see them in depth right here, by the way, if you want, under users, all users. You could even delete them if you wanted to do some manual testing and so on. That's where it happens in the Kinde dashboard. Very, very nice. Let's close out of the navbar because we're done here, and also out of the .env file. Now we can continue on our landing page to make it really, really good. I want to show you how to make an absolute killer landing page that, you know, hopefully converts very well, right? So people actually buy from your store. And in order for that to happen, one thing is very important, and that is social proof. So why should people buy from you? And that's exactly what we're going to create next. So with one closing div to go, and below the closing section on our main page.tsx, if you're wondering where we are, right here, this one right here, this page right here, under the closing section, this is where we're going to continue right now with, and let's just make a comment for ourselves here, right? Just so it's easier for us to see the value proposition section. So what value do we provide? How do we prove the value that we provide? And that's going to happen inside of a section element as well. The section is going to get a class name, and that's going to be bgslate of 100, and also a padding y of 24. Let's open this up and once again use our max width wrapper. Very, very handy component. Bam, just like that. And we're also gonna give it a custom class name, and that's gonna be flex, a flex dash call, items dash center, a gap of 16, kind of space out the items, and on small devices a gap of 32, so a lot more. Inside of this max width wrapper, hard word to say, let's create a div element, and that's gonna get a class name of flex dash call, on large devices a flex dash row, items dash center, a gap of 4, and lastly on small devices a gap of 6, so just a bit more. And inside of here we're gonna create an h2 element, a heading to element. There we go. Let's put that into view, and this is gonna say what or customers say. And this h2 is going to get a class name, and that's going to be an order-1. This is going to be important later because we're going to change the order of some elements. You're going to see what that does. A margin top of 2, a tracking-tight, a text-center, a text-balance, a exclamation point for important, leading-tight, so what we did on the main h1 way up here as well. Same thing we're gonna do here for the h2. Then a font dash bold, a text of 5XL, on medium devices a text of 6XL, and lastly a text gray of 900 to make this very dark. Let's hit save. We can already kind of preview what that looks like. Let's scroll all the way down. There we go. What our customers say. However, the customers, we can make this look a bit better. And that's by wrapping the customers inside of a span element. And this span is going to get a class name of relative and a padding x of 2. And let's put the customer, just the customers, right? Nothing else in here. So afterwards it continues with say, but this allows us to style this word specifically a bit different. And we're gonna do this with a custom icon. And we're going to create this icon we're going to put into the customers, which is going to be like an underline, very nice looking underline for this inside of our components folder. Let's create a new file called icons.tsx. And this component is going to be very, very easy. Let's say export const icons, and this is going to be an object. This is not even going to be a normal React component, just an object. There we go. And in here, there's going to be something called an underline. This is going to be a function that receives some props, and these are going to be of type lucid props, which is a type that we get from our icon library that allows us to style the SVG kind of custom. And this is going to return directly a JSX element. And basically what is going to return, you don't need to follow along right now. It's going to be an SVG, but just so we don't have to type out this SVG, there's no point in doing that. I prepared something for you called a copy paste list that contains all the stuff in this video that we don't need to type ourselves, like this SVG, right? Why would we type that? That's not realistic. Nobody does that. You grab these from websites and then put them into your app, right? You never type them. So we can simply copy and paste them to save ourselves some time. And if you notice, we're spreading in the props that we give in here. And the beautiful thing is what these props allow us to do, right, is anywhere where we now use this icon, like in our main landing page, where we can now import the icons dot, and then we can say underline, which is a self-closing JSX element. Let's format this. We can now give this props, right? That's what it's for, these lucid props that we allow for the underline. So we can give this a class name of hidden. On small devices, we're going to say block, a pointer events none, so it doesn't interfere with the user mouse, an absolute, an inset x of 0, a minus bottom -6, and a text green of 500. And hit save. Let's see what that looks like. Hopefully, if we go into like a big screen, there we are. Beautiful underline that is not distracting on small devices. Mainly because if there's text under the customers and there's still the underline, it would look distracting. Whereas if it's on one line, it looks really, really nice with the underline. Perfect. That's exactly what the underline is for. Very, very nice. And now below the h2 element, we're going to create a self-closing img image element. And the source for this image is going to be /snake-2.png. The image, the freelancer that I mentioned in the very beginning, has prepared for us, and the class name is going to be a width of 24, an order of 0, and on large devices an order of 2. Right, so let's see what happens. Let's reload the page. What does this look like? Well, wabam! There is our snake, what the freelancer has drawn for us to make this project, and what the ordering does, right? I need to scroll down a bit here. The order 0 or order 2, that is basically for making the snake on top versus on the bottom, right? Normally it would be below the text because in the HTML it is below the text, but we want it to be above the text when it's actually rendered out because it looks so much nicer, and that's what the order is for. And if we go into big full screen, then you're gonna notice that the snake is actually on the same level, and I just think this looks so nice. Awesome. Okay, so let's give this a bit less space and let's continue. Below the image and below the closing div and above the max width wrapper is where we're going to continue. Let's create a new div element right here, and the class name is going to be mxAuto grid maximum width of 2xl, a grid calls 1, a padding x of 4, on large, a margin x of 0. On large devices, a maximum width of none. On large devices, a grid calls of 2. And lastly, a gap y of 16 for some vertical separation. Let's open this div up, and inside of here, let's create one more div. This one gets a class name of flex, flex-auto, a flex-call, gap of 4. On large devices, a padding right of 8. And on extra large devices, a padding right of 20. Let's open this up, and inside of here, one more div element with a class name, and that's going to be flex, gap of 0.5, and a margin bottom of 2. And inside of this div, we're going to create a star icon that we get from our trusted UI library. We've already imported that into this page because we already used it in the hero section, remember, right here? So we can just reuse that, and the class name for the star icon is going to be height 5, width 5, a text green of 600, and fill green of 600 as well. And then holding Shift, Alt, and arrow down, we can copy it down once, twice, thrice, and 4 whatever, you know. So we have 5 stars once again, can already save that, see what it looks like. Let's see. Right here. Okay, there's 5 stars. That looks good. And now comes the first user testimonial, right? So below the closing divs of the stars with 2 closing divs to go, let's create one more div here. And the class name is going to be text of large and leading -8. There we go. Let's open this up. And inside of here goes a p tag, a paragraph element. And in here, we're going to say in quotes, the case feels durable, and I even got a compliment on the design. Period. Had the case for 2.5 months now, and now in a span element, right? We're gonna say the image is super clear. So we kind of highlight this point or this part of the user review. And then after the span element, we're gonna say comma on the case I had before, the image started fading into yellowish color after a couple weeks. Love it. Now, is that a real user review? Hell no. I made this up, right? But in a real world shop, of course, you're going to use a real user review here. This is just a kind of, well, I just wrote it to make it look good. But of course, you can probably imagine that this should be real in your actual shop. Now, the span element in here is going to get a class name, and that's going to be padding 0.5, a BG slate of 800, and a text of white. Let's hit save and already see what this looks like. All right, we can see it right here. Very, very nice. And below the closing p tag, below the closing div with 2 closing divs to go, we're going to create one more div right here. This will get a class name of flex, a gap of 4, and a margin top of 2. And inside of this div, we're going to create a self-closing image element. The class name of this image is going to be rounded full, a height of 12, a width of 12, and object-cover. And the source for this image is going to be /users/user-1.png, right? And then of course you can put an alt tag, let's just say user, right? And then below this self-closing image, let's create a div with a class name, and that's going to be flex and flex-call, so we can sort this vertically, with a p tag inside of here that's going to say Jonathan, which is going to be the user name that wrote this review. And the p tag is going to get a class name of font-semi-bold. And below this p tag, we are going to create a div element. This one is going to get a class name of flex, gap 1.5, a items-center, and a text zinc of 600. Now, inside of this div, we're almost done, by the way, comes a check, which is a icon we get from Lucid React, right? We already used it way up here in our landing page as well. That's the check. We're going to reuse it down here. So this is going to be self-closing, the check icon, with a class name of height of 4, width of 4, a stroke, and then in angle brackets for a custom value. That's going to be 3px for 3 pixels. And lastly, a text green of 600 for the check mark. And below this is just going to be a p tag saying verified purchase. And this p tag is going to get a class name of text small. That's it. All right, let's format this file. Let's save this file. Let's see what it looks like. Bam. Jonathan, verified purchase, wrote this review. That looks absolutely beautiful. And because we want 2 user reviews and not just one, we can go ahead and grab this entire div element. And I have a shortcut to mark this entire div element in VS Code that is called emit balance outwards. That's what the shortcut is called. But we can also just do a little trick, fold everything here, grab the div with a flex, auto, flex, call, gap 4, and so on, and just hit shift, alt, and arrow down. Bam, copy and pasting it down. And we can also make a little comment for ourselves right here, saying something like second user review, right above the code we just copied down, so we know what this is. And let's change this user review, right? We want a bit of different text. So before the span, we're gonna say, I usually keep my phone together with my keys in my pockets. And that led to some pretty heavy scratch marks on all of my last phone cases. Period. This one, comma, besides a barely noticeable scratch on the corner, comma, there we go. And now inside of the span element, so we want to highlight this part, looks brand, looks, we need to spell that right, looks brand new after about half a year. Then after the span element, we're gonna say period, I dig it. Awesome. And then just a period there and a quote to end this. And of course, just one quote VS Code automatically does too. Let's change the user image. This is gonna be user4 dot, not PNG, but dot JPEG in this case. And let's also change the name from Jonathan to Josh, or well, basically whatever you want. I just put my name here. You can put your name if you want. Just put your name right here. Hit save and let's see what happens. Bam, there is the second user review. Very, very nice with a different image. That looks amazing. Awesome. And now below this max width wrapper that we have for the review section is gonna come probably the coolest section of the entire homepage. And that is the animated reviews that I showed you in the very beginning. Remember those phones with the images that were beautifully animated on the homepage? That's exactly what we're gonna build together right now. And it's gonna happen inside of a div element below this max width wrapper. And this div is gonna get a class name of padding top of 16. And inside of here, we're gonna create a custom React component, and that's gonna be the reviews section. Now, of course, that's a component that's gonna be self-closing and that doesn't exist yet. So let's open our sidebar into our source folder and create a new file in our components folder called reviews.tsx. And if we take a look at this section conceptually, right, how will this look like? Basically, we will have the entire section, right? Imagine this is the part of the homepage where this is gonna live. And we're gonna have a lot of phones in here in 3 different columns, right? So there's gonna be column 1, column 2, column 3, with each one slightly being offset, so it looks a bit nicer. There we are, and then they're gonna move, they're gonna move like upwards in the animation. So the question is, how do we kind of architect this conceptually? And I think we should go for a top-down approach, which means we make the large parts first and then drill down into each individual components. The alternative would be we start with the smallest part in here, like each phone, and then go ahead and construct a column and then go ahead and construct a grid. I think it's more intuitive if we start from the top down, where we start with the entire section, the entire review grid, and then go down smaller into the individual components. So let's do that. Sounds maybe a bit abstract, but you're gonna see it's actually very simple. So first thing we're gonna do, let's open this back up so we can see what we do in real time, is gonna be export function a reviews, right? So the main component that we want to import into our page.tsx. And this is gonna return or, well, max with wrapper that we already know. Let's import that in here. And this is going to get a class name of relative and a maximum width of 5xl. Let's open this up. Inside of here is going to be a image tag, self-closing. Once again, of course, the area dash hidden is going to be true. So we hide this for screen readers, just a nice little detail for accessibility reasons. The source is going to be slash what dash people dash are buying dot png, something I've prepared for us. And then the class name is going to be absolute select dash none hidden xl block minus left minus 32 and a top of 1/3. Let's format this so it looks nicer, and let's already save this and import this reviews component into our page.tsx to kind of see what it looks like, right? So if we give this a lot more space now, we should be able to see that. Hopefully, yeah, well, nothing really happens because we didn't code any component yet. But if we did, then we should be able to see the image also pop up, right? So the main component inside of the reviews is going to be the review grid. And that's going to be a component we're also going to define in the same file right here, because it's very closely related to this reviews main component. It's not something reusable, and it's not meant for that either. It shouldn't be reusable, right? It doesn't make sense. So let's define a function review grid up here. And that function, first off, is going to get a reference, a React ref. Let's call this the const container ref. And that's going to be equal to use ref, a hook that we get from React. And now, because in Next.js, these components by default are server-side components, in order to use React hooks like use ref, we need to mark this as a client-side component by putting use client at the very top of the file, first line say use client, and that makes us able to actually use React hooks and de-opt from the server-side rendering of this page. And we can also pass this userref a generic to tell TypeScript what the type will be. This will be an HTML div element. Right? That is a type we don't need to import or anything, it's already baked in. Or this could also be null, because we're going to initialize it as null, and once React actually sets the ref, then it's going to be the HTML div element. And this userref we can already attach to a DOM node. So we're going to return some JSX from this review grid, and that's at the top level going to be a div element. And that's where the ref comes into play. The ref is going to be the container ref, because this div is going to act as the container for the following entire review grid. Right? And the class name for this div is going to be relative, a -mx-4, a margin top of 16, a grid, a height of, and then in angled brackets for a custom value, 49 rem, a maximum height of, again, angled brackets, 150 VH for view height, right? So it doesn't exceed 150% of the current user viewport, a grid-calls-1, items-start, a gap of 8, an overflow-hidden, a padding x of 4. On small devices, a margin top of 20. On medium devices, a grid calls of 2. And on large devices, a grid calls of 3. That's actually going to define these grid calls here, how many columns we have, how many columns of phones there are going to be scrolling by. Now, why do we have the container ref? What does it do for us? And the reason we have this is so when we scroll on the main page, and let's put this somewhere down here, this is just for this project, as we scroll, as the user scrolls, we only start animating this section once it's in the viewport, once the user sees it, right? We don't want to animate it before, otherwise the user didn't even see the animation. And in order to check if the animation is in the view of the user, we can use this container ref along with or probably one of the most popular React animation libraries, which is Framer Motion. So in our terminal, let's say npm install framer-motion, and that package gives us a really useful hook to check if something is in the viewport called useInView. So let's explore that together. Let's say const isInView is going to be equal to useInView, which is the hook we get from Framer Motion. Let's import that. And in here, we can pass the container ref. Simple, right? We now know if something is in the view of the user or not. However, we can also pass some options as an object right here. We're going to say once true, because if we didn't pass this, otherwise every time the user scrolled up and down, it would animate, but we only wanted to animate the first time the user scrolls. And the amount right here is going to be 0.4. This takes a number. This could also be sum, all, and so on. But I think 0.4 is a good in between here. It looks very, very nice. So it animates like when it's a bit past the user viewport. So it's already kind of in view of the user. And so it doesn't already animate when the user just sees 1% of it, because otherwise in that case, the user wouldn't really see the animation either. And now is the time to actually construct the 3 different columns. What do we want to show in the columns? And the answer is, well, we want to show images of phones, right? And to make this as easy as possible for ourselves, let's go to the very top of the file and declare a const phones in all uppercase, because that is a convention for declaring constant things across your application. You define them at the very top in all caps, so you know anywhere in code when you see stuff in all caps that this is a constant. It's not fetched by any API and so on. That's something I learned at my first developer job, and I think it's a really, really good idea for clarity in your code base, right? So I want to show you how it works. And then we're going to put some stuff in here, and that's just going to be strings, right? So this is going to be /testimonials/1.jpg, and this actually maps to a path in your public folder right here under testimonials, 1.jpg, 2.jpg, 3.jpg, and so on. These are the images on the phones that we actually want to display, right? And we can just mark this first string, hold Shift Alt arrow down once, twice, 4, 5, 6. Right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Very simple naming convention here, and all separate them via commas. And that's all, right? These are just the images that we want to show on the phones in this section. So in our review grid, to actually construct the columns, we can just say const columns. And now basically the idea is that we want to split these phones into 3 different columns, right? How do we do that? Well, we can just use a little helper that we're going to write ourselves called split array, which is a function that doesn't exist yet because we're going to write it. And the ideal way in which we're going to call this is we want to first pass the array that we want to split, and then secondly, how many columns we want to split this into. So in our case, that's going to be 3, right? And in order to use this little helper, well, we have to write it. Let's define a custom function called split array, and that's literally all it does, right? It just takes an array and then splits the array in the number of parts that we pass it. So first parameter we want to accept is going to be an array, and this is going to be the TypeScript type of array, and we can pass this as a generic t. I'm going to explain what this does in a second, and then the number of parts we want to split this into, and that's going to be just a number, in our case, for example, 3. And then this function receives a generic, which is also going to be t, and all this does, right, is it checks this t generic right here. If we pass, for example, a string array, then this t is going to be a string, this generic is going to be a string, and that might sound a bit abstract if you've never worked with any kind of TypeScript generics before, but essentially what this allows us to do is to enforce type safety in this function. So we can say const result is going to be of type array, and this takes a generic, which is going to be another array, and in here we can pass the t generic. So basically we don't know what kind of array that we put in here, but whatever kind, in our case, for example, string, or this could also be a number array, right? Whatever kind, that's going to be saved in the t, and we can store that to make the result here type safe. And that's going to be an empty array to initialize it, right? So all we're saying is we're going to have an array of, in our case, strings, but the function doesn't know, it doesn't care. That's what the generic is for. Strings, this could be numbers, then the t would be number, doesn't matter, because essentially we're going to have a 2-dimensional array, right, of columns, right? These 3 columns right here, and each column will then have certain rows, right? So it's going to be 2-dimensional columns, rows of strings, of paths, right? Which could also be number. That's exactly what the generic is for. So when you think about it, it's not actually that complicated, but I admit, yes, if this is the first time you're using TypeScript generics, then it might seem a bit abstract, but that's a really good way to enforce type safety. And inside of here, we're going to create a for loop. Now VS Code automatically provides us a nice snippet to do that. And the iterator we're going to name I. This is going to go to the array.length, array just being the parameter that we accept in the function. And the first thing we're going to do is say const index is going to be equal to I. And then the modulo operator, so what's left from a division, that's the modulo operator. And we're going to do that with the num parts, right? So we're going to divide, and then what is left from that. And oh, this needs to be named index. And if we don't have a result at index, we can use the bracket notation to do that. If we don't have a result index, in that case, the result at index, so in our case, just the modulo, what's left from the division, is going to be an empty array. And else, in that case, we're going to say result at index dot push. And what do we want to push? Well, the array at current I. And then after the for loop, we're just going to say return result. So basically the array that we've been pushing into, right? You know, right here, or that we have been clearing. So basically all we're doing here is splitting an array into a certain number of parts. I think that is pretty straightforward if you're familiar with any kind of computer science basics, right? So we take an array of strings, for example, or number array, doesn't really matter. The generic does account for that, and we split it into 3 parts. So what we expect to get back is an array, a 2-dimensional array of columns and rows. And if we hover over the columns, we can see that's exactly what we get back. Beautiful. To actually get access to the columns directly, very simple. We can say const column1 is going to be columns at the index of 0, because arrays are 0 based. Const column2 is going to be columns at the index of 1. And of course that needs to be equal to, there we go. And then the const column3, so the third and last one, is going to be equal to split array. We're going to call that again. And then the columns at the index of 2, and we're going to split that into 2 parts. Okay, and I think this split array function was actually the most complicated part. And this, I'm not saying it's very complicated, but I think it was the most complicated part. From here on out, it's going to be easier, definitely. So now it's time for the fun part, to actually render out the reviews, right? And we can already do that by checking if this stuff is in the view of the user. So if is in view, in that case, we're gonna render out some stuff, and else we're gonna render out null, because we don't want to animate anything if it's not viewed by the user, right? And if it is, in that case, we're gonna render out a React fragment, which is just allowing us to put some elements at the same level without rendering another DOM node for that. Okay, so what we're gonna render out in here is gonna be the review column, a component that doesn't exist yet. We're gonna create it together in a second, and this is going to be self-closing. Now, what is a review column? Basically, it's gonna be, let's go here, it's gonna be one of these columns containing multiple phone elements, right? That's all it does. And that's a component we can create, for example, right up here above the review grid. Let's create a function review column. There we go. And open that function up. Oops. There we go. Open that function up. Now, what is this going to receive as props? Well, basically 4 things. It's going to receive the reviews, which are the individual kind of, I guess we could also call it phone images, right? Each one of them is going to be a string. I guess originally this component, I kind of modified it from Tailwind CSS, was meant for customer reviews, but I modified it so it shows phones. You could also just name this phones, I guess. The class name, then the review class name, which is going to be a function. You're going to see that in a second here. That's going to be very cool. And then a milliseconds per pixel. How fast should these things even move? And by default, we can say 0. And to actually tell TypeScript what the hell is going on here, because it has no idea, right? Well, basically the reviews are going to be a string array. Then the class name is going to be optional. We don't have to pass it. That's going to be a string. The review class name is going to be a callback function, but it's also going to be optional, right? So we're going to put a question mark here as well. And it will basically take the review index, because the review class name is going to be dependent on the how many if review this is, right? Because if we're on small devices, we don't want to show 3 columns next to each other. We want to show them below one another. So basically we only have 1 column, right? In order to do that, we need to know what is the review index, and that's going to be a number. And this callback function is going to return a string. And then lastly, the ms per pixel, you can probably guess, is going to be number, and it's also going to be optional. So we're going to put a question mark here as well. Awesome. And I think this reviews component is going to be the most complicated component in this entire build, but it's also one that looks really nice. So I want to show you how to do it, you know. So inside of the review column, let's say const column ref, and you already know the drill by now how a ref works by using the useRef React hook, and we can also pass this the generic of what the type will be. So for example, an HTML div element, or we're going to initialize it as null. There we go. So by default, it's going to be null. And then once React has assigned the ref, it's going to be an HTML div element. And we can already do that assigning, by the way, by returning a div at the top level. And the ref of this div is, of course, going to be the column ref. There we go. The class name of this div is going to be dynamic, where we can basically use our cn helper function. Let's call that. And by default, we're going to apply an animate dash marquee, that's what it's called, the animation style that we're going for, a space y of 8 and a padding y of 4. And now also pass in the class name right here. So if we want to override this wherever we call the review column component, we can totally do so, because our cn helper function allows us to do that. Very, very nice. And then as the style, last thing this div will take, style right here, we're going to pass in an object. And this is going to be a string in which we're going to say dash dash marquee dash duration. How long will this animation take? And that's going to be something called the duration, a value that we haven't calculated yet, which we're going to do in just a second. And then we can cast the type of this to make TypeScript happy. That's going to be as react.css properties. There we go. Now the only problem is that it doesn't know what the duration is. Well, cannot find named duration. It doesn't know how long the animation should take. And the answer is, well, the duration kind of depends on how high the column is, right? Because if the column is way shorter, right, like this, can I move that down like this? Then of course the element should be twice as slow. Otherwise, it's going to be like way too fast right here, right? It would look very weird if we had the same speed every time and not respected how high the column actually is, right? Because if the column is half the height, then the element will be through the column. It will move from beginning to end twice as fast, basically. So the question becomes, how do we know how high the column is? And well, basically that's really easy. We can initialize a state for that. I think there is there's a useState snippet I have for that, but you might not have it. So let's type it out from scratch. That's going to be const and then an empty array. Let's name this column height and set column height by convention is going to be equal to useState, a hook that we can import from React. And by default, this is going to be initialized as 0 once this component renders. And because one thing that's important is the user can resize this window, right? On different devices, this window is going to be different sizes. And to account for that resizing, we can do that inside of a use effect and kind of listen to that resize event and then set the column height accordingly. Right? So let's create a use effect that only runs at the very beginning on the first render of this component by making the dependency array empty, right? It's only gonna run once. And we're gonna listen to resize changes of the column, right? So if we don't have a column ref.current, if React has not initialized the reference to this DOM node yet, in that case, well, we don't care. We're just gonna return early. No logic is gonna happen, right? But if we have that, we can use a really cool built-in API, and that is the resize observer. Let's call this const resize observer, and it lets us listen to changes of resizing actions, right? That's what it does. We can say new window.resize ob, and we should be able to see that right here. Resize observer, that's the API we're going to use, and it takes a callback function. So every time a resizing action occurs, we can listen to that and execute some logic inside of this callback function, right? So when this changes, what should we do? Well, basically, we're going to set the column height to the column ref.current.offset height. And we're going to say by nullish coalescence, just question mark, if this is undefined or null. In that case, we're just going to set it to 0, right? Because technically TypeScript thinks that this could be undefined. Well, it's really not, right? We've already done the check, but you know, just to make TypeScript happy, we're going to say else this is going to be 0, right? So kind of the fallback value, if you will, but we kind of know that this will be defined, just TypeScript doesn't know it. Now, in and of itself, this would not yet work because while technically we created the observer, we're not using it, right? It's just there in memory unused. So we actually still need to say resize observer.observe. We can call that function on here. And what do we want to observe? The column ref.current, which is basically a link to this div right here. So basically we're saying with this resize observer, listen to changes in this div that we assigned the ref to. And now, important to avoid memory leaks, let's clean this up as well. In the return function of our use effect, inside of here, we want to say resize observer.disconnect and just call that function right here, just as a generally good practice to clean up after ourselves. Very nice. And now, because we always know how high the column is, we can change the speed of how fast these phones should move through the column accordingly. And that sounds more complicated than it is. It's dead simple. Let's say const duration is just going to be a template string, and that's going to be the column height that we dynamically insert into here using this kind of syntax for JavaScript template strings, and then times right here, the ms per pixel ms, because these are pixels, right? This is measured in pixels, the 0 and whatever we're setting it to when it resizes. And we can multiply it by the milliseconds we want per pixel, and that's the ms we get. Right, so that's going to be the duration. We can straight up pass into our style. And now this animate marquee is not actually a built-in animation in Tailwind, but it's something really simple we can add ourselves in the tailwind.config.ts. If you're wondering where that lives, it's right here at the root of our directory, right here, the tailwind.config.ts. And let's scroll down until we get to the animation section that is already right here at the bottom. The animation we're going to create is going to be the marquee animation. And this is going to be a string that's going to say marquee var dash marquee dash duration right here that we're setting dynamically. Remember what we're doing right here. That's what we're setting, this marquee duration, very nice. And this is gonna be linear infinite. Perfect. Okay, now let's comma separate them right here and also create that marquee animation that doesn't mean anything right now as a keyframe. So CSS actually knows how to handle this. This is very simple. Let's create a marquee right here. This is going to be an object, and at 100%, just like so, we're going to apply a transform property, transform, and that's just going to be a translate y of -50%. Right, so it kind of slides up from the bottom minus y of 50 to 0, just kind of nicely slides up and fades in. Very nice. Let's save that, and now let's hover over the animate marquee. And ideally, let's reload our window. Maybe that will work. Ideally, if we hover over this, we should be able to see that this now actually applies some kind of class name under the hood. And there we are. Tailwind now recognizes this animation as something that we have created, and that is exactly what we want. Awesome. And for each review column, of course, in each column, we want to show the individual elements, the individual reviews, right? And the way we do that is by saying reviews that we pass in here as an argument, right? Dot concat, and we're going to concatenate it with the reviews again, just so we have more stuff to show, right? If we don't have a lot, then, well, we just duplicate them as they are, and then we have more stuff to show in each column. That's all we're doing here. And then we're going to say dot map, and for each image source and the review index that we get right here, let's render out, or actually let's render out some JSX directly. So we're going to wrap this in parentheses, and the component that we're going to use here is going to be called review, right? That's going to be one individual component that we're going to put right here. This is going to be a self-closing component, and it's also a really simple component that, by the way, does not exist yet. So let's just create it right here under the review column. Let's create a function review. Let's open up this function, and the properties that this review will receive, we can destructure right away here in a second. Let's call these properties the review props, which is an interface. We can define right above there. Let's scroll down a bit, interface review props. And this once again extends the HTML attributes. There we go. We need to import that from React of an HTML div element, which basically just allows us to pass any prop that a normal React div would also take, right? As I showed you before. And the custom prop we're going to extend this with is going to be the image source, which is just going to be a string. So what that allows us to do is to destructure all the props that any div would normally take, along with the image source, the custom one that we just added, right? And we're also going to destructure the class name, and the rest we're going to receive as the props. We're just going to spread them in as is into the top level div. And let's do that, by the way. We can return a div at the top level, spread in all the props, and this, by the way, is always the last thing that we do inside of the div, because this actually overrides stuff. So if we passed the dot props, but passed any prop that involves again, then these are overriding because they involve the same thing, right? If it's defined here, the area busy, and here, then of course we're overriding this. So this is generally the last thing that you do. Right, so we're going to define a class name before that. And this class name is going to be dynamic. It's going to use our cn helper function. And by default, we're going to apply animate-fade-in, a rounded dash, and then in angled brackets for a custom value 2.25 rem. And that's just a value that I found looks very good with the phones that we're going to put in here. And by the way, we can also open up our main page so we can see what we're doing in more real time. A BG of white, a padding of 6, an opacity of 0, a shadow of XL for extra large, and a shadow of slate 900/5. So a very light kind of black shadow with an opacity of 5 that we're applying here. And we're going to merge this together with the class name that we can pass into this review as a prop right up here. Okay. Very, very nice. And now we also want to give each review an animation delay, so they kind of pop in at different times, right? When we scroll into this, not all the columns pop up at the exact same time, but first the middle and then kind of the others. And it's kind of randomized on how they pop up, so it looks really, really nice at the end, right? And the way we do that is very simple. We can first define a couple of possible animation delays. Let's say const possible, and then in all uppercase, by the way. animation delays, because this is a constant array. And in here we can put, for example, 0s for 0 seconds, 0.1 seconds, 0.2 seconds. Let's also put 0.3 seconds, 0.4 seconds, and one last one, let's do 0.5 seconds. There we go, right? So this is all the possible delays there are. And the actual const animation delay that we're gonna use is gonna choose any random one of these possible delays. So we can simply say possible animation delays at the index of math.floor. And in here we can pass math.random, invoke that times the possible animation delays.length. So basically all this part means the math.floor, math.random is choose any random number between these that are possible, right? So at the end, what we're left with is the string animation delay, which is gonna be any random one of the possible ones. Very nice. And we can simply pass that in as a style property inside of our div right here. So we can say style is gonna be equal to an object and simply pass in the animation delay right here, because that's a property that CSS actually recognizes. Very, very nice. And then inside of this div, what do we actually want to animate? Well, it's each individual phone with a background image, right? And we already have the component for that. We already wrote the phone component, which is awesome because we can now simply use it right here for each review and then pass it just the image source that it takes as a prop, which is our img src or image source. Now we're gonna get two errors here. One is gonna be for the review column, right? Because each review expects properties that it doesn't get right now, and we need to pass it those properties. First one is going to be a key, because we're mapping over something. In React, we always need to pass a unique identifier to the most top level element that we're mapping over, right? And this is going to be the review index. The class name we're going to pass into our review is going to be dynamic, and that's going to be the review class name, which might not exist, right? It's an optional prop that we receive for each column. We can see that by the question mark here, it's optional. That is why if it is present, only then are we going to invoke it. That's what this syntax is good for. Only if it's passed, then we're going to invoke it. And we're going to invoke it with the review index modulo the reviews.length. There we go. And then the last prop we're going to pass in here is the image source that it absolutely expects. We need to pass that, and we already have access to that as a prop in this component as well, which is the image source. Beautiful. So we completely got rid of that error, and then we get one more error, and that happens down here in our actual review grid. So basically, each review column expects a couple of properties. For example, the reviews, but we've already done all the work that is needed for this to work. You remember the columns we split this into? Well, that's all the foundational work that we need to do. So as for the reviews, the first column, we're going to spread in the column 1. We're going to spread in the column 3. And you might have noticed, because we calculate the column 3 a bit differently, this is not a normal string array like column 1 and column 2. This is actually a string array. So this is a 2-dimensional array, which is why we're also going to call the .flat method on here to make it a single array, like a 1-dimensional array, just like the others. And then we're going to spread in ... column 2. There we go. Those are going to be the reviews that we render out inside of this column. As for the review class name, what is that going to be? Basically, this is the callback function, remember, where we get access to the review index that we need in order to check what should be the class name that we apply to this. And to determine which class name should be applied based on the review index, we're going to make use of our cn-helper function, which takes an object and makes this very easy. For example, we're going to apply the class name of medium hidden in the condition that the review index is larger or equal to the column 1.length plus the column 3 at the index of 0.length, right? In that case, we're going to apply a medium of hidden, and we're going to apply a large of hidden in the condition that the review index is larger or equal than the column 1.length. There we go. And now to achieve that really cool effect where the middle row actually moves faster than the side rows, which looks really nice in the end, we are going to apply a ms per pixel, what this accepts as a property of 10, to the first column. And once we copy and paste down using Shift, Alt, and arrow down this entire column, we can already change the ms per pixel to 15 on the middle row, right? Also, this will actually be slower, right? But same effect that I mentioned, it's gonna slide at different speeds, the outer columns versus the inner column. It's gonna look super, super nice, as you saw in the demo of this, right? And the class name we're gonna apply to this is gonna be, right? It's not gonna be the review class name, it's gonna be the standard class name. It's gonna be hidden, and on medium devices, we're gonna say block. And the review class name is going to be very straightforward. All we're gonna do is return the result of review index is larger or equal than column2.length. And in that case, we're gonna return a string of large hidden, and else we're gonna return an empty string. And last review column we're gonna put here. Let's copy and paste this down one more time using Shift, Alt, and arrow down. Oh, and by the way, before we care about the third column, let's fix the reviews that we want to show in the second column. This is not even going to be that much as in the first column. This is just going to be ... column2. So we're spreading in the second column, and ... column3 at the index, at the index of 1. There we go. And then the third review column, by far the easiest, right? We're simply going to use the column3.flat. Again, to turn this from a two-dimensional array into a single-dimensional array, and we don't even need any array brackets in here. We can simply put it in as it is, right? That's it. And as the milliseconds per pixel, we're going to set 10, and we can completely get rid of the review class name. So what is up with these reviews, right? Why are these so different? Essentially, if we only show one column, right, we don't want to hide all other reviews and just show that single column, right? We still want to show all the reviews there are, but just as a single column. And that's exactly what the review class name and the reviews is for, right? If we only have one column, we only show this one. And in that case, we want to show all the reviews, but not if we're also showing the other columns, right? That's what we have these checks here for. So if all columns are visible, we only show column 1 content. And if this is the only column that we're showcasing because we're on mobile device, for example, just imagine it would omit like all the good reviews that are in the other columns. That would be horrible, right? We still want to show them just in this column now. And that's essentially the logic that we have right here. And that's why the logic gets less for each review column that we show. Because, for example, if we display 2 columns, then the second column only needs to carry also the reviews from the third column that is not visible anymore. And if we show all columns, then we don't even need to care about that. Very, very nice. Let's save that. And now let's see what happens. Let's start back up our development server. Let's hit yarn dev, reload our page to actually see what happens. And let's let this load. Again, the first time always takes pretty long to load, but let's give it a second. And then we should be able to see something pretty cool. Let's let it load, and hopefully everything works correctly. We're gonna see once this loads. So let's scroll all the way down. And where's the animation? Do I need to zoom out a bit? Okay, where's the animation? What's happening? Why? Oh, we get an error right here. What's the problem? Let's see, invalid DOM property fill rule. Ah, and interestingly, I know where the problem is, why the reviews are not showing. This error is not the reason. I think this comes from the icons that we pasted in. Do we have, yeah. So the fill dash rule should be changed to fill rule in or icons.tsx. That's just the reason of the error. It's not a big problem. It's just a tiny thing that React just does. The problem why we're not seeing the reviews actually lies in the fact that the animation, it's not one that is actually baked into Tailwind, but it's one we need to define ourselves. But it's really easy to define it. We're gonna go into our tailwind.config.ts. That's where this is gonna happen. By the way, we can get rid of the accordion animations. These are automatically done by our UI library, but we don't need them. And then the fade-in animation that we use right now is going to be a string of fade in, 0.5 seconds. It's going to be pretty quick, linear forwards. There we go. And then the actual animation is going to be defined right here in our keyframes, where we again can get rid of the accordion stuff. We won't need that. And then let's define the fade-in animation right here. So basically, this takes a from. The from is going to be an object with an opacity of 0. And well, you can probably guess what this is going towards. We're going to animate to, and this is also going to be an object, opacity, and this is going to be 1. And these need to be strings, by the way, not actual numbers. There we go. So we have the from, we animate to, and that's already it. We can comma separate this from the marquee animation, save this, and reload our page to hopefully, yes, sir, there we go, to actually see the phones pop in and animate so nicely. Right, they only start animating once they're in the viewport. That's what the framer motion hook is for, that we're using. So they're not animating right now, but only as we scroll down, they start popping in to the screen. That looks so nice, man. And to put the cherry on top, we can add even a little fade out and fade in at the very bottom right here to make the section really smooth into the rest of our page. So let's go into our review grid. Where is the review grid? Here it is. Let's go into the review grid component down to the very bottom, and then below all the review columns in the dynamic check, we're going to put a self-closing div right here. And this one is going to get a class name of pointer events none to not make it interfere with the user mouse, absolute, inset x of 0, top of 0, height of 32, bg gradient to b for to bottom, and a from slate of 100. And we can simply copy and paste this component down using Shift Alt arrow down. There we go. Change the top to a bottom and change the BG gradient to B to BG gradient to T, so to top, right? And if we now take a look at our page, check this out. Let's reload everything and we should be able to see, wow, they smoothly fade in and out. There's a smooth gradient at the top and at the bottom now. This looks so nice, man. Great job. And we're also making really good progress on our landing page. That's what I love to see. All right, next up, let's actually just finish the landing page. Hey, dude, I really like this effect. So we're gonna head over. We can close out of the reviews and the Tailwind config. We don't need that right now. Let's head over back to our main page.tsx right here. And below the closing section, that section is done, the reviews are done. We're gonna create the last section of our landing page. And this section is going to contain, once again, our max width wrapper. You know the drill by now, so we get consistent width across our entire app. And this max width wrapper will get a class name of padding y24 to give this entire section some nice vertical spacing. Inside of here goes a div element, and that div is going to get a class name of margin bottom 12, a padding x of 6, and also on large devices a padding x of 8. Let's open this div up, one more div in here, and this one is going to get a class name. Let's scroll down a bit so it's easier to see. This one is going to get a class name of mxauto, a maximum width of 2xl, and on small devices a text-center. There we go. Let's open this up, and inside of here goes an h2 element. And honestly, we don't need to write the entire h2 again. We can simply copy and paste the h2 from up here from the previous section, so we know we get the exact same kind of styling. So let's mark this h2 element from the above section, and we can simply paste it right down here to be the headline of our news section. Now, of course, we're going to change the text. Instead of the what or, we're going to say upload your photo and get, then inside of the span, we're going to say your own case. And instead of the say at the very end, we're going to say now. There we go. Let's save that, see what happens. And we should see that reflected. Let's go into side by side here on our landing page. Very nice. Upload your photo and get your own case now. The only thing that's going to be styled different is that we're going to get rid of the underline. We don't need that in here. And then we're simply going to add one class name to the span, and that is going to be a BG green of 600. Oh, and actually two class names and text white. That's also important. Let's hit save, and we should be able to see your own cases now highlighted. That looks really nice. Okay, now two divs down, closing h2, closing div above the max width wrapper is where we are going to continue right now. And we're going to create a div here, and this will get a class name of mxauto, a maximum width of 6xl, a padding x of 6, and then on large devices a padding x of 8. Let's open this div up. One more div in here. This one gets a class name of relative, flex dash call, items dash center. On medium devices, a grid calls of 2, and a gap of 40. So quite a bit. All right. Now inside of this div, we're gonna put an image element, of course, self-closing as always, right? And this one is going to get a source, something we need to pass in here, and that's gonna be /arrow.png. You're gonna see what this does here in a second. And the class name for this image is gonna be absolute, a top of, and then as a custom value in these angled brackets, we're gonna say 25 rem. Then on medium devices, we're gonna say top minus 1/2 minus translate minus y minus 1/2. So these two are actually going to center this element vertically. If you've ever worked with absolute styling, you know that's what it does. We're gonna apply a z index of 10. And by the way, if you didn't work with it before, then now you know that's what it does. These two in combination center an element where you have the 1/2 and then the translate minus 1/2. This could also go for x, right? So we have translate x and we have medium left 1/2, and then it would be centered horizontally. And to prove to you that it works like that, let's actually do it. Let's say left 1/2 and then also minus translate minus x minus 1/2. There we go. We now centered it horizontally and vertically. Let's give it a rotate -90, and on medium devices and up a rotate -0 to kind of unrotate this image. Very, very nice. Below this image, let's create a div element. And this div element is going to get a class name of relative, a height of 80. On medium devices, it's going to get a height of full. There we go, a width of full. On medium devices and up, we're going to give it a justify self end. Let's give this a maximum width of SM for small, a rounded -XL, a background gray 900/5, that's the opacity once again, a ring -inset, a ring gray 900/10, again for the opacity, and on large devices and upwards, a rounded -2XL. And inside of this div, we're gonna put the image, right? That's gonna be an image tag just like so. As the source, we're gonna use /horse.jpg. And as the class name for this image, we're gonna say a rounded -md, object -cover, a background of white, a shadow -2XL, so quite a bit, a ring -1, and a ring gray 900/10, and also a height of full and width of full as well. Let's save that and see what happens. That's gonna pop up right here. Beautiful. That looks very, very nice with the arrow pointing down. And if we give this more space, you're gonna notice something cool. Bam, the arrow doesn't point down anymore. Now it points to the right-hand side. So this is fully responsive. No matter where the user is, which device they're using, this arrow will always point in the right direction. And that will be to the second thing that we're gonna put in here right below the closing div after the image. So that's gonna be right here with two closing divs and then the max width wrapper to go. This is where we're gonna put the phone, right? That we've used so often by now. The class name of this phone we're gonna give it is gonna be a width of 60. And the image source for this phone is gonna be /horse_phone, there we go, .jpg. And you're gonna see exactly what that looks like. The phone is gonna pop up. Wabam! There it is, right? How cool is that? We have the image pointing towards the phone, so it's very clear to our users what our shop does, right? What they can buy here. It's a random image they can turn into a phone case. It's very clear with the arrow. I really, really like this section. And now you know how to build something similar that's also fully responsive. Now let's give the user some reasons to actually buy from us, right? Why would they buy from our store? And to do that, we're gonna create an unordered list with a class name of mxauto, a margin top of 12, a maximum width of prose, on small devices, a text large, a space y of 2, and a width of fit. Now let's open up this UL, this unordered list, and create an li, a list element inside of it. The only class name this li is gonna get is gonna be a width of fit as well. And inside of this li, let's create a check icon as we've done before, right? And this one is gonna get a class name of height 5, a width of 5, and a text green 600, and an inline, and lastly a margin right of 1.5. There we go. Let's give this entire thing a bit more space so it's easier to see. And then below the check icon, but still inside of the li element, let's say high quality silicone material. There we go. And we can simply grab this li element, hold Shift Alt arrow down, bam, bam, bam. So we have 4 different check marks. The second one is going to say scratch and fingerprint resistant coating. The third one is going to say wireless charging compatible. And then the last one is going to say 5-year print warranty. And it's really important to give users a reason to buy from you, right? What makes you different than your competitors? Why would they care about what you have to offer? Well, you have to tell them, right? And that's exactly what we're doing here. I don't want to teach you how to just write good software with all the logic that's going to happen in this app with the configurator and the logic with purchasing stuff and so on. We're going to do all of that, but I also want to teach you all the other skills that go into making a really good landing page, right? And part of that is making very clear to users what your benefits are, what's the benefit in buying from you and not from someone else, right? And then after this li element, we are going to create a div element just like so. And this div is going to get a class name of flex and justify-center. Let's open up this div. Inside of here goes a link element. This is not self-closing, but this is going to say create your case now. And then we're going to put an arrow right icon from or icon library. We'll see it React. This arrow right will be self-closing and it will get a class name of height 4, width 4, and a margin left of 1.5. Now, Next.js is very angry at us. It doesn't know the href for the link, and it also doesn't know where the link is even coming from, right? So we still need to import that from next/link. Hit import there, and then it expects an href property. Where does this link go? And this will go to /configure/upload. As we've done before, that's the first step of our configuration process. It will be hosted on this domain right here. And also to make this link look good right now, if we save that, you're going to notice, well, this just looks really boring. Let's give it a class name. And this class name is going to be dynamic, so not a string. And it's going to be the button variants that we can simply import from our button component that gives this really nice class names out of the box. And as the object we're going to pass in here, the size is going to be large, and we still don't get IntelliSense here. That is weird. I don't know why. Anyways, the size is going to be large, and then the class name we're going to apply is going to be mxauto and a margin top of 8 to kind of separate it from the bullet points, and then hit save. And as you're going to see, there is a button that looks super, super nice, and we are almost done with the landing page. The only thing that's missing now is the footer, but for now that is very, very, very nice. And dude, I think the footer is actually going to be the easiest part of this entire application. It really adds to the app because it looks so official if it has a footer, right? That's why I think it's important. And any app has to have a footer, right? If you want this to be something serious, you have like your privacy policy, cookie policy in the footer, and so on and so on. It's very important to make the app look credible and, official. And so I want to show you how to build a good footer. And it's going to be really simple. We're going to create it in the components, new file, footer.tsx. Go ahead and create that. We can close out of the sidebar. There we go. By the way, if you're wondering how I'm toggling this without clicking, the shortcut is Control-B. That's going to open and close your sidebar. Yeah, that's just good to know, I guess. Let's say const footer, and that's going to be an arrow function. There we go, and export default footer at the very bottom, as always. Okay, we're going to return a footer HTML element from here. Of course, what else, right, in the footer? And this is going to get a class name of bgwhite, a height of 20, and relative, what is that? It is position. Okay, relative position. There we go. Inside of here, max with wrapper. You know the drill. As always, we're going to use it in here. And inside of the max with wrapper, we're going to create a div. And this div is actually going to be self-closing. Right, we're not going to use this. This can be self-closing. And this will just act as a visual separator between the main content and the footer. So this div is going to get a class name of border-t. So it just has a border at the top and a border gray of 200. And that's already it. That's the visual separator. Below this div at the same level, we're going to create one more div. And this one is going to get a class name of height full, flex-call. On medium, a flex-row, so it's going to change direction. On medium devices, a justify between, a justify-center by default, and an items-center as well. Now, inside of this div, one more div, and this one gets a class name of text-center. On medium, a text-left, a padding bottom of 2, and on medium devices, a padding bottom of 0. Let's open this up, and this is going to contain a p tag. There we go, with a class name of text-sm for small, and a text muted for ground, which is a default color that our UI library provides to us. This is like a normal kind of gray. It looks pretty good out of the box. And this p tag is going to contain and copy colon, which is the HTML way of just describing the copyright symbol. Let's already see what this looks like, right? Let's save the footer, and we're going to use the footer inside of our main layout. So let's switch into our main layout under source app, right? If you're wondering the file structure where that is, it's right here, layout in source app. This is where we are. And we are going to put the footer at the very bottom, still inside of the body, right here, footer, and import that. There we go. By the way, if you're wondering why the navbar is throwing an error, that's because TypeScript is kind of complaining. We're going to update TypeScript later. This is just a TypeScript thing. There's absolutely nothing wrong with your code. But if you're using not the latest version of TypeScript, sometimes it doesn't recognize React server components. So again, this is nothing wrong with your code. This is just TypeScript complaining. As you can see, everything works very, very well. And this is a known issue that was fixed in the newer versions of TypeScript. Anyways, since we included the footer, we should be able to see it. And there it is. There is our copyright symbol at the very bottom. Very nice. Let's make it even better. We're going to include the new date.getFull year right here. So it's going to show the current year for the copyright, and we're going to say all rights reserved. Very nice. All right, let's save that. That already looks fine as hell. And now with one closing div to go, below the p tag, below one closing div, let's open up one more div. This one is going to get a class name of flex, items-center, justify-center. That's it. Inside of here, one more div. This one gets a class name of flex and space x of 8. There we go. Inside of this div is going to be a link element from Next.js, from next/link, and this is going to say terms, right? That's going to link to our terms of service. The href for this is going to be just a hashtag. I'm not gonna implement the legal pages with you, right? You know how to do it after following this video, but I can't give you the legal text, right? I'm not a lawyer. That would be a pretty bad idea from me. And it also depends on the kind of business that you do. So this is where you put it. This is where you put the link to your legal page. But I don't think it makes sense in this video to build one together. Very boring, nothing new to learn there. We want to focus on the cool stuff, on the actual functionalities, right? So everything works, the payment, the configurator, that's what we want to do. That's what I want to teach you, not the boring stuff. Okay, so this one is gonna get a class name of text small, a text muted foreground, and on hover a text gray of 600. There we go. And we can simply grab this link element and copy and paste it using Shift Alt arrow down once and twice so that we have 3 in total. The second one is going to say privacy policy. There we go. And the last one is going to say cookie policy, and hit save. And that's already our footer. Just like that, we have a functional, really clean, minimal footer in our web app that looks good both on mobile and also on desktop by changing the direction of flex from column to row. And I think that looks super nice. And that is our landing page. So quick summary, what we did until now, we completed the hero section. It looks absolutely great. Why should people use us, right? Social proof, very important that people know that we have happy customers. And with a demonstration of what our service actually does here on the right hand side, that looks nice with a little Case Cobra logo that I even prepared for this phone. Awesome. What our customers say with some reviews from Jonathan and Josh. Hell yeah. And some highlighted text in here that looks very nice. And then probably the highlight of this landing page, the phones that people have already configured that people are actually buying from our store. Which if you sell some stuff and people agree to publish it, then of course you could put your user data here, right? But again, of course, if they agree to publish it, you can't just use any kind of user data here. That doesn't fly. But this is also meant just as an illustration for potential customers to know what we sell, and it serves that purpose very well and just looks amazing. And then the upload your photo and get your own case now section, where it's very clear what our service does. We convert an image to a phone case here on the right hand side, indicated by the arrow. And if anyone is still not convinced, then we do it here. We name some benefits of purchasing from us and not the competitors, and make it very easy to actually get started with the case creation. That's our landing page. Very, very nice. And creating the case, that's exactly the first step. Uploading your image is going to be exactly what we're going to work on now, because right now if we click on the create case button, well, there's a 404 and it probably shouldn't be that way if you want to turn this into an actual proper, good looking and functional store, and learn how to do that along the way. Okay, little cut there, because for me it is the next day, but we just finished the homepage. I very much remember that, and now we are going to continue on the first step, which is the configure/upload. Let's give this a lot more space. And where is that going to happen? Well, let's go into our source folder, and let me zoom in so you can see this easier. Yeah, let's stay zoomed in like that, that's better. And now in our app folder, this is where we're gonna create a new page to match the URL that we link to when we click the create case button, right? That's /configure/upload. And how that works in Next.js is that we want to create a folder for that thing that's gonna be in the URL. So that's gonna be configure, right? That's going to be a folder name, and then we want /upload, right? So that's also going to be part of the URL, that upload. So it also needs to be a folder and not a file. So configure and then a folder inside of here called upload. And that is because Next.js has a file-based routing system, right? And then the content that's going to be displayed when we navigate to this path in the URL, that is going to be defined inside of a page.tsx, right? That's a naming convention that's enforced by Next.js. So Next or framework knows the content to display for this URL. All right, let's get rid of the sidebar. We won't need that for now. Let's focus on this page. And let me zoom in even more so you can probably see this even easier. So let's say const page, and this page is also nothing more than an arrow function, right? This is nothing more than a kind of regular React component that we simply name page. And we're going to export default page at the very bottom as well. Now, at the very top of the file, we're going to say use client. And because pages by default are server-side components, just like any other component, you know, we need to opt out of that behavior by using the use client directive at the very top. And that allows us to use React hooks, which we're going to need in this component for the interactivity, right? So first off, what we're going to do is return a div at the top level from this page. And this div is going to get a class name, and this class name is going to be dynamic and not a static string. So we're going to make use of our very nice cn. Let's import that. There we go, helper function. Invoke that, and as always, the first thing this takes is the default styles that are always applied. And that's going to be a relative, a height of full, a flex-1, a margin y of 16, a width of full, a rounded -XL for extra large, a BG gray 900/5, so a very kind of light opacity that we're giving the background here, a padding of 2, a ring of 1, a ring dash inset, a ring gray 900/10, so kind of the same thing as the background, just a bit higher transparency. On large devices, we're going to give this a rounded -2XL. Let's give this a flex, a justify -center, a flex -call, and an items -center. Wow, that's a long class name, but I promise that is the longest class name in this entire component. And then what's going to be the dynamic part, right? Why did we make this dynamic? So let's open this up, and we're going to apply a class name of ring -blue -900/25 for the opacity, and also a BG blue 900/10, also very light opacity. And now comes the condition. When do we apply these two class names right here? And that's basically if the user drags their mouse, drags a file over the upload form that we're building right now. So in order to keep track of that, we're going to make use of React state. And we're going to call the state is drag over and set is drag over. And this is going to be equal to use state, something we still need to import from React. And by default, this is going to be false, right? And just for personal preference, I like to do this. You don't have to. I like to pass the actual generic of the type for this use state in here. by default, if we get rid of this, TypeScript can already infer this, right? TypeScript can know what it is from this value right here, but I just kind of like giving the generic explicitly. I think it's a good idea. It just looks better in my opinion. And then let's say is drag over, there we go, and right here for the condition that we want to apply these class names for. We can already save this file and we should be able to navigate to this page now if we hit the create case button right here in our top right. That's gonna take us to the page. Beautiful. Okay, we just see a little area here. It doesn't look like a whole lot yet, but it's just going to get better from here. So let's open up this div, and inside of this div, let's create one more div, and this one will get a class name of relative of flex-1, flex-call, items-center, justify-center, and a width of full. There we go. Now, one thing that's gonna make this entire upload page really cool is the ability for users to drag and drop their files, right? How do we implement that? How does that work? And well, basically React gives you some things like on drag, and if I hit the autocomplete, like on drag over, stuff like that, on drag start. React gives you all those events to build on top of. But we're not going to implement a solution from scratch here. I don't think it makes sense when there's already really well built, battle tested ones, such as, let me show you, React Drop Zone. This is a library specifically made for this exact purpose, right? So you can drag and drop files over an area. It makes it super easy. There's a lot of installs and it has been around for a long time. Let's see, yeah, like 2.5 million downloads per week. People like this package, and that's for a good reason. I'm using it in a lot of projects as well. Let's use this one instead of implementing all of it ourselves. This one just works. So let's say npm install react / drop zone. There we go. Hit enter. We can give this a bit less space so you can see the full name, react / drop zone. That's what we want to install. That's not even gonna download it, right? Because I'm using npm. That's very cool because, as I said, I use this in other projects. Therefore, it just needs to link my dependency on my PC, which is already there. That's why the npm cache is so cool, by the way. Anyways, after that's installed, let's go to our imports, and let's say import drop zone as a default import, by the way, not as a named one. And then while we're already here, we can also grab the file rejection type. We're gonna need that later, not right now, from react not zone, but drop zone. Oops, I changed my keyboard. There we go. React drop zone. That's where we want to get this from. And this drop zone that we just imported is nothing more than a regular React component we can now use. And you're gonna see why this is so cool. Okay, let's render out this drop zone inside of the div that we have just created. This is not going to be self-closing, by the way. And then if we see what this takes a lot of very cool stuff, like on drop accepted, on drop rejected, right? If the file like is not an image that we want to accept, but a video that the user is dropping in here, of course we want to reject that. And then with this function, we're going to be able to show errors later on. So let's kind of get this basic infrastructure right. For the drop zone, one thing we want to pass is the on drop rejected, as I just mentioned, right? There was no point in getting rid of that. And let's already kind of scaffold this out. Let's define a const and let's call it on drop rejected. So same naming, and let's just mark this as a function that does nothing for now, right? And same thing for the on drop accepted, const on drop accepted, and just kind of scaffolding this out makes it much easier for us later to actually just implement the functionalities, because we're already gonna be done in the drop zone part. So we're gonna pass the on drop rejected to the corresponding event on drop rejected in the drop zone. Same thing, you can probably guess for the on drop accepted. All right, we're just gonna copy and paste this function in here. Bam, there we go, we've got those functions. And one very cool thing we can also pass into the drop zone is the accept property. And this takes an object, and inside of this object, we can define key value pairs. Like for example, we want to accept image / PNG, right? And now as an array, we can simply tell the drop zone which file ending that is, and that's .png, right? So essentially all we're saying is, yes, we want to accept image PNG as a valid file type. Let's do the same thing, Alt, Shift and arrow down to copy this down. Same thing for image / JPEG, right, with an E. And then that's going to be JPEG, also with an E. And then of course, same thing for JPEG, but without the E, because it's kind of the same thing, right? It's both images, we want to support both. And just like that, we have all the file types that we allow the user to drop in. And if something that the user drops in is not one of these file types, then the onDrop rejected will actually handle all the logic. Awesome. And now as for the isDragOver that we defined right here, right? How do we know if the user is currently dragging over this kind of field? Well, the dropzone also gives us handlers for that. And these are not dropzone specific. These actually come from plain React. And that's on drag enter. And we can say, for example, let's invoke this function right away, set isDragOver to true. And then of course the opposite, on drag leave, right? You can probably imagine what this is gonna do. Same thing, arrow function. And we're gonna say set isDragOver to false. Okay, great. And now let's finally open up this dropzone and get started in building the actual upload form. So one thing that the dropzone gives us before we define any JSX is that we can destructure some things from here, right? So this is going to be a function that returns some JSX inside of this dropzone. And if we now try to destructure, you're going to see something cool. Yes, we can. We get a lot of information from the dropzone. The accepted files, get input props, isDragActive, a lot of very cool stuff. And what we care about is the get root props function that we can destructure, and also the get input props function that we can destructure from here. And we're going to use them not right now, but in a second. First off, let's define a div inside of here. And this div is going to get a class name of height full, a width of full, a flex1, flex dash call, items dash center, justify dash center as well. And now before we open up the div, first off, after the class name still inside of the actual div with the brackets, we're going to spread in the get root props. So this is going to take whatever this function returns as properties, right, and pass it right into this div. And that just comes, this get root props, right here from the dropzone that we destructured, remember? So we don't need to worry about any of the props that this div actually needs to take in order for the dropzone functionality to work. It's handled by the library. And then inside of this div, let's now open it up. We're going to create an input element that's going to be self-closing. And this one very similarly gets the ... get input props, and we can simply invoke that, no arguments we need to pass in here, and just like that, bam, that's it, right? The drag and drop already works. And if we save that and reload our page, well, there's gonna be an error. Sometimes that happens. Let's reload our page again. Hopefully that error will be gone. Great, it is. And just to test this out, let's put some stuff into the input box right here. Let's reload the page. And if we now drag any file inside of here, we should be able to see, let's try this out. Let's drag it in here. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so we can see that while we drag this over, this is just an image template I have for this project. There's going to be like a blue background. And if we actually logged out anything in the on files accepted, right? Let's try that. Let's console.log accepted. There we go. Hit save. And let's kind of give this console a bit less space. Reload the page. And now if you drag anything in here and drop it, we can see accepted right here in our console. And we can handle later on the files accordingly. That's going to be the upload, right? That we can then proceed with the user stuff and upload their image and then forward them to the phone case creation, right? Beautiful. That works. Now, one thing that's kind of weird is that if the text wasn't there that we input, then this area would actually not take up any space, right? It looks very weird. It's very cramped together, and that's not really what we want. So there's a really cool fix we can apply to that. And that is actually not going to happen inside of this file. So before we continue here, let's just make this area take up all the space and push the footer to the bottom. It's going to look a lot nicer. And we're going to do that inside of our app folder. And then let's go into our configure and create a new file inside of this folder and call it layout.tsx and hit enter. And again, that's under configure. That's not in the upload folder. So this is in the configure folder. And this layout, const layout, is just going to be an arrow function as well. Nothing special, right? Yeah, the naming is a bit different, but let's export default layout at the very bottom. The naming is different, but nothing else. And this layout basically just takes children. And these children, we can inline the type, we can define it right here, are gonna be of type React node that we can import from React. There we go. And now what this layout is going to do is simply wrap all the children in a max width wrapper or reusable component that we can import inside of the layout and simply wrap the children right here inside of it. And this max width wrapper is going to get a class name, and that's going to be a flex of 1, a flex, and a flex dash call. And the interesting thing is in how Next.js layouts work is that this layout will now apply to all subfolders in the configure, right? Because this is later on where the design will also live, where we can like drag around the image and specify which phone specs we want to have, right? That's also going to live inside of the same folder. So the same layout is going to apply for it. And in order for these styles to actually do anything, we need to make a small change to our root layout.tsx as well. So that's literally going to affect all the pages inside of our entire application. And that change we're going to make in our root layout, by the way, if you're wondering where we are, that's source, app, and then this root layout right here. That's currently still giving us the TypeScript error. That's totally fine. It doesn't matter. We're going to fix it later. Let's wrap our children inside of a main tag. And let's paste the closing tag after the children. And this main tag is going to get a class name of flex, a flex dash call, a minimum height of, and then in angled brackets, we're going to calculate something. So we're going to say calc. And then in parentheses, this is going to be 100 VH, view height, minus 3.5 rem, which is the nav bar height, and then minus 1 px. Don't ask me why this 1 px, right? I just tried it out and it worked so nice. Otherwise, there was 1 pixel on the page scrollable. So that just fixes that. I'm not too sure why, to be honest, but it just works. And then inside of the div, we're going to create inside of the main right here. This one is going to get a class name of flex-1, flex-call, and a height of full. And then grab the closing tag and paste it after the children. There we go. And now the footer that lives below the main tag actually needs to go inside of the main tag. So all we're doing here is say, we want to align items vertically, right? And we're telling this div by saying flex1, which is just going to apply the flex 110%, that it needs to take up as much space as possible and actually push the footer down to the bottom. And if we save that, we should see what happens. Let's reload our page. Bam, there we go. That looks so nice. The upload area now takes up all the space on the page that it can, but without pushing the footer out of the boundaries of the page, right? It just looks so nice. Instead of actually giving the like upload area a fixed height, this will now always take up the correct amount of space, and it looks very, very good. Perfect. So with that styling fixed, we can actually proceed in our actual drop zone, right? So what's the logic for the file uploads? That's going to be the first kind of interaction with our backend. That's going to happen in this page.tsx, and I'm all here for it. So first thing we're going to do is do a conditional check below the input, and we're going to check if isDragOver is true. And if it is true, in that case, we're going to render out the mouse pointer square dashed icon. Let's find it right here, the mouse pointer square dashed from Lucid React. Beautiful. This one is going to get a class name of height 6, a width of 6, a text zinc of 500, so a bit of a lighter kind of gray, and then lastly a margin bottom of 2. And now, if the drag over is not true, well, in that case, one of two things can happen. Either we are in a loading state. The user is currently uploading their image. It's currently being sent to the server, right? We're going to mock this out with a false for now. This is where we're going to implement a loading state together in a second. And if this mocked loading state is true, in that case, we're going to render out a loader2 icon from Lucid React, which is basically just a spinner. And to actually make it spin, we're going to give it a class name of animate-spin. As easy as that, right? A height of 6, a width of 6, and let's also give it a text zinc of 500, and lastly a margin bottom of 2 as well. And in the last case, right, if we're not dragged over and if the loading state that we're mocking is not true, in that case, nothing is happening. This should be the default state, and we're going to render out an image icon from Lucid React. This is going to be self-closing, and it's going to get a class name of height 6, a width of 6, a text zinc 500, there we go, and a margin bottom of 2. Let's format this. There we go. That looks so much nicer. Let's save that, see what happens. We should be able to see the icon pop up right here. There it is, the image icon. And if we click this, that's actually going to open up our file system. Beautiful. Okay. Now we know that works. We can now drag stuff over. We've tried that as well. That's going to trigger our onAccept function. Beautiful. And you know what? I'm not super happy with this false we just put here. I think a better approach is going to be to name this is uploading. There we go. And then to mock this is uploading at the very top, because that's what we're going to replace with the actual uploading state. So let's say is uploading at the very top, and let's just say that's equal to false for now. And we're going to implement that together in a second. But the beauty of mocking this for now is that we can already get the kind of JSX done. And get all the styling done, all the logic in place, and then implement this together. And similarly, there's going to be a state called is pending. But we don't have to mock this is pending. This is actually coming from something called a use transition. So this is going to be from use transition. This is a React hook. We can simply import, and we can actually destructure two things from this use transition, very similar to a use state. Right, so we're gonna put this into array brackets. This is same thing. The first return item in the array is gonna be the is pending state, and the second one is gonna be the start transition function. What is this good for? We're gonna use this when we navigate the user to the next step. So we can show a loading state while the page is loading. That's gonna be really, really cool. So we also have this is pending state, and if we are pending or uploading, in that case, we're gonna render out the loader too. So let's add the is pending state right here, and in that case we're going to display the loader to the user, and that way we don't have to mock that as well. Nice. Okay, so after this conditional check, let's continue with a div element. This one gets a class name of flex, a flex-call, a justify-center, a margin bottom of 2, a text of small, and a text zinc of 700. There we go. Let's open this div up, and inside of here, we're gonna do a check. If we are uploading, if is uploading is true, in that case, we are gonna render out a div element. And in the other case, we're gonna worry about that in a second. Let's make this div closing for now. There we go. And in the other case, we're gonna do a check if is pending. So are we currently redirecting the user to the next step? And if we are, in that case, we're also going to render out a div element. And if we are not currently pending, then we're going to do a check if we are currently dragging the image over the upload box, right? So is drag over. And if we are currently dragging over, in that case, we're going to render out a span element. And then in the last case, this is a long ternary, I know, in the last case, the default kind of case, in that case, we're also going to render out a span element. So that's a pretty long ternary, but that's actually not very unusual if you look at a lot of React projects, because actually this is not very unreadable, right? You can see if we are uploading, if we are pending, this is kind of like an if statement, but in JSX, and I honestly kind of like it. I think it's much more readable if we do it this way versus actually having a function or something down here and then handling the logic on top. We can just handle all the rendering logic right here in the JSX where it's meant to be, and I actually kind of like this. So in the case that we are uploading, this div is going to get a class name, and that's going to be flex-call and items-center. Let's open this div up, and this is just going to contain a p tag saying uploading ... There we go. And then right below the p tag is going to live a progress bar. And the beautiful thing is our UI library already has a beautiful progress bar built in. Let's see what it looks like. And it looks like this right here. It looks nice. I mean, it's just a progress bar. What did you expect, right? It's simple. It looks clean. That's exactly what we want. So let's install that progress bar by going into our terminal. And let's say npx shadcn-ui at latest. There we go. Add. And then it's called progress. And hit enter. And we can already, while that's installing, kind of take a look at the code demo. What is this going to look like? Well, it's going to look pretty simple, right? We have a value we can pass in here, and we can also give it a class name of the width that we want. And that's basically all it needs already to work. You know, it's very nice. So in here, right below the p tag, let's say progress once that's done installing, and we can import that from our custom UI components and not from Radix, right? From our custom folder that we put our components in. And this one is going to get a class name. There we go. And that's going to be a margin top of 2, a width of 40, a height of 2, and a BG gray of 300. There we go. And let's give this a lot more space. Okay. Now, the value for this progress value is going to be the upload progress, which is a constant that doesn't exist yet. So let's go ahead and create it together. And that's simply going to be a state in our application as well. Let's name this the const upload progress and the set upload progress. And this is going to be equal to use state. And this is going to be 0 by default. So this is going to be a number between 0 and 100. And let's also, just because I like this for personal preference, tell TypeScript explicitly that this will be a number. But you don't have to, right? It can definitely infer that from the default value. And you know what? Let's already see what this looks like. So if the is uploading state would be true, right? Let's kind of mock this out to true. That's the beautiful thing about mocking. We can do whatever we want. We can just change the Boolean without having to do any interaction to actually see the state. And let's set the progress to like 45, right? Let's just see what it looks like. Oh, all right, that already looks good. What's the error? Hydration failed. Server rendered agent. That's fine. We can just reload the page and the error is going to be gone. And if that should be an error later on before deployment, then of course we're going to fix it. But chances are some of these errors actually fix themselves. In Next.js, it's kind of crazy, but sometimes when you reload the page, it's just gone. There we go. Okay, so the error is gone. We get a beautiful uploading state. And if we click that, that's going to open the file system. And we get the upload kind of progress as well. Very, very nice. Okay, let's change this back to a 0. Let's default the is uploading back to a false. And let's quickly finish up the JSX because we're almost done, and then actually implement the uploading functionality. So in the case that we are pending, this div is going to get a class name of flex-call items-center. And inside of here, we're going to say in a p tag redirecting, oh, not redirection, redirecting, please wait, ... There we go. That's all we're going to do inside of here. Then in the isDrag over case, the span we're going to render out, that one is going to get a class name of font-semi-bold. And in here, we're going to say drop file. And now this entire span we're going to wrap inside of a p tag. So we can say below the span and still inside of the p tag to upload. There we go. Okay, and now this last span element basically is going to be the same. I think I kind of messed up on the span elements. This does need to be a p tag on the main level. So we can just copy and paste from the isDrag over case. Let's paste that inside of the standard last case as well. And then inside of the span, that is semi-bold, we're going to say click to upload. Or at the very bottom, still inside of the p tag, but not in the span, we're going to say or drag and drop to make it very clear to the user how they can put their files right here. That is very important. Beautiful. Okay, and now after the conditional check and after one closing div and before the second closing div right here, we're gonna do one more conditional check, and that is if is pending is true. In that case, we're not going to render out anything, null. But in the other case where is pending is not true, we are not pending, in that case, we are going to render out a p tag. And that one is going to get a class name of text XS for extra small and a text zinc of 500. And this will tell people the allowed file types. So this is going to be PNG, JPEG, and also JPEG with an E. At the end, I know these are kind of same thing, but I honestly don't know why that's the thing. There are two different JPEG formats and we support both, right? That's all we're telling the user. Very, very nice. Click to upload or drag and drop, and there seems to be a space missing here. So let's add a JavaScript space behind the span element to actually fix that. Otherwise, this looks kind of weird. There we go. Click to upload or drag and drop, and now the spacing is actually correct. Beautiful. And now the most important part of this entire upload page, and that is going to be the upload, right? Where are we going to get the progress from? Where are we going to store the user files? What is going to happen when a user drops a file that is accepted? Well, spoiler alert, it's going to be uploaded to somewhere, and that somewhere is going to be, let's go to uploadthing.com. That's going to be to S3, and we're going to use a service in order to do that. Now, I want to be very clear why we're using this service. If I was building this myself, I would not be using this service. I would either go directly to S3, right? This is Amazon's simple storage service, and create an S3 bucket and upload directly to that. That's what I would do, right? Or also go to Cloudflare R2, which is an even cheaper object storage with an S3 compatible API, right? That's pretty cool. And I would actually probably go with Cloudflare. I've never worked with them. I'm more familiar with S3. I've used S3 a lot in the past, but Cloudflare is cheaper and it also has zero egress, right? So when you pull data out, then it's not expensive. In S3, it actually is. But we're not going to use any of these two tools that I would use personally. Instead, we're going to use a service. First off, because this service doesn't require a credit card, and AWS S3 does. And secondly, because this service called upload thing makes it much easier to get started and uploading. Right? It literally just takes like 5 minutes to implement. And I think it makes a lot of sense for a video like this because we want to learn about the core logic of implementing all of this and not really how file uploads work. If we were to do that from scratch in S3, not only again would you need a credit card, but it would take like 1 or 2 hours that we don't get to build any kind of cool functionality. So that's why we're using this tool. I want to be very clear as to why we're doing this because again, I would not use this personally. It can be cool for kind of getting apps up and running fast. But anyways, we're going to use it right now together because it makes the entire file uploading very easy and simple to get started with. So after logging in and going to our dashboard, you can log in via GitHub. We're going to say create a new app. And the app name, what do we want to name it? Let's say case cobra dash, let's just say dash dev because I already have the case cobra project in here, but you can name it just case cobra. The app URL, we're not going to pass anything in here. And now the region is going to be paid plan required to change from default. Okay, never mind. We're going to stick with the default. And then let's hit create app. There we go. Congratulations, you've got a place to store files. Okay, great. And that's actually going to give us the API key that we need. So let me zoom out just a bit and let's go over to API keys here on the left. And that's going to give us two things, the upload thing secret and the upload thing app ID. And let's make them visible. Let's copy them over. And we can simply grab those and paste them into the .env file that we already have in our project. And we can just paste them in as they are. The env file, remember, it's at the root of our project. That's where we're pasting this in. And what this allows us to do is to now install the package we can use to interact with the service that makes it very easy for the file uploads in our app. And that is going to be pnpm install. And let's say upload thing. And that's also going to be at upload thing / React. These are two different packages. One is there for the core functionality and one is there to provide us with helpers for the React kind of library or framework, whatever you want to call it. So React specific stuff that we can use that makes it easier to integrate into our project. And let's go over to the documentation of this upload thing, because that actually gives us a bunch of code to copy and paste into our project, which makes it very easy to get started with. And let's give this a bit more space. There we go. Let's navigate over. By the way, we can close out of that. Let's navigate over to the Next.js app right here. Oh, and yeah, we already got the packages installed. Great. Okay. We added the environment variables. That's perfect. And basically what it tells us to do is to go to this file path right here. So let's give this a bit less space again. That's going to be under, and let's close out of the page for a second. That's going to be under source app. And then let's create a new folder inside of our API folder. And that's going to be called upload thing, and hit enter. And then in here goes a core.ts. That's what it's telling us. And we can simply hit the copy button up here and paste all the code inside of our app. Okay, let's clean up some of this. We can get rid of the console logs. We can get rid of all the comments. I think it looks very unorganized. Let's get rid of that. There we go. And we can also get rid of the comments up here, up here, up here, and let's leave the rest for now. Okay, the middleware, we're gonna change it later. Let's leave it like that. Just get rid of the comments to make it look better. And then we're gonna go into this file path right here. So basically at the same level as the core.ts, we're gonna create a route.ts. And this is gonna be responsible for actually handling the API requests that upload thing makes to upload the images for us. And we can simply grab the code again, paste it in here, and then get rid of all the comments explaining the code. And hit save. Great. And that's almost all of the configuration work that we need to do for upload thing. So we can head back over to our own page, give it less space. And I say almost because there's one small thing that we still want to do, and that's going to happen inside of our lib folder just right here. And let's create a new file in here called upload_thing.ts. And inside of this file, we're going to build on top of the React helpers that they provide us. So we're going to say export const, and we're going to destructure something from the generate React helpers. And if we try to auto import this, doesn't work. Pro tip, if ever the auto imports don't work, you can reload your window by pressing Control Shift and P and then hitting develop reload window. And sometimes that makes the auto imports work. Again, not this time. Okay, perfect. Well, let's just import the generate React helpers function or self then, whatever, man, from the add upload, not upstash, upload thing/react. There we go. And we can simply invoke this function. And this function also takes a generic to make it fully type safe if we want. And that's going to be our file router. And we can simply import that from app API upload thing core. So that's going to be a type defined in a file that we already pasted in. Right, remember that's in our core.ts, that's what we just pasted with the middleware where we removed all the comments. That already has a type that we can now use in our front end to make this entire thing type safe across the stack. Right, and from here we want to destructure two things, which is the use upload thing and also the upload files that we can now make available to our React components to use anywhere. Right, and that's literally all the setup we need to upload files. That's why I wanted to use the service, because it's so easy to get up and running fast. So now we're going to go back into our upload page. And now inside of here, we can actually define what should happen when a user uploads an image. So we're going to say const and destructure later above these two functions. And that's going to be use upload thing. So the hook we just got from the React helpers. And this will take our image uploader, so that's going to be the endpoint that we want to upload to, and that is also defined in our core file. Right, if we take a look at this, we have the image uploader, that's what it's called, so that's what we get on the front end as well. This is fully type safe. How cool is that? And we can also pass this some options, right, as an object, as the second argument we're passing in here. That is going to be the, well, we get a bunch of stuff, but what we care about is the on client upload complete. Right, and this is a callback function in which we can simply destructure from an array the data that we get back from upload thing. If we hover over this, this is going to be the uploaded by as a string. Where does this come from? Why do we get this? Why is this type safe? Well, because that's what we return right here in the on upload complete. If I say name John right here, then check out what happens. Name string. This is fully type safe across the stack. This is our backend. This happens on the server. This happens on the client, but it's still completely type safe. That is very, very cool. And in our case, what we want is not a name of John, right? We don't care about that. Instead, what we care about is something called a config ID. And one config will always correspond to one spec'd out phone, right? What is the color? What is the image on the phone that the user configured and dragged around? And basically, like, do they have the smooth texture or the other texture and so on? That's going to be a config, all of that information. And that's what we want to know in the server file as well. And in order to do that, we can add a .input to our image uploader, which takes a z.object. And now what is z? Well, basically, we don't have that in our app. It doesn't exist. But z will come from a library that is called Zod. Right here. You might have heard of it, maybe not. It's a schema validation library. It allows us to pass in at runtime any object and then parse it to make sure that the type is what we expect. Let's say npm install Zod to install that package, and that then allows us to actually import at the very top, import z from Zod. Now, runtime validation is a really good idea, because not only can we ensure that this object, right, let's just demonstrate this. Maybe that was a bit abstract. Let's practice this. In here, we can pass an actual object, and now we can define whatever we want. For example, that we expect a config ID to be passed into this. And this is going to be a z.string that we can invoke optional. So you don't have to pass it, but if you do, then we can work with it later. And that's going to be important for actually creating this config in our database once the image is uploaded, because this will run once an image is uploaded from the user, right? And now we can simply destructure that input right here in our middleware. And we can get rid of all the logic that is already in the middleware. We don't need it. And we can simply say return input inside of object notation. Why do we do this? Basically, we're taking in the input, we're passing it through the middleware, and finally, we can now receive it in or on upload complete, because the metadata that we get in here now contains a config ID, whatever we return from the middleware, right? So that's how we pass stuff around from the middleware to the actual handler of what should happen once the image is completely uploaded. And in here, now in the onUpload complete, we can destructure the config ID from the metadata.input, right? And this can now either be a string or it can be undefined. And for now, we're also going to return the config ID from the onUpload complete. Now this happens on the server, right? This all happens on the server. And by the way, we can get rid of the auth function. We don't need that. There we go. And we can get rid of the unused imports by pressing Shift, Alt, and O, by the way. Like a pro tip. And this config ID, we're going to do some additional logic here later, but this happens on the server, and whatever we return right here is now passed back to the client, so we can use it on the client, right? How is that going to look like? Well, we can get access to the config ID now, const config ID in the onUpload complete, and that's going to be equal to data.server data. And now this is fully type safe. How cool is that? Right, so we now have the config ID that is specific to the phone that the user has just configured and uploaded the image for, and we can now redirect the user to the second step because their image is now uploaded. When this fires, right, everything was successful, we got the image. Now the user is ready for the second step, and we can push them there using our start transition, right? So we can display a beautiful loading state while the user is being redirected. And the start transition takes a callback function in which we can push the user to the new URL path. And in order to modify the URL, we're going to need access to the const router, which is the use router hook from Next/navigation, not Next/router, by the way. That's for the old Next.js. The Next/navigation is what we want for this. And then we can simply call the router.push. So we're going to push something into the URL, and that's going to be as a template string to /configure/design ? So as a query parameter, and the ID is going to be equal to, and then in dynamic syntax right here with a $sign, we're going to say the config ID. Right, so basically we're saying once the user is done uploading their image, we're going to push them to the next step and also pass the ID of the config for the image they just uploaded, right? So we can use the same image in the next step. The user doesn't have to do anything again. They don't have to upload the image again, right? That's why this is so cool. And now another really useful helper that we get from useUpload thing is the onUpload progress. There we go. And what this gives us is basically the P, it's a number, and that is the upload progress, right? So we can say set upload progress just to this P that we get from upload thing. Thereby we set it as a state right up here, and we can now use this value to display our loading state, right? And that we're passing into our progress bar right here. That's where it comes from. Awesome. And now we're all ready to go to actually handle the onDrop accepted and onDrop rejected case. So what should happen if a drop is accepted? Well, basically we first need to accept the files. So the accepted files, and these are going to be a file array. And these accepted files are automatically passed into this function by React drop zone. And what we want to do with them is to basically upload them right away, right? So we can destructure the start upload function from our useUpload thing handler and now use it to upload all the files that were accepted. So how do we do that? We can say start, not set, but start upload. There we go. And this takes the accepted files, and it also takes the config ID that we need to pass in, because that's what we expect in the core.ts right here, because we specified it as an input, right? We need anything here. It can be optional, so we are totally fine to pass undefined, which we're also going to do, because passing in a string right here for the config ID will only be relevant later, not right now. So for now, we're going to leave this as undefined. And then we're also going to set is drag over to false because the user is no longer dragging over, their image was successfully accepted, and so we can reset that state. All right, now what should happen on the onDrop rejected? What if the user dragged in a file that is not a PNG or JPEG? In that case, first off, we want to destructure that file from the array of rejected files that are automatically passed in here by React dropzone. And this is going to be of type file rejection array, a type that we have already imported at the very start when we started this file right up here, file rejection, there it is. And we can destructure one file from the rejected files. There we go. So this is going to be the first file that was rejected. In most cases, that's just going to be a single file that was rejected, right? So that is the file that was rejected. And we're also going to say is drag over false, because in either way, right, if it was accepted or not, doesn't really matter. In any case, the dragging animation should be done, right? And lastly, what we're going to do, why we need this file, is we want to show a toast notification, an error notification to the user. And in order to do that, our UI library actually has something built in as well, that is the toast. Let me show you what this does. If we hit this button, you can see there's a little notification popping up right there. And that's exactly what we want to show the user that this file type is not supported. They need to upload something else. And in order to do that, we can simply go ahead into our terminal. Let's clear this and say npx shadcn-ui at latest, and then add toast and hit enter. That's going to install all we need to actually show beautiful toast notifications inside of our app. And the only thing this expects us to do is to somewhere in our app put something called the, can I show this to you? Yeah, right here, the toaster component. So for example, we can do that in our root layout. Right here, we can go below the main tag, for example, and put the toaster that we can now import from our custom UI right here into our component. And what that does is basically it allows us to render out the toasts. It handles all the logic basically to show the toasts, right? And now the question is, how do we actually show the toast after putting our toaster in the layout? And that will happen via, if we take a look at our UI library documentation, via the use toast hook. We can simply grab this use toast hook, paste it at the very top of our page right here. So const toast that we destructure from the use toast hook. And then we can head over to our where is it? onDrop rejected right here. Let's use the toast function that we just destructured from the hook. And this is going to get three things. So the first one is going to be the title. You know, that's what we can see right here in the example. That's scheduled catch up. In our case, that is going to be actually a template string. And in here, we're going to say the file.file.type. Type is not supported. Period. This right here, the file.file.type, is going to be the exact type that the user tried to upload. For example, a video or a GIF or anything that is not supported is going to be included in the error message, which is very user-friendly. As the description we can pass in here, we're going to say, please choose a PNG, JPEG, or JPEG, kind of same thing, you know, image instead. Period. And lastly, as the variant, this will be destructive to make it like a red tone to let the user know that, you know, hey, something is wrong here. That is not a supported file type. So just for an example, I'm going to try to drag in a PDF file that should give us beautiful application/PDF type is not supported. Very, very nice. And we can simply slide this toast away beautifully. Okay, and if I now try to upload a normal image of myself, then we shouldn't get a toast, but instead we should get the start upload function invoked. And whoa, okay, that worked really fast. We already got redirected. That's good. But currently we're mocking the is uploading state, right? So if I drag in this image, then the functionality actually already works, but we're still kind of mocking out the is uploading. So we can actually get rid of our mock, because now we can get the actual is uploading state simply from our use upload thing. We get something called is uploading, and that's gonna handle all the logic that is attached to the upload process. So what we can now do is, if I drag in an image, and actually let's reload the page to get the freshest version first, just to make sure that any recent changes do apply. Let's drag in the image, uploading, there we go. We're gonna see the progress bar fill up, hopefully. There it is, it filled up. So that means it's done uploading, and that's going to redirect us to the next step in the process. Super good, very, very good, because that means we implemented all the uploading successfully. It works. And we should also, fun fact, now be able to see that file in our upload thing dashboard. So if we go ahead into I already have a lot of apps here. Let's go into here, into my Case Cobra dev or your project for Case Cobra, into files. And then we should be able to see right here, beautiful, that the files are here uploaded. It says the date when we uploaded them, the size of the file, and the route in which this happened, the status. And we could also delete them if we wanted to, but we're not gonna do that. Beautiful, very, very good work on the uploading. Now what's missing is the steps on top, right? In the demo, if you remember, there was like step 1, step 2, step 3, like upload your image and configure your phone and then review it, right? That's super important for user guidance. Users always need to know what the next step is and where they currently are. And that's gonna happen inside of a separate component that we are going to create. And that component is going to live in our components folder, of course, right? Let's create a new file in here called steps.tsx, and that is gonna make our site look so much nicer. And the cool thing is all of the artwork to make the steps looks extremely nice is already prepared for you by the freelancer that I hired for this project. Let's declare a const steps, and this is gonna be, of course, once again an arrow function that we export default at the very bottom. There we go. And we can simply return a div at the top level for now from these steps. Now, where are we going to use these steps? Let's already import them where we need them. And that's going to happen in our layout for the configuration route. So this is not going to be the global layout, but the one that is specific to the folder that we're specifying all the steps in, right? This is where these steps are going to live, and they're going to live right here in our max with wrapper, right above the children. Let's import the steps component already. There we go. Of course, right now it won't do much, right? It's an empty div, so we won't see it show up on the page, but that's exactly what we're gonna do right now. So conceptually, how are these steps going to work, and why are we also defining them as a separate component? The answer is because we're gonna mark them as a use client component. Why are we going to mark them? Because we need access to one React hook, or rather Next.js hook. It's Next.js specific. And that is going to be, let's say const path name is going to be equal to use path name. And what this hook allows us to do is to get the current URL where we currently are. And based on that URL, we can then know which step we are currently on, because the step is actually defined in the URL, right? So the upload would be the first step. But our component doesn't just know that. It doesn't know that the upload is the first step. We need to tell it. And we're going to do that inside of a const steps, which is going to be an array. And we're going to define it above our actual component in all caps lock, because that's a convention for defining constants that I used at my previous dev job that we use now. It's just a very widespread thing to see that stuff that is defined as constant is in all uppercase. So when you're working in the code and don't see that on the top, you always know that this is a constant value. It doesn't change. It's not based on any API response or so. It's just a really good practice to do. All right, in here, we're gonna create an object, and each object is going to have a name property. First one is gonna be step 1 add image. So this is gonna be the actual text that the user is gonna see. The description is going to be choose an image for your case. And then last thing is going to be the URL. This is going to live under /upload. So that's how our component knows which step we are currently in, right? Let's mark this entire object, hit Shift Alt arrow down, bam, and let's do that twice. So we have 3 steps in total. Step 2 is going to be customize design, and the description for this is going to be make the case yours, and the URL is going to be /design. And then lastly, step 3 is going to be summary, and the description for this is going to be review your final design. And then the last thing we're going to specify here is the upload, or the URL rather, which is not going to be /upload, but it's going to be /preview. Right, so this is going to live under the /preview URL. And that's all the work we need to do for this component to know which step we are currently on in combination with the use path name hook. So at the top level, we're actually not going to return a div. That was just so we can already import the component in our layout, we're actually going to return a ordered list, an OL, because, well, this is ordered, right? It's step 1, 2, and 3. So this is the perfect use case for an ordered list. And the class name for this is going to be rounded-md, a bg of white, on large a flex, there we go, on large a rounded-none, on large devices a border-l, on large devices a border-r for right, and on large devices a border gray of 200. There we go. Let's open up this ordered list, and inside of here we're gonna map over every step. So we're gonna say steps.map, and for each step and also the index that we get access to in the callback function right here, we're gonna execute a function first. So we're not directly going to return some JSX. That is gonna happen down here with an li element at the top level. But first we want to handle some logic, and that logic will be, is the current step that we're on, is it already completed? Is it the current step, or is it an upcoming step? And we can do that because we always know which step we are currently on. So for example, right, are we on the current step? Const is current is gonna be equal to path name dot ends with the step dot URL. There we go, right? So if the current URL ends with upload, then we are currently on the upload step. I think that intuitively makes sense, right? And const is completed. Is the step already done? Basically, we can say steps.slice from I plus 1, and then we're gonna do a check for any step. So we're gonna say .sum, which basically goes through the entire array and checks if a condition is true for any element in the array, right? So we're gonna say step, and we're gonna return the path name dot ends with step dot URL, just like this. Let's format this, give it a bit more space. So what are we doing here? What's the logic? So basically we have step 1, we have step 2, and we have step 3, right? Let's zoom in a lot here. There we go. And if we are currently mapping over step 1, right? Imagine that case. Then how do we know if the step is already completed or not? So basically we're checking for the next steps, and let's get rid of the background. There we go. So in our case, the next steps right here would be 2 or 3. If we're taking the first step as a reference point for this logic, then we're checking for the step 2 and 3. Are they the current step? So if step 2, if the URL ends with step 2, right, which would be /design, in that case, we know we are already done with step 1 because we're already at the design stage, right? So in that case, we're going to return true because we're checking for any array element if this condition applies. And if it does, then the current step is completed. I hope that makes sense. I think it does. It's pretty straightforward logic here. And then last thing we want to do is define the img path, the image path, and that's going to be the image for this current step. This is going to be a template string, and then here we're going to say /snake minus, and then dynamically the I plus 1 dot png, and that should be I plus 1, not I plus 0, because arrays in JavaScript are 0 based and the images are 1, 2, 3. We're just going to add 1 right here, and that's going to be the path for the image that we want to use for the li element. And now the li is going to get a key because we're mapping over something. It needs that. That's going to be the step.name. It needs to be unique. And also it's going to get a class name. And this class name is going to be relative, overflow dash hidden, and lastly on large, a flex dash 1. Let's open this up. In here is going to live a div element at the top level, but no class name. And inside of here, a span element. This span will get a class name, and that's going to be dynamic. We're going to use our cn helper function in here. And by default, we're going to pass absolute, a left of 0, a top of 0, a height of full, a width of 1, background zinc 400, large bottom 0, on large a top dash auto, on large a height of 1, and on large a width of full. There we go. Now, what's the conditional part in here? Well, that's going to be the second thing we're going to pass into the cn function. First one is going to be, we're going to apply a bgzinc of 700 if this is the current step, if is current. And then in the other case, we're going to apply a bg primary if is completed if the step is already done. And this div is actually going to be self-closing. There we go. And now as an accessibility best practice, I want to show you, because this div, or the span rather, is purely decorational, we're also going to say area-hidden is going to be true, which is going to hide it for people that are on screen readers, right? Because if you don't see it, then it's not very important if it's just visual, just as a kind of accessibility and best practice that I want to show you. Below that, let's put a span element, and this is going to get a class name that is also going to be dynamic. We're going to use our cn helper function, and the first thing we're going to check in here is if the the current index of the step, is not equal to 0. In that case, we're going to apply a large padding left 9. And in the other case, we're not going to apply anything. And then as the default class name, we're going to apply flex items-center, a padding x of 6, a padding y of 4, a text-sm, and a font-medium at last. Awesome. Let's open up this span element, and inside of here, we're going to create, one more span element. There we go, with a class name of flex shrink of 0. And inside of the span is going to live a self-closing image tag. This image is going to get a source, which is going to be the img path that we determined at the very top already. All the work is done. And it's also going to get a class name, and this is going to be dynamic as well. So we're going to make use of our cn helper function. We're going to say flex, a height of 20, width of 20, object-contain, items-center, and justify-center as well. And as for the dynamic part, we're going to apply a border-none if is completed, and we're going to apply a border zinc of 700 if is current. So if that is the current step that we are on. Right after the closing of the image and one closing span, that's where we're going to open up. So with one closing span to go, after that the closing div. This is where we're going to create one more span element with a class name. That's going to be margin left 4, a height of full, margin top 0.5, a flex, minimum width of 0, flex-call, and justify-center. Let's open up this div, and inside of here lives one more span element. Let's open up the span, that's what I mean. And inside of here is going to live one more span element with a class name. And this will be a dynamic class name as well. So in our cn helper function as the default, let's apply a text of small, a font-semi-bold, and a text zinc of 700. And then as for the dynamic part, we're going to apply a text-primary if is completed, and a text zinc of 700 if is current, if that is the step we are on. And inside of the span, we're simply going to display the step.name that we are currently on. Beautiful. So after the name, right here is going to be one more span element. I think that's the last one in this entire component. And this one is going to get a class name of text small and a text zinc of 500. And inside of the span, we're simply going to display the step.description. There we go. Beautiful. We can already save that, see what it looks like, and hopefully we're going to see all the steps show up here on our right side. If the development server is still running. Oh, there we are. Hell yeah, that looks awesome. We have all the images, the steps, the description. That looks nice. One thing that's missing is the separator, right? So with one closing span, two closing spans, three closing spans, that's where we're going to open up. So right before the closing div. And just as a note for us, we can even say something like separator here, just so it's easier for us to visually see what's happening in our JSX, right? And what we're going to do here is first off a check. If the I is not equal to 0, in that case, we're going to render out some JSX. And in the other case, we're going to render out null. And the actual JSX that we do want to render out is going to be a div element. So what is this for? Essentially, all this means is that this separator will only apply between step 1 and 2 and between step 2 and 3, but not before step 1, right? There should be no separator before this step. That doesn't make sense. The separator should be here and should be here, but not left of step 1. And that's all we're doing with this I is not equal to 0 check. So this div is going to get a class name that's going to be absolute inset 0, a hidden, a width of 3, and last a large block. Now, if we open this div up, that's where the separator element is going to live. But once again, since it doesn't make sense to write out SVGs ourselves, you're not going to learn anything from that. I prepared that all in a copy paste list for you. It's a very simple SVG. We can simply grab that as the separator, second item in the copy paste list, grab it, paste it in here, format or file, hit save. Let's move the copy paste list out of the screen again. And then let's see what it looks like. Let's reload the page and we can see, nice. There's a beautiful separator now between each individual step. So step 1, step 2, beautifully illustrated by the illustrator. By the way, I really like the images they have prepared. That looks beautiful. Step 1, step 2, step 3 with separators in between, so the user always knows where they currently are. They never get lost, and I just think it really adds to a good user experience. We got the upload functionality working. So right now, if we try to upload any kind of image, like for example, if I just try to upload this random image from my file system, that's gonna work. We also handled the case where images are, or where non-images are rejected, right? Where we show the toast notification, the uploading works, and now we are successfully redirected to the next step in the user journey of defining our case. And that's going to be probably the most interesting part of this entire build, the next step. But very, very nice. We got everything working. I'm really happy with the progress we're making, and you're doing a great job following along. I really mean that. You know, it's not easy building an application of this size, but that's what I'm here for. I want to teach you every step of the way how to do it. And very, very nice. Good job. All right, and with that done, we're about to hop into the coolest part. I mean, all of them are cool, but one of the most elaborate parts of this whole build, and that is step 2, because step 2 actually involves the database, the server-side rendering, the server-side logic, and so on. And let's see what that looks like, because I want you to understand this architecturally. So basically, we have step 1, then we have step 2. Let's quickly sketch that out here. We have step 1, we have step 2, and there we go. Let's change that, and then lastly, we're gonna have, well, you can probably imagine step 3, right? How are these steps going to communicate with each other? And you've already seen a very basic introduction to that. So what happens when we upload an image here, right? We attach the image ID to the URL, and that is then forwarded to the second step, right? And the second step is going to be the phone case configurator. So there's going to be, like, if you imagine this is the screen that you're going to have on step 2, right? Then the phone case is going to be here on the left hand side. You can, or I mean, kind of in the middle left hand side right here, where you can like drag over your custom image and stuff, right? And then on the right hand side, we have options like the finish, the material, and so on. But how do we get access to that image in step 2? Well, basically we already have it in the URL, right? That's how we're basically passing it from step 1 to step 2. That's by putting it as the question mark ID is equals to the image ID that we just did when forwarding the user, right? So when we forward the user, when we push this into the router, well, the image ID, the config ID is already going to be there, but it is not linked to any database entry yet. So when we try to retrieve that ID in step 2, well, from where do we want to retrieve it? Where's the image stored? Well, technically it's stored in our cloud storage, right? But that's not really the best way of going about things. We need a database sooner or later. It's going to be super important for this entire thing to work smoothly, right? And when you land in step 2 for the image to already be there, to not be needed to upload again and so on, basically database super important for that. And that's how it works architecturally, right? We pass over the ID from step 1 to step 2, and then in step 2 we can make a request to our database with that or containing that ID, right? We make a request to, or let's make it a circle DB right up here. The database is going to fetch the image URL and give us back the image URL right here that we can now use in step 2 to overlay on the phone. So honestly, that's the secret, right? That's how this works architecturally. It's not rocket science. It really isn't. And the first step we need to do in order to get here, right, is to actually create a database and use it in our app. So where's the first place that we want to use our database? Basically, it's going to be in our core.ts file. So that's under upload thing core.ts. What should happen once the upload is complete? Well, basically, we need to store this image and the URL, right, that is passed to us from upload thing, from our cloud storage. We need to store that as the configuration in the database. And in order to be able to do that, we are going to use a Postgres database hosted by neon.tech. Now, this is not sponsored. I'm just gonna log in with GitHub here. Again, this is not sponsored. I like Neon, they're pretty good. The only downside is that you can only have one database on the free tier, and I am on the free tier. But hey, at least no credit card needed. But since I already have a database, I'm gonna need to delete that, and there we go. Now we can start a new database right here in Neon together. So, by the way, if you missed the URL, that's neon.tech, and that is going to be the database we're going to use in this app. Now, originally, I would have honestly used PlanetScale instead. That's what I always did, planetscale.com, but they recently removed their free tier, so I can't use it, right? You have to have a credit card in there now and pay like $30 a month for their database, and that's just not an option for a video like this. Even for my personal projects, that's often just way too expensive. So I think this is a good use case for the free tier on Neon. So the project name, let's name it Case Cobra. The Postgres version 16 is good. Let's name the database Case Cobra as well. There we go. And then as the region, I'm going to choose Europe Frankfurt, and you can choose whatever is closest to you. Or if you plan to deploy this, whatever is closest to the users where they will be, what you expect. Okay, and great, that's already going to give us the connection string. We can simply grab this or just hit the copy button here at the bottom right, close out of this, and then paste that connection string into our .env file, right? So this is gonna be the database underscore URL is going to be equal to the string we just got. Now, why database URL? Well, because that's a format that Prisma, the ORM we're gonna use, expects. So let's open up a new terminal, and in here we're going to install the ORM we're going to use to interact with our database. So we're going to say pnpm install Prisma and also add Prisma/client. The Prisma client is going to generate TypeScript types for us. We're just going to make working with Prisma here locally very, very enjoyable because it's going to be fully type safe, which is really cool. And once that's installed, we can just initialize it. Great, that's done. And once that's installed, we can say npx prisma init and hit enter. That's going to create a Prisma database file for us. Right here, it created a new folder, that command we just executed. By the way, let's clear the terminal just so it looks better. And that created a new schema.prisma right here. And by the way, we can also already open our app up side by side, just so we have something nice to look at while we do this. Let's drag this over. There we go. Okay, that looks a lot nicer. Okay, so inside of this Prisma file, we can get rid of all the comments. We don't need that. And basically the idea is that we can define our data models inside of this file and then use them across our app to kind of write data into our database or get data from our database. And the way we're going to do that is going to be inside of a new DB folder right here that we're going to create in our source folder. And in here, let's create a new index.ts, because the question is, when we are inside of a file where we want to fetch some server-side data, right? So for example, before we write anything in the index here, I want to show you why we do this, right? So let's go into our configure folder, and in here, we're going to create a new folder, and that's going to be the design folder. So this is going to be the second step of our user flow. And once again, inside of the folder lives a page.tsx, just a naming convention that we kind of need to follow. Now in here, let's create a const page, which is going to be an arrow function, and let's export default page at the very bottom. Now, what happens by default is that we can actually mark this component as an asynchronous function. Why can we do that? Because this entire thing by default is a server-side component. It runs on the server and only the HTML is then sent back to the client, which means if we make a DB call, if we make a database call here, that's totally valid to do. That doesn't happen on the client, it happens on the server, and only the result that we can then include in the JSX is then sent back as static HTML. And here's the thing, in order to make that call, we need a database client, right? We need a way to access our database. And that's exactly what's happening in the DB index.ts. That's what we made it for. So in here, we're going to say declare global. So we're overwriting the global TypeScript scope, and we're going to say var cached Prisma is going to be of type Prisma client. Now this type Prisma client, we can import that, import at the very top,
Prisma client from, and then add Prisma slash, and we should get autocomplete here, client. There we go. By the way, I'm gonna give this, we can just close out of this. There we go. Okay, and now we're gonna say let Prisma. This will be of type Prisma client. And the goal of what we're doing right here is, you can probably tell from the naming we gave the cache Prisma, well, we're caching the Prisma database client. If we already initialize the client once, there's no need to do it again. Right, there's no point creating multiple connections to our database if we already have one. And that's gonna be some very straightforward logic. So for example, if the process.env.node_env is triple equal to, and we get some type safety here because that is a built-in environment variable that any Node.js runtime will give us. If we are in production, in that case, we're gonna say Prisma is equal to a new Prisma client, right? We're just gonna call that. In the other case, else, we're gonna say, well, we're gonna do a check, right? If we don't have a cache Prisma, we need to create one client. But once we have that client and this file is executed again, well, we already have the client to send back. So if there is no global dot, and now we get some type safety here, cached Prisma, there we go, then we're actually going to create a new Prisma client for once, right? That's fine. The global dot cached Prisma is gonna be equal to a new Prisma client. However, in the other case, we already, global, there we go. However, in the other case, where we already have created a Prisma client, in that case, we can just say Prisma is equal to global.cached Prisma. There we go. Okay, and now all we need to do is say export const db is equal to Prisma at the very bottom. Once you write this file once, no matter how many projects you do, this one, any other project, you can always just copy and paste this file. As easy as that, you write it once and then you never worry about it again. We're never gonna touch this file again. We do this logic once just to prevent making too many clients, but that's kind of it, right? Technically, you don't even have to do this, right? You could always invoke a new Prisma client if you want to, but really there's no need to, and I want to show you that and how to kind of do it a bit better. Right? That's just important for me that you know how it works well. And if you want to break that rule and always just invoke a new Prisma client, well, you can, right? Technically, we could leave all of it away. Yeah, you can, but I want to teach you how to do it the proper way, right? And that's it. We're already done in our index.ts. Bam, we can close out of that. And let's see what the first thing we need to put into our database will be. So what are we actually passing here? Well, technically it's an image, right? And what characterizes an image? Well, what's very important that we need to keep track of when a user imports the image. First off, probably the most important is the URL. Where is this image hosted? It needs to be hosted somewhere in order for us to then display it in step 2, right? What's the other thing? The aspect ratio. We can have the URL of the image, but if we don't know the ratio of how to display it, it's gonna look super weird in step 2, right? It's gonna be completely off. Therefore, we need the height of the image, and we also need the width of the image. And of course, from that goes the aspect ratio, right? If we have the height and the width, that's all good. And one thing we can already do while we are here, we're not gonna need it immediately, but for later, and it's also related to the image, is we're gonna need to keep track of the cropped image URL, right? Why do we need to do that? Well, basically, in step 2, the user can drag the image. So imagine, I mean, there's a lot of boxes now. I'm gonna make this green. Just imagine this is the image, right? We can drag this image however we want over the phone, as you saw in the demo in the very beginning, right? And then this image will be cropped. So the left and right side will actually be gone in this case, or now the bottom. They're not overlaying the phone, so we don't need them. We only care about exactly this part, overlaying the actual phone, right? The entire rest on the left and right and bottom here, we don't care about them, and we need to keep track of how the image is cropped to then in step 3 display the actual preview, how exactly the user configured it. It needs to be the exact same thing, and that's how we keep track of the cropped image URL. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We can already get started inside of our schema.prisma, and that lives in the Prisma folder right here, and get started in doing a very basic modeling of this. So now we're gonna get started with database modeling, okay? So we're gonna say model configuration, and that's gonna be the most important model in the entire app, because that's gonna contain all the things we just talked about. So each configuration will have an ID, which is going to be a string, and in Prisma we can say add ID, and we can also give it a default ID, which in our case will be a collision resistant unique identifier. We could also use a UUID, but they are longer and they take up more space. Then we're gonna keep track of the width, as we talked about, as an integer. It's just a number. The height, same thing, is going to be an integer. And lastly, the cropped image URL will be also a string, but we're gonna make it optional. Why? Because in step 1, we're already going to create a configuration, but we don't have this yet because the user has not yet completed step 2, right? In step 2, we get the cropped image URL. In step 1, we don't. So what we're gonna do is create the configuration in step 1 and then later update it. Just this kind of thing we're gonna update in step 2. Right? So we can already save this, the schema.prisma, and now to push those changes into our database, to sync them with our remote database, we're gonna say npx prisma db push. Bam. We don't need to generate any kind of SQL migrations here. Now, if you're going into production, eventually that might be a good idea, but this is the fastest way to get your schema into your remote database. So the remote database actually creates the tables that we need, right? And if we refresh this, then we should be able to see, if we go to like overview somewhere, well, I don't know where it is right now, maybe here under tables. Yeah, there we are. It created the table in our remote database called configuration. So exactly what we have right here in our schema, in our Prisma schema. Perfect. That's very, very nice. And now the first step is to actually create the configuration in step 1 along with our image URL, right? That we can then pass as the ID to step 2 to refetch the image there, which is perfect for user experience because they don't need to upload anything again, right? And that's gonna happen inside of our core.ts on the onUploadComplete. This is a server-side function that runs whenever the image upload was successful. So the image is now stored in upload thing. Now what should happen, right? That's the question. And what should happen is that we store these values right here we just talked about. So what we're gonna do to get the height and the width is, first off, we need to make a fetch request. Const res is equal to await fetch, and we're gonna make a request to the file.url. Right? Because essentially we need to grab the image and then see how high is it and how wide is it. And we need to do that inside of a buffer. Const buffer is gonna be equal to await. And now we're gonna use a library in order to do that. One of the most popular image processing libraries, and that one is called, let me show you, is called Sharp. I think it has a ton of installs. It's used basically everywhere. It's a high performance, wait, let's read that. A high performance Node.js image processing kind of package. The fastest module to resize, but it does a lot more than just resize. It got like 5 million installs. Yeah, it's doing pretty well. That's awesome. And we are going to install that right now to see how wide and how high the image is. So inside of our terminal, let's clear that. Let's say npm install sharp, and we're going to install specifically the version 0.32.6. Why? Because there was a incompatibility introduced between Sharp and Next.js. It doesn't comply very well, and this version doesn't have the incompatibility. It works just as we expect. So we're able to grab the width and the height. Okay, and now inside here, const buffer is equal to await, and we're basically going to call Sharp that we just installed, right? And that is gonna come at the very top of the file from import Sharp from Sharp as a default kind of import, not a named one. And now we can simply call Sharp and pass it the buffer. And no, I messed that up. The buffer is not going to be await Sharp. The buffer is just going to be await res.array buffer, which is a function we can call on here. That's the first thing we need to do. Let's do everything in order here. So we fetch the image, we convert it to a buffer, and now we can actually grab the image metadata. So let's say const image metadata is going to be equal to, And now we're gonna say await sharp and pass in the buffer because it takes the buffer right here, right? We could provide it some options if we want to. We don't need to. There's simply a metadata function that we can now call that's gonna give us the width and the height that we can now simply destructure. Const width height is equal to image metadata. What else is there? We can see, let's see, chroma, subsampling, background, channels, compression, delay, density, a lot of stuff. You get the idea, right? We don't care about all of that. We only care about the width and the height, so we can correctly display this image in step 2 with the correct aspect ratio, right? That's all we need. Now, if there is no config ID passed into this route, which there will not be, by the way, because if you remember, if we go to our upload page right here, what we're basically saying is the config ID is undefined. We are going to pass it in step 2, but not in step 1, the upload step, right? Therefore, the config ID will be undefined, which means that there is no config and we need to create one in our database. Later, we're going to update the existing one, remember, with the cropped image URL, but not in step 1. In step 1, we still need to create it. It doesn't exist yet. So we're going to say configuration is going to be equal to await, and now we're going to make use of our DB, or actual database client that we can now use to interact with our database. And this is fully type safe, by the way, because it's Prisma, which is great. We can say db.configuration.create, and inside of here, this takes an object. So this takes the data property whenever we want to create something, and it will ask us for all the data that it needs, which is the height and the width. Oh, and I think we forgot one thing, which is the image URL. Yeah, we actually forgot that. Of course, when the image is uploaded, we also want to store the URL for it, right? That's literally the first aspect that we forgot here. So the image URL is going to be a string, and it's not going to be optional. We always want this string. All right, once again, npx prisma db push, whenever we make changes in our schema.prisma to let our remote database know that we changed something in this file, because otherwise it just wouldn't know. This is a local file, right? We need to execute npx prisma db push to push that into our database. That's gonna refresh our TypeScript, and now we know that we also need to pass the image URL, right? So the image URL in this case is just going to be the file.url that we get back in this function. The height is going to be either the height, or let's default this to 500, because this height could be undefined if the metadata is not contained in the image, right? If sharp cannot get it. However, that doesn't really happen. Just for TypeScript to be happy, it needs to know that this is a number though. And same thing for the width. This is either going to be the width, or we're going to say 500 to make TypeScript happy. Beautiful. Okay, and we can now simply return this, and we're going to say config ID is going to be the configuration.id, right? So basically we are returning, if you remember back to the client, right, the actual database configuration ID. So that's going to be the one that we actually get back right here, right, from the data. That's going to be sent to the client-side hook that we can use. And in the other case, where there is already a config ID, in that case, if you remember, we just want to update this. We are already going to be in step 2 at this point, because step 1 already created the config. So let's update the existing config. Const updated configuration is going to be await db.configuration.update. And in here, we're going to pass in an object where basically, whenever we update something, we need to tell Prisma what is the entry you want to update. And that goes by anything that's unique. In our case, that is the ID of the config. That's going to be our config ID that is passed into this function automatically. And then the data we want to update this with is going to be the cropped image URL, right? As I told you about earlier, which is just going to be the file.url. Beautiful, which means when in step 2, the cropped image URL will be uploaded. In that case, that will be the file.url. So the file.url will actually be 2 different things in 2 different scenarios. In step 1, the file.url will be the uncropped image that the user literally just uploads in step 1, right? That's just the user image, not cropped, not anything. That's going to be the file.url. And if the user actually drags around the image right here in step 2, as I showed you earlier, and then crops it by clicking the continue button, we're automatically going to upload that. And then that's going to be the file.url we're going to save as the cropped image URL. right? You're gonna see exactly what this looks like later. So basically we're storing the actual user image that they uploaded uncropped, and we're also for step 2 storing the cropped image. I hope that's clear. All right, and with the updated configuration done, we can simply now return that back to the client. We're going to say return config ID, and that's going to be the updated configuration.id. There we go. Let's format this. Very nice. And now we can get rid of the redundant return statement at the very end, because in every case we are already returning a config ID, so we don't need that anymore. And then hit save. Beautiful. That's literally all we need to do for architecturally this right here to work. In step 1, we're storing the image along with the ID in the database, so that in step 2, we can now retrieve the exact image that the user uploaded based on the ID parameter, because now that will be stored in our database, which is great, right? So let's go into our design page and make that happen to actually see if it works, right? So instead of the comment we have here, make DB call, well, let's actually make the DB call. And step 1, in order for that to happen, is to actually get the ID that was passed from the URL, right? How do we get access to this ID parameter? And that's actually pretty simple. In Next.js, a page automatically receives some properties, which are the search params. And let's type these out. Let's say these are of type page props, which is an interface we're going to define right up here, interface page props. And this takes the search params, and this is a type basically provided by Next.js that we can just kind of type out ourselves, but they will automatically be passed in, right? For example, containing the ID property right here. And they're going to be of type in angled brackets key string. So the key, in our case ID, will always be a string, and that will map to either a string or a string array or undefined, right? If a parameter is not passed, it's going to be undefined. If it's passed, it's either going to be string or a string array. And to get access to the ID, because we know this is called ID, we can simply destructure the ID from the search params. And let's already see if this works. So we're just going to put the ID right here, save that, and then let's see what happens. So let me open up my browser here and upload any kind of image. Let's upload just one that I prepared for Upstash like a while back. Let's upload that, and then let's let it upload, and then we should be forwarded with the ID parameter and actually see it on our page, right? And if we do, then we know that we received the parameter in a correct way. And why is this taking so long, by the way? Is the dev server... Oh, wait, there's an error. What's the problem? Let's see. Let's investigate this together. Why is that a long error? Cannot find module sharp. Okay, yeah, sometimes something is wrong with sharp. I think that is a version inconsistency. So the error is happening right here in our core.ts. It's complaining that it can't find the module sharp. So let me go ahead and fix that, because of course that works just fine in my demo. Let me see what's the difference and why it can't find the sharp module. All right, and I think I fixed the issue. Uploading is complete. Successfully simulated callback for file. Okay, that looks promising. And now it should redirect us. And my PC is 7 years old, by the way, so it's gonna take my PC very long, but that looks good. Redirecting and perfect. There is the ID. So this is the next page. This is the layout. Remember, it will always be visible. Perfect. Okay, that's exactly what we want. So the issue is probably just restarting your server, right? That's what I did. But also what I did is add like a little caret here in front of sharp, which lets the package manager know that we want to install the newest version. So just put that little caret in front of the number 0.32.6 and then say pnpm or npm install again. That's literally all I did. So put that caret, say pnpm install. That's gonna upgrade or update all the dependencies and see if we are up to date. And then very important, make sure to restart your server. Sometimes that just fixes issues. I think that was actually the problem and not really the caret here. But in any case, very nice. It works now. So we know we are correctly fetching the ID, right? The configuration identifier on our page, which means now because the image URL is in the database, we can see that actually by going into our terminal and saying npx prisma, there we go, studio. Let's hit enter here. And we can actually take a look into our database, and that's going to open that up in Chrome, but I want to open it up right here. There we go. We can see our configuration. And if we give this a bit more space, we can see our actual database and the image URL that is put in here, which is the actual user image URL uncropped. If we take that and paste it, bam, there it is, the image I just uploaded. Very nice. And we also have the width and the height of the image. Perfect, because now that is the aspect ratio of the image, how we want to display it in step 2, right? Perfect. So that's working exactly as expected. Very, very nice. And we now have the ID to work with on the next page, right? So we can close out of a lot of these files. And because we now know that we have the correct ID, we can now do a check. If we don't have the ID for any reason, if it's not passed to this page, so if anyone directly navigates to this page for any reason, it doesn't make sense, but let's check for that. Or if the type of ID is not equal to a string, in that case, there is nothing to display, right? We need an ID for this page to work. Anything else doesn't make sense. So in that case, let's return not found. This is a function we get from next/navigation. And basically what's going to happen is it's going to throw a 404 error if the design ID is not there, right? So if I crop that out or cut it out, whatever you want to call it, and then paste that, now this check will be true and it's going to throw a 404 because we don't know what to display in that case, right? That doesn't make sense, but if the user follows the right steps, right, as we intend, then the ID will always be there, of course, and they're not going to get a 404. Now, let's actually get access to the configuration, right, to show the image. The configuration is going to be equal to await db, let's import our database in here, .configuration.find unique, because there will only be one configuration with this ID, right? It's going to be unique. So we're going to say where ID. So basically we're telling Prisma find the configuration with the ID of whatever we passed into the URL as a query parameter, in our case this, and give it back to us, right? And if we don't have the configuration, if nothing was found with this specific ID, in that case, of course, we're going to return not found as well. So in that case, the ID parameter is there, but it doesn't match any entry in our database. Lastly, we know there is a valid configuration and a valid ID, which means we can simply destructure something from the configuration. And that's going to be the image URL. We're going to destructure the width and also lastly the height. And now the actual core logic for this component involves a lot of client-side logic, right? Where the user is able to drag around the image on the phone, right? That's going to be purely client-side. That doesn't happen server-side. It doesn't make sense. It needs React hooks and all that. So we can't really do it inside a server-side component. Therefore, what we need to do is to create a new component, and that one is going to be client-side. And we're going to call it the design configurator, because, well, that's exactly what it is. And this component, we can simply go to our file tree and create it in the same folder, the design folder. It's not going to be a reusable component because we don't need it to be reusable. So it's totally cool, or I think it's even better to create it right where you need it instead of in our components folder. So inside of here, we're going to create the design, let's spell that right, design configurator.tsx. There we go. Let's create that. And this, as always, is just going to be a basic arrow function. Const design configurator is going to be an arrow function. And I need to switch keyboards. There we go. And fix that syntax error. Okay. And we can export default design. And I said configuration again. This needs to be configurator. I hate to spell this word, configurator. It's, I don't know. It's just a hard word to spell. Let's just copy and paste it down to export it as the default. And now, because we know what we need to pass into this configurator to correctly display the user image in step 2, let's also receive that in the design configurator as properties, right? So we get access to it right away. So let's destructure the config ID. Let's also destructure the image URL and the image dimensions. And let's say these will be of type design configurator props. There we go. And that's the type we can define at the very top right here, interface. And because I hate spelling this word so much, I'm going to copy and paste it. There we go. And that allows us to now define and tell TypeScript what this will receive, which are, of course, these three right here, right? So first one is going to be the config ID, which is, of course, going to be a string. The image URL will also be a string. And lastly, the image dimensions are going to be an object, of course, consisting of the width as a number, and also the height as a number, so we can correctly display the image to the user. And I think the most intuitive way that we can go about building this component is by starting with the JSX, right? By kind of starting with how this is going to look and then later implement the functionality. And dude, if I say that you're going to learn a lot in the functionality of this component, that's an understatement, okay? This is going to be really, really cool and very applicable to all future projects that you're building. You're going to see. I'm not going to overpromise right now. I'm just going to show you later, and then you'll be the judge, okay? So anyways, let's start with the design. I think it's the most intuitive way to start here. Let's return a div at the top level. And this div will get a class name of relative, of margin top 20, of grid, a grid calls 3, a margin bottom of 20, and a padding bottom of 20 as well. Now let's open this div up, and inside of here, let's create one more div. And this div will get a class name, which is going to be relative, a height, and then in angled brackets, because this is going to be a custom value, we're going to say 73.5 rem. Then an overflow dash hidden, and I missed the angled bracket right here. No, that needs to go after the rem. There we go. So we have the height and then an angled bracket 37.5 rem that way. Then the overflow hidden. After this, we're going to give it a call span of 2, a width of full, a maximum width of 4xl, a flex items dash center, justify dash center, a rounded dash lg for large, a border dash 2, a border dash dashed, there we go, that's gonna make it look very cool, a border gray of 300, a padding of 12, a text dash center, a focus as a pseudo class, right? That's why we put the colon right here, because this is a pseudo class for the focus state. We're gonna say outline dash none because it would look ugly. On focus, a ring dash 2. On focus, a ring dash primary. And lastly, on focus, a ring offset of 2, right? So when you tab into it, it's going to have the little ring effect. It's going to look pretty nice. And then inside of here, we're going to create one more div. This one with a class name of relative, a width of 60, a background opacity of 50, a pointer dash events dash none, and lastly, an aspect ratio. And this is going to be also a custom value in angled brackets. And this value will be 896, so 896 divided by 1831. Now, why is this? Because that's the aspect ratio of the image we're going to use as the phone in this case, right? That's literally just the width and height of that image. Now, inside of this div, let's open this up, and this will be the actual phone. But in order for the phone to always maintain its aspect ratio to not size along with the screen, we can use a really neat component that is called the aspect ratio from our UI library. Well, basically what it does is in code, we can pass it a certain ratio right here, and it's always going to maintain that ratio. For example, this 16:9 image right here, it will always stay in 16:9 format, no matter how small or large we drag it. And that's exactly what we want, because if the phone switched aspect ratio, that would look horrible, right? So let's say npx shadcn-ui at latest, add, and then it's aspect-ratio. And hit enter. That's going to install the component, and then we will be able to import it and actually use it as the phone case. There we go. And after that's done installing, we can actually go ahead and use the aspect ratio right here in our JSX. And that comes from the components UI aspect ratio. As I just showed you in the example, we can pass this something called a ratio, and this is nothing more than a number, right? And in our case, this is going to be 896 divided by 1831. So basically the same thing as the div above. And the class name this is going to get is going to be pointer events none, a relative, a z index of 50, and an aspect dash same thing, right? We can basically just copy and paste this down. Why do we need to pass the aspect again? Because when I was building this, one or the other didn't work, it just worked together. So passing it here and here worked, but passing it individually, just the ratio as a number or just the class name didn't work, and now it just works, which is kind of weird, but it's also like an unimportant detail. This just works, that's all we need to know. And let's pass it a width of full. Beautiful. And inside of here, we are going to use the Next.js image. Let's call it next image though, because we're actually going to use something called an image as an icon later on. And to avoid a naming conflict with that, let's name next image instead of just image. So we're going to say import next image from next/image, just to kind of give it a different name. And we can do that because it's the default import, right? And this next image will get an auth tag, and that's going to be phone image. The source is going to be /phone-template.png, which is an image I have prepared for us. And the class name of this is going to be also pointer events none, a z index of 50, and a select-none. There we go. Let's save that. Let's see what happens. And one thing we probably forgot, is in our page at the same level, right, in the design folder right here, we forgot to pass in the props. We haven't done that yet, so our page doesn't know how to render properly. So let's do that. Let's import this component from the ./design configurator, perfect, and then pass in the config ID, which is going to be our configuration.id. Then the image dimensions, which are going to be an object made up of the width and or height. And last thing we're gonna pass in here is the image URL. And this is just going to be the image URL. There we go. Let's hit save. Let's reload our page. And is the dev server still running, by the way? No, it's not. We can completely, let's clear that. Let me end it. There we go. All right, let's close out of this PowerShell. Let's clear this one. And now let's say yarn dev. Damn, that was messy. Okay, let's have one console open, clear it, and then run the dev server in here. I don't like when I have like 3 terminals open and it gets super confusing. Anyways, so let's start back up our development server, and what we expect to see right now is the phone case, right? But that doesn't happen because it says image with source phone-template.png is missing required width property. Well, we can also just pass it the fill option right here, right? This is a Next.js image specific thing. We can pass it, and once we do, the image is actually going to show up right here. Wow, okay, that looks beautiful. This is gonna be the area where the person can drag their image around over the phone, right? And that already looks really nice with the little Cobra logo up here that I added. Very, very cool. Okay, that's gonna be the foundation for everything here to work. And now let's also add a tiny detail that's gonna be super helpful later on. And that is when you drag around the image right here, right? If we drag this around, then in the areas that are not the phone, it should be more gray than the area that's overlaying the phone, right? To make it clear which areas are on the phone and which are not, right? And in order to do that, let's create a div right here below our aspect ratio, right here with 3 closing divs to go. And this div is going to be self-closing, and it's going to get a class name that is going to be absolute, a z index of 40, an inset of 0, a left of 3 pixels as a custom value, a top-px, a right also of 3 pixels, there we go, a bottom-px for 1 pixel, a rounded, and then as a custom value 32 pixels, just like that. And then lastly, a shadow, and this shadow will also be custom. Basically, the shadow is going to be the overlay for all the rest, right? It's not really just a layer because that wouldn't work well with the Z indexes. It needs to be a shadow that this div is casting. So the shadow is going to look a bit weird, a bit unconventional. It's going to be 0_0_0_, and now 99999px underscore RGBA, and now we can actually pass the color value for the shadow, and this one is going to be 229, 231 with no spaces, by the way, then a 235 as the third one, and lastly the opacity, which will be 0.6, and we can hit save on that, and there it is. It just showed up. It's basically including the entire area, but the phone, right? Not the background of the phone. And that's so important. So only the image that's over the phone is more highlighted and the rest is kind of grayed out, right? That's exactly what this div is doing right here. And what we can also do is already set the foundation for one really important option later on. That is the color of this case, right? That's going to happen right below the div we just created. As a separate div, this one can also be self-closing. And this one is going to get a class name that is going to be dynamic. So let's use our cn helper function right in here, import that. And the default class name will be absolute, an inset of 0, a left of 3 pixels. So basically the same as before, right? A top of px, a right also of 3 pixels, same thing, and a bottom of px, also same thing, and a rounded dash 32 pixels. Very specific. Now the dynamic thing we're going to apply is going to be a template string. We're going to change this later on. For now, let's hard code this to background blue, let's say 950, for example. Later on, this will actually depend on the option that the user chooses for the phone case color, right? So this could be like red or black or whatever you want, basically, right? And if we now read out the page, then beautiful, the phone case just changed color. Huzzah, right? Magic, it just works by doing it in this div right here that we can later always change, for example, like to a red 950 and read out the page and read out again. There we go. That now it's red. Or a zinc 950, which is going to be our basically black, but it looks kind of nicer than black. It's not pure black, but almost black. It looks very, very nice. Okay, now where is the user image? How do we make the user image draggable around here? And that's going to happen right here below the div we just created, the self-closing one more div down with 2 closing divs to go. That is where we're just going to put the user image for now. So let's create a div right here with a class name that's going to be relative, a width of full and a height of full. And in here, we are going to put a next image. Once again, this can be self-closing. The source is going to be our image URL that we fetched in the server-side component, remember, and now passed down into the design configurator, which is just the uncropped user image. This is going to get a fill. The alt tag is going to be your image. And then the class name is going to be pointer events none. And we can already go ahead and save that. So let's see what happens. Let's read out our page. And what it's going to do is it's going to go ahead, fetch the ID from our database, and then display the source. Now the problem is it gives us invalid source prop. And that is because Next.js, for any external image that you want to pull into your app, you basically have to whitelist that domain. In our case, the hosted image domain. utfs.io, which comes from upload thing, right? That's how they provide their files to us. And we need to change that in the Next.js config. We can simply say images. And in here, this is an object. It takes domains, and we can simply paste that domain utfs.io in here and hit save. That's gonna take a long time probably to reload our next.config.mjs. So usually the reload takes a bit longer, but once we give it some time and reload the page, now we actually expect the user image to show up right here, right? And once we verify that's the case, then we can actually see how we can make it draggable. And there it is, very nice. It looks horrible. The phone edges are not working because the image is pushing it out of the boundaries. Of course, that's gonna work later because the image, we don't want it to be right here, right? It shouldn't affect the phone. The phone should always look good, right? Because if we didn't have the image, then the phone case looks perfect in any size, right? If we make it like very small, like that, or make it very large, the edges are always exactly as they need to be. And with the image right there, that's just not the case. So what do we need to do with this image to make it draggable over the phone case? We're going to use a really nice library to do that, and that is React RND. That is a draggable and resizable React component. It's maintained, by the way, it's super up to date, and it also provides us a ton of customization options that make it look very, very good. About 200,000 downloads per week. That's nice. We can see like a live demo here on the website with a screenshot where they are just kind of dragging around this like tweet or whatever it is. And it's exactly what we want, right? It's a perfect match for us. That's what we're going to use. So inside of our project, let's open up a new terminal and let's say npm install yarn add, doesn't matter. react-rnd and hit enter. And once that's installed, and probably it won't take very long with pnpm because I already have it on my machine here. Let's close out of that again. And we can simply import that at the very top of the file. Import rnd from react-rnd, and then use that way down here to wrap this div inside of the rnd component. This is not going to be self-closing, by the way. And we need to wrap our entire div inside of it. And now this RD gives us a ton of options, as I mentioned earlier, that we can choose from, right? For example, we can, well, pass anything that it gives us access to right here, which is a lot. In our case, what we want to do is for now just pass some defaults, right? So the X value by default, this can kind of be anything that you want. I feel like 150 usually works pretty well here. So this is just the position where the image will first be when the user lands on the page, right? The Y can be like a 205. That's what I set it to in the demo, and that works pretty well. And by the way, of course, this needs to be an object that we are passing into default right here. The height and width are important because this also takes those two, right? The height is going to be the image dimensions, and because the user image is probably going to be very large, let's divide that by 4. And of course, same thing for the width, right? This is going to be the image dimensions dot width divided by 4 as well. And oh, we forgot the dot height here because what we're passing in is an object. There we go. And so we're dividing both by 4. The aspect ratio remains the same, but essentially we are making the image way smaller. So when it appears here on the screen, it's not going to be absolutely gigantic, but it's going to be nice and that the user can see where it is, drag it around, resize it however they want. So let's try it out. Let's reload our page and let's see what happens. That is probably going to take some time. Class extends value undefined is not a constructor or null. Interesting. Did we not mark this? Yeah. Okay. So the problem is probably that we did not mark this as a client-side component. Let's do that. That's the entire point. Because R&D, of course, relies on user drag events and so on, right? It's heavily client-side, so we need to opt in to the client-side component. All right, there's the image, and we can drag it around the phone. The areas that are not on the phone or over the phone are kind of grayed out, which is amazing. And the areas that are over the phone are kind of more visible, more opacity. Perfect. And we can already resize the image, but the aspect ratio is not maintained. That is horrible. So the user will completely mess up their image if they drag it around. And also the edges just don't look very good here. Like, yeah, you can tell that you can resize it, but for example, apps like Canva do it much better, where there's like big controls here on each corner that make it very clear that you can actually resize this image. And those are actually pretty easy fixes with React R&D as well, because it completely allows us to customize anything that we want, such as, right, the resize handle component. Let me show you how this works. This is going to be really, really cool. First off, let's lock the aspect ratio, by the way, just so we fix that the aspect ratio changes as the user drags it around. Now that doesn't happen anymore. It will always remain the same aspect ratio. Perfect. That's much better. And then let's pass in something called the resize handle component right here. This takes an object, and basically we can define for each item, like the bottom left, bottom right, each corner of this draggable component, how it should look, how the corner should look. And in our case, we're going to create a custom component for that. And that's going to be super simple component. Let's create it in our components folder, new file. Let's call it handle component.tsx. And this is, of course, const handle component, going to be an arrow function. And let's export default handle component at the very bottom right here. And now what is going to return? Very, very simple, just a self-closing div element. And this div is going to get a class name, I said, there we go, of width 5, a height of 5, a rounded dash full, a shadow, border, BG of white, a border zinc of 200, then a transition, and lastly on hover a BG dash primary. And we can save that. That's literally already it. We can now pass this handle component into the resize handle component function that takes things like the bottom right. This is gonna be our handle component. There we go. We need to import that. Self-closing. Perfect. Same thing for the bottom left. Same component. Basically, we can just copy and paste this down. Let's put a comma at the end here. Alt, Shift, arrow down once and twice. And this is not going to be the bottom left. Now it's going to be the top right. And same thing for the top left right here as well. And once we save that, you're going to see what happens. It's going to be really, really cool. There are now these little dots on each edge that make it much easier to resize this entire thing. Right? As long as we're somewhere on that area with our mouse, we can resize this entire thing. That is awesome. And one thing we can also do to improve this is give the R&D a class name. And that class name is going to be absolute, a z index of 20, a border of 3px as a custom value, and a border dash primary. And once we save that, that's going to give the entire thing a green outline. Now, because the image already has an outline, this very specific image looks kind of weird for me, but it's going to look much better for you if your image doesn't have an outline. I mean, you can see it right now if you're following along. On your image, it's going to look much nicer. It's very clear where the boundaries of the image are, and it's just a much nicer experience to resize it and drag it around. Nice. Great. And that's a really important part of this design configurator done. Essentially the whole left side, right? With where the user will be able to control their image and how exactly it will be put on the phone. So we're going to continue on the right hand side right here, because what's missing is all the configuration options, like which iPhone model this is for, the color, the material, the finish, and so on. And that's going to live right here, below the closing R&D, below the closing div, and with one closing div to go. That's where we're going to create a new div right now, and that's going to get a class name, and that's going to be, and let's give this a lot more space. There we go. And that class name is going to be a height of, and now as well, 37.5 rem, so same height as the entire phone area, right? A flex dash call, and a bg of white. To kind of be separate from the rest of the page. And inside of here, we are going to install a component from our UI library, and that's gonna be let's get rid of that, npx shadcn-ui at latest add scroll dash area, and hit enter. And while that installs, we can already take a look at what this does. Let's pull this up. Essentially, I mean, the name is kind of exactly what it is, right? If we put a lot of stuff into the scroll area, then it's not going to expand too much vertically, but it's going to stick to a certain height, and instead have like a beautiful scroll bar for us to scroll through. And that's how we're going to create the effect on the right side with the finish, material, and so on. This is all going to be inside of a scroll area. So let's say this red thing was the scroll area, right? If we have like the finish and the material in here and a bunch of other options, right? Then we can, like the iPhone model, for example, is also going to be in here. The model that the user can choose from. And you can basically kind of scroll through this instead of it being like super long on the page. That's not really what we want, right? And in order for that to happen, we are going to use the scroll area, and that should be installed. Perfect. Let's give this a lot more space, and then wrap this entire thing inside of the scroll area that we can now import from our own UI components. Beautiful. This is going to get a class name, and that's going to be relative, a flex of 1, and an overflow dash auto. There we go. Let's open this scroll area up, and inside of here, first thing is going to be a self-closing div element. And this div element is basically going to act as a little gradient just to make the scroll area look nicer. So we're going to give it an area hidden, and that is going to be true because if you're on a screen reader, then you don't need to know about this div. It's purely like visual. It's just for decoration. And the class name is going to be absolute, z10, inset x of 0, a bottom of 0, a height of 12, a bg gradient to t, so to top, a from dash white. That's how it's going to start the gradient at the bottom. And then also a pointer events none. And because we're not passing it a to value, for example, to red 500, that's not what we're doing. Therefore, it's going to fade into transparency, right? So it's just going to act as like a one-way gradient on our page. So if we save that, we might already be able to see something. Let's pull this up into a kind of side-by-side view, give it a lot more space, and then let's reload the page. Okay, right now we we're not really able to see it, right? Because the options are not there. There is nothing to choose from yet. But as we implement that right now, you're going to see exactly what that gradient does. So let's create a div down here, right below the self-closing div. And this one will get a class name of padding x8, a padding bottom of 12, and a padding top of 8 as well. Now, inside of here, let's create an h2 element. And this will say customize your case. Beautiful. And this h2 is going to get a class name, and that's going to be a tracking-tight, a font-bold, a text of 3XL, and that's it. Let's format this, save the page, and hopefully we will be able to see what that looks like. And there we are, customize your case. Okay, great. And now below this h2, let's create a self-closing div element. And this is just going to act as a separator between this h1 and the content that will be below it. So the configuration options, right? So we're gonna give this a width of full, a height of px for 1 pixel, a background zinc of 200, and lastly a margin y of 6 to kind of space it out from both the heading and the stuff that's gonna be living right below it. Then below this div, you can see the separator pop up here. And by the way, what we don't have yet, but what we're gonna have soon is that, and why did this go out of the side-by-side, by the way? Hey, go back into the side-by-side, there we go, is that this stuff will actually be below the main phone configurator when we are on very small devices. So it's going to be fully responsive. Now, below this separator, let's create a div element. This one is going to get a class name of relative, margin top 4, height full, flex, dash, call, and justify between. Okay, now inside of this div, let's open it up. We are gonna create our first kind of radio group, and that will be, if we kind of just write the text here right now, let's see where that's gonna pop up. So let's reload the page. You don't have to type this out. Why is there an error? Hydration failed. That's fine. Let's just reload the page. Sometimes that happens. Of course, not in the final production build. And right here, that's where the first radio option will be. And in order to make that happen, we're gonna make use of a UI library, and that is called, let's open up our terminal, npm install add headless UI/React. This is a UI library that is made by the creators of Tailwind CSS. So if you go ahead and check this out, headless UI/React, let's see right here, last published 12 days ago, nice. Also a lot of installs. Now installs are kind of subjective, right? Kind of the stupidest npm packages have a lot of installs. For example, there's a package called isEven. I'm not sure if it's one word or if it's separated by a hyphen, but last published 7 years ago, this one got like 200,000 downloads per week. And last published was 7 years ago. I mean, what would you publish? It's literally just, it tells you if a number is even or not. It's literally the most mundane package, and it's got like 200,000 installs per week, which is insane. Okay, this one doesn't, but you get the point, right? The package quality doesn't always correspond to how many downloads it has, but the last publish is usually a pretty good indicator to tell how well maintained a package actually is. And the question is, why are we mixing two different UI frameworks, right? Why are we using headless UI for this section right here and using shadcn-ui for the rest? And the reason is that the shadcn radio options are not good. I don't like them. And the radio group we're gonna use from our headless UI library is really good. Let me show you. So let's go to the very top and let's say import radio group from add headless UI, and we can probably also auto import that. Yeah. And now way down where we just were right here, let's open up this div, and this is where we're going to use this radio group element. This is not going to be self-closing, but a regular JSX tag. And this expects two things. First off, it expects the value. What is the currently chosen option in our radio group? And we are going to do a very proper, good implementation for this. So we're not going to hard code the value down there in our radio group, but instead, as the user chooses a different option, of course, it should change. Therefore, we need to keep track of these options in state, in React state, right? So we're going to call this options, and by convention, set options as the second array destructure element. And this will be equal to use state, where we are destructuring from. This is a function that takes an object, and the first thing we're going to create in here is the color. Now we could just say, for example, black as the default color, right? But that's not really what we want to do. Instead, I want to show you a much better approach. And for that, let's close out of so many of these files and open up our sidebar. We are going to create a new folder in our source. And then we're going to create it right here. Let's create a new folder and let's call it validators. And inside of this new folder, let's create a new file called option-validator.ts. And now inside of this file, later on, we're actually going to write a runtime validator. You're going to see what that looks like so we can make sure that we always get the data we expect on our backend. So for security, that is a really good idea. For now, we're simply going to define all the options a user can choose from in the single file. So if we make changes here, those are going to be reflected everywhere where we use it across our whole app. For example, the design configurator. So we're going to export a const and then in all caps lock colors. Because this is a constant value, right? This will not change. This is a great convention, as I told you about earlier, to always know that this is a constant value. No matter where you see it in your app, you right away know it. And each object that we are going to put in here will get a label. For example, the first option will be black. The value will be black. And lastly, the TW, the Tailwind color we want to apply if this is selected, is going to be zinc 900. Great. Okay, let's give this a bit more space. Let's create the second object in here. The label for this one is going to be blue. The value is going to be blue as well, but this time with a small b, just like with a black. And lastly, the TW, the Tailwind, is going to be blue 950. So a bit darker. And last option we're going to let the user choose from is going to be the label rose. The value is going to be rose with a lowercase r, and the TW is going to be a rose 950. Now, if you want to offer any different colors, they go right here, of course, right? You can offer like orange, yellow, green, whatever you want. You can basically put it here. That totally works. We're going to leave it at these three just to demonstrate, and then we're going to say as const at the end of the array, which is going to help us later, basically telling TypeScript that this is not an array of any objects like this, but it's literally an array of the exact strings that are in here. So if we say as const and hover over this again, now it's an array with exactly 3 elements with exactly the strings we have, and not just any strings and any array length, right? So we make very sure this is an array that never changes at runtime, at least, right? That's the point. And we always know it's exactly 3 elements and exactly these elements that are on here. That's what the as const means, and that helps us in TypeScript later on. You're going to see exactly why. Now, in the design configurator, instead of hard coding the option that we had previously, we can now actually say that we want by default the colors that we can now import at the index of 0 to be the first selected color. And to get full type safety as to what our colors can be set to, right? That's exactly what I just mentioned. That's where the as constant comes in clutch. So we can pass a generic into the use state to tell TypeScript what the type will be or what the allowed types are, right? And for the color, what are the allowed types? Well, basically black, blue, or rose, right? Any of these separate objects is an allowed value inside of our state. So all we need to do is to say that color, the allowed types are type of colors at a certain number. So for example, this entry, or this entry, right? And what that does is now everywhere where we set the color, we get full type safety, right? We know what the allowed values are. For example, that's going to happen in our radio group right here, right? The value is nothing else than the options.color. And of course, there needs to be an equal sign here. There we go. And then the on change. What happens if the value is changed in the radio group? First off, we get a callback function in which we handle all the logic, right? And we get access to the new value, right? If we hover over this, the new value, awesome. We get full type safety. We know that any selected value will be either color of or allowed colors like rose, blue, or black, right? That is beautiful. How does it know that? Well, because the value is one color of those 3. That's exactly why the isConst we added at the very end is so helpful. So inside of this callback function, we can now simply say set options, and we receive all the previous values as the
callback function parameter that is right here, the previous. So we can simply return an object directly to set our new options. And that object is going to contain all the previous options. We're going to spread them in there. And then the color is going to be our new value. Basically, all this means is all the other options. Right now, we don't have any other options, but later that's going to be like the texture or the finish. They're going to remain the exact same as the previous ones. Just the color is going to be our new value that was just selected in the onChange, right? So we're only changing the color right here. Beautiful. Let's save that. Let's see what it looks like, because right now we won't really be able to see anything. Right? If we reload the page, nothing happened. Why is that? Well, because our radio group is actually empty. We didn't put anything inside here yet. So let's do that. The first thing we're going to put in here is a label. And that label is going to come from our UI library as well. Let's say npx shadcn-ui at latest add label and hit enter. That's going to install our label component. And once that's done, beautiful, we can close out of this and simply use the label right here in our JSX coming from our custom component. Let's give this a bit less space, by the way. This label is going to say color, and it's also going to display the current selected color, which is nothing else than the options.color and then, of course, the label, right? Because the label is the human readable version like black or blue or rows of our current option. Okay, so let's save that. We should already see that pop up here on our page. Beautiful. Black is by default selected because that's what we put as the default right here. If this was 1, for example, and we reloaded the page, then you would see that blue is by default selected, but we want to leave it as 0 as black. Now, to actually let the user choose between the different options, let's create a div element and give this a lot more space. This div element, and that's a bit too much, let's leave it like that. We're going to worry about the responsiveness later, just so we have everything on the page right now. This div element we just created is going to get a class name. That's going to be margin top 3, flex items-center, a space x of 3. And that's already it. Now, inside of here, we can map over all the available colors. And since we have already defined all colors that are available, well, nothing easier than that. We can just map over those. We're going to say colors.map. And for each color, we are going to return some JSX right away. And that's going to be a radio group, there we go, .option that we can choose right here. Now, because we're mapping, first thing we're going to do is pass a key into here, which is just going to be the color.label as a unique value for each option. And this also takes a value, which is important to pass in here because it's needed for this to work. And that's going to be our color that we're mapping over. Great. Now, each radio option is also going to get a class name. The class name is going to be dynamic. So let's use our cn helper function and import that right here. And by default, the class name we're going to pass into here is going to be relative -m minus 0.5, just a small negative margin, a flex, a cursor dash pointer, items dash center, a justify dash center, a rounded full, a padding of 0.5 to offset the negative margin. Then after the padding 0.5, an active ring 0. So with the pseudo selector, a ring 0. On focus, a ring 0 as well. We want to hide that. On active, an outline dash none. On focus, an outline dash none as well. A border 2, and lastly a border transparent. There we go, that's the class name. And now the dynamic part we're going to apply here is going to be our Tailwind. Well, basically what we defined right here as the Tailwind option, right? So I'm going to skip back in case you missed anything. This is the entire class name. And then as for the dynamic part, we are going to apply a dynamic key. So in angled brackets, a template string, and this is going to be border dash. And now in dynamic, the color.tw. So a border zinc 950, for example, or the border blue. But we only want to apply this class name to kind of give it an outline if this is the currently selected color that we are mapping over, right? So only the selected colors kind of stick out with a nice outline. How do we know if this is the currently selected item or not? And that's really easy actually with the
headless UI React, because this class name, we can simply cut everything here. So let's mark it and press Ctrl X, and don't worry, we're not getting rid of it, we're just moving it, because what I want to show you is this is actually a callback function, the class name, that is simply going to return everything we just had, right? Nothing changes about that. But the cool thing is we can destructure now both the active and also the checked state from the radio group option. And that's how we know when it's active or when it is checked. And we're simply going to apply this conditional class name of the border now if either the current state is active or the current state is checked, right? That's all the logic that's going to happen here. If we save that, then we should already be able to see something, hopefully. And we are able to see, well, something on our page. It's like a little dot. It looks super weird. And to make it look way better, let's open up the radio group dot option. And inside of here goes a span element. And this is actually going to be self-closing. And the class name of this span element is going to be dynamic as well with our cn helper function. So what are we going to combine in here? What is going to be dynamic? Well, the template string first. BG, and then in dynamic syntax, the color.tw. So the rose or the blue or the zinc or whatever color the user is currently chosen. And then the second element as a separate string that we're going to pass into this function is going to be the normal class name. So a height of 8, a width of 8, a rounded full. We're also going to apply a border dash black, and then a border opacity of 10. Right, so pretty low opacity. Let's save that and see what happens, because hopefully we will be able to see that one thing doesn't work yet, and I want to show you why. Okay, and we kind of do. Well, we get the colors right here. We get these beautiful little dots that we can choose from, but they don't actually have color. Why is that? And I mean, technically it would be logical if these have colors, right? BG, and then we apply the color.tw, which is nothing else than like zinc 900, blue 950, rose 950. So the class name that results from that is actually valid. So if we try to inspect this element and see, well, what is the class name? It has a class of BG zinc 900. That's like the Tailwind class name for a black kind of background, right? Why isn't it applying? And the answer is that Tailwind doesn't actually support dynamic class names like these out of the box. And a really simple, or the most simple kind of hack to make that happen that I read about online is to actually simply include these colors as comments in your code. And this works surprisingly well. Let me show you. As a comment above the colors, we're going to say BG blue 950 and also border blue 950, because that's what we're going to use later. Now using Shift, Alt and arrow down, we can copy this down once and twice. And for the second comment, we're going to change this to zinc. By the way, if you're wondering how I selected two at the same time, well, you select the first one and then you press Ctrl D. That's going to select both of them. Second one is going to be zinc, and then the third one is going to be rose. So for every color that we have, we include it as a comment. And as long as we include these as comments anywhere in our code, it doesn't even matter. That's the funny thing. If we now reload the page, bam, the class names actually work. The dynamic class names, the colors actually show up. And the reason that zinc is not working is actually because this is 900 and not 950. So it actually needs to match like the exact dynamic class name that you want to import later. There's other ways to do this, right? But I think this is the best way. There, you can do like lookup tables if you want. And there we are. The zinc color just popped up. Beautiful. And now the active color is actually selected with an outline. Can close out of that and give this a lot more space. This is some very nested JSX, by the way. The active color is actually now selected with a beautiful outline, and the color is updating in real time using React state as well up here in the label. That is awesome. Now, okay, there's gonna be other options that the user can choose from, but do you remember when we initialized the phone case background color way up here in this div right here? We already made this dynamic, but currently hard-coded it to zinc 950 for the phone case background. Now, how cool would it be if we can simply change this to now use the options.color.tw and hit save. So let's see what happens. Ideally, as we change this, wabam, or phone case background changes. Dude, that is awesome. That gives us full flexibility as for the colors that you want to apply. And now because we made this, we structured this so nice, we can simply go into our validators. And if you want to add a color right here, bam, just create a new color with like a yellow 950, whatever, include it as a comment, and there you are. There's your new color. As easy as that. No needing to change the JSX. The core logic remains the same. And it's not an exact match of the model view controller pattern, right? Because that involves fetching data from the server, but it goes in the direction of that you're not really mixing application logic too hard with the actual displaying of that logic, right? We're kind of separating out the colors there are in a separate file in a separate area. So adding one does not actually change anything about the way we render anything out, right? And I think that is a really good idea to structure your apps that way, because it's just more maintainable. It's just more fun to work in later on. And if you ever need to change something, you don't need to kind of think yourself into how are we rendering this, but you just need to add a new option here. As easy as that. Great. Okay, that is our color customization done. Now, what is the next thing? The next thing is going to be the model that the user can choose from. So like iPhone 11, iPhone 12, iPhone 13, and so on. And that's going to live right below our radio group right here. Let's create a new div. And this one is going to get a class name of relative, flex, flex-call, gap of 3, and a width of full. And let's open up this div, and inside of here is going to live our label, and this is going to say model. There we go, not model. And if we reload the page, then we're going to see that pop up. It pops up right here below our colors. But one thing that is not currently happening is that these are actually spaced out. So below our div and above our radio group, the first one, let's create one more div. And this div will get a class name, and that's going to be flex, flex-call, and a gap of 6. And this div will just be responsible for kind of spacing out the individual items that the user can choose from. All right, so we're going to cut out using Control X the closing div and paste it after our radio group, or I mean this div right here now, because this div is going to contain all the radio groups, right? And if we now save our page, we pasted the div right here. Let's reload that again. We can see now it's nicely spaced out below each other. Beautiful. And now for the dropdown of where you can choose your phone model. That will also be handled by our UI library in a fully accessible, beautiful, out-of-the-box kind of dropdown that we're going to use to make this happen. And to install it, we're going to go into our terminal. Let's clear this and say npx shadcn-ui at latest, add dropdown-menu, and then hit enter. That's going to install the drop-down menu once again into our local project, into components, UI. That's where it stores. That's where it stores all the different kind of stuff that it installs from our UI library, and that's where it just puts the code with 0 abstractions, with all the class names for us to change if we wanted to, right? But we're not going to do that right now because this works so nicely out of the box. We can now simply go ahead and import the drop-down menu component from components UI drop-down menu. Beautiful. Inside of here, this takes a drop-down menu trigger that we can also import from the same spot, right? Or custom components. And this trigger will get something called an asChild property right here. And all that does is by default, this trigger will actually be a button, and we don't want that, right? We want to pass our own button right here that we can simply import from our UI library, because it looks much better than the default trigger. And by using the asChild property, we can simply say, don't render this out as a button itself, because then we would have 2 buttons, right? That's not good. But just use the child as the actual trigger and just pass your properties on to it automatically, right? And this button is going to get a variant of outline. It's going to get a role, and that's going to be combo box. There we go. The class name of this button will be a width of full and a justify dash between. All right. Now inside of this button, we're simply going to use the options dot, well, now what do we use here? Dot what? Dot like color? No, not really. This is the model. This is very separate from the color. And if we take a look at how we did this for the color, what did we put in there? Well, basically it was, where is it? The option.color.label, right? So what we expect to happen here, similarly, same API, right? It would be the options.model.label, but that doesn't exist yet. We don't have an options.model. Therefore, let's create it in the same kind of way as we did it for the colors, right? We can simply export a const models from this file, and if we want to add a model at any time, we can do it right here in this file without having to worry at all about the rendering logic, right? And this is going to be an object that gets a name property, and this is going to be models, and then this is going to get the options, which are an array of individual objects, each one containing an iPhone model, right? So the first option will be an object. As the label, we're gonna say iPhone X, so this is what's gonna be visible to the user, so we nicely want to format it. And then as the value, we're gonna say iPhone X as one word, no spaces, all lowercase, how we are internally going to identify this model. Okay, same thing. Let's mark this entire object. Let's hold Shift, Alt, and arrow down, copy it down, change the X to an iPhone 11, and then the value also to an iPhone 11. You can probably imagine what we're going to do next. Same thing, bam, iPhone 12, and also, and also change that to iPhone 12. Same thing for the iPhone 13. There we go. And let's just copy this down 2 more times now. 1, 2, change the first one to 14 and 14. And then the last one to the 15. There we go. Great. And by the way, if the iPhone 16 should already be out whenever you're watching this, I don't know when you're watching this, then of course you can also add the iPhone 16 down here if you want. And let's also mark this whole thing as const, same reason as before. So we can now very easily use this in our JSX, right? That's the beauty of the asConst. So what we can now do is say options.model.label. So same logic as we had before with the colors. And of course, in order for this to work, we still need to add the model to our state in order to make it changeable by the user in real time. Therefore, first off, let's define the TypeScript type of what the model will be. So the model will be the type of models that we can now import from our validators. Dot options, because we only care about the options for the state, at a certain number. So all this means is this can be something like the iPhone X, the iPhone 11, iPhone 12. Each one of these objects will be valid as the model. And of course, that also means we gotta pass a default model, and this will be the models dot options at the index of 0. So this will be the iPhone X, so the first array element by default. You could also make this the last one, so the most modern iPhone if you want to. It doesn't really matter. I'm just gonna go with the iPhone X here. Let's save that and scroll back down right here, because what should happen already if we read out the page is that we should see the drop-down menu trigger at least show up, because that's what we've already created right here with the button, right? And it does. There is the iPhone X, beautiful. However, right now we can't really choose anything here, right? If we click this, nothing really happens. That's not ideal. And before we worry about that, let's finish up this button by adding a chevrons up down icon right here that we get from Lucid React right below our label. This is going to be self-closing, and it will get a class name that's going to be margin left 2, a height of 4, a width of 4, a shrink dash 0, so it never gets smaller than these dimensions of the height and width that we just passed it, and an opacity of 50, so it's not too visible, but it's indicating that, hey, you can choose different models, that this is a drop-down. And then as the content, what should show up when you click this trigger, that's going to be defined in the drop-down menu content that we can also import from our UI library. Now let's give this a bit more space to work with, and inside of the drop-down menu content is where we want to display, well, basically all the options that the user has to choose from, all the iPhone models, right? So we're going to say models.options.map, and for each model that we get access to in the callback function, we are going to return some JSX right away. And what we are going to return is going to be a drop-down menu item, something we also get from our UI library that we can simply import, webam, right here. And of course, because we're mapping, the top level thing always needs to contain a key. And in our case, that's going to be simply the model.label, right? That's going to be the unique thing we're going to use as the key. And now the class name each drop-down menu item gets is going to be dynamic. So let's use our cn helper function in here. And the default class name that we're always going to apply is going to be flex, a text of sm for small, a gap of 1, an items-center, a padding of 1.5, a cursor of default and not pointer. And on hover, we're going to apply a bgsync of 100 to this drop-down menu item. And now for the dynamic part. So still inside of the cn function, let's pass an object. And we are going to apply a background sync of 100 under the condition that the model.label is triple equal to the model.label. And all that check means is if this is the current selected version that's also in the state, then we are going to display, oops, I did a typo here, bgsync-100. There we go. So if this is the currently selected option, in that case, we are going to apply a little bgsync of 100, a little darker background, right? So if we reload our page, then hopefully we should be able to see, well, we won't be able to see much, but if we just go ahead and render out the model.label right here already in our drop-down menu item and then save that and reload the page again, now the drop-down menu should actually already work. So let's reload it and see. There we are, that works. And the current active item will have little background, right? We're not handling any state changes yet, so we can't switch the phone model. We're going to add that right now. But as you can see, the iPhone X has like a little dark background. And that's exactly what this condition right here does for us. Beautiful. So we know that works. That is awesome. Now let's implement that when you click a different iPhone model that actually changes the state. And that's going to happen inside of the onClick handler for each drop-down menu item. This onClick simply takes a callback function, and this is just going to say set options, and we're going to set the options to whatever they were previously. So we're going to return an object saying ... prev. So we're not changing any of the color or the texture or the finish, nothing of that sort, just the iPhone model that we're going to pass in separately. So we're only changing the model to the one that was just selected, that we're mapping over, right? That's all we're doing. And now as a tiny little detail, but it's really cool, we're going to add a little check mark in front of the current iPhone that is selected. That's going to happen above our label. Inside of a check icon we get from Lucid React. This can be self-closing, and this check will get a class name. And this class name is going to be dynamic. So we're going to use our cn helper function for this. The default one we're going to apply is going to be a margin right of 2, a height of 4, and a width of 4 as well. And the conditional one we're going to apply is if the model.label is triple equal to the options.model.label, so the currently selected one, right? This is the one we're mapping over. This is the currently selected one in state. In that case, we're going to say opacity 100. And in the other case, we're going to say opacity 0. So it's going to be hidden, but it's still going to take up the space, which is important. So if we reload the page, then you're going to see each check mark will have like a reserved space now in the drop-down kind of menu. If it didn't have that, then that would look super weird. When all the text would be left except the one with the check mark, that would look really bad. So we are reserving the space for each check mark and only applying it if that is the currently selected phone. Beautiful. So now we can actually change between phone models, and that is reflected in real time in our state as well. And that's how the user is able to configure which phone model the case should be for. Very, very nice. We've got the color already, rose, blue, and black. And the iPhone model works perfectly as well. Beautiful. And now let's do the material that they can choose from, the beautiful radio buttons and the finishes that the user can also choose from, right? Between I believe it was textured and smooth finish, right? That is also going to live, of course, in our option validator in a separate file. So if we ever need to change it, then we can do so right here without, again, having to worry about the render logic. That's why I like this so much. So first thing we're going to do is define the materials. What materials are there going to be? Let's say export const in all caps lock materials, because this is a constant. As an object, the name is going to be material. That's how we recognize this in state. And then the options are going to be an array, just like before with the iPhone models, right? And each option in here is going to be an object with a label. And the first label is going to be silicone. The value, how we internally identify this, is going to be silicone, but with a lowercase s at the start. The description is going to be undefined. This is just for TypeScript important later, so each field will have a description value. So TypeScript knows but this one won't actually have any text here. You're gonna see why in a second. And the price is going to be, and well, we could just put the price right here, right? We could just say 0 for the silicone, but we're not gonna do that. One much better approach is that we define the product prices somewhere else as well. And we're gonna do that inside of a separate folder, in our source folder, and let's call that folder config. And these are values just like constants, but the difference to the validators is that these won't actually validate anything at runtime. These are just static files, like for example, the products.ts file that we're going to create in our config folder. And this is going to be all the configuration we need for our products. For example, let's say export const product underscore prices. And if we ever need to change the prices of our products, we can simply do so inside of our config, right? These are static things that we use across our app, similar to the option validators, with the only difference being, and that we're going to define later on, a runtime validator here. The products won't have that, so they live inside of the config. The material prices, let's care about those first. The silicone is gonna be 0. And then the polycarbonate, let's say that is gonna cost 5_00. So what is the underscore? That's just a fancy way of formatting JavaScript numbers. It's the same thing as a 500, which is basically in cents, right? That's gonna be important for later when we handle the checkout, that it's actually in cents and not in actual dollars. And the underscore is just a nice way of formatting this, so it's very clear this is $5.00, right? That's just a little hack. If you have like a really long number, like 1 million, you can simply format it like that, and it will be calculated as a million, just like before. But this is just much nicer for you as a developer to intuitively understand what a number is, especially at like really long numbers. That's much easier, you know, as to compare it if the underscores are not there. So just a little life hack. Maybe if you didn't know it, that's really, really useful. And then the finish right here, the finish price is the smooth one. Let's define that as 0 as well. No extra cost for that. And then the premium one, the textured, is going to be, let's say, $3 extra. Or if you want, of course, you can put this to any custom price that you want, if you want something else here. And then let's define this as an sconst for the same reasons as before, so it's easier to work with in TypeScript. Awesome. So these product prices coming from our config are now going to be used right here in our materials. We can say the silicone material will have a price of product underscore prices. We can simply import that now, .material. And now silicone, right? Full type safety here. Beautiful. And as for the soft polycarbonate, we can simply copy down this material option using Alt-Shift arrow down. Bam, let's change the label. This is going to be soft polycarbonate. So that is what's going to show up right here in our actual like menu. Then the internal identifier is just going to be polycarbonate. There we go. We can leave away the soft. And the description for the polycarbonate is going to be actually a string now. This is going to be scratch resistant coating. There we go. And as for the price, of course, we're not going to use the silicone one, but the polycarbonate price that we define, which is, I believe, like $5 extra. If you want this kind of premium option configured for your phone case. And of course, also use the sconst at the very end. And the cool thing is, because this is a very reusable way of declaring certain options in your app, in this case, what the user can choose from, we can simply mark all the materials and also copy and paste that down using Shift Alt arrow down. Wabam, we can copy paste that down and now change the materials simply to the finishes. In the structure, they are going to be the exact same. Both are going to have a name. This one is going to be finish. And both are going to have pretty much the same options, only with different labels and prices. So the finish is going to be smooth finish as the label. As the value, this is going to be smooth. The description is going to stay undefined, but the product price, of course, is going to change. This is not going to be a material, but instead is going to be the finish that we defined. Dot, and then of course you can probably guess the smooth finish price, which is $0 extra. Same thing for the second option. The label is going to be textured finish. The value is going to be textured. The description is going to be soft grippy texture. That's what's going to appear actually in the button. That's going to be visible to the user. And then the price is going to be the finish dot, you can probably guess, the textured finish. And as easy as that, we added a completely different option to whatever the user can choose from. And now we are all ready to actually display them on the page right here for the user to select whatever they want to go for. Very, very easily, right? Because all the work is done very reusably here in this file. So we can now simply go ahead into our JSX, and below the drop-down menu, below the closing div after that, with 3 closing divs to go, this is where we're simply going to map over both the materials and also the finishes inside of an array. We can simply say .map and return some JSX straight away from here. And now also, of course, import both the materials and the finishes. And the beautiful thing is, because the materials and the finishes are the exact same structure, they both have a name, they both have options with the same label, value, description, and price, same thing pretty much, we can destructure right away. For example, the name, we can also destructure the options, and in our case, we are gonna rename the options to selectable options and not leave them as the default to avoid naming conflicts later on, right? And the JSX we're gonna return from here is going to be a radio group at the top level. Each one, of course, again, because we're mapping, needs to receive a key. Otherwise, React will be pretty mad at us. And in our case, the key is just going to be the name, right? So this is going to be either the finish or the material as the key right here. And the value of each radio group will be the options at the index of name, just like so. Now, TypeScript is, of course, going to be pretty mad at us because this doesn't exist yet. It's basically saying, dude, what are you doing? What the hell are you trying to do here? There is no options at the index of name because the name is material or finish, and or state doesn't actually have a key that is material or finish. Of course, right? Because we didn't define that. So to make TypeScript very happy with us, we're going to define the material key right here. And this is simply going to be the type of materials dot options at a certain number. And then same thing for the finish, right? Each finish is going to be the type of finishes dot options at a certain number. And that's going to be fully type safe because we define it as constant in that file. And now, of course, to define default values for these, what should be the default material? Well, probably the one that has no extra cost associated with it, right? So silicone, probably. You could also select the more expensive one by default, but that's probably gonna make your users a bit upset because that's not really the user expectation, right? By default, always the cheapest one is probably should be selected. The material by default is going to be the materials dot options at the index of 0, which is gonna be the cheapest one we just talked about. Same thing for the finish. That's going to be the finishes dot options at the index of 0 as well. And all of a sudden, bam, TypeScript is super happy with us. It knows that these exist in our state now because we told it about that. And now we don't get any more errors right down here where we are mapping over both the materials and the finishes. And we're actually able to continue here and get this done. So the value is going to be the options at the index of name. And on change, what should happen if a user selects a new material or finish? Well, basically, we want to update our state, and we get access to the value that the user selected in the callback function and can work with it later in the callback function to now update our state, right? So we're going to set the options, we're going to set the state to everything it was previously that we get access to in this callback function, by simply returning an object directly, spreading in all the previous values, so we're not changing anything besides the current name. And we're going to set that to the value. Now, if you're not familiar with the syntax, why did we put this in angled brackets? Basically, this is dynamic now. The name can be both, let's visualize this. This name can be both material, or it can also be finish, right? We don't know because we're mapping over both and it could be both of them. We don't really know which one, but that's no problem because both finish and material exist in our state, right? Both of these are a key
in our state, material and finish. So whichever one is actually selected doesn't really matter. That's the one we're going to set to the new value, which is like silicone, polycarbonate, etc., etc. All the options that there are for material or finishes. So either way, we're totally fine. The correct value is going to be updated in our state. And this is just a really clean way of doing so, of updating our state like that. Okay, beautiful. Now inside of this radio group, let's open that up. And first thing we're going to do here is create a label, not a label A, but a regular label. There we go. And inside of here, we're going to say the name.slice from 0 to 1 dot to uppercase. So we're going to capitalize the first letter in the current name and going to attach the rest of name.slice starting at 1. So everything besides the first letter. So all we're doing is basically taking the name like material or finish and then uppercasing the first letter so it looks correct when we render it out. If we didn't do this, then both of these would be lowercase and that would just look a bit weird, I guess. Now, after this label, we're going to create a new div, and this one is going to get a class name of margin top 3 and a space y of 4 to vertically space out the elements a bit. And inside of this div, let's map over the selectable options. So we're going to say selectable options.map, and for each option that we get access to in the callback function, we are directly going to return some JSX. And each thing that we want to render out at the top level here is going to be a radio group dot option, just like before, right? And again, because we're mapping, first thing as always is going to be our key. That's going to be our option dot value in this case. Very, very nice. And as always, each radio group option also takes a value. And this is simply going to be the option that we are currently mapping over. And lastly, this takes, of course, the class name. How do we want to style this? This is going to be dynamic as well, just like the options we did before. And once again, this is a callback function. That's why I like this radio group from Headless UI so much, that we can simply destructure both the active and also the checked state from to then conditionally style or element, right? To use it in our cn helper function. So by default, the class name we're going to apply here is going to be relative block, a cursor dash pointer, a rounded dash large, a bg of white, padding x of 6, a padding y of 4, shadow dash sm, border 2, border zinc 200, focus outline, focus outline dash none, a ring of 0, on focus also a ring of 0, then an outline dash none, on small devices a flex, and on small devices a justify dash between as the last default class name. And then as for the dynamic part, we're going to pass an object and we are going to apply a class name of border-primary under the condition that either this is an active option or it is the checked option, right? To just kind of make it highlight very nicely. And then inside of our radio group option, let's open that up. Inside of here, first thing, we're going to render out a span element with a class name. And that class name is going to be flex and items center. Let's open this up and let's put one more span element in here with a class name. And this class name is going to be flex, flex-call, and text-sm for small. Let's open up the second span. And in here goes a radio group dot label as a span element. That's a prop we can pass in here. And inside of this radio group label, let's open that up. We're going to pass the option.label. There we go. That should be the option.label rendered in here. And if you remember what the label is, if we hover over this, we can see silicone, soft polycarbonate, smooth finish, textured finish, basically all the labels we have across the two different categories that we are mapping over here. So TypeScript always knows exactly what's up. And that is so nice. You can use that in all your other projects, by the way. You learn it here, and then you can reuse it on all the projects that you want. Now, this radio group.label will also get a class name, and that class name is not going to be dynamic. I don't know why it assumed that. That's going to be font-medium, and that's also going to be a text gray of 900 in here. Let's give this a bit more space, by the way. There we go. And then after the radio group.label, we're going to do a conditional check.
if we have an option.description, in that case, we're gonna render out some JSX. And in the other case, where there's no description, where it's undefined, we're gonna render out null. And the JSX that we are going to render out is going to be a radio group.description. And I can probably use auto completion here. There we go. Let's open up the description, scroll down a bit, and each description is going to contain a span element. And inside of the span element, we can say option.description and just render that one out. Now, this radio group.description takes a as, and that's going to be a span element. And it also takes a class name. And the class name for this is going to be a string, and it's going to be text gray of 500. So a bit lighter than the text we have up here. And the span element is going to get a class name as well. And that class name is going to be block, and on small devices and upwards, that's going to be inline, just like so. Beautiful. Let's save that and let's see what happens. Let's give our app here a lot more space. Let's reload the page and then see what's up. Oh, all right. This already looks really, really good. We have materials, silicone and soft polycarbonate, and we have the finish that we can now choose from between textured, a soft grippy texture, or the smooth finish. And dude, this looks so nice. This is Apple inspired, by the way. Apple does it the same way, right? That's where I got this idea from, and it looks absolutely great. And now the only thing that's missing is how expensive is each option, right? How much more does it add to the price? The user probably has to know that. Very, very important. And Apple does it the same way, by the way, with a price on the right-hand side. So let's do that. Let's display the price to the user. And that's going to happen below the two closing span elements and above the closing radio group.option. This is exactly where we are going to put a radio group.description again. And this one is going to contain a span element. Before we worry about the content of the span element, let's also pass an as span to this radio group.description, which just means that this is going to render as a span element, right? So essentially this will be the same thing as like a span, but with some custom properties that are automatically applied by the UI library. And then the class name we're going to give to the radio group.description is going to be a string of margin top 2, flex, a text-sm, on small devices a margin left 4, on small devices a margin top of 0, on small devices a flex call, and on small devices a text right. The span element is going to get a class name, and that's going to be font-medium, and it's going to be a text gray of 900. And inside of the span is where we are going to display the price of this item. And instead of actually putting like a $sign and then the option.price, we could do that, but that's not a great idea. There is a much better way that I want to show you. And that is going to happen inside of our lib folder. Right here, we're going to create a little helper function inside of our lib/utils. And no dependency, nothing. This is just going to be really cool for formatting prices in JavaScript, because that's built into JavaScript, if you didn't know. Let's export a const and call it format price. And this simply takes in a price as a number. And then this is going to do some stuff. Now, that's not very specific. What is it going to do? First off, we can create a const formatter, and this formatter is going to be equal to a new intl.number format. Hell yeah, that's a built-in formatter. As the format, we're going to choose en-us, and then we can pass this a configuration object. This takes a bunch of stuff that has to do with currency formatting. In our case, the style is going to be currency, and then the currency is going to be USD. And if you ever want to change the currency in your entire shop, or have like a toggle at the nav bar where users can toggle between like Canadian dollars and US dollars and euros and all your other currency, rupees, whatever, that is totally possible to just change in one place here, and then it's going to be changed throughout the entire app. That's why this is so much nicer than just putting $price, right? And then we can simply return the formatter, which now has a function we can call called format. Wow. And we can format the price, right? So this will just return a string. That's the formatted price in the format that we specified right here. That's awesome. So we can use that instead. We can simply render out the format price of the option.price divided by 100 right here, and import or format price. Why divided by 100? Because if you remember, we have this as cents, right, as we defined in our pricing as 500, 300 to have cents in there as well. And to show the actual price, we need to divide it by 100 again. So if we give this a lot more space, let's reload our page and see what happens, because we're gonna see the price show up right here on the right hand side, extra $5, extra $3, and that just looks so nice. And the user can choose from it. That looks exactly like Apple does it. And if Apple does it, then we're gonna have a good experience with it as well. And our users especially, right, are going to have a great experience with it as well. Dude, awesome. And now the last thing that's missing here is the button at the bottom. The button at the very bottom, right? That's what I meant to say. The button at the bottom that lets us continue to the next step after the user is done kind of dragging around and configuring their image as they want. And that's probably the easiest part, right? Let's do that. Let's implement this button. And that's going to happen right here below our scroll area. This is where we are going to create, and let's give this a bit more space. This is going to get a div element, and this div is going to get a class name of with full, a padding x of 8. Let's give this just a bit more space. There we go. All right, so with a full, a padding x of 8 as we have it, then a height of 16, and lastly a bg of white. Now, inside of here is going to live a self-closing div element. And what the hell did I just do? Inside of here is going to live a self-closing div element. That one gets a class name of height px for 1 pixel, a width of full, and a background zinc of 200. And this is going to act as a visual separator between the above content and this button section that the button is going to live in. Now, in here is going to live another div element. This one gets a class name of width, and this one is going to get a class name of width, and this one is going to get a class name of width full, height full, flex, justify, and items center. There we go. Now let's open this div up. Inside of this div, one more div, and this one will get a class name of width full, flex, a gap of 6, and items dash center. Let's open this one up, and inside of this div is going to live a p tag, a paragraph element. And this one is going to get a class name of font medium. So it's going to be the same font weight as the price in our options right here. And lastly, a white space dash no wrap, which is just going to make the text that is inside of this p tag never wrap, no matter how small it gets, because that would look god awful. All right, and inside of here, we're going to render out our format price utility function. And in here, we're going to pass the base underscore price that we haven't defined yet, but that we should definitely define, which is nothing else than, you can probably imagine what it is. Let's go into our config file. That is gonna be for our product. So source/config/products. This is where we are, where we also defined all the prices for material and finish. Let's from here export a const base underscore price, of course, also in caps. And this is gonna be 14_00. This is just an arbitrary number that I chose, $14 as the base price. I think that's like normal for a phone case. You can put this to anything you want. You can make this 30 if you wanted to have like a really expensive phone case, or 5 if you wanted to have a very cheap phone case. This is really just what I came up with, like $14 as the base price. And then if you choose the premium options, then of course it's gonna be like a bit more expensive by $5 or $3 respectfully. And that means we can now import our base price right here in the design configurator. This will always be the case. And now we can build on top of that with the prices from our state, right? So depending on which option is chosen, silicone or polycarbonate, or smooth finish or textured, we can add to this base price by saying options.finish.price. We can add that, and also plus the options.material.price. And now the entire prices, of course, they're still in thousands. So let's wrap them in parentheses and divide them by 100. There we go. Let's save all of our files and see what that looks like. We should be able to see our price pop up once we reload the page. Let's see. And it should be also visually separated with that little separator we did from the rest. Awesome, that looks very, very nice. Now what's missing, the only thing that's missing is the button on the right hand side that lets the user continue, right? Let's give this like, let's say this much space, that looks good. Now let's create that button, and the button is going to live right below our p tag. Let's create a button element, and in here we're going to say continue, and also include a little arrow right icon from Lucid React that gets a class name. Oops, not a console log. What are you thinking? Oh, that's because we haven't imported the arrow right icon from Lucid React. The class name for this icon is going to be a height of 4, a width of 4, a margin left of 1.5, and also an inline. So it's going to be in line with the text. Now, the size for this button is going to be small. And lastly, the class name for this button is going to be a width of full, so it takes up all the space horizontally. And once we save that, we're going to see that button pop up right here. Dude, that looks so nice. We can scroll around here. This content will always stay exactly where it is. And we got a fully working phone customization screen right here with live updates. We can drag around the image as we want, scale it up and down in the exact right aspect ratio. That's awesome. And can choose all the premium options with live updating price, by the way, as we choose between the cheaper and the more premium options. Dude, that is exactly what I'm talking about. That looks so nice. That's fully functional, Apple inspired design. That's exactly how they do it on their website as well. And if like the $1 trillion company like them does it, then we should too, probably, you know, because it's probably a good idea. And that just works really, really nice. Very good work, man. All right, little cut there. Excuse me, just for me, it's the next day. Sometimes I split these up between multiple days because I don't know how long this video is gonna be yet, but chances are it's gonna be pretty long, you know, like 10, 11, 12 hours. And there's no way you can record that in a single day. So just a little cut. Next day for me, just so you know what's happening here. So I just reloaded the page, and the next thing we're gonna do is make what we just created responsive. So if we just go back, just upload any image here, and then we are forwarded to the next step, right? The goal right now is to make that responsive because it wasn't, and it just looked kind of bad on very small devices. So let's let this image upload. Let's verify if everything goes correctly here in our console. And it does. That looks very good because we should be able to see the like green success message here and then the redirecting. And on localhost, this takes insanely long, right? 8.5 seconds. Earlier, before I was recording, it was like 27.4 seconds. As you can see, that's just crazy, man. That's just way too long, but also my PC is very old. Anyways, what we want to do right now is check this out. This doesn't look very good. Let's go into like a side-by-side view here. This is not responsive. This looks absolutely awful. And the fix for that is actually pretty simple. So what we're going to do is inside our design configurator file that lives right here under configure design configurator, we're going to specify that this grid should be by default a 1-column grid. So we're going to say grid calls, grid-calls-1. And only on large devices and upwards is it going to be grid calls 3 at the very top level div here. And then similarly, what we are going to do is on the other div that had the height of 37.5 rem on this one, where the scroll area is the next child, that's where we're at. This one is going to get a bit of a different class name as well. And that's going to be a with full we're going to add here, and also a call span full. And that's going to take up all the columns it can, unless we are on large devices. In that case, on large, we're going to say call span 1 and then hit save. That's already all the changes that we need to do. And let's see what happens here. And now we should be able to see, there we go. Now it's fully responsive, also looks great on mobile. And we can scroll up and down here on the side as well. And the user can actually click the checkout button right here on mobile as well. Beautiful. Okay, very, very nice. We've got the steps, they're responsive. This is responsive. The bottom part is responsive as well. Now, the next thing we're gonna do is make this button actually work. What should happen when a user clicks this continue button? And well, what we want to do just conceptually, right, is let's go to excalidraw.com. Just conceptually, what's about to happen is when the user clicks this continue button, continue, that one, then we're gonna do basically 2 things. So thing number 1 we're gonna fire off on that event is we're gonna save the cropped image, and let's put that under each other. There we go. We're going to save the cropped image, right? The image, how the user has configured it, is very important. We need the cropped version of that to save in our database. That's what we have the cropped image URL for in our Prisma schema. You remember this one? That's exactly where this will come in. It's going to contain just the overlap of the image with the phone, how the user configured it, right? Just like this, for example. And then the second thing we're going to do is actually update our database as well with that cropped image URL, right? So we're first going to save the cropped image, get the URL from that, and then we're going to update our database accordingly with that new URL. So we always have the freshest data in our database. And that's basically the two events that should happen when you click this continue button. And we're going to start with the saving of the image, right? How can we save just the cropped area? That was actually one of the biggest challenges when I developed this app first. Like, how do you get just this cut out part of the image? And it turns out it's actually not that hard. There's a really cool way of doing this that works very, very good. And that is actually by creating something called a canvas. So in order to do that, the first thing that we need to keep track of are the coordinates and the dimension of this image. So we can crop it exactly how the user configured it when we save the image. So we're going to do that in state. We're going to create a new state in our design configurator, and we're going to call that state const and worry about the destructuring. Actually, let's destructure right now. We're going to call this the rendered dimension, and then by convention, the set rendered dimension. And this is going to be equal to useState, as I just said, which we don't need to import because we already have one up here. Great. And this useState is a function, and it will take an object. Now, the width of this image, we're going to keep track of that, as well as the height. And we need to pass these default values, right? By default, the width we already know. And that is going to be what's coming in here as the image dimensions, as props, right? We can already use those to initialize the default dimensions that are actually rendered for the image. And those are going to be the same ones as we do it in the React R&D further down here, where we divide them by 4, right? Same thing. That's exactly what we're going to create the state with as well. So that's going to be for the width, the image dimensions dot width divided by 4. And then for the height, we're going to do something very similar, the image dimensions dot height divided by 4 as well. Very, very nice. That's going to be how we render out this image dimensionally. And now what about the position? This does not tell us anything about where the image is. It just tells us about how large the image is, right? And to actually get the position, we're going to say same thing, right? For state, we're going to destructure the const rendered position, and also, of course, again, set rendered position. And this is where we're going to keep track of the y and x values in this certain box that we have right here of where the image is located. And once we have that, then we know where the image is and we know how large the image is, and then we can calculate what part is overlapping with the phone. It sounds like magic, but it works really well. You're going to see that. So let's create the state. Const rendered position is going to be equal to useState. And by default, this is going to be an object that's created with an x value of 150 and a y value of 205. Now, again, these are not any specific values. These are the same ones we used in the React R&D. If you remember, same ones as here. They just kind of work. I just used them while developing this app, and you could totally change them if you want. There's nothing special about these numbers right here. Great, so now we have a place to store the dimensions and the position, but we're never actually setting them. If you notice, right? We're never actually updating these values. And the question is, where do we get them from? Where do we get the dimension and the position from? And the answer is from R&D. As easy as that. We can pass the R&D a function, or an event handler rather, and that's going to be the onResizeStop. And this onResizeStop, it takes a callback function just like that, in which we can execute any logic that we want. So let's already open this up. And if we maybe hover over this, we can see, yeah, it doesn't give us that much information. But we can get not the first item that's automatically passed into the function. There we go. We get the event, the direction, the element ref as the third one, the delta, and the position. Okay, that's a lot. Well, we basically don't care about the event, nor do we care about the direction, right? So we can simply ignore them. Let's do underscore and underscore underscore. And by the way, underscores are a convention of you're not gonna use this variable. We don't need it, so we're just gonna name it underscore. We do care about the ref as the third parameter received in this function. We don't care about the fourth, so we're gonna do 3 underscores for the fourth. And the last one is very important. We can directly destructure both the x and the y value that React R&D gives us whenever the user stopped resizing this element. And that's exactly what we're gonna set as the dimension and position, right? So for example, the set rendered dimension is simply going to be, let's call this the height that we're expecting for the dimension is going to be parse int. So we are converting a string to an integer, and the string we're gonna pass in here is gonna be the ref dot style dot height dot slice, and then in the slice from 0 to -2. There we go, because actually this is a string. Let me show you how this looks like. Normally this looks like this, 50px as a string, and we don't care about the px part. That's why we slice it away. We only care about the 50, but this is still going to be a string. And to have it as a number, we can use the parse int to convert that 50 into a number. As easy as that, right? And then same thing for the width. That's going to be parse int, and basically the same logic. The ref.style.width dot slice, we slice away the px part, 0, -2, and that's already it, right? We can get rid of the example, don't need that. And then lastly, for the position, you can see that's also provided by React R&D, and we can simply use that as they are. We can set the rendered position, position, and simply pass in the x and the y value, and that's already it. We get all the information we need from React R&D whenever the user stops their resize element. Now, what about dragging, right? This is for resizing, but if the user drags around stuff, the x and y, right here, of course, also change, but this event is not triggered. We would not catch that event right now. And to catch that, we also get something called onDragStop. So whenever the user stops dragging, and in the callback function this takes, we don't care about the event, we only care about the data. Let's name it the second parameter that we accept in the callback function. And now we can simply destructure both the x and the y from this data, just like so. Great. And then we can set the rendered position to that x and y we can simply pass in as an object. Very, very nice. Okay, let's save that file. And now whenever we either resize this element or when we drag and drop it around, and that didn't handle the restart well, there we go. Whenever we resize it or drag and drop it around, these functions are going to be called respectively depending on the action, and update or state with the values that we now need to save the overlapping image whenever the user clicks the continue button, right? Let's do that. Let's finally get implemented, because I think that's going to be a really cool part of this saving process. So we're going to create a new function, call it async function save configuration. There we go. And this function, let's open it up. First thing we're going to do is create a try catch block, because we're going to handle some asynchronous logic. Let's catch the error, and then later on we can handle the error accordingly. So if anything goes wrong in the try block, we get to the catch block, and we can, I think we're gonna render out a toast notification to the user, telling them that, hey, something didn't work while trying to save, you know? Now, the question is, how do we handle the logic of the save configuration? And to kind of get an idea of how this works, right, we need to know two different things. First off, where on the page is this container? Right, this kind of grayed out container we need to know, because by default, the numbers we're gonna get are for the left of the page, right? The most left side of the page, not the actual container, right? And then we also need to know where is the phone case inside that container. So I think it's easier if I just make a little screenshot and then draw this out for you. So let's kind of copy this, paste it over here. There we go. So let's kind of get an idea. Let's give this a bit more space. Okay, so by default, all numbers we're gonna get are gonna be right here. Let's make this red. This part, this very left of the page, right? And that's not really what we care about. What we care about is not the very left of the page, but instead the container, where that one is, so the left side of the container, and also where the actual phone case is on the page, right? We need to know those two, not the most left one. And how we do that is by assigning refs to them. Because if we assign a simple ref to an element, a React ref, let's create one. Let's say const phone case ref is gonna be equal to useRef, and useRef is simply a hook that we can import from React, right? It's nothing special. And we can also pass this useRef a generic, and that's gonna be the type of element that we're going to assign it to. In our case, an HTML div element. So React knows, hey, later on, or rather TypeScript knows that later on this will be passed to a div element and point to a DOM node that is a div, right? And by default, let's create this ref as null and then assign it to our phone case right now. Where do we do that? We're gonna do that inside of the aspect ratio, because this is the container, right? That's the actual container for the phone case. That's the DOM node that we want to point to with our ref. So we're gonna say ref is equal to phone case ref. And similarly, so we get access to the container and always know the X and Y value of that container, this outer one that is with a gray background, right? We also need to know that one in order to calculate the phone case image overlap. We're gonna do the same thing. It's just gonna be called different. So let's create a new ref, and that's gonna be the container ref. And that's also gonna be a use ref for an HTML div element, that HTML div element that didn't work. And we're also gonna initialize it as null right here. And then we can simply assign this ref to our container. And the container in our case is gonna be the most top level div, kind of containing everything, right? This entire area right here that I just marked, that's where we want to assign the ref to. And in our DOM, that's exactly this element right here. That's the entire left area and not the customization, right? That's not what we care about, just this gray container. So the second div in our return statement, that's exactly where we are going to assign the container ref, just like so. And that is the foundation for us to calculate the phone case image overlap that we actually want to save in our database. So inside of our save configuration, inside the try block right here, in case anything goes wrong, let's destructure some stuff from our phone case ref. So const empty object is equal to phone case ref dot current, right? That's going to be the actual link to the DOM node. And then there's a function on here we can call, and that is the get bounding client rect, which stands for rectangle, by the way. Now, what does this do? Basically, it gives us the exact coordinates of our phone case ref. So the DOM node we assigned it to, that are the X and Y values that we care about. And they're named a bit differently here. In this case, they are called left. And by the way, we're gonna get an error right now. Why is that? We can't just destructure these values. Why do we get an error? And that is because React is not sure that these actually exist. So what we can do, for example, is either say on the very top, and you don't need to follow along right now, I'm just showing this. If not phone case ref.current, we could just return, for example, right? And then we know that these exist at runtime, and we can simply destructure them right here. The ones we care about are the left, the top, the width and the height, right? But I don't think that's ideal, right? Because if we just silently return, then the user won't actually know why their saving configuration didn't succeed, right? There's no success message. That's why we're just going to tell TypeScript, yes, we are sure that the phone case ref.current exists by using this exclamation point. And if anything goes wrong at runtime, right? If for any reason this should be undefined, then we can handle that in the catch block and show the toast notification, which is a much better way to let the user know, hey, something didn't work out here, right? And same effect, right? We can still destructure all the values that we care about in here. The first value we care about is left, and let's rename it to case left using this colon right here. That's how we can rename stuff that we destructure. And the reason we're going to rename this is because later on we're going to work with another left property that's going to be from our container ref. So it's just very clear what this left value belongs to. And by the way, if you're wondering what that is, it's the left offset to the edge of the page. So this edge of the page, it's the left offset in pixels that we have in our left right here. Same thing for the top. We're going to call it case top. And then we also care about the width and the height. And then very similar with the top, what is that from the very top of the page? That is the offset to the phone case ref in pixels. In px is the unit that we're working with. This is why these are all numbers. Great, and we can get the same information from the container ref. So the outer part of this entire thing, we basically need the same information to calculate the actual distance that is not from the very side of the page, but from inside the container. So we're going to destructure from the container ref.current and tell TypeScript, yes, we are sure this exists, by using the exclamation point, get bounding client rect, and simply invoke that. And from here, we are going to destructure the left and call it very similar to the phone case, the container left, the top, we're going to destructure that and call it the container top. There we go. We don't need the width and the height. We simply need the left and the top, the same values we have for the phone case, to calculate the correct offset, not from the main left of the page, but just from the container that we care about. And the way we do that is we can simply say the const left offset is going to be equal to the case left minus the container left. As easy as that, right? And then same logic, the top offset for our image is going to be the case top minus the container top. There we go. And that's how we know exactly where the image is on the current screen, no matter how the user has sized their screen. Whatever they're viewing it on, these calculations right here will always be correct, because they take the actual values from the user browser, how this is rendered out, right? So if this was a very small window, then the phone is closer to the edges. That's of course in these calculations already, right? So they're still accurate. And now the const actual x, let's call it that, is going to be equal to our rendered position.x minus our left offset. And then the const actual y is going to be equal to the rendered position.y minus the top offset. Awesome. So let's quickly review the logic as to what each part means here. And oops, I didn't mean to do that. So let's kind of clear up the drawings here. Let's go into a bit more space on Excalidraw and then see what's happening here. So first thing, what is the width? The width is the actual part, and let's remove the image just for now so I can show you a bit cleaner as to what the hell is going on here. Let's kind of screenshot this out, paste it over here. There we go. And then let's review the logic in Excalidraw. So what is the width? Let's make this a lot larger. The width that we have right here comes from our phone case ref. And if you remember what the phone case ref is, it's the phone. So the width is going to be the actual width of our phone, how exactly it is rendered out in the user browser. So it's going to be exactly this part right here in pixels, from here to the right edge of the phone. That's the width. The height, very similar, exactly the same thing, just the height of the actual phone case, how it's rendered on the user browser. And why we need this is to know how the image is being displayed and where the boundaries of that image are, because everything that's left, top, right, or bottom of the phone, of course, should not be part of the cropped image. And if we imagine this in kind of a canvas scenario, then the width and the height are going to be just the width and the height of the actual canvas, whereas the actual X and actual Y are the position of the image on that canvas. So for example, I believe the 0 point is up here, or was it down here? Well, it doesn't really matter. Imagine up here, up left is 0, 0, right? Then if the image was, for example, right here, if this is the user image, then the coordinates are going to be maybe like 10, 10 or something, right? It's going to be very close to that 0, 0 point. If the image was down here, then that would be on the y-axis a lot more, but the x-axis would still be 0, right? So all we're doing is that these actual x and actual y values, they factor in the offset from the very left side of the page, and similarly how the container is rendered out. So these actually represent the coordinates of the image just on the phone canvas. They are relative to the phone. These coordinates are not relative to the left side of the container or the page, right? That's important. So this would be 0, 0 for the actual coordinates. Just imagining that top left is actually 0, 0. I'm unsure if it's top left or top bottom, or left bottom. I forgot that. But it also doesn't really matter because the same logic still applies either way. The actual x and actual y, this would be 0, 0. And this would be like, for example, the maximum distance that would be possible from the 0 point. And using this, we know where the image is with the x and y. And we also know how large the image is. Can I grab this? Can I scale this up? There we go. We know the position and we know how large it is. And that gives us all the information. And by the way, how do we know how large it is? Well, that is we're keeping track of that and say it, the rendered dimension, right? We're keeping track of how large the image is. And that gives us all the information to know where and how large the image is on the phone canvas and exactly know where we need to crop it off, right? So let's do that. We have all the information. So let's actually create the canvas to take to export this image, right? The way we're going to do that is, let's say const, and let's give this a lot more space. There we go. Let's say const canvas is going to be equal to document.create element, and we're going to create a canvas element. Now, the canvas.width, as I just told you, is going to be the exact dimensions of our phone, right? Because the phone should be the underlying canvas with these exact dimensions right here. Okay, maybe that's not totally accurate, but you get the idea, right? The phone dimensions are going to be the canvas size so that we can crop the image. So the canvas.width is going to be our width, and the canvas.height is going to be our height that we directly get from our phone case reference. Beautiful. And now we need something called a context. Let's say const ctx is going to be equal to canvas.getContext. And in here, we're going to say we need the 2D context. And if you've ever worked with a canvas, you know what this is. If you've never worked with a canvas, don't worry. Basically, what the context allows you to do is to modify the canvas and put stuff on the canvas, like draw an image on there, as we're gonna do. And to get the image that we want to draw on the canvas, well, it's gonna be the user image, right? And step 1 now is to draw the user image on our canvas. So in step 2, we can actually crop it. The way we get access to the user image, it's, let's say const user image is going to be equal to a new image, and simply invoke that class for now. Now, we need to set 2 properties on this user image for this to actually work. First off is user image.cross-origin is going to be equal to anonymous. Oh, and we don't get type safety here. Anonymous. There we go. And that is so we don't get any coarse errors in the next step. So the next step is going to be user image.source is going to be the image URL. And this, remember, we passed that in as a prop, which is the URL of where we host the user image. And so we don't get a coarse issue while we draw this image on our canvas, which by default sometimes happens if we don't have the permission to draw that image. We can totally avoid that by setting the cross origin to anonymous, so we can always render out the user image. And now we're simply going to await a new promise, and we get access to the resolve function in the promise. And what do we want to wait for until what happened? Well, until the user image.onload equals resolve, and not online, on load. There we go. So what this means is basically we are waiting until the image that we created here and set the source here has been successfully loaded from that URL that we passed into it here, which also means now that we waited for it to load, it's fully loaded and it's ready to be painted on our canvas. And the way we do that, that's exactly why we created this context. The way we draw on a canvas is by using this context, question mark, because technically I guess it could be null, right? This is just to make TypeScript happy. And we're going to say .draw image. as easy as that. And this takes a lot of values, this draw image function. It's gonna take, first thing it takes is the user image, right? The image that we want to draw on here. Then where should the image be put on the canvas? Well, on our actual X and our actual Y that we already calculated. And then lastly, how large should the image be? Not just where is it, right? Not just, and let me mark this. Hey, can I mark this? There we go. Not just where is this image, in which corner or in the middle, bottom center, top center. We know where it is now, but how large should it be? Well, that is simply our rendered dimension.width and also our rendered dimension.height. So we are creating a canvas that is exactly as large as the rendered out phone from the user browser. We're putting the user image on there on the actual X and actual Y coordinates like the user configured it on their browser. So this complete image that we put on the canvas literally exactly matches how the user put their image on the phone in scale and in position. And that's important because that's going to be the basis for now exporting this image. How do we export that? Well, first off, we can't just export a canvas as is. That's an HTML element. We need to convert it first. And in order to do that, let's say const base64, which is the format we're going to convert this canvas to, is going to be equal to the canvas dot, and there's a really useful function that's exactly for exporting canvases as base64, and that is the toData URL function we can simply call on this canvas. That's going to give us back a really long string containing the image data of the canvas as base64 format, as a string, right? And we can say const base64 data is going to be equal to base64 dot split, and we're going to split this at comma and then at the index of 1. Why are we doing this? If you take a look at the format, we can log this out. Let me just show you. Let's log out the base64. I really want you to understand why we're doing what we're doing. Let's log that out. And just for now, let's also trigger the save configuration whenever we click the button, the continue button. Just for now, right? We're going to change this later, but for now, we're going to call the save configuration function. And when we now go back into our app, let's open up the console and let's see what happens, right? Let's go into the console, clear everything here, and let's click continue. Oh, okay, you can see what happens. Wow, that's a long string, right? And you can see right up here, it says data image /png base64 comma. This is the comma we will split at because we only care about the actual image data part. We don't need that first part right here, right? So that's just how base64 works. We have that thing at the start that specifies what this is. So the browser knows this is base64, but to save that image, we already know this is base64, and we don't care about that first part, only about the second part. That's why we can ignore the part at the index of 0, right? I think that makes sense. We can get rid of that console log again. And as I said, I really want you to understand why we're doing what we're doing, right? So now, in order to save this file, we can't just save it as a string either. What we need to do first is to convert it to an image. The way we do that is, let's say const blob, and that blob is going to be equal to a base64 to blob, which is going to be a function that we are going to create together. And it will take two things. It's going to take our base64 data, and it's also going to take the format in which we want to convert this. So in our case, we can say image /png. So the way in which we specify this is that we expect this function to take in a base64 image and then output us an image /png file. And converting base64 to a blob is actually pretty straightforward. Let's do it together. For example, let's define a function right down here, and let's say we're going to say function, and let's call it base64 to blob. And now let's open this function up. And of course, we already know what we should accept in the function, which is the base64. Let's call it base64 as a string. And then other than that, the mine type. And that's also going to be a string. So basically what we want to export this as, right? In our case, a PNG. Now, how do we convert a base64 string to an actual PNG? It's not that hard. The first step is converting the base64 string to the individual bytes. And we can do that by saying const byte characters. And this is going to be equal to atop, which is a built-in function. And we're going to pass in the base 64 right here. And that function is going to be very mad that we use it, right? That's normal. It says, hey, this is deprecated. Don't use this. There are better ways to do it. And that's true. There might be different ways, but I always do it this way, also in all my new apps. And it just works very, very well. It does exactly what it should. And I've tried doing it some other ways and nothing worked as good as just using this function. So yes, it is deprecated. There's probably another way to do this, but this is just the shortest, most concise way, and it just works really well. So I don't care if it's deprecated. If it works, it works. So we're just gonna use it. And then let's say const byte numbers. So we're gonna convert this to numbers. It's gonna be a new array, and we can give this array a certain length. That's what it takes right here. And that's gonna be exactly the byte characters.length. So it's going to be exactly as long as that string in bytes, right? So now what that allows us to do is to, for each array element in the byte numbers, to push the char code into that array. Sounds more complicated than it really is. We're going to do that inside of a for loop. And let's say for let I is equal to 0. So the iterator will start at 0. Until the I is smaller than the byte characters dot length, and because that's 0 based, that's going to be exactly the right length. And lastly, we're going to say I plus plus. There we go. So we're going to go in 1 steps. Now, inside of this for loop, it's going to be 1 line. It's going to be very simple. All we want to do is to push the char codes of the byte characters into the corresponding array element in the byte numbers. So in order to do that, we can say the byte numbers at the index of the current iterator. So that will be like 0, 1, etc., until we reach the byte characters dot length is going to be equal to the byte characters dot char code add. That's what I meant with the char codes. And this takes an index. And if we take a look at what this char code add function even does, it says right here, if we hover over it, it returns the Unicode value of the character at the specified location. So in our case, all we need to pass in here is going to be the current iterator, right? And that's already it. We now populated our byte numbers array, which now means we can convert it to a uint8 array. So let's say const byte array is going to be equal to a new uint8 array and pass in the byte numbers right here. Now, if we hover over this, we can see the type is a new uint8 array, exactly what we have right here. Why are we doing this, right? That's very important to understand, so that we can now convert this to a blob element. And a blob, for example, takes the MIME type that we want to convert it to. So taking the original string and converting to a byte array gives us the full flexibility to now make the MIME type out of this array. The way in which we do this is to, let's say, return a new blob, and we can call this constructor with the byte array, and now the, I misspelled that, byte array. And now is the second thing we can pass in here, the type. It takes the endings and it also takes the type. We only care about the type, and that can simply be our MIME type. We can specify we want this byte array as an image/png. And that's it, right? That's all the logic to convert a base 64 string encoded image into an actual PNG that we can now use and store in our upload thing storage, right? So we have the blob element right here. That's exactly what we need. And now the last thing we need to do is to convert this to an actual file element, right? Nothing easier than that. We can say const file is equal to a new file. We can call it just like we did here with the byte array, the new blob, right? Where it takes an array and that's the byte array. This also takes an array and that's simply going to be our file, right? And then we can also specify the file name. Let's just say, for example, filename.png. It doesn't really matter what we put in here. And then the last thing are the options that this takes. So what we are going to pass in here is going to be the type, and that's going to be image/png, which just means that the file we created here is going to be of type image PNG. Oh, and of course, this doesn't take the file, but it takes the blob, right? So we are making a new image/png file called filename.png, which doesn't really matter. because upload thing will automatically generate a file name for us. And as the basis for this file, the actual file content, we are using the blob that we just got from our base64 string that we converted into a byte array, right? Awesome. And that file is a normal PNG file that we just got from our canvas. That is amazing because now we can simply upload this file right into our cloud storage, right? So we're all ready to go. The only thing we need to upload is an actual function to upload. And you know where this comes from. We can simply destructure something we're going to worry about in a second from use upload thing. And we can import that hook from our custom helpers and simply pass the image uploader in here. And that's already all we need to do. We can simply destructure the start upload function from here that we can now use to upload the file we just created, which is going to contain the exact way in which the user dragged around their image and scaled it, and simply call the start upload function. This takes an array that's gonna be our file. Technically, if we wanted to only upload one file, what you would expect is to just pass in the file. That's fine. This always takes an array in case you want to upload multiple files, which we don't. We just care about the one. And then let's also call this with our config ID that we are required to pass. And in this case, we are actually going to pass the config ID that we passed in as a property into this component. You remember when we scroll way up right here, that's what we receive as a prop, which is the configuration ID that comes from our database that we put in here. Why are we doing this? Why are we now passing the actual config ID string? Because, and that ties in very nicely with what I showed you earlier, because we want to not create a new configuration if no ID is passed, but now, right, the configuration, it already exists in our database because the user image is already there. So now, in this case, because in the upload we had the first step, right, where we create a new configuration, now we simply want to update the existing configuration with that cropped image. That's exactly why we made it optional right here, because now only in the second step do we actually update that with the cropped image URL that we get from upload thing, that we get from uploading the cropped image into our file system, right? So it all ties in. I think that's amazing. I really hope you can follow. It all ties in now. That's how the backend comes together. That's why we have this if statement with the configuration ID, because if we now pass the configuration ID, the second else case is going to be run. This one right here. And when the image upload is done, server side is going to be executed and update our database. It ties in so well, really, really nice. All right, and if anything goes wrong during this entire step, oh, and by the way, that's also await the start upload. This is an asynchronous action, so we want to wait until that's done. And if anything goes wrong during these stages up here or during the upload, for example, let's inform the user that something in fact went wrong. And that's going to happen inside of a toast notification. So at the very top, let's destructure the toast function from our use toast hook from our UI library. Awesome. That means we can now render out a toast error. Let's do that. Inside of our catch block, we can now simply invoke that toast function and pass it the title, and the title is going to be oops, something went wrong. Then the description is going to be there was a problem saving your config, please try again, because we want the user to try again. It would really suck if they lost their configuration for any reason. And lastly, the variant is going to be we can choose between default and destructive. This is going to be destructive because something went wrong, right? Awesome. Let's try that. And by the way, do we get anything back from the start upload? Not really. Okay, so let's take a look at everything works correctly. We're going to save our configuration. And what we expect to happen is to then have the cropped image in our upload thing storage, right? So let's try out if that works. Let's clear the console. Let's reload the page. And hopefully everything works correctly. I'm going to open up my Explorer here so I can drag in an image. And sometimes this takes really long to load. Okay, let's load our network tab so we can see when the uploading here on the left starts. By the way, get rid of that. There we go. Okay, and let's try this. So I'm going to, and just to verify before clicking the continue button, let's go to uploadthing.com into our actual storage, right? Let's click dashboard. Let's open up, where is it? kscorpa.dev. There we go. And then head to files. Okay, right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 files in here. Now we should have 6 after clicking the continue button. So let's do that. We should see a network request pop up, which is the upload. And that does happen. Beautiful. And now we should be able to see 6 images if we reload or upload thing. And we do. Beautiful. There is file name.png. And if we open this up, that is the cropped image of how we configured it on our phone. It starts at the ETS, right? The S from the sets, it's kind of cropped off because that's how we configured it. And it also is right here on the cropped image. And then the last thing we see is these 2 lines of text at the very bottom. And that's exactly as they are configured by the user as well. And then we can see for the text here, it might be a bit small for you to read. Checking, it says here, and then only the CHEC are still visible on the phone area. And then same thing right here. Beautiful. Very, very nice. That's exactly how we configured the image. And yeah, that's perfect. Okay, we now know that the uploading works correctly, which means when we hit continue, then the user image, how they configured it, is pixel perfect, saved in our database, which now means we are all set to actually also do the second thing that should happen when we save this, right? The cropped image is now saved. Now what we want to do is to update our database. With what, you might wonder? Well, what about these options? The color, the model, the material, and the finish. What about those? Well, we don't currently save those. And of course we should. Those should be stored in the database as the user configuration, right? And the first step in order to save this in our database is to even have the option to save it in our database. Because currently these, like the finish and the material, the model, these options don't actually even exist in our database. And I want to show you the way to do that. And that is by creating something called enums. Now, enum order status. Let's create that one first in our schema Prisma. Now, what is an enum? Well, basically, it's just a list of valid entries. For example, let me show you what this means. The order status, which we're going to need for later, is going to be either fulfilled. This can also be shipped, or lastly, this can be awaiting shipment. You see what this is? Again, we're not going to need this right now, but I want to use this to illustrate the point. These are the 3 possible order statuses. And that's it. These don't get a type. These are not like string. These are not like integer. No, that's not what this is for. This is just a list of valid entries. That's all an enum is in our database model. Same thing. Let's create an enum for the phone model. You can probably imagine what this will be, right? If we take a look at our validator, what are the phone models that we support? Well, all of these in the options, the iPhone X, iPhone 11, iPhone 12, and so on. This is a list of valid entries for the phone model, which is exactly what we are doing with the enums. So let's say iPhone X is going to be a valid phone model. Same thing for the iPhone 11, same thing for the iPhone, and I keep spelling them wrong, iPhone 12, iPhone 13, iPhone 14, and lastly, iPhone 15. And maybe, who knows, if you're watching this and the iPhone 16 is already out, go ahead and add that. But when I'm recording this, it's not out yet. So this is basically just a list of valid phone models that we can later use to store which model the user selected, the possible ones in our database, right? And similar thing for the case material that they can choose right here between silicone and polycarbonate. We're going to create an enum case material, and to store which one material and to store which one the user selected, we are going to create both of these in our database as well. That is going to be silicone, and then the second one is going to be polycarbonate, just like that. Lastly, of course, we also want to keep track of which finish the user selected in our database. So you can probably guess by now, enum case finish is going to be either, let's see, what do we have? The smooth or the textured. All right, so let's add the smooth, and let's also add the textured enum right here. Beautiful. And now, where do we use these enums? Right now, these are just independent. Well, we store this information along with the model configuration, right? Because that is part of the configuration of the user, and which options they chose obviously is a part of that. So let's keep track of the model that the user selected, the iPhone model, and that's gonna be the phone model. And this will also be optional because we're not gonna initialize the configuration with the phone model, as this is only chosen in step 2 of our configuration and not in step 1. Right, so we're gonna update the entry later with this, but we're not gonna know it when we create the configuration, right? Then the material is going to be the case material. Same logic, case material. And same logic here, this needs to be optional because we're only adding it later on in step 2. The finish is going to be the case finish, same logic, optional. And lastly, I think what we did not add yet are the model colors. Yeah, right, we didn't add those. So what we need to do is to create one last enum. That's gonna be the available colors for our phone model. Let's call this the case color. And the ones they can choose from are black, blue, and rose. And if you decided to add any color here yourself, of course, include that as the possible case colors that the user can choose from that we now can keep track of in our database. So let's also add the color in here, and that's going to be the case color. Same logic, also optional because we're only adding it later in step 2. Beautiful. Okay, now, once again, after making changes to our schema.prisma, we need to tell our remote database about these changes. And in order to do that, just like we did last time, let's execute the npx prisma db push command that is going to push these changes into our remote database. And it's also going to restart our TypeScript server. So all of our local types are also up to date with our database config. And why did this not work? Prisma schema loaded from your database is now in sync. Operation not permitted. Interesting. Why did that happen? Okay, I don't know why it happened, but it works just fine. If we look into our remote database, it did actually update the table with the color, finish, material, and model. So that worked just fine. So this error is not related to the pushing. And I don't really know what it's related to. Maybe this is because I have low disk space on my PC. That could be an issue. Let's just reload our window and we should be up to date with the TypeScript types. Anyways, let's continue. And if that should be an issue later on, then we're gonna fix it. But I don't think this is a big issue. And chances are you are not getting this error. I think this might be related to my low disk space. I'm not sure. Again, if this should be an issue later on that you are also facing, of course, we're going to fix it, but I don't think this is a big deal. So let's just go ahead and continue. So to keep track of these values in our database, the model, the material, and so on, our remote database now knows about these values and that they're optional. How do we put them in our database? And this is where the coolest data kind of fetching or modification approach of all time comes in. I like this so much and I want to show you exactly how to do it. So what we're gonna do, first things first, is install an npm package, and that is at tanstack/react-query. And that's gonna allow us to do something absolutely magical. I only learned about this like 2 or 3 weeks ago that this is even possible, and I really want to show you how this works. And as the basis, we're gonna use React Query, or now known as Tanstack React Query, same thing. It's gotten a lot of traction and I use this in literally all of my projects. It's gotta be my favorite library of all time. It's absolutely nice. So if you've never used it, now is the time to learn it together with me. It's really good. And I'm gonna stop hyping it up, I promise. Let's just do it. So we're gonna say npm install at tanstack/react-query and hit enter. That's gonna install the package and we can set it up once it's installed. And there we go, it's installed, beautiful. And the setup for this package is really easy. What we're gonna do is let's go into our sidebar and create a new component in our components folder. And this component is going to be named providers.tsx, because what React Query requires is a provider, a context provider So for React context, right? And that can only happen in client-side components. So at the very top, we're going to say use client. And now let's define the const providers is nothing more than a regular React component, right? That we're going to export default at the bottom, the providers. Now, what is this going to return? This is going to return the React query context provider. Basically, it just allows us to use React query across our entire application if we do this. So in here, we're going to return a query client provider, and we should be able to automatically import that. If we're not able to, because it comes from a package which we have just installed, TypeScript might not know about it yet. So let's quickly reload our developer window using Shift, Control, and P, and then hitting developer reload window. That's going to reinitialize TypeScript, and now it should hopefully know where to import this from. It still doesn't. Wow. Okay. Anyways, let's just import it ourselves then. Let's say import query client provider. There we go. From at tanstack/react-query. And then it should know about that, right? So now it should complain property client is missing. That's fine. At least now it knows where to grab this from, which is tanstack react query. And this takes something called a client. This client is very useful for caching. Tanstack query automatically has built-in caching. And to take full advantage of that, let's create a const client. That's going to be equal to a new query client, and simply invoke that. The query client also comes from tanstack react query, the query client. There we go. And we can simply pass this client into the query client provider. All of this we only need to do once to use tanstack react query across our entire app, by the way. So just conceptually, what we're doing here, we're basically wrapping our entire app inside of this query client provider. Let's call it QCP, query client provider. That's this component we grab from React query. And now the beautiful thing is anywhere where we use React query in our app, for example, let's say over here we fetch some data, or over here we fetch some data. If we fetch data from here, for example, from, let's give this a bit less space, there we go. For example, let's say we fetch data from /API/hello, and we also fetch the same data like 10 seconds later in another component. Because we use the query client provider and wrap our entire app with it, that is actually going to cache the result from this API hello, so that when we call it from anywhere else in the application, we can simply draw from the cache instead of making that same request with the same answer again, right? So it handles caching and a lot of stuff other than caching as well, but I'm not gonna bore you too much with it. Under the hood, it's super useful, and it just does all that under the hood for us. And that is why we wrap our app inside of this query client provider. Because again, I want you to understand why we're doing what we're doing. And in order to wrap our app, we need to receive some children in this component. And these children, we can inline their type. Children are going to be of type React node. So any React component is totally fine, or any HTML element totally fine as well. And we can simply render them out right here inside of our query client provider, essentially wrapping our app. And now to actually use it, we're going to do that inside of our root layout. Let's navigate over here, and we can simply wrap the entire app, which are our children, everywhere where we need access to React query. Let's cut those children out and wrap them in our providers component that we just created. Then paste the children back in here. So we're wrapping all of what comes then in our app as the children with the query client provider from React query. And that's the basis for how we do it. We can close out of this file. We're never gonna touch it again. We don't need to, we're completely done in the providers. Essentially, all we just did is make us able to now use React query to save the phone color, the phone model, the material, and so on. And now comes my favorite part, what I kind of hyped up like 5 minutes ago. I want to show you how this works. So in our design folder, we're going to create a file, and that is going to be called actions.ts. These are server-side logic functions that we can write in here, assuming we say at the very top use server. That's how we specify to Next.js, this is Next.js specific, that we only want to execute everything that is in this file on the server, never on the client, right? And that's important because we're going to use our database in here. First thing, let's say export async function save config, and this will be the function responsible for saving or like color, finish, material, and model. Right, that's going to happen inside of this function. And this is something called an RPC, a remote procedure call, essentially just looking like we are calling a function, which also means because we treat this as a function, we can simply retrieve all the parameters that we need, right, which is the color, the finish, the material, the model, and lastly the config ID to save this to. So this is not something we need to pass as URL parameters. This is not something we need to pass inside of a post request body. No, this is as if you were calling, I mean, technically you are literally calling a function. And that is what's called an RPC, a remote procedure call, something that's a extremely important pattern. I learned this at my first ever developer job, and RPCs are amazing. That's how literally our entire software worked back at that place where I worked, right? And in order to tell TypeScript what these are, we can simply benefit from the validator that we have already created, because all the allowed values are literally already inside of here. Similar, they are already in our database, right? And the database, that's the beautiful thing about Prisma. If we look in here, these are actually fully valid types that we can simply get from our database. How does that look in practice? Well, let's tell TypeScript the type of these options. So for example, the color, we can simply grab the color and we can import that from Prisma client, right? Or it's called the case color, I guess, right? And the finish, same thing. That's going to be the, let's see what we call it in Prisma, the case finish, right? We can simply put that right here and import that type. The material, there we go, is going to be the case material. Simply import that from Prisma as well. The model is going to be, what did we call that one? I forgot. Did we call it the phone? Yeah, the phone model. We can simply grab that, paste it here, import that from Prisma as well. And how cool is that, right? We can literally just grab the types as they are. And then we can also get the config ID. And that's simply going to be a string. Nothing special, but we need to know which config to update with these values, right? And that's already it. Inside of this function, we can now execute server-side code because at the top we specified use server. This will only run on the server just like an API route, for example, right? That means we can now access our database. We can say await DB and import our database to interact with it. .configuration at the very bottom right here. Update, of course, right? The configuration already exists, and now we want to put like the color, the model, the material, and the finish, and update the configuration with that value. First off, we need to specify which configuration we want to update with the where clause, and that's simply gonna be at the ID, where that is the config ID that we pass into this function as an argument, right? And then the data we want to update this with, Prisma also expects that, is gonna be the color, the finish, the material, and the model. We can simply pass in here. Now there's a bunch of other options, of course, but we don't care about those. And we only care about these 4 things that the user specified right here in their selection screen, right? And that's it. That's all we need to do, right? We can already save this actions.ts file. Let's close out of some of this, and we are all ready to go and use this function with React Query now in our design configurator. And that's the beautiful pattern that I want to show you. How does this work? Let's worry about the destructuring later. Let's say const empty object is going to be equal to use mutation, which is a hook we can destructure from React Query. And this takes an object. In here, we can specify the mutation key, and this is going to be in an array the save-config. This is any string that you want. You can put whatever you want in here. This is important for caching. If this is cached, then if we have this mutation at any other place, if we want to, and we can benefit from the cache. And this is also for invalidation, right? The data we get from this is not something we're gonna take advantage of. We don't need that right now. But if you wanted to say that the cache should be invalidated, that's in here. That's what we do with the mutation key
or the query key if we had a use query, which is used for get requests. That's what the mutation key is for. In our case, this is any arbitrary string. We're not going to use that part of React Query because we don't need to, but React Query allows you to do that, and that is beautiful. And as for the mutation function that we want to pass in here, this is going to be an asynchronous function, and this will, let's open this up, take some arguments. Let's name this args. And these args are essentially exactly what we pass in the save config function that we have right here, right? So one thing we can do is to literally grab the entire TypeScript annotation for our save config and then export a type. And let's call this, for example, the save config args type. And that is going to be equal to an object that contains these values. And then we can simply use the save config args right down here. And we can now also import the save config args into this file, right? To directly type out what the arguments are that we want to put in our mutation function. Now, what that allows us to do is wherever we call the mutate, what we can destructure from the use mutation, and let's rename it. Let's save config. And now wherever we try to invoke this function, you don't need to follow along. I'm just showing this to you. Then we are expected to pass in these variables for the type save, where we now need to pass in, like the color, config ID, material, and so on, wherever we call this function, which is awesome. Now, inside of this mutation function, we're going to do two things. If you remember what we want to do here, it's both update the database and also save the cropped image, right? And these can actually happen independent from each other. They are not related. So for performance reasons, we are going to execute them at the same time, simultaneously. The way we do that is by using an await promise.all. And now all array elements that we pass in here are executed at the same time. And that's just faster, and it's also just more efficient. Right? So the both things we want to do is first save the cropped image. We already have a function to do that. If you remember, it's right down here, the save configuration, which means we can simply go ahead and call that right here. And the second thing we want to execute at the same time as the save configuration is our action, the save config, right? And to avoid a naming conflict between our mutate and the save config, we're going to import that and rename it as _ save config. And then, yeah, let's just import that first. Let's go to the very top and let's also import the save config, but let's rename it as _ save config from our /actions to avoid the naming conflict, as I just mentioned. And now we can simply call it, and we are expected to pass all these arguments in here, but we already have access to them as the args right here. So we can simply pass in the args as they are. TypeScript is happy, awesome. Very, very good. And now whenever we call this function, this one function, everything is going to be saved, right? These two functions are called and everything is saved for us, which is really nice. We don't have to worry about the logic then anymore. We just need to call this function up here and everything else is handled for us. Beautiful. Now, if anything goes wrong during either the save configuration or the updating of our database, in that case, on error, that's what we can pass into React Query. This is one of the most useful stuff we can pass in here. What should happen if anything goes wrong? We can simply render out a toast notification. Let's call our toast as the title for this toast. Let's say something went wrong. As the description for this toast, let's say there was an error on or end, period. Please try again, period. And lastly, as the variant, of course, to make this like red and seem like an error, we want to use the destructive variant for this toast notification. Beautiful. Now, what should happen if we are successful, right? We also need to handle that case. What should happen in that case? Basically, we want to redirect the user to the third step, right? Step 2 is done, everything is saved. And now we want to go to step 3 to let them review their final design with the image that we saved. And in order to do that, let's handle the onSuccess case as well. This is just a callback function. And now we want to push them to that third step. And in order to do that, just like from step 1 to step 2, we're going to use the Next.js router to do that. Const router is equal to use router, which is a hook we can import from next/navigation. And not
next/router, as I mentioned earlier, because that's for the old kind of Next.js. And now inside of this on success, we can simply router.push. Where do we want to push the user? To a template string, and that's going to be /configure/ and then preview. That's going to be the name of the third step right here. And lastly, we want to append the configuration ID. So $ID is going to be equal to, and then as a dynamic kind of insertion into this template string, the config ID that is passed into this component as a prop, right, from our server, from the main page.tsx, which is a server-side component that renders out this design configurator. Awesome. Okay, we handled the error case, we handled the success case. Let's try if it works. So what we expect to happen right now, and by the way, we can also start at, let's start at 0, right? Let's go to the homepage. Let's verify that everything works up until this point. That might take a bit because again, my PC is very slow. I already have the new PC, by the way. It's a Mac. And I'm really happy because it's much faster than my new PC, but I didn't want to switch out my operating system while making this video, like in half of it. That just didn't make a lot of sense to me, but it would load the pages much faster. But I'm still using my Windows PC, my 7-year-old one, to make this video. So it takes a bit longer sometimes. All right, so let's click create case, and I'm just gonna upload this image of me right here. You can upload any image that you want, any PNG, JPEG, or JPEG that you want. And oops, no, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to click. All right, we are redirected. That works. We can kind of put our image anywhere we want it. Let's put it, so I'm kind of peeking into the phone right here. Let's select blue as the color, or actually no, I like black more. Let's go with the iPhone 15, select all the premium options, and then once we hit continue, we expect everything to work well and for us to be redirected to the next step, which of course will be a 404 page because it doesn't exist yet, but let's try that out. Let's hit continue. We should see the network request being made successfully. That is good. And then hopefully we will be redirected. Let's give this a bit less space. Let's see what's going on in our console. Where are we running this? Okay, upload things successfully simulated callback. That is good. Why are we not being redirected? Interesting. So what's happening? We didn't get an error message. Oh, wow, dude. Okay, we never even... Okay, well, my bad. We never even call the save config function. Of course, nothing is going to happen, man. All right, we of course need to call the function. All right, so all we're doing right now is saving the cropped image, which of course is good, but we want to actually save everything. So let's go down to our button right here that says continue and actually call the correct function. Let's call the save config. And in here, this takes the arguments, the config ID that is passed into a prop, as a prop into this component. The color is going to be the options.color.value. The finish that this takes is going to be the options.finish.value. So basically all the values from the state that the user chose, right? We can simply pass in here. Same thing for the material. That's going to be the options.material.value. And lastly, the phone case model is going to be the options.model.value. Awesome. We can now save that and let's try this again. Let's reload the page. That's going to let us resize our image once that's loaded, which is a bit slower on my PC. We can already go ahead and open up the network tab because that's where the successful network requests will come in if everything works correctly. All right, let's reload the page. All right, let's make the image larger. Same thing. I'm going to make it so I peek into the phone right here. And then let's choose just the polycarbonate is fine. We don't need the finish. And let's hit continue. And then, okay, something went wrong. Good that we tested this. What is the problem? We can take a look into our console probably as to what is happening. 580 milliseconds. So it seems like something is failing on our actions.ts. Do we get any error message right here? Invalid prisma.configuration.update. Interesting. So it does seem to be a database issue. Maybe the issue from before wasn't so mundane as I thought. So first step is let's get rid of all these consoles, by the way. That's just way too much. Let's try pushing into our database again. npx prisma db push. So the issue probably is with our database. I wonder what it could be. Interesting. Now it worked. There was no error. I didn't change anything from before, but that pushing just worked. Did we not push after creating the enums? That's possible. I think we didn't push any changes after creating the enums. That is why that didn't work. Okay, so we need to push our changes, of course, to synchronize our remote database with our local Prisma file. That's very important. So our local, so the remote database knows about these enums, right? It has to, and if we want to actually update that enum or those multiple enums right here in our function, right? Of course, we need to push into our database. Let's try this again. Let's reload the page. And now hopefully we should see the network request being successful. And we should also get redirected to the /preview, which is going to throw a 404. But as long as we get redirected, we know that everything is working correctly. All right, let's reload the page. There we go. Let's drag this image kind of larger. Same thing. And let's hit continue. And now these requests should be successful. If we did everything correctly. That one is successful, that one is successful. Good. The callback was successful as well. Nice. And we are being redirected to a 404. Perfect. That's exactly what we want. Nice. Very, very good. That means we set up everything correctly. The cropped user image is stored exactly as the user configured it. In this step right here, we are forwarded. The configuration is saved in our database via the action. Very, very nice. And this pattern that I hyped up earlier of that we can simply use a server action inside of React query and handle the loading state and the success as this, like this. That is so cool. I'm such a big fan of this. As I said earlier, I only found out about like 2 weeks ago that this even works with server actions, and we don't even need to write an API for this. That is so nice, and now you know about it too. I'm really happy with how this works. Very good. Everything works. Up until this point, you did a really good job. All the configuration is saved, like the color and the phone model and the user image, which means that's the perfect basis to now summarize everything that the user chose, all the premium options and the phone model and so on, in the next step, where they will then be able to actually check out to pay us for their phone case, which is going to be one of the most fun steps because we're implementing payments there with Stripe. That's going to be really cool. Very, very nice. I'm very happy that works. Perfect. So when we now click this button, we are redirected to the preview page. So let's do that once again. Let's just click the button because that's right where we can continue on the preview page. And just as the same logic, you remember how we get the ID for the configuration inside of our configurator. It's passed as a query parameter, right? We have the ID is equal to, and then ... I'm just gonna say that that's the configuration ID, right? That we then receive in a server-side component first. That's gonna be the page.tsx, and then that's passed into the client-side component as a, why can I not copy that? Hello. Thank you. That's then passed into the client-side component as a prop, right? So we can access it in the client-side component and do whatever we want with it. The same logic is going to apply right now for the preview step, because as you can see, we also passed the ID of the configuration to that URL. So what we're going to do is also fetch the configuration for the ID on the server side, so that doesn't happen on the client, because of course we're going to use the database to do that. And then we already know when the page is rendered and that this configuration exists and what the configuration is in the preview for the design, right? So same logic as we did before. So let's give this a lot more space. Let's take a look at the URL. That's gonna be /configure/preview. And in Next.js fashion, how that works is we need to go into our app folder, into configure, and then create a folder with the name that's actually gonna end up in the URL. So in our case, that's gonna be preview. And inside of here, create a new page.tsx, just like before, with the design and the upload, with that kind of naming convention. And as always, the const page is going to be an arrow function that we can simply export default at the bottom. There we go. And now again, by default, this will be a server-side component in which we can receive the ID as a search parameter that we can immediately destructure. So let's get access to these search params right here in the page properties. And let's say these are going to be of type page props. And now to define them, we can create an interface right above our page, interface page props, and we can now simply define the type of those search params. The search params, so we did that before, are going to have a key, and that key for the search params is going to be like the ID. For example, right, this is the key. So question mark key is equal to value, and that might be a bit small for you. Let me quickly copy that over and make that a bit larger. So if we paste that in, then with the question mark, we're basically saying we want to append a query parameter to the current URL. That's what that means. The ID is the, can I make this? Yeah, the ID is the key. So that's what we have right here. That's a string. And then the value of that key will be this entire part. No, this entire part. There we go. That's the value, right? So we have the key. That's going to be a string, and that key is going to have a value, and that's going to be of type string or string array or undefined if the query parameter is not passed in. Perfect. So now TypeScript knows what the hell is even happening here, and we can immediately destructure the ID from the search params to actually, search params to get access to this value that is highlighted in red here on the right hand side. And if no ID is passed into this page when calling this URL, or the type of ID is not equal to string, in that case, well, something is wrong, right? We can't process the ID. That doesn't make sense. So in that case, we're going to return the not found. That is provided to us by Next.js once again to throw a 404 error, right? If the ID is not even there, or if it's invalid format, if it's not a string. Then let's actually get the configuration from our database for this ID, right? Let's say const configuration is going to be equal to await db. Let's import our database here. And in order to be able to use the await keyword, we need to mark this page as an asynchronous server-side component. Because this runs on the server, we can totally do that. Then let's call the await db.configuration.findUnique to grab the configuration of the ID that was passed in as a query parameter to see if this actually exists, right? So to tell Prisma where it needs to search, which property to search for, we're going to pass in the where ID. And if that doesn't exist, if there is no configuration with this ID that was passed in, that's very possible, right? Then we can say if not configuration, in that case, we're also going to return a not found. That's going to throw the 404 error. Beautiful. Okay, and now lastly, we know this configuration exists. We know the ID is valid. It exists in our database. So actually, let's give the user what they are searching for, which is the preview, right? Like a summary of their order. What are they ordering? The color, the model, and so on. And that's going to happen inside of a client-side component because we're going to make use of some client-side utilities, like for example, state. So let's define a new component in here and return that component, and that's going to be a design preview component that of course currently doesn't exist in our app. So let's create it, and we're going to create it right here as well in the preview folder because it's going to be very closely dependent on the logic of the page, right? It's not going to be a reusable component. We don't want it to be. So let's call it the design preview.tsx. And once again, const design preview, nothing else than an arrow function. Then we can export default design preview at the very bottom. And then we can already go ahead and import that in our page.tsx for the preview. All right, let's head over to our design preview and actually return some JSX. Let's just return a fragment so TypeScript is happy, so it knows this component does something. And then inside of this component, the first thing we're gonna do is create a div element. And this div is gonna get a class name of, first off, pointer events none, because this is going to be a purely decorational div. And you're going to see with what exactly. That's a pretty cool effect. I'm going to show you. The select -none. We don't want this to be selectable. Absolute. There we go. An inset of 0. An overflow -hidden. Flex, and lastly a justify center. And because this div is purely decorational, we're going to give it an area hidden of true as well. So it's not going to show up if you're going to use any kind of accessibility device, like a screen reader, for example. So just as an accessibility best practice. And inside of here, we're going to make use of a React package called React DOM confetti. Yes, that's right. We're going to put some confetti here. React DOM confetti. Let me show you what this looks like. I think there's a demo page even for this confetti package. Yeah, there's a demo here. Let's open it up. Let's play around. Well, basically, you can define some stuff and then play some confetti with that, with the velocity and duration and stagger and a lot of stuff you can customize here. We don't even need to do all of that. It's going to be just a really fun kind of confetti effect to let the user know, hey, you're done. Like, nice. You configured the phone case. You can now order it if you want. It's just a nice little detail. And in order to do that, let's say npm install react dom, there we go, confetti, and install that package. Now, there's a lot of configuration options, as you just saw, angle, spread, velocity, and so on. We're not going to worry about any of that. All we care about is that we import confetti as a default import from React DOM confetti at the very top of the file. And we can now simply put that confetti as a regular React component, self-closing by the way, inside of this div element. And this will take two properties. First off, this needs to know when it is active. When do we want it to be active? Well, basically, and we can already save this to get rid of the error that we get right here. Oh, and is the dev server not started? Well, let's start it up again after installing that package, so we can actually see what's happening right here. Now, the idea is that this takes something called the active property, and we want it to be active as soon as the page loads, right? So in order to do that, let's create a state. And yes, this actually needs to be done through state. You can't just pass it a true. That just doesn't really work. I tried that. So we're gonna create a const show confetti and a set show confetti state, and that's gonna be equal to use state, and simply call that function. By default, this is gonna have a value of false, and then inside of a use effect right under that, let's import use effect from React. Inside of a use effect, this takes a callback function, and we can simply set show confetti to true. So by default, it will be not showing, and then once the component actually mounts, once it renders, immediately the confetti will be active. So we can say active is equal to show confetti, and that's going to work. Now, in order to use this client-side React hook, we still need to mark this component as a client-side component by saying use client at the very top by using that directive. And now we can pass this a very minimal config into this confetti object. This config is going to be an object, and we're going to say element count 200, and we're going to say spread 90. And there's a bunch of other options like the random height and some stuff you just saw here in the demo, but we're not going to worry about any of that. This is all we're going to pass in here. Let's try this out. Let's see what happens. Once we load this page, we should be able to see. And why are we getting super oh, there we go. Okay, yes, that's our confetti. That looks awesome. And we can also see that the steps automatically work. We are on step 3. We have completed step 1 and 2, and if we reload this page, there's going to be some beautiful confetti flying from the top. That just looks awesome. All right, very, very nice. That's just a cool detail, but details like these really make your app that much better. I just really enjoy little stuff like this. Little interactions, you know, that's what makes a web app really fun. Not only to build, but also to use, right? So right after our confetti, we are going to continue with a div element. And this div is going to get a class name of margin top 20, a grid calls of 1, a text small. On small devices, we're going to give it a grid calls of 12. On small devices, we're going to give it a grid rows of 1. Then on small devices, a gap x of 6. On medium devices, a gap x of 8. And on large devices, a gap x of 12. So just a bit more. Let's open this div up and put one more div in here. And this one is going to get a class name of small call span 4, which means from the 12 columns we create, this is going to take up 4 of those from small devices and up. On medium devices, a call span 3. So it's going to take up 3 columns. On medium devices, there we go. Medium devices, a row span 2 this time, not column, but row span And then lastly, on medium devices, a row end to. And this defines in which row do we want this to end. So basically, if we had, imagine this 2x2 grid, right? Let's say stroke is going to be white. There we go. And we have this 2x2 grid. Then, for example, what a row span to means is that it will take up 2 rows, right? That's all it means. Very, very simple. All right. Now, inside of this div element, let's open that up. Goes or phone, right? The kind of phone preview that we created as a custom component. And the image for this phone will actually be the cropped user image that we want to show. So basically, we want to show the user the phone as it looks like as they configured in step 2. Right, so the same kind of version, so they know, hey, what I did is actually what I'm getting, what I'm ordering, right? So now we need access to the cropped image that we're keeping track of in our database as the cropped image URL, right? We know where that lives, but we now need to get access to that to show it in our phone. Nothing easier than that, because in the overarching server-side component, we already have access to the configuration, right? So we can simply pass this configuration as a prop into our design preview component. You can simply say configuration is equals to configuration. There we go. And that's currently not a prop we are expecting in this child component, but we should be expecting it. So let's define the configuration as a accepted property. And this, we can inline the type is going to be of type configuration as an object. And the type of this will be configuration. Because this exists in our database, we can simply grab that type from Prisma/client, right? Everything we define in our Prisma schema, like the configuration, the case color, the case finish, and so on, these are all actual TypeScript types provided to us. That's why Prisma is a really nice ORM to work with. It's very developer friendly. And just like that, we get access to our configuration in this client-side component and can now use this cropped kind of preview URL as our image source for the phone. So in here, we can pass the configuration dot, and then we should be able to see the cropped image URL right here. And because we know that in step 3, this will exist because step 2 is done, right? The user has uploaded this already, so we know it will exist. But TypeScript doesn't, because technically this is optional. TypeScript doesn't know that we updated our config. So let's put an exclamation point at the very end to make TypeScript happy, because we know better than TypeScript in this case. Okay, a little cut there because I noticed one little change that we need to make. Very, very small change, by the way, because as you'll notice right now, the image is not actually displayed correctly. This looks a bit weird. The image that we have is correctly cropped, right? But the position on the phone is not right. So to fix that, we can go into our phone component. If you're wondering where in the file tree that lives, it's right here under components/phone. That's where we are. And simply to the image class name of this phone, we can add a minimum width, a min width of full, and also a minimum height of full. And if you're wondering what does this apply under the hood, it's the min width 100% and min height 100%. So we're basically telling the image, at minimum, you should take up all the space you can. And there we go. Now it's cropped correctly as the user did it, right? Perfect. So it takes up the space it should. Awesome. And because we allow for a custom class name to be passed into this phone, we can also give it the class name for the color, right? To make the color of the phone whatever it should be. And we can grab that from our configuration. We can destructure from the configuration property that we pass in here. Let's grab the color. And now to actually get the Tailwind color that corresponds to that color, well, we can simply take a look into our option validator, right? What are the colors that we support? And what are we searching for? Basically, we're searching for the value right here inside of the colors array. So the color here can be like black or rose, or what was the third one we support? Blue, right? So we basically want to find the color where that's the value and then apply that object's Tailwind property, right? Maybe that sounds a bit abstract. All I'm trying to say is, let's say const tw is equal to, and let's search inside of our colors that we still need to import from our option validator, dot find. And for each, let's name this the supported color, for each supported color that we know is all right to have as the background for the phone, we can simply return if the supported color dot value, as I just explained, is triple equal to the color that we get from our configuration. And only what we care about is the dot TW of that, if that exists, right? And if it does, then this is either going to be zinc 900, blue 950, or rose 950 that we can now pass in as a class name into our phone, because we do support dynamic class names here. So let's, instead of a string, do this dynamically and use our cn helper function that we still need to import. And as a template string, we're going to apply the bg of Tailwind right here. So let's save that and let's see if that works. Let's reload our page, and now our phone case should be black. Perfect. And if we configured it as rose or blue, then that would change accordingly, and we could make use of this dynamic Tailwind background for our phone. Beautiful. Okay, let's format this file. Let's expand this. Let's see what's happening here. Very, very nice. Our phone is displayed right here. And now, very similar to how we found the correct color for this phone case, we now want to find the correct iPhone model that the user bought. Right, so we can get access to the model we saved in our database by destructuring the model from here. And now what we care about is the label for this model, right? What we grab from our database, this model right here, is going to be the lowercase. It's going to be this one, iPhone X, iPhone 11, as like one word, not properly formatted, not what the user should see as the label, right? What we now want is the label for that value. And we can apply the same logic. We can simply search for it in our supported models. So what we're going to do is we're going to destructure later from the models in all caps, because this is going to be our constant that we're going to search through. And we're going to search through the options for each model. .find, we can destructure the value for each entry here and simply return if the value is triple equal to the model. And to tell TypeScript, yes, we know this exists, this will be supported, don't worry, we can put a little exclamation point at the very end. And because what comes from our database is of course going to be a supported model, right? But TypeScript doesn't really know it. Sometimes it's a bit, well, I'm not gonna say stupid, because how should it know, right? That would be unfair, but sometimes we have to tell it as some stuff. So we can destructure the label from here, and we're gonna call this the model label, just so we don't get confused as to what the label is for. It's for the model, that's why we name it that. And that we can now render out in our JSX and actually display to the user. So after one closing div after the phone, let's create a new div right here with one closing div to go. This one is going to get a class name of margin top 6. On small devices, a call span of 9. On small devices, a margin top of 0. And on medium devices, a row end of 1. Let's open this up, and inside of here create an H3, a heading 3 element. That's gonna say your, and then dynamically the model label, and then case. Right, and we can even uppercase the C just to make it look a bit nicer. And this H3 is going to get a class name as well. That's gonna be a text of 3XL, a font dash bold, then a tracking dash tight, and lastly, there we go, and lastly a text gray of 900. Just like that. Let's format this and already see what this looks like. Let's give this a lot more space. Your iPhone X case, and why is the text so small? Did I do a typo? I did. Text 3XL. There we go. If we don't do a typo, then the text should be a lot larger and it should look a lot nicer. Nice. Your iPhone X case. Beautiful. Let's give this a bit less space. That's automatically going to be below our phone, and below this H3, let's now put a div element with a class name. That's going to be a margin top of 3, flex, items dash center, a gap of 1.5, and a text of base. And inside of this div, let's put a check icon. This check icon comes from Lucid React. It's going to be self-closing, and this one gets a class name of height 4, width 4, text green 500. And right below this icon, we can simply say in plain text, in stock and ready to ship, to let the user know, hey, if you order now, you're gonna get it pretty fast, hopefully, right? You're not gonna have to wait long for your phone case. Perfect. With 2 closing divs later, with 1 closing div to go, this is where we're going to create one more div. And this one gets a class name of small call span 12, on medium devices, a call span 9, and a text of base. Inside of this div, let's open it up and scroll down a bit. We're gonna create one more div, and that's gonna get a class name of grid, a grid calls of 1, a gap y of 8, a border dash b for bottom, a border gray of 200, a padding y of 8. On small devices, a grid calls 2. On small devices, a gap x of 6. On small devices, a padding y of 6. And on medium devices, a padding y of 10. Let's open this div up, and inside of here lives one more div. This one is not going to get any class name, it's just as a wrapper for the grid. Inside of here, we're gonna create a p tag, and that's gonna say highlight, or let's say highlights. There we go. And this p tag will get a class name of font-medium and a text zinc of 950, pretty dark. And then below this p tag, we're gonna create a ol in ordered list, right? That's what it stands for, with a class name of margin top 3, a text zinc of 700, a list disk, which is basically going to put like little dots before each item in this list, and a list inside. That's how we define that they should count as padding for the list. And inside of here, we're going to create an li element. And first one is going to say wireless charging compatible. There we go. So basically we're listing a few highlights of our product. The second li element is going to say TPU shock absorption. And this is just some stuff that I made up, okay? Like I have no idea what you're selling in the store, or if you're just showing this off on your portfolio, that's totally cool as well. It just sounds good for a phone case. I have no idea what this actually means. I just grabbed it from some other phone case shops, I guess. So I hope that's actually a thing, like TPU shock absorption. I think it is though. I think it is. Third one is gonna say packaging made from recycled materials. And then the last li element is gonna say 5-year print warranty. There we go. Okay, so basically just a bunch of, I guess, marketing stuff, or, you know, basically listing the highlights of our product. And why are the dots for the list not showing up? Yeah, I made a typo. There we go. List disk. There we go. All right, let's reload this. And then we should, yes, see them show up right there. Perfect. Okay. And now below the closing div after the OL, let's create one more div. This one is also not going to get any class name. Let's open this up and let's create a p tag in here that's going to say materials. And this p tag is going to get a class name of font medium and a text zinc of 950 as well. And just like with the ordered list above, we're going to create an ordered list here as well. That gets a class name of margin top 3 and a text zinc of 700. And just like before, a list of disk and a list inside to list the bullet points inside of the tags, right? And in here lives an li element that's gonna say high quality durable material. Again, something I just made up, right? Because it sounds good. And then the second li element in here, li, is going to say scratch and fingerprint resistant coating. Awesome. Let's save that and see what that looks like. Let's read our page, because they should be listed right here. Perfect. Let's reload that again to get rid of the error. Sometimes that takes really long. They're going to be listed here side by side. That looks amazing. All right, so very, very nice. We have the highlights, we have the materials, we have the phone exactly how the user configured it with the cropped image. That looks awesome. Now we want to list the price. So if the user bought the item right now with their configuration of the texture and also the finish, how much will that cost the user? We need to tell them. And we're going to do that after the closing OL, after the closing div, and after one more closing div. So with 2 closing divs to go is where this is going to happen. Let's open up another div right here. And to space it out from the top one, we're going to give it a class name of margin top 8, just to kind of space it out. Inside of here, create one more div. This one will get a class name of bg gray 50, a padding of 6. On small devices, a rounded large, and on small devices a padding of 8. Let's open this div up. Inside of here, let's create one more div, and this one just gets one single class name, and that's gonna be flow root. And to be honest, I don't fully know what this does. It just kind of works when we use it. We could Google, and I think we can flow root, and that's display flow root. So if we hover over this, this actually applies to display flow root. And again, I'm not totally sure what it does, flow root. It just kind of works. So the element generates a block box that establishes a new block formatting context. Listen, I'm not a CSS expert. I'm not gonna lie, okay? I know how to make web apps. There are probably better CSS people than me, like Kevin Powell, for example, that could explain it much better than I could. So I'm not gonna try to explain this. I don't know what it does. It just kind of works. So let's just use it. Oh, and by the way, also, it's not only going to be a flow root, but also text of small. Because the text we want to put in here, the pricing shouldn't take up that much space on the screen. Now, inside of here, let's create a div element, and this one gets a class name, and that's going to be flex items-center, a justify between, a padding y of 1, and a margin top of 2. Let's open this div up, and inside of here lives a p tag, and that one gets a class name of text gray 600. And inside of here, we're gonna say base price. So you can probably imagine what we want to put in here. Let's create another p tag right below that, and this one will get a class name of font medium. There we go. And also a text gray of 900 to kind of nicely contrast it with the lighter and thinner version of the base price right here. And inside of here, we're going to say format price. We're going to use our utility function that we have written once to format the base underscore price that we have defined in our config. That is the basis for all products with no premium options selected. And remember, because that is in thousands with the underscore, so we can also use cents here, we want to divide the base price by 100 to show this in dollars. Or whatever you set your format price to. It doesn't have to be dollars, right? This could be euros, rupees. It doesn't really matter, whatever you prefer. And now, along with the base price, we also want to show how much the finish costs, right? So we need to know which finish did the user choose. And we can do that by destructuring simply the finish from our configuration. We also already have the information in our database. We can just go ahead and grab that to now go back down here to our base price. And if the user chose anything as the finish, then we're going to add to it. So after the closing div, let's create a conditional check right here. If the finish is textured, and we get full type safety here, by the way, hell yeah. In that case, we're going to render out some JSX, and in the other case, we're going to render out null. Now, what are we going to render out? That's going to be a div at the top level. And honestly, we can just go ahead and grab the one from before because it will look the exact same. So let's grab the div for the base price and let's just paste it in here. That's gonna work, beautiful. And instead of base price, we're gonna say textured finish. And then of course, we're not gonna use the base price in here, but the finishes. Let's import that from our option validator. Dot options at the index of 1 dot price. Why at the index of 1? Well, because that is our textured finish, right? This is index 0, this is index 1. That's where it lives, and it also contains the price right here. And honestly, you know what? That's not even the best solution. Why did I do that in the... No, you know what I much prefer? We use this one right here. We can directly use our product prices. Yeah, I think that's a much better option. Let's use our product prices instead, just on the fly here, kind of improvising. But I think this is a much cleaner approach, actually. I really prefer this. So instead of going into our finishes array, we can actually just grab the actual price right away. Much nicer. Beautiful. All right, and we want to do basically the same check for the polycarbonate, right? If the material is a polycarbonate material, the premium material, we also want to display that extra cost to the user. So just like with the finish, we can simply go ahead and grab the material that the user chose in step 2 from our configuration, and then use that to check if the material, and again, we get full type safety here, awesome, is polycarbonate. In that case, as the soft polycarbonate material, what we're going to write inside of the first p tag, we now want to display the price for that. And you can probably imagine what that will be. The product prices dot material dot polycarbonate, and because that's in thousands, again, divided by 100. Beautiful. Let's save that and see what happens. Let's reload the page. And then at the bottom, we should, let's give this a bit more space, see that the base price pops up right here. And if I zoom in like to the normal level, there it is, $14. That looks great. And well, I didn't choose any extras for my phone. Maybe you did, then you're gonna see that show up right here. Maybe I should have done that actually. You know what we can do? We can go in our database and change it. Let's visit our database, let's say npx Prisma Studio, and we can kind of emulate that I chose the premium options, right? We can go into our configuration, and what is the current ID? It ends in 7N for me, so it's gonna be this one right here. So let's just pretend that I went with the polycarbonate and the textured one, so the premium options. Let's save that, and then when we reload this page, we should actually be able, yes, to see that the premium options are listed as extra cost right here. That is awesome. All right, we have all the premium options listed as separate prices. Let's give this a bit less space. Well, that doesn't, yeah, there we go. That's like kind of half screen. We can see them all right here. The texture finish, the soft polycarbonate material. Beautiful. Now let's list the order total, and that's going to happen below this conditional check. Let's create a new div element right here. This is going to be self-closing. This is going to act as a visual separator between all the stuff up here and the total order price, right? So this can be self-closing with a class name of margin y2 to kind of space it out vertically, and a height of px, so 1 pixel. And let's give it a background gray of 200. If we save that, we can already see that popping up here on our page once my PC loads. There it is. There's the separator. Awesome. And below this, let's create a div element. This one gets a class name of flex items center, justify dash between, and lastly a padding y of 2. And when we open this up, first off, let's create a p tag saying order total. And this p tag is going to get a class name of font semi-bold and a text array of 900. So it's a bit stronger in color than these above ones. And then after this p tag, we're going to create one more p tag containing the actual price. It's going to get a class name of font semi-bold as well, and similarly a text array 900. So it's going to be the same style as the div above. And now we want to display the total order price, and we could probably inline calculate this right here, but we don't really want to. I think a much cleaner approach is to go to the very top of the file and kind of calculate the price here. It's just much easier if you kind of divide the logic and the JSX into two separate pieces, logic, JSX, and kind of maintain that split. So in here, let's say let total price is what we're going to name this. And that's going to be default to the base underscore price. So that was the like 1,400 cents that we have, right? And if the material is triple equal to the polycarbonate, full type safety, oh yeah, we're going to say price is plus equal the product underscore price is what we had earlier, dot material dot polycarbonate. There we go. So we're adding that price. And now if the finish is triple equal to textured, in that case, and why is this giving us an error, by the way? Cannot find name price. Oh, because we named it total price. That's going to be like the total order price. I think that naming is better than just price. There we go. So if the finish is textured, in that case, we're also going to add the price plus equal, we're going to add the product prices dot, and now finish dot textured, right? Beautiful. And once again, I forgot that this is total price. There we go. And now we have the total order price for everything, including the premium options if the user chose them. And we can simply render that out inside of this p tag. But first, of course, render it inside of our format price function. So it's going to be nicely formatted, divided by 100, because we still have the thousands in there, right? And if we save that, then beautiful, we're going to see the order total pop up right here, and we are all good for the customer to start their order.
Beautiful. Now the only button that's left here is the only thing that's left here is the checkout button, right? Where should the user click if they want to check out? Well, on the big ass checkout button we're gonna create for them. So after the closing p tag and 3 closing divs with 3 more closing divs to go, this is where we're gonna create one last div for this entire component. And that's gonna get a class name of margin top 8, flex, a justify dash end, and lastly a padding bottom of 12. And inside of this div, let's open this up. We are gonna create a button component. There we go. Instead of here, we're gonna say check out and also include a little arrow right icon from Lucid React. And because that's gonna look a bit nicer, this icon will get a class name of height 4, a width 4, a margin left of 1.5, and lastly an inline. So it's gonna be in the same line as the checkout without using any kind of flex. And this button is going to get a class name of padding x4, on small devices a padding x of 6, and on large devices even more a padding x of 8. Awesome. So let's save that and let's see what this looks like. And the user should now, once we reload our page, or it automatically does it, have a big green button that's very obvious to see where they can check out and complete their purchase. Beautiful. All right, dude. And kind of as a bonus, I guess you could call it, what we're gonna do right now is, before we actually implement the payments right here, I want to make this app look a lot better in about 5 minutes together with you. Because originally I planned to do this like in the very end of the app. But I think it does make sense to do now. So what we're gonna do to make this app look better is 3 things. We're gonna change the font of the app to look better. We're gonna change the background to have like a really nice grainy effect that's gonna look very high quality. And we're also going to implement loading states on the buttons. And the reason I want to do this now is just, honestly, I just appreciate you watching the video and following along. That's how it's possible to even do these videos, right? And to have people following along with them. And so I kind of want to do it right now so our app looks good while we do the rest of this app, while we implement the payments and so on. And I kind of forgot to do it at the very beginning, but I also think it's just a nice bonus for the people that actually stick around and watch the whole video to learn how to do it, and not just the people that only watch the intro and you know, just want to grab everything and kind of run with it, but for people like you who actually want to watch the video and learn from the video and kind of follow along how I intend these videos to be, you know. So I think it's gonna be cool if we just make our app look a lot better and it's just gonna take like 5 minutes, right? It's gonna be pretty straightforward. So the first thing we're gonna do is to change our font, and that's the easiest step. We're gonna go into our main layout, and there's a really cool font that I found, and I want to show you this font, and that is called Recursive. There we go. And that also comes from Next/font/Google, by the way. We can close out of a lot of these files. And if you're wondering where we are inside the root, let's give this more space, the root layout in source app. And damn, that is a huge phone in this small screen. And the root app and layout, that's where we are. We can simply import the recursive from Next/font/Google and then simply call it recursive and use the recursive.classname cross or application. And if we reload our app, you're gonna notice that changes the font to a font that I really like. So let's give this a second to reload. There we go. I think that font looks so nice, and I want to show you that font because I use it on my personal websites and I'm just a big fan, and I really hope you will enjoy it as well. Now, second step, what's gonna probably make the biggest difference is the grainy effect in the background. I think that's gonna be a really nice part of this kind of bonus, and we are gonna do that. There we go. Inside of our globals.css file, that is where we're gonna specify this grainy effect. Now, let's go to the very bottom and create a new class in here, and let's call it grainy-light. And we're gonna address that class with the dot selector right here. Let's open this up, and what we're gonna change in here is the background-image, and we're gonna set that to a certain URL. Now, I've got this URL already prepared right here.
So I'm just gonna paste this in. You are of course going to find this base64 encoded image in the copy paste list. So you don't have to type anything here out yourself. I'm gonna put the grainy light effect right here in the copy paste list, the URL that you just need to grab and paste in here as the background image. And we're gonna make use of this grainy light in our root layout as well, the file we already have open, and that's gonna be in our main tag right here. We can simply add the grainy-light class just like so and hit save. And let's see what that looks like. We can reload our page. And as you can see, that applied like a really subtle, nice gray kind of grainy effect to the background. And I think it's a nice little detail that makes the app feel a lot more high quality versus like the white background that we separate the grainy from the steps. And I think this looks so much nicer than having everything in white. It's like a very kind of faint grayish color. Technically, I did this with Tailwind's gray 50 color. So it's a light shade of gray, and it looks really, really good. Just those two changes, right? The font and the grainy background make the app look so much nicer all of a sudden. And that's really what I wanted to show you. So thanks for following along. And I really hope you're gonna use this in your future apps as well, right? The font and the background, they're my favorite at the moment. This is probably my favorite style combo. I used this in an app I just launched. So kind of side fact right here with the grainy background and the same font. And people really like this app. And I think in part it was because of the design choices there. But anyways, that's just my 2 cents. Now what we're going to implement a nice user interaction is the loading states for the button. So when you click a button and you are, for example, when the checkout is loading, right? When we click this button, there should of course be a loading state on that button. And doing that will happen inside of our button component. So we can simply pass it a prop. That's going to be the isLoading prop. And again, that is a huge phone, wow. And that's gonna be the, let's go into side by side, the isLoading prop that is gonna create a loading state for this button. So let's navigate in here, and down here for the button, we are going to accept a new prop, and that is gonna be the isLoading property right here that we can also now add as a custom prop for this button, because by default it doesn't take that, right? We can accept the isLoading prop, which is optional, so a question mark right here, and that's going to be a boolean. And while we're already here, we can also specify the loading text, also a custom property, optional, and that's going to be a string if we do decide to pass it. And then we can also destructure the loading text right here in our button. Great, now we simply need to use it, and in order to do that, let's unself-close the comp that is already here, create a closing element for this comp that makes up our button, and now we can do a conditional check, basically inside of here, right? We're gonna check first things first. If isLoading is true and we have a loading text, so if both are passed, in that case, we are going to render out the loading text here. Else, we're gonna render out the children. And why do we not have the children property accessible here? Do we still need to destructure that? Let's go into here. Let's destructure the children from the props. There we go. We can simply get them as properties and render them out right here. And then in the other case, where we are just loading, where is loading, in that case, we're going to render out some JSX. So let's just leave that at parentheses for now. And in the other case, we're going to leave this as null. Right, so what is the JSX that we want to render out? Basically, it's just going to be a span element. That's going to get a class name of margin left 1.5, flex items -center, and a gap of 1. Let's open this span up, and inside of here will live 3 span elements. The first one is going to get a class name of animate-flashing, and if we hover over this, you can see that nothing really happens, and that's because this is not actually a built-in class. So what we're doing with these 3 divs that we're going to create is a custom, really nice looking loading state. And in order to have this animation, we can simply head into our tailwind.config.ts that lives at the very root of our project. And this is a very, very simple animation we can add. Let's call it right here in our animation section of the Tailwind config, the flashing animation. And as a string, this is going to be flashing 1.4 seconds infinite linear. And we still need to define the keyframes for that. Let's do that right here under our marquee animation. The flashing is going to be very straightforward. It's just going to be an object, and the first key is going to be 0%, 100%, and that's going to be in object syntax and opacity of 0, and that is a string 0.2. And then the 20% of this, 20%, that is going to be, again, as an object, the opacity of 1. So basically, and that 1 needs to be a string, we're saying from 0 to 20%, the animation should be very fast, right? From 0.2 to 1. And then the kind of out animation from 20% to 100 will be a bit slower, right? And that's how we achieve a really nice kind of staggering effect on this animation. And defining this animation in our Tailwind config already makes us able to actually use it right here in our span, as long as we save that, of course. The animate flashing is going to work. Let's give the span a width of 1, a height of 1, a BG of white, a rounded dash full, and inline block as the, what is that position? No, display, inline block. And this span can actually totally be self-closing. We're not going to put any text in here, as this is already the loader that we want to have. Now we can copy and paste this down once and twice using Shift, Alt, and arrow down. And now to the second one, let's add a delay of, and we can choose from any delay that we want. We are going to say 100 for the first span in here. And then let's give the second one a delay of 200. And that's going to kind of stagger the animation. So the first one is going to animate first, then the second one, then the third one. And all of this is only going to happen if we pass an isLoading state into this button. And just like that, we have created a beautiful loading state. Let's try that out. Right, so let's go back into our preview page, into our design preview component. If you're wondering where we are in the file tree, that's right here, configure, preview, design, preview. And let's just, for simplicity's sake, pass this button and isLoading of true that we have at the very bottom right here. Let's reload our page. And as you can see, beautiful, the loading state now shows up. And if we also define a loading text, let's just say loading as an example and hit save, you're going to see it says loading ... And now we could also disable the button, disable, whenever we are loading, because of course, and disabled. There we go. That's going to disable the button while it is loading, so the user is unable to interact with it. And just like that, whabam, we built like magic a beautiful, very subtle loading animation for a button. It's as easy as that, and that's massively going to improve the user experience throughout our app when buttons actually have loading states. Trust me, it makes a very big difference. These kind of tiny details like loading states, for example. Right? So how do we know when this button is loading? When should we actually display a loading state to this button? And the answer is that is actually going to come from React query. Because if you remember what the goal is for this button, it's to create a payment session, right? We want to generate a URL that the user can use to pay for our phone case using Stripe, right? So we're going to do that with React query. We're going to say const empty object is equal to use mutation. You've already learned what this is, right? This is to mutate data, to change data somewhere, in our case to generate a URL using Stripe. So the mutation key we're going to pass in here, what I told you about is used for caching and invalidation, is going to be get checkout session separated with hyphens. The mutation function, well, we don't have one yet, right? What should happen when the user wants to create a payment session? If you've never done this, strap in. We are going to create a payment session right now together using Stripe. And it's actually not nearly as complicated as you might think it is. To do this, we are going to go into our preview folder where we already are with this design preview component. And let's close out of some files here. And we're going to create a new file called actions.ts, just like before, remember? And in here we can say use server to only execute all functions, all RPC functions we have in here server side and never on the client. And from here we're going to say export const create checkout session, just a function we can call that will create a payment session for this user. And of course this needs to be equal to an async arrow function in this syntax right here. There we go. Okay, so we made a function called create checkout session, and this will receive only one parameter, and that's going to be the config ID. right? So the identification of our current configuration, the user configuration, and we can inline type that. The config ID is going to be of type string to make TypeScript know what the hell this is, what we're working with inside of this function. Now, first things first, let's verify that this configuration exists by fetching it from the database. Let's say const configuration is going to be equal to await db. Let's import our database dot configuration dot find unique. And this, as always, takes a where argument, where the ID of the configuration that we are searching for matches the config ID that is passed as an argument into this function. Then, if we do not have a configuration, if whatever we passed in as a config ID doesn't exist in our database, in that case, we're gonna throw a new error, and this is gonna say no such configuration found. Now, a checkout session is always going to be user specific. We need to know which user purchased this item in order to be able to get their shipping address and so on, their email, and send it to them, right? We need to know the logged in user. And the way we do that is by using our auth provider. We can simply destructure something, we're going to worry about that later, from get kind server, and we might already be able to auto import this get kind server session. As easy as that, we know who is logged in into our app, right? We can simply destructure the get user function from here. And now to get the actual user object, we can say const user is equal to await get user. That's basically going to read the cookies that are attached to this API request and give us back the currently logged in user if there is one, right? If there is nobody logged in, this is going to be null. And in the case where they aren't logged in, if there is no user, well, that doesn't work. We're not going to create a payment session for you in that case. You need to be logged in, so we're going to throw a new error if there is no user saying you need to be logged in. There we go. After this guard clause, we always know that there will be a user 100%, because otherwise we wouldn't get to this point of the code. And we can also get access to the finish and the material of this configuration. Why do we need access to these? So we can let the user know how expensive this will be. We're going to create a payment session with exactly the amount of dollars that the user kind of chose for the base price and the textured finish and the polycarbonate, or the other option they have instead of the polycarbonate, right? We're gonna calculate how expensive this case will be server side. That's never something you want to receive from the client side, because the client can manipulate that and you could just send like $0 and the client wouldn't have to pay anything. We need to calculate the server side. And to do that, let's say let price is equal to base underscore price and import our base price, which is $14 for me in my example, and it might be different for you if you chose a different base price. And if the finish is triple equal to textured, in that case we want to add to the price. So we're going to say price plus equals product underscore prices. We're going to import that dot, and now you can probably guess we're going to check for the finish dot textured, right? And similarly, if the material is triple equal to polycarbonate, let's check for that. So the premium option, we're going to add to the price server side as well. So we're going to add the product underscore prices dot material dot polycarbonate price, whatever we specify there. I believe it was like $5 and then $3 for the textured finish. And just like that, we have calculated our price. And if the user didn't choose any premium option, then the base price would be $14, right? Next up, we are gonna create the actual order. Now, what is an order? Well, basically, when the user buys something, we need to keep track of that in our database to know if they have paid, to know what exactly they ordered, what the amount was, what the shipping address is, and so on, right? So we need to get some data modeling done, and we're gonna create something called an order together in our Prisma schema. So let's switch over. Let's create a new model, and that's gonna be an order. And we're going to create one order each time someone buys something in our store. An order will be created in our database. Now, the ID of an order is going to be a string. It's going to be @ID, and at default, this is going to be a CUID, a collision resistant unique identifier. the configuration ID is going to be a string, and we're actually going to link this to a, and string needs to be uppercase, and we're actually going to link this to a configuration, because one order will always have one configuration attached to it. You can't order something that is not a configuration. You always order the certain like image, how you dragged it, the color, and so on. All of that makes up a configuration. So we're gonna link that right here in our order as well. So the configuration for each order is gonna be of type configuration. And if we now format our file using prettier, then the iteration is automatically going to be done for us by Prisma, or by prettier, I guess, but for Prisma. How cool is that? We don't even need to worry about it, right? And if you're wondering what my shortcut is for formatting, it's Shift, Alt, and F. To use prettier to automatically do that. Beautiful. Okay, now we need the user who ordered from our store, and that's gonna be of type user. Now we don't have a type user, and that's probably one of the most important models in any application, the user model. So we still need to create that one. Let's create a model user right above our order, and each user will get an ID. That's gonna be a string, and basically same thing, add ID, add default CUID, collision resistant unique identifier. There we go. The email we want to keep track of for each user, that's going to be a string. And lastly, we're going to keep track of the created at value. When was this entry created in our database? That's going to be a date time, an internal, or like a built-in rather data type that we can use in Prisma. And at default, that's going to be right now. And the updated at property, we're also going to keep track of that, is a date time and at updated at. Beautiful. Okay, so this just contains when this entry in our database was last updated, and that can sometimes be really handy. So we always want to keep track of that as well, along with the created at. Awesome. So that means we can now link each order to the user that made it. And that's very, very important. So we know the email, for example, that the user has that ordered this product, so we can send them like shipping information, or if anything goes wrong, we know their email to reach out to them, and so on. You always want to associate an email with a purchase in any app, basically. We also want to keep track of the amount, and that's going to be a float. That's going to be how large is the purchase price for this order. In our case, in this case, $22. That's going to be the amount. We're going to keep track of an is paid, and that's going to be a Boolean. And by default, this is going to be false. So that's just going to be, is this order actually paid? Did Stripe verify that the user has actually paid the money? You're going to see exactly why this is so helpful later. We're also going to keep track of the status, and we've already created the enum, and that's going to be called the order status. You remember when we did that? Let's see. Let's go up to the order status. That's either going to be fulfilled, shipped, or awaiting shipment. Those are going to be the possible statuses for our order. Next up, we need to know the shipping address. Where should this case be sent? And to do that, we're going to do that inside of a separate model called shipping address. There we go. Let's open this up, and this is going to get an ID that's going to be of type string, and add ID, add default CUID, and all this does is that whenever we create a new entry, Prisma does the ID generation for us, and we don't need to worry about it. Basically, it's just easier. Each shipping address will have a name, and that's gonna be a string, a street, and that's gonna be a string, a city, string. All of these are gonna be a string, so I'm not even gonna say string anymore. Just assume that all of the following will be a string, right? Postal code, string, then a country, then a state, also a string, but this time this is going to be optional, because state is, sometimes you don't get that information, but as long as you have all the other ones, you're good, right? You can still ship, so we're going to make this optional just in case. The phone number, same thing, this is going to be a string, but optional. The user doesn't really have to pass it. And lastly, we're going to link this to the orders, and this is just going to be an order array. So one shipping address can receive multiple orders, right? If you order 5 products from my store, then your one shipping address has 5 orders associated with it. And similarly, that's also automatically going to create the relation in our order for us. However, what we do want to change is let's make the shipping address lowercase. I just kind of prefer it. Prisma by default makes it uppercase. I'm not really a fan of that. So let's change the shipping address to lowercase, but it really doesn't matter. It's just personal preference. And let's copy down using Shift Alt arrow down the shipping address. Bam. And rename this model to the billing address. Because what's very possible is that the billing address is different than the shipping address, but essentially contains all the same data, right? So still ID, name, street, city, and so on. Nothing changes about the data, except that we now, when we format our file, also get a billing address relation in our order model, right? And I'm also just going to change the B to lowercase, just personal preference. Again, I think it's nicer. And lastly, we also want to keep track of when an order was created. So we're going to add a created add property at the very bottom, date, time, at default, now, just like before. And then similarly, the updated add that we also keep track of as a date time. And this is going to be at updated add. So Prisma automatically keeps track of when this entry was updated and adds this row accordingly, or updates this row accordingly, right? Beautiful. So just like that, we have modeled a complete order system for our database with an isPaid property. And that's going to be really important because we only ever want to ship something if we are 100% sure the user actually paid, if we actually got the money. So this won't come from the user, but from Stripe or payment provider. So we are actually sure that we have received the money. Now to sync our remote database, as always, we're going to say npx prisma db push. That's going to push our changes into remote. And that should only take a second. And we are up to date. Great. Awesome. So what that now means is we can continue in our create checkout session action, right? So let's go into kind of side by side here. There we go. Nice. So when we click this button, this function will be executed, creating the payment session for the user. And what we first want to check before creating a new order for this user is there already an order for this configuration? Because if there is, then we don't need to create a new one, right? That just doesn't make sense. So we're going to create a let order, and this will be of type order that we get from Prisma. And if we reload the window, then hopefully Prisma will automatically let us import this type. And if not, then we need to manually import it. And this type exists because we just created our model called order, and that will automatically create the TypeScript types for us, which is really nice in Prisma. Great, that worked. We can also import this. Or this could be undefined, and we're going to default it to undefined, right? Because we're going to do a conditional check right now. This conditional check will be based on if we have an order or not. So let's check. Let's say const existing order is going to be equal to await db.order.find first. Which order do we want to find? Where? Well, we don't know the ID of the order that we want to find, right? So we can't search by the ID, but what we do know is the user ID, right? Because we're linking a user to an order. That is going to be the logged in user ID. And also the configuration ID we know, which is the configuration.id from above, right? And based on these two, we can actually uniquely identify an order based on configuration and user. Awesome. So we now know if there is already an order for this exact configuration that the user chose with these exact finishes and the image and so on, or not. And if there is, if we have an existing order, in that case, we're going to set the order to that existing order. We don't need to create a new order. That's the entire point of this check. And else, if there's no order for this yet, well, in that case, we can create a new one. Let's say in that case, order is equal to await db.order.create, and we're going to create it with a data object, and that's going to be first of the amount, which is going to be our price divided by 100. Then the user ID is going to be our user.id, so the logged in user. And lastly, the configuration ID is going to be equal to our configuration.id that we also already know. Now, TypeScript is complaining here. What's the problem? Type amount number user ID is not assignable to type without property status is missing in type. Okay, so what we probably forgot to do is to not give this a default value. If we go into our order and then the status right here, yes, that's exactly the problem. And we did not give this a default value. So right now it's asking us to, hey, please provide a value for the status. You need to do that. Other ones are all optional. But of course, the default status should be the, well, let's choose. Let's look at it. Should it be fulfilled? Should it be shipped? Should it be awaiting shipment? Well, of course, it's not shipped yet. It's not fulfilled yet. It should be awaiting shipment by default, right? So we can simply give our status for the order a default, and that's going to be awaiting, and we can autocomplete this to awaiting shipment. And then also don't forget to npx prisma db push. It's going to push our changes into remote, and it's also going to generate our TypeScript types locally. At least it does it sometimes, just to make sure. I'm going to restart my window using Shift, Control and P, and then saying developer reload window. And with that, we definitely get the newest TypeScript types, and we can continue in creating the payment session. And as you'll notice, now TypeScript is happy and Prisma is happy. We don't need to pass anything else. We just assign the result of this operation to our order that we are keeping track of. Great. And now is the time to actually make the payment session. To do that, we're going to use a tool called Stripe. Oops, not Stripped. Stripe. Stripe is a payment provider. It's great. The developer experience is awesome. Let me just show you how to do it. In our project, let's clear the terminal. Let's install a new package, and that is the Stripe SDK. Let's install npm install Stripe. It's probably, if we take a look at Stripe on npm while that installs, gonna have a lot of weekly installs. It's very well maintained. Let's take a look at how many people use this. 1.7 million. Yeah, that's pretty solid, man. And we can simply go ahead to Stripe, log in, and we're gonna need our Stripe API key in order to do this. So if you don't have an account with Stripe yet, that's of course totally free. There we go. And once we are logged in, we can actually grab our API key from here. So we can simply enter API key in the search bar. Stripe is extremely good when it comes to developer experience. And that's one of the things they do the best, right? Their documentation is great. And so is their search bar. So we can simply go to developers API keys, and this is where you can grab your secret standard key. If you don't have one yet, simply create one. You can click create like a standard key. I've already did this. So my key is gonna be right here. Or maybe, yeah, I think you don't even have to create one. I think this is gonna be here by default. You can simply click reveal test key, and I'm just gonna do that. I'm just gonna change it after this video. So let's grab our secret key. We're actually gonna need that, and then we can use that in our app. This is what we're gonna use to safely interact with the Stripe payment service. So with this secret key copied to our clipboard, let's head into our .env file, and we can put it in here as the Stripe _ secret _ key, and just paste the secret we just grabbed from Stripe. And now to make working with Stripe just a bit easier, we're going to create a little helper, and that helper is going to live in source, then in lib, and let's create a new file here called stripe.ts, just a little Stripe helper, where we can import Stripe from Stripe, the package we just installed, and then export a const Stripe, which is going to be equal to a new Stripe, which is a class, and in the constructor we're going to pass the process.env.stripe secret key that we just pasted into our .env, or we can do nullish coalescence with an empty string just so TypeScript is happy, because by default this could be undefined, right? And TypeScript is like, hey, this can't be undefined, this always needs to be a string. So to make TypeScript happy, if this is undefined or null, then in that case we're just going to pass an empty string in here. And then TypeScript won't be mad at us. And then as the configuration, we're going to pass as an object in here, the API version is going to be, and we get full type safety here. Wow, that is pretty good. And then TypeScript, let's set that to true, because hell yeah, we are working in TypeScript. And then we can close out of that Stripe file. And that's literally all we need to do. As easy as that. Stripe integration done. We can now use it. First off, to create this payment session, we need to know which product is the user buying. And to let Stripe know what the product is, let's create one. Let's say const product is gonna be equal to await Stripe dot, and we still need to import Stripe from the helper we just created. Dot full type safety, by the way, awesome. Products.create. So this is an API that's kind of similar to Prisma, right? I mean, look at this. DB order create, Stripe products create. That's pretty familiar. Nice. The name is going to be custom iPhone case, and this is actually going to show up in the purchase menu for the user. The images are going to be just the configuration.image URL. So this is the image that the user uploaded originally. They can see it in the kind of checkout page. I just think it's a nice little detail. And the default underscore price underscore data we're going to pass in here. Well, we basically define the currency and how much the product costs, right? So the currency is going to be USD, and the unit amount will actually control how expensive this product is. And since we already calculated that way up here, where was it? With the price, we can simply use that, right? We know the price is correct. We calculated it server side. That's very important, as I mentioned earlier. This cannot come from the client, and we can simply use that price. And that's actually going to be the price that the user now pays in Stripe, right? And with that product, we are all ready to create the actual payment session. And we do that by saying const stripe session is going to be equal to await stripe dot checkout dot sessions. Let's just get some autocomplete here. Dot create. Again, very nice API. This feels like writing Prisma, to be honest. And we're going to pass a bunch of configuration stuff in here. For example, the success underscore URL. Where should the user be redirected when they actually paid, when we received the money? In that case, we're going to send them to the, as a template string, dynamically insert the process.env.next public server URL separated by underscores, right? We can simply change that in our env config later, and the user will be sent there. So this is going to be either like localhost or later or deployed version of this app, right? /thank-u and then question mark order ID is equal to the dynamic order.id. Right? And that's how we can fetch that order on the thank you page and actually check, has the user paid for this or not? And the cancel underscore URL is going to be, let's just copy and paste the success URL right down here. The cancel URL is simply going to be a bit different, /configure /preview question mark. So as a query parameter, ID is equal to the configuration.id. So if for any reason the user decides to cancel and click on the back button on the Stripe payment session, then they are just redirected to the configuration screen where they can drag around their image, right? So the progress is not lost for them. We don't want to lose that customer. As the payment method types, we can pass in, there we go, payment method types, whatever we want to allow, right? There's a lot to choose from. You decide what you want to allow. Basically, the most standard options that we want to go for are both card and also PayPal we want to allow. And that's the payment methods that user can actually pay with. As the mode, we're going to say payment. Alternative would be something like subscription. We don't care about that. The shipping underscore address underscore collection is very important. We need to know the shipping details. So for the allowed countries, we can pass in here. This is basically a list of all the countries you allow to ship to. So people from these countries can order from you. Just as an example, we're going to use DE and we're also going to use US. Of course, all other country codes are literally supported here. That Stripe supports. So you choose your country, whatever you're from, USA, India, Germany, wherever you're from, doesn't matter, and put it here, and all the other countries that are allowed to check out from you. As the metadata, we are going to put an object, and the user ID is going to be the user.id, and the order ID is going to be the order.id. This is very important. And you know why? Because whenever we get a webhook, we're going to get to that later, don't worry about it for now. Whenever we get a webhook from Stripe telling us that a checkout was successful, Stripe verified that they have received the money and the user actually paid, then we need to know which user was this and which order was this for. Which order do we now actually need to ship, right? That's very important that we pass the metadata. And now to tell Stripe what the actual products are that the user is even buying, well, we already created the product. We just need to use it. And we do that inside of the line underscore items. This is what the user is actually buying. This takes an array of objects where the price is going to be the product dot default underscore price as a string. We're going to cast that to make TypeScript happy, and then the quantity is going to be hard-coded to 1 because the user probably only wants to buy one case, right? If you wanted to, you could implement a functionality where they can buy multiple, but who wants to buy multiple of the same cases, right? I just put this as 1. I think it makes more sense. And then we're simply going to return from this function as the URL the Stripe session.url. What is the URL? Basically, it's a hosted checkout page by Stripe. And if we now put the user to this URL, if we push this into their browser, they're going to be on the hosted Stripe checkout page that is secure, where all the payment is all handled for us, right? So we don't need to have in mind any security stuff. Great. Very, very nice. This is the logic to create a payment checkout session. And we can simply now use this function in or use mutation right here, right, as the mutation function and import that. Great. Now, what should happen on success if the URL creation was successful? This doesn't mean that the user has paid yet. This simply means that Stripe has created a session for the user in which they are able to pay, right? This doesn't mean that the user already paid. In any case, we receive the URL. We can destructure in the callback function. And why? Well, because we returned URL from our action, right? We return something called the URL. And because this is fully type safe, we know this URL will be on the front end. And if we have this URL, that's going to be the URL of the hosted checkout page. Well, we simply want to push the user to that URL. And in order to do that, we need access to the router, right, to push something into the URL. So at the very top, we're going to say const router is equal to use router. And that, as always, comes from next/navigation. We can simply import that. And now if we have the URL, we're going to say router.push URL. There we go. And else, right, what should happen if the URL is not present? Because this could be null. It's probably not going to be, but just to make TypeScript happy and for any eventualities, we're going to say else throw new error. And this is going to say unable to retrieve payment URL, period. And now where do we catch this error? This happens in the onError property. This takes a callback function as well. And this is our place to inform the user that, hey, something went wrong and please try again, right? And in here, we're going to render out a toast notification, which also means we need to destructure at the very top the toast from our use toast hook, right? And simply invoke that. That allows us to actually render out toast notifications on the screen right now. And we're going to do that in or onError. So we're going to call the toast function. And the title of this error toast is going to be something went wrong. The description of the toast is going to be there was an error on or end. Please try again. Right? So the user doesn't think they're stupid, right? The problem is on our side. And they should probably just try again and it might just work. And then the variant is going to be destructive, of course, to let the user know, hey, something went wrong here, right? And now to call this, to make this entire thing happen, we can simply destructure the mutate, what's actually going to invoke the entire flow we defined right here from our use mutation. And let's rename it because mutate is not a great name for this. Let's say create payment session, because that's exactly what it does. I think it's much more concise and we can actually use that now in our JSX. So just for demonstration, let's already try this. Let's create a payment session whenever we click the button at the bottom right here, right? So on click of this button, we are just going to invoke the function of create payment session, and then all the rest should hopefully be handled for us. And of course, this create payment session expects the config ID because that's what we receive as a parameter in our create checkout session, right? So we need to pass it as an argument wherever we call the function. And this is nothing else than the configuration.id. There we go, right? So what is the configuration? Well, that's the prop we receive in the design preview from the server, right? From the server-side component into the client-side component that we are currently in. Beautiful. Let's try this out. This should work now. Let's give our application a lot more space to work with here. Let's go into our network or console, refresh that or clear it rather. And let's try this out. Let's hit the checkout button. What we expect to happen is we are redirected to Stripe to actually pay $22. Let's try it. Wow, that was fast. All right, something went wrong. Well, what is the problem? Message, you need to be logged in. All right, of course, we are not logged in. That's why we can't do this. Well, let's log in for a second. And trust me, we're gonna do a bit of nicer logic here in a minute. I just want to verify with you together that the payment actually works as we expected. And then in a minute, we can worry about the login actually looking good, right? So I'm gonna enter my hello@josh-tried-coding.com email. That's gonna send us an email. There we are, I just received the email. Let's paste in the code and let's hit continue. Beautiful, so now we are logged in. Let's click create case. And of course, we're gonna have some logic where if a configuration is already created, you're gonna not be sent to the landing page, right, but to that configuration. So you don't need to do everything again. But since we don't have that logic in place yet, let me just upload an image right here. That's gonna take us to the entire flow once again. And I mean, that's also just good to verify that everything is working, right? Just to be really sure. And we can also see the gradient or the grainy effect rather in the background. It looks really nice. Awesome, let's just kind of put our image on the phone case. You choose any image from your PC. And I'm just gonna go with soft polycarbonate. I'm just gonna go with one option. That's gonna be $19. We're gonna verify that in our payment session. And let's also go for an iPhone 15. All right, by the way, I don't actually have an iPhone 15, but it doesn't really matter. Let's just pretend I do. Let's click continue. Oh, and one thing we also need to do is add the loading state for this button right here. That's gonna be very nice detail as well. We're not gonna forget to do that. We're gonna do that. It's gonna be very simple. And then once that's done, we should land on the preview page. Awesome, your iPhone 15 case based on what we just chose. Awesome, the image is right here. This looks so nice, man. Honestly, wow. Very, very nice page. All the highlights, materials, perfect. Now let's click create checkout and now let's see what happens. What we expect to be sent to is the Stripe page where we can actually buy the product. Let's hit checkout. And why did this not work? What's the problem now? Message undefined reading find first. Interesting, so it's complaining. This seems to be an error from Prisma in our action file that the find first cannot be executed. So it can't find the order. Did we not push or changes? No, that's weird. Let's quickly verify that that this table actually exists. Why can it not do that? That should totally work. Let's head into neon.tech and let's verify that we have the table. There should be an order table right here. Query completed with no result. Yeah, that's fine because there is no order yet. All right, this makes so much sense. Okay, so here's the problem. So the user we created in our database, the ID was automatically created by Prisma, right? That's not what we want. That's not gonna be realistic. We get our user ID from Kinde, from our auth provider, right? So all I did was go into the actions and actually log out these values to see what's happening if any of those are undefined. And now I know what's the problem. This user ID, so whatever Kinde generated for us. So if you want, just go ahead and log out this user ID, click the button again. That's gonna log out your user ID that Kinde gave you for your email that you are logged in with in the console. And that is exactly what the user ID needs to be in our database. How did I not notice that? All right. Let's save that. Let's change the ID to the Kinde user ID. And then let's try that again, because essentially what's happening is that the user ID doesn't exist. This user ID property did not exist in our database as long as it doesn't match the actual logged in user, right? So let's try this again. And I mean, this should work, right? Let's check out again. Let's click this button. No, you can't. Okay, but that's a different, hey, that's a different error. We're making very good progress. Invalid URL undefined. Okay, that's actually an expected error. And that's a good error. And I want to tell you why. Dudes, we are already at the point where this is a good error. But as you'll notice, in software development, if you get different errors, that's very good progress. Because this is an error, I can tell you exactly why it happens, and it's the best error to get. So all we're missing is inside of our action, it's complaining that this environment variable doesn't exist. And of course it doesn't, because we never defined it, but nothing more simple than that. We simply need to define a variable with this name, right? So let's copy the next public server URL, paste it in our .env file, and this is simply going to be http://localhost 3000. There we go. And then we can hit save. Awesome. All right. That is automatically going to reload our Next.js development server. It says reload env right here. And after that's done, great. We can simply try this again. And now that should really work. So let's hit checkout. That is going to do some stuff here. No error, post, configure. Beautiful. And we are forwarded to the Stripe checkout page. Nice. I'm very happy that worked. How did I not notice that, man? Anyways. All right. I'm glad we got that fixed. Now we know that the checkout session was created successfully. Beautiful. We can close out of our Prisma Studio. Remember to just change this to your actual logged in user that we get from Kinde. Awesome. And now that gives us all the options to actually pay for our service. And because we are in Stripe test mode, we can simply enter some dummy information here. So for the shipping address, we're going to say example town. The address is going to be, yeah, it's already has some stuff here selected for me, some random stuff that I already typed in. So I'm just going to use that. You type in, I don't know, your address or any random address. It doesn't really matter. As the card, we're going to use a Stripe test card. That's going to be 42424242424242. So a bunch of 42s. That's just it. Then any date in the future for the date, and then any CVC. It doesn't matter. And this is a Stripe test card. So this will always work as long as we are in test mode, right? This is a card that is prepared by Stripe. That we can simply use to test our payment system before actually going live, right? So we don't have to use our actual credit card in order to test if the payments are working correctly. Nice. And now we are redirected to the thank you page. Exactly what we expect to happen, because that is our success URL. We are redirecting the user to localhost 3000, or in production, this is going to be a different URL, /thank-you, and then the order ID is attached right here. So in our case, that is right here, up in the URL that we can now read on the page that we were sent to. Beautiful. We know that payment system works perfectly. Now, the only thing that's not optimal right now is that we had to go ahead and create a user ourselves, right? We don't really want to do that. And a much better way is to do everything through one site in our app. So what's going to happen? Let's take a look at how this is going to work architecturally. Right, let's give this a lot more space, because again, I want you to understand why we're doing what we're about to do. So what we're going to do is something called an auth callback. And maybe that sounds a bit abstract if you're not familiar with what that means, but let's take a look at what this means step by step. So what's going to happen is that the user will get a pop-up, and that's going to ask them to please log in. Where is this going to happen? This is going to happen right before they check out, because in order for the user to check out, we want them to be logged in. And on this pop-up, they will either have the option to log in if they already have an account. So, let's say login, or in the other case where they don't have an account with us yet, if they're a first-time customer, it's going to say sign up or register, whatever you want to call it, right? And if they click on the login button, basically what's going to happen is that first things first, we want to save their configuration, right? Because they're going to be taken to a different page once they click the login. They're going to be taken to our authentication provider to log in, that is Kinde, right? And through that page change, normally all the progress in their configuration, how they dragged around their image and stuff would completely get lost, right? That is horrible. We don't want that. Therefore, the user should continue right where they left off after they log in, right on the checkout page of their order. And doing that is actually really easy. We can simply store their configuration ID that we do already save in local storage and then get it from local storage once the user is back on our page. So once the user gets back to our own page, let's just say our page, we can simply check, is there a configuration ID in local storage, which is just browser side, client side storage on the user's browser, like in Chrome, for example. And if there is, we can simply redirect them to it. So they continue right exactly where they left off. And same thing for the sign up, right? This is also going to take the user to Kinde. And why can I not? Damn, dude, sometimes Excalibur is seriously weird. Why does this? Anyways, whatever, man. All right, let's copy and paste over this entire arrow then. Doesn't matter. They're also going to be taken to Kinde in the sign up step. They're also going to land on our page after they're done. And basically same thing. We're also going to put their configuration ID in local storage so the user can check out right away once they're back on our page and logged in. Right, so doing this conceptually, it sounds pretty simple. If you just ignore that this looks kind of horrible because my diagram skills are pretty bad, this is basically all that's happening. User logs in, lands back on our page. We check if they already have a configuration, and if they do, we redirect them, right? It's pretty simple. So let's go ahead and go implement that together. And as you'll see in code, this is also not hard. So in our app folder, this is where we're going to create a new folder, and we're gonna call that folder auth-callback and hit enter. And in here we're gonna create a page.tsx that's gonna define the content that is shown on the auth callback page. As always, no surprises here. That's gonna be an arrow function that doesn't return an array. There we go. And we're gonna export default page at the very bottom. Beautiful. Now, this page is going to be client side. We're going to make use of React query inside of here. So we're going to mark this as a client side component. Now, you know what? I think before we continue on this page, it makes a bit more sense to actually implement this login modal first so you understand this page a bit better. Yeah, I think that makes more sense. So let's save this for now. We're going to get back to here in like 5 or 10 minutes. We're going to get right back. First things first, let's go into our design preview component. So in our file tree, that's under configure, preview, design preview right here. Because the big thing we're doing here that's not ideal is that at the create payment session right here, we are directly calling this function when clicking back down here, the checkout button, right? We're immediately creating the payment session, even if, and that's the important part, even if the user is not logged in. And that's not ideal. We want the user to be logged in before they can purchase something. So instead, we're going to create a function down here, and we're going to call this handle checkout. And this is simply going to be a arrow function, and the logic in here is going to be extremely straightforward. We're simply going to do a check. If we have the user, in that case, and don't worry, we're going to get the user here in a second. If we have the user, then we want to create the payment session. Let's just put that as a comment for us so we don't forget this. And else, right, conceptually, what should happen if the user is not logged in? Well, they need to log in, of course, right? And now, very important, before we prompt the user to actually log in, let's save their current configuration. Let's go back here. Let's click back. Can we go back to our configuration? Yes, we can. We want to save exactly the kind of where they drag the image and which options they chose, which color they chose, and so on, right? So that's not lost. And to do that, I just mentioned how to do it. We're going to say local storage.setItem. That's how we can put something in local storage. And we're going to call this the configuration ID. And this is going to be the ID. Now, where does this ID come from? Well, basically just from the configuration that is passed in here as a prop from our server, right? We can simply destructure the ID from that configuration at the very top of the file. There we go. And if we spelled that right, that would actually work. That's how we get access to the current configuration ID that we can now simply store in the user's browser, right? Awesome. That's how we keep track of that. And now how do we know when a user is logged in or not? Well, very simple. Our authentication provider provides us the necessary hook for that. So we can simply destructure the user from, and that's going to be called useKind browser client. And we can go ahead and import that. Well, the auto import doesn't seem to work. All right, let's manually import it. Maybe for you, the auto import works. I don't know. Sometimes for me, it doesn't. We're going to say useKind browser client and import that from @kindoss/kind auth Next.js. There we go. That's the client-side hook, and we still need to invoke that function. There we go. And now we either have the kind user if the user is logged in, or null if the user is not logged in, right? Which is a totally valid case as well. That's why we even have this if statement down here. Now, what should happen if the user does need to log in? Well, in that case, we want to open that like modal, that kind of pop-up that we talked about, to ask them to please log in, right? How are we going to do that? Well, basically, we're going to keep track of a state. So let's go to the very top and let's declare a state right here. And we're going to say const is login modal open, very clear name as to what this is for, right? And set is login modal open. And this is going to be equal to use state, right? And by default, this is going to be false. Of course, we don't want the model to be open. And just because I like it as a personal preference, I'm going to put Boolean in here into the state, and we forgot to do it here as well. I'm going to put it here. Once again, you don't have to do this, but I just think it's a kind of cool, I just like it. I just think it looks nice. All right, and then we're going to set the modal to open in the case that the user does need to log in, right? So we're simply opening the modal, and if the user is already logged in, we can basically just do everything as before. The user is totally fine to actually create the payment session to actually check out, and as the config ID this takes, we're going to pass in the, or actually we can just pass in directly the ID that we destructured from our configuration, right? So nothing really changes in this case, only if the user is not logged in. In that case, we want to ask them to. Now, to actually show that modal, well, that modal doesn't exist, so we need to create it. First off, let's determine where it will be shown, and that's going to live right here below this first div element. This is where the login modal, a component that doesn't quite exist yet, is going to live, and it's going to be self-closing as well. Beautiful. So let's go ahead and create that login modal, and that's going to live in source components, new file, login modal.tsx right here. All right, and let's say const login modal. Once again, no surprises. This is just a regular arrow function that we export default at the bottom, login modal. And this is going to return something called a dialog. Now, if we try to import this, then we could, right? Headless UI does have a dialog, but a much nicer version of the dialog is provided by shadcn-ui. And that's not the dialog. It's not the alert dialog, it's the regular dialog. And if we click that, you can see what happens. It's kind of this pop-up style that we are exactly going for. Fully accessible. If you press escape or click outside of it, it closes. That is exactly what we want. So let's install that one. Let's go ahead and stop our Prisma Studio. We don't need that anymore. And say npx shadcn-ui at latest add dialog, and then hit enter. That's going to install the component into our local project right here, so we can simply go ahead and then import it from, there we go, that's done, from our ./ui/dialog, and go ahead and import that. Beautiful. Okay, now to make this dialog control, to know when it's open and when it's not open, that information actually comes from our parent, right? The parent determines when should this be open versus not, as the isLogin modal open state, right? So we simply need to pass that in as properties to make this dialog controlled by the parent. So we can simply accept two props in here, the is open and also the set is open. And because this is very simple, we can simply inline these types. The is open is gonna be a Boolean, and the set is open is going to be a bit of a different type. This is the type of the React state setter. And I already memorized this, but if we hover over this, we can see the full type right here is this. It's dispatch set state action boolean. So we can simply grab that, copy it, or kind of type it out ourselves. That's totally fine as well. And paste it here as the property type. And then simply import both the dispatch and the set state action types from React. And because, fun fact, we're only importing types, we can also annotate this with type at the start, and that's gonna basically tree shake this to make our module smaller. Because if we didn't include the type, you could see that we actually have some import cost right here of 4.1K, versus if we add the type, then this is only gonna exist at design time and will be stripped at build time. You know, because TypeScript doesn't exist in runtime. Okay, so now we have the isOpen and the setIsOpen property. We can simply pass them into our dialog right away. So on open change, we're gonna say setIsOpen, and the open state is going to be isOpen. Just pass that into our dialog right away. Beautiful, that's all the logic already done. Now we can get to the actual JSX. What do we want to show in this modal? First off, we're going to render out the dialog content that is provided to us by our UI library. And let's give this a class name, and that's going to be a absolute and a z index of, in angle brackets for a custom value, just a bunch of 9s, just very high. This should be above everything else, right? Inside of here goes a dialog header. Let's import that. And inside of here goes a div element with a class name, and that's going to be relative mxAuto, a width of 24, a height of 24, and a margin bottom of 2. And inside of here lives a Next.js image element that we can simply import from next/image. This is going to be self-closing, and this is basically going to be an image of a snake. Right? It's going to look pretty nice. So the source for this image is going to be /snake-1.png. The alt is going to be just snake image. The class name is going to be object-contain. And lastly, we're going to apply a fill property to this image as well. Now, before we continue in the login modal, let's already see if this works, right? Let's give this a bit more space. Let's save the login modal and now also import that, of course, in our design preview. Now this expects the two properties that we set in the login modal. So the isOpen that it expects, right? These two at once. The isOpen is simply going to be our isLogin modal open, and the setIsOpen that this expects is going to be the set isLogin modal open. So basically we're straight passing in the state setter into the login modal to make it controlled by the parent element. And if we now click checkout and we are not logged in, so let's sign out of our account by clicking the sign out button up here. And that sometimes takes really long in development mode, especially if you have a 7-year-old PC. There we go. Okay, we're logged out. And now if we hit the, oh no, one thing we still need to change, we actually need to say handle checkout wherever we have the button, right? Currently, we're still creating the payment session. When we click the button, that's not what should happen. Instead, we need to now call our handle checkout function. Very important. Save that, reload our page, and now we're actually making use of our logic that we wrote right here in the handle checkout. Now, once that's done loading, once we click the checkout button, what we expect to happen is for a modal to pop up. Beautiful, and it has the little snake in there. Awesome. So we can see what we're doing in real time. Let's close out of some of this and continue in our login modal because we already know this works now. Nice. Now, below the div element that contains the image, this is where we're going to create the dialog title. Also import that from our UI library. And this dialog title is going to get a class name of text3xl, text center, font-bold, a tracking-tight, and lastly a text gray of 900. Awesome. And the text we're going to put inside of here is going to be login to continue. Awesome. Hit save on that. Now, if we go below our dialog title, this is where we're going to put our dialog description and also import that from our UI library. Now this dialog description will also get a class name, and that class name is going to be a text of base, a text center, and a padding y of 2. And inside of here, we're gonna put a span element with a class name of font medium and a text zinc of 900. And inside of the span element, we're gonna say your configuration was saved, exclamation point, to make it very clear to the user that, hey, no progress is being lost. Because by default, you're gonna be a little bit annoyed when you see a pop-up to ask you to log in, right? That's just a little bit annoying. So we want to make very sure that the user knows, hey, your configuration was saved, no progress at all is being lost here. Now we're going to insert a JavaScript space after that to maintain one spacebar, and then we're going to say, please log in or create an account to complete your purchase, period. Awesome. And that's most of the logic done. We can save that. And now we only want to offer like 2 buttons, either to log in or to sign up, because that's what we put earlier here. Remember, if we go kind of back a bit, then yeah, right here was the sign up button. Let's get rid of some of this stuff. The login and the sign up is what we want to offer to the user, right? So let's do that. That's going to happen below our dialog header and still inside of the dialog content. This we're going to create one more div with a class name, and that's going to be grid calls of 2, a gap of 6, a divide -x, and a divide gray of 200. Let's open this div up, and the first thing we're going to put in here is the login link. Let's import that from Kinde or authentication provider, and that's basically a button that takes the user to the login page for us. All done, right? Inside of her, we're going to say login, and this will also get a class name just to make it look good, and that's going to be dynamic. Inside of here, we're going to use our button variants. So basically, we can make this look like a button without it actually being a button. But we can still benefit from the beautiful built-in colors of our UI library by using the button variants function that we import, by the way, if you're wondering, from the same button component that we have, right? And this takes the variant, and let's define this as the outline variant. So it's going to look like the outline button pretty much. And now, right below the log link, we're going to create the register link. You can probably imagine what this does, right? And where we import this from, also from Kinde OSS, Kinde auth Next.js. And this will simply take the user to the register page, the sign up page. So the class name will also be dynamic. We're going to apply the button variants just the same as for the login link. And the variant that we want to pass in here is going to be the default variant. Awesome. And let's also say sign up inside of the register link. So TypeScript is happy because this now has a child element. Awesome. Okay, and the font case, it looks a bit big. Maybe we need to fix that later. Anyways, let's go into side by side, and we can see login to continue. We have the login option, we have the sign up option, and this just looks super professional, man. With a snake, the kind of ratios of the font sizes and the font weights, and oh, this looks so good. Nice. So we can now log in, we can sign up, and if we actually hit them, then you're going to be able to see something very cool, and that is how we put the configuration ID into local storage. So I want to show you what that looks like. So we can actually see the local storage is a browser side thing. If we go into application and then into local storage, this is where a lot of stuff already lives. Let's clear out of all of this. And we can now simply try this again. Let's click the checkout button, and that's going to put right there. Did you see the configuration ID appearing? Let's try that again. Bam, right here, it just appeared again, the configuration ID into our local storage, which is right here under storage, right? And that's how we kind of save the progress that the user has made, because this is the actual database ID, remember? And now if the user logs in, what do we want to happen? Well, basically, we want to send them to something called the auth callback, right? So our page is going to be the auth callback, what we kind of got started in creating earlier. That's gonna be the auth callback. And the only purpose, again, of this auth callback page is to get the local storage and see if we need to redirect the user back to where they were or not, right? That's literally, it's a kind of just a fancy name, the auth callback, for a redirect page, because that's all it is, right? We're checking, is there something in local storage? And if there is, redirect the user to this exact page that they are on right now. And if there's not, then the user is just trying to log in from like the landing page or something maybe. And in that case, we don't need to redirect the user, right? That's exactly what the auth callback is for. And we're gonna go ahead into our auth callback page and actually make that happen, because as you'll see, it's really not hard. So the first thing we want to do is to actually see if there is something in local storage. That's the first course of action. The way we do that is gonna be in React state. Let's define a config ID and a set config ID right up here at the top of our page component. And this is gonna be equal to use state. We can simply import that from React. And as TypeScript, this will either be string or null. And we're gonna default it to null, right? Because chances are a config ID either does exist in local storage, or it's also very possible that it doesn't, right? And we're handling both cases right here. So to actually check if it is in local storage, we're gonna do that inside of use effect. It's very important that we do this inside of use effect to kind of manage side effects, because at the very first initialization of the component, that might not actually be defined, the local storage, right? This might be undefined. So let's say const configuration ID is gonna be equal to local storage dot get item, and we're gonna get the configuration ID. And if we hover over local storage, you can see the type of it is storage. If you want further information, you can go to the MDN reference, right? We don't really care about it. All we do care about is that we get the same key, the configuration ID, that we set in our design preview, right? It's this one. These two need to match, and they do, right? If you're just following along with the video. But just for your understanding, we need to retrieve the same key that we initially set to check if it was set. Now, if we have a configuration ID, in that case, we're going to set the config ID state to that configuration ID. And if we don't, then nothing is going to happen. This is already null by default, right? It's going to stay null. And to tell the use effect it should only run once and not on every render, we're going to pass it an empty dependency array. Great. Now we want to see if the user is logged in or not. And the reason for this is that we want to make sure that all users that register or log in through Kinde definitely also exist in our database. Do you remember earlier when we had to create the user in our database ourselves? That's not what we want to do, of course not, right? When a user logs into our system, they should automatically be also put into our database. And that's another thing that the auth callback is very good for. So to do that, we're going to say const empty object is going to be equal to use query. This is the first time we're going to make use of use query, also from 10-stack query. And this takes something called the query key. You already know what this is for. Same thing as for the mutations for caching and invalidation. And we're going to call this the auth callback. It's nothing that we're going to make big use of in this video because we don't need to. The query function is going to be an asynchronous arrow function. And this is going to call something called, let's say, await, because that's going to be asynchronous, something called get auth status, which is a function that we are going to define ourselves, just like we did with the mutations earlier. This will be a server-side action that we can trigger to simply get the current login status of the user and to see if they are synced with our database. So this auth callback is going to ensure, basically as a kind of question we can put here, is user in our database? Question mark is the user, and if they are not, then we will create the user entry automatically, so we don't of course have to do any of that ourselves manually. That would be, just imagine, that would be absolutely horrible. Now inside of our app folder, in the auth callback folder right here, let's create a new actions.ts to actually define this get auth status. Right. Remember, at the very top, as always, we're going to say use server because they should only ever be executed on the server side. And then from here, we're going to say export const get auth status. And all this does is get the current login status of the user and sync them with our database. So first off, we want to get the currently logged in user, right? We're going to say get user, destructure that from our authentication provider, get Kinde server session, because this is a server-side running function, as I just explained, right? A server action. And now to actually get the user object, we're going to say user is equal to await get user, just call that function. And because we want to do some awaiting, we need to mark this function as asynchronous in order to do that. And now this is either going to be the logged in user, or if the user is not logged in, this is going to be null, right? And if we don't have a user, which is optional, .id, right? The user doesn't have to exist. Or if we don't have a user.email, in that case, we are going to throw a new error and we're going to say invalid user data. Basically, we can't handle this case if the user doesn't have an ID or they don't have an email. So we're going to throw in that case, right? And you're going to see exactly why we throw in a second here. That's going to be important. You're going to see why. And now we're going to check for the existing user in our database, right? Does the currently logged in user exist? We're going to say const existing user is going to be equal to await db. Let's import our database, Prisma, .user.find first. And now what's the thing that we want to check for? Of course, does this user exist in our database? So where the ID of that table entry is going to be the user.id. And either there is a user with the currently logged in user ID or not. And if there is not an existing user, in that case, we need to create an entry in our database, of course, right? We're going to say await db.user.create. That's going to create a new entry. And in here, we still need to pass the data that we want to create this user with. So that's going to be like the ID, the user.id that comes from Kinde, and also their email, which is going to be the user.email. There we go. So we're automatically creating this user with the ID and their email in our database. And if there is this user already in the database, well, we don't need to create a new one. In that case, we're just going to return from this function a success property of true. And now comes the part that I teased earlier. Why do we throw here? And that's because we want to retry for as long as the user is not in our database, right? Every user on their first login and all subsequent logins will invoke this function. So we want to make sure that user, in order to do anything in our entire website, they are in our database. That's very important. Right, so to do that, let's first off import our action that we just created, the getAuth status, and then we're going to pass two more things into this use query. The first one is going to be a retry of true, right? So if the user doesn't have an email or not an ID, right? So if they're not logged in after all, in that case, we're going to keep retrying. And then the retry delay is going to be 500. That's in milliseconds. So between each retry, to call this getAuth status function until it doesn't throw, right? No matter how long that takes, until the user is in our database, which is important, and we are going to retry in 500 millisecond intervals. And we can simply destructure the result from calling this function right here and call it data from our use query. And now comes the important part, the redirection. If we have the data.success property, in that case, that means, right, if we check in our action, what does it mean? That the user is successfully in our database. Everything is fine. The user is synced. This is exactly the perfect case, right? And now we're going to do one more check. If there is a config ID, if the user was currently creating their config and clicked this button and was prompted to log in that case, we can draw that ID from local storage. In that case, we want to put the user back to where they were so they don't have any interruption in their checkout flow, right? And in order to do that, we're going to need access to the router, which comes from the use router hook from Next/navigation. As we did before, you already know how this works. And now we can simply call the router.push to actually push a certain URL path into the user's browser. And that path is going to be /configure/preview, and then $ID is going to be equal to the config ID. So basically the exact same path as they came from when they clicked the login button, right? And what we're also going to do is clear the local storage So above the router.push, not after, because afterwards the user is already going to be gone, right? The URL is already going to be changed. So before we push into this, and we're going to say local storage.remove item, this time the configuration ID, right? So we read it once, and then once we push the user, we remove it. So if they ever log in like 2-3 days later through the landing page, then we don't again push them to an item that they might have already bought, right? That would make no sense. And else, if there is no config ID, in that case, we're simply gonna push them to the landing page. Right there. Awesome. Okay, and now to actually give some user feedback while they are on the auth callback page, which won't take long, right? This will run really fast. We're doing just one database lookup, one conditional check, and maybe creating a user. This will be really fast. So they're gonna be on the auth callback page for like a second, maybe. But to still provide visual feedback to what's happening, we're gonna return some very basic loading state for this page. So at the top level, we're gonna return a div, and this div is gonna get a class name of width full, a margin top of 24, a flex, and a justify center. Let's open this div up, and inside of here goes one more div with a class name of flex, flex-call, items-center, and a gap of 2. And now let's open this div up. Inside of here, we're gonna put a loader2 element, or icon rather, from Lucid React as kind of a loading spinner. The class name of this is going to be a height 8, a width 8, an animate-spin to actually make it spin around in circles, and a text zinc of 500. And now below this icon, we're gonna put an h3 element, and this h3 element, let's scroll down a bit, is going to get a class name of font semi-bold, and lastly text XL for extra large. And inside of here, we're gonna say logging you in ... to kind of, you know, let the user know what the hell is going on. And lastly, we're gonna put a p tag here, and let's say you will be redirected automatically, period. Because again, right here, yes, they are actually gonna be redirected. So the user doesn't have to worry about anything, all is done for them. So let's verify that this works, right? We're gonna expand this page. What do we expect to happen? Currently, we are not logged in, right? So if you want to kind of test this with me, make sure you're logged out. Let's reload the page just to get the freshest version and be sure. And nice confetti, by the way. And now what do we expect to happen? When we click this button, the pop-up is gonna appear asking us to log in. Oh, and by the way, one thing we should definitely change about this pop-up is the Z index for the backdrop, because currently the nav bar is still kind of like it's overlaying and it doesn't look good. So just to fix that, let's navigate into our dialog component under source components UI. So that's going to be components UI, the dialog that comes from our UI library. And for the dialog overlay, let's add a custom Z index, and that's going to be also not like a 99999, like a lot of nines. So it's very, very high, much higher than the nav bar and everything. And by doing that, hopefully when we reload the page, then we should be able to see, yeah, that the overlay does, like it does overlay the nav bar now. And it oh wait, that's too high. That looks weird. Why does it, let's leave it at 999,999. Yeah, there we go. That looks a lot better. All right. Now it does overlay the nav bar, but not the actual like modal. That would look super weird. All right, perfect. So this is exactly what we want to go for. We left it at 999,999. Perfect. Now, what we expect to happen, right? What I wanted to say is that when we click this button, the modal opens. And now when we log in, we're going to get back redirected automatically to the same page, not to the homepage, to this exact page. That's what we expect to happen. So let's try that. Let's hit login. I'm going to open my email here on the right-hand side. There we go. Let's grab the code, copy and paste it over and hit continue. And wow, okay, that didn't work because we forgot like the most simple thing, right? And that's going to be in our .env file. One thing we need to change is the kind post login redirect URL, where we are redirected after we log in. That's currently the homepage. That's why we land on the homepage. That should be, of course, our auth callback that actually handles the synchronization between database and kind or authentication provider. And we need to save that. And then we can always know that we synced the user and send them back to where they were. So let's kind of navigate back here to the preview where we just were. Let's hit sign out again, and let's, that didn't work. There we go. Okay, now we are logged out, right? Okay, perfect. So we're logged out. We're on the configure page. That's exactly where we want to be. And now let's try this again. So just navigate back to the actual preview page and make sure you're logged out. That's where we want to be. Okay, now what we expect to happen is to be redirected to the same page after we log in, right? So let's try that. Let's hit login. And once again, that's going to send us a code via email that we can simply copy and paste over. And let's try this. We should now be redirected to the auth callback. And perfect, logging you in. Very, very nice. And we are redirected right to where we were. There's no interruption in our flow. And we're actually logged in properly now. Very nice. Awesome. That's exactly how we know this works. This works through local storage. If you've never worked with local storage before, it can be very helpful for exactly stuff like this. And now you know how to use it, how to kind of redirect users around with query parameters, how to check if the user is synchronized to our database using the get auth status. And now the user is synced to our database and all ready to check out and actually pay us because the payment already works. Very, very good job, dude. We are making great progress. Now the user can pay. And next up is going to be the thank you page that thanks the user for placing their order and actually paying us. And that's of course going to be fully secure. You're going to learn how to read data from Stripe, and that one is going to be really cool as well. We're making absolutely killer progress together right now. Let's go and implement that part next. All right, dude, very, very nice. And again, for me, it's the next day. So I'm just trying this out once again with the image, and it takes sometimes really long in local development, especially when you first start it up. Anyways, we're going to continue, as I just mentioned, on the thank you page. So let's take a look at how this works conceptually, because, oh, what's the thing here? Cannot get user details, no authentication credential found. Well, yes, that's fine because we're not actually logged in, so that's not really a problem. So the first, I want to tell a little story. So the first freelance client I ever got was like 2.5 years ago. And basically I put my services on Fiverr, right? Which is like a freelance site where I also hired the illustrator for this project, right? So I put my this is not an ad, by the way. I just put my services here on Fiverr in hopes that anyone wants to hire me for me to get my first freelance client. And somebody actually reached out after a couple of days. I had no experience, no portfolio, nothing. And they asked me, so here's what they asked me, okay? Can you do payment system? They asked me if I can implement a payment system for them. And I was like, hell no, I cannot do that. I never did that. I have no idea how that works. And surely that's a lot of effort with a lot of security considerations and so on. And if it would, like if you implemented it from scratch, yes, it would be. But with Stripe or any other payment provider, essentially like Lemon Squeezy or Paddle, or there are good alternatives to Stripe as well. It's not just Stripe. Actually, it's not hard at all. And I want to teach you, like right now, not only in this video, right now, how it works. And so if a potential freelance client ever asks you if you can do it after this video, you're going to be able to say like, hell yeah, I can, because I learned it from Josh. Hopefully, right? If I explain it well enough, hopefully it's going to work out. I'm going to try my best. So conceptually, how this works, a payment flow. Okay, here's what you need to understand how this works conceptually. So we have the payment flow. And you see the checkout page, right? We check out here. Let's quickly sketch this out. This is the preview page, right? So let's call this the preview page. When they click the continue button, then the user is forwarded. Let's say continue. That's the button they click. The user is then forwarded to the hosted checkout page by Stripe, right? The checkout page that we already saw where we input like the 4242 credit card. right? And when the user has paid on that site, all the logic is done by Stripe. We don't need to care about any of it. Once the payment is successful, Stripe will send us something called a webhook. And that sounds complicated. I know when I was a beginner, I was intimidated by this name. I didn't know what a webhook was, and I was like, what the hell is a webhook? Basically, once the user has paid, Stripe, right, will send a request that is not directly linked to this checkout page to or API. And I'm not really sure where I can draw this out. Let's just make a window down here, or API, and it's not directly related to the checkout flow, right? Because the checkout page, once the user pays, that will make a request to Stripe, informing Stripe, let's say Stripe right here, informing Stripe that the payment was successful, and then Stripe will make a request to our own API endpoint in something called a webhook. And basically a webhook is just a fancy name, let's call this webhook, for an API request. That's all it is, right? So what we can do is define our own API endpoint in Next.js. Nothing, no magic, right? Just a regular API endpoint. And when this API endpoint gets called, it gets called from Stripe. We need to make sure of that, but that's not very hard. So this API only gets called if a payment was successful. So we know that the user now has to receive their phone case, right? That we need to print it and ship it. That's all a webhook is. It's Stripe calling any of our API endpoints that we choose by URL, by giving it to Stripe, and also providing us with a webhook secret, so we know this request actually comes from Stripe and not from any user, right? And we can simply handle all the logic. What should happen once a payment is successful on our own API with whatever we want in a Next.js route handler. Super straightforward. That's all the magic there is, right? It's not intimidating at all if you know what's happening conceptually. Right, so this is why it's so important for me that you understand this, because it's really not hard. And payment systems, I had a lot of respect for them, and of course you should have respect for them, but don't be scared of them, as I was when I first got started freelancing. That's the story I'm trying to tell here. So we're gonna take a look at how to do this together, and we're gonna do it right now by defining that webhook that I told you about. So this is gonna live in our source folder. Once again, this is pure Next.js API if we want, or any other API, right? If you want to use Express or Python or Go, whatever, it doesn't matter. Any API endpoint will be used as the webhook that we define. So let's call this the webhooks folder in our API folder. And inside of here, we are going to create a new file called route.ts that actually handles the logic when this webhook is called by, well, technically by anyone. We need to make sure it is actually Stripe in the business logic in here. And this is a regular plain route handler. And let's zoom in a bit more. Let's export async function post right here. So this is the HTTP verb that we expect this function to handle. And we get access to the request, which is of type request or next request. Next request, same thing, it doesn't really matter. And this function, let's open it up, will handle all the logic when this API is called. So first off, we're gonna create a try-catch wrapper. So in case anything goes wrong during the try stage, we can simply inform whoever is calling this API that something went wrong. Now, the first thing that we want to do is to get access to the body that is passed to this webhook, maybe by Stripe. We're not sure of that yet. Who is calling this endpoint, right? So let's receive that body. Const body is equal to await rec.and.not.body or .json or anything. We want the raw body as text. That's going to be important to validate that this is actually from Stripe. And now to get the signature that is attached to this request, right? Stripe always sends along something called a signature if it calls a webhook from us. And we need to receive the signature and verify that it's actually coming from Stripe. And we can simply get this signature. Let's say const signature is going to be equal to headers. And these headers come from, and I think we need to do it this way, come from next/headers. This is a function we can simply invoke and now call the .get on here. To get the specific header that we're looking for, which is the, let's give this a bit more space, the Stripe-signature. That's what we're looking for, this header. And if we don't have such a signature, if it's not even passed, right? In that case, we are already going to return a new response. And inside of here, we can say invalid signature. And the status of this response is going to be 400 bad request, because that header is not even present. It's not only incorrect, well, it's not even present. And now let's verify that this request actually comes from Stripe and not from any random user. That would be very bad, right? Because essentially that would mean that anyone can for free receive a phone case if they just call this API. That would be horrible. So let's verify that this is a Stripe sent event. Let's say const event is equal to, and we can use our Stripe utility from lib Stripe to do this. .webhooks.construct event. That's what this is called. And this takes three things. First off, it takes the raw body of this request, which we already have right up here. So we can simply pass in the body. Let's also pass in the signature, right? That is the header. And lastly, the secret. What is the secret? Well, let's head over to stripe.com. That is a value that Stripe gives us. And let's give this some more space. Let's sign into Stripe. And we can simply grab this webhook secret. Let's say webhook right here in the search bar in Stripe, go to developer and then webhooks, and we can simply add a new endpoint, and we can right now just type in HTTP localhost, let's say 3000/API/webhooks. I think that's what we named the folder. And this is not going to work. Right? Maybe this is not even possible with Stripe, and this is just so we can get the webhook secret, and we can always change this later. And then the event we want to listen to is going to be the checkout session completed. This one right here under checkout, or you could also search for it, the checkout.session.completed event. And Stripe is already going to give us some code for this, which we won't really need because we're going to do it ourselves. And let's hit add events and add endpoint. And yeah, okay, that doesn't really work yet. Let's enter a temporary URL right here. This is later going to be where we deploy this application. We're going to do that on Vercel in this video. For now, let's just say casecobra, I don't know, .com or something that doesn't exist. But we can change this later. And then let's hit add endpoint. And that is going to right here give us the signing secret. That's why we did this. This is the webhook secret that Stripe expects us to pass right in here as the third thing. However, we're not going to pass it as a string, right? We very well could, but this is a very sensitive piece of information. And so because it is so sensitive, we're going to define it in our .env. And there's a lot of stuff going on in our .env, but that is fine. Let's call this the Stripe_webhook_secret, and that's going to be equal to the secret we just copied over. And then we can simply use the process.env.stripe webhook secret instead of defining this very sensitive piece of information directly here. So let's say process.env.stripe webhook secret, and we can put an exclamation point at the very end to tell TypeScript, yes, we are sure this exists. Great. And now if the event.type is equal to, and do we get, yeah, we get full type safety here. That's nice. Checkout.session.completed, the one event that we are listening to with this webhook, right? In that case, it means the user has actually paid. We are sure we have received the money. Stripe tells us this, and all the logic again is handled by Stripe. We don't need to worry about it. And in this case, we are absolutely sure that the user has actually paid. However, one check we still need to do is if not event.data.object.customer_details.email. And by the way, the customer details are optional, so we need to put a question mark here. In that case, we're going to throw a new error, and this is going to say missing user email. Right, because we do expect the user to have an email, but of course this will be passed by Stripe. So this is more for TypeScript and less for actual runtime problem handling, but I think it's important to add. Right, and then below here, we can simply get the payment session. So let's say const session is gonna be equal to event.data.object. And if we hover over this, object containing the API resource relevant to the event. For example, an invoice.created event will have a full invoice object, and so on. Basically, all this means, who cares, right, is all the important information that we care about, like the user metadata and so on, that we passed when creating the payment session, is gonna be right in here. That's all that matters. And we're gonna cast this type as Stripe, which we still need to import from Stripe.checkout.session, because we already know what this event data object will be, because we're literally only listening to that one event, right? So this is just nice for type safety for working with TypeScript. And now we can simply destructure the metadata that we passed in when creating this payment session. If we go into our actions, let's see what those were. And that will be under preview. Right here, what was the metadata? This right here, the metadata. And we can simply destructure that right now where Stripe is calling or webhook, right? So we're gonna get the user ID and the order ID that we passed as the metadata, and that's gonna be equal to the session.metadata. Or we're gonna default them to null. So the user ID is gonna be null, and the order ID is also going to be null. So either we grab these from the session.metadata if they are present, or they are going to be set to null, which is of course a case we need to handle by saying if not user ID or not order ID. Well, we can't handle this request. That doesn't make sense. These will always be passed by Stripe in a correct kind of webhook call, so we normally don't need to worry about it. If anything goes wrong, well, in that case, we can't process this request. We're going to throw a new error saying invalid request metadata to then handle this case in the catch block here in a second. All right, now let's grab the shipping and billing address that the user answered on Stripe. So if we go ahead and actually click checkout on our app, well, we need to log in. Okay, let's do that really quick. Because I want to show you the billing and shipping address, how we enter them. So I'm gonna choose my hello@joshtriedcoding.com email once again, and you enter your email right here. That's gonna send you the code. So you can just follow along as we do this, and I keep refreshing my email here on the second monitor. There we go. That's gonna send us the code from Kinde that we can use to log into this app. And then we should be forwarded to the page that we were just on, because that is saved in local storage. Beautiful. So the auth callback still works as expected. That is awesome. And now when we click checkout, we're actually gonna get sent to the Stripe checkout page. Now, where does the shipping address and the billing address come from that we need access to here in our webhook? Well, you can see that right here, the shipping address. And if we enter stuff here like example town and some random stuff that I entered once, by the way, if I hope this is not an actual address, I don't know. By default, the billing address is going to be the same as shipping. If you wanted to pass something different, you can, right? But normally this is going to be the same stuff. So Stripe is automatically going to handle that for us and give us access to these values that the user types in here, their shipping address in the session customer details. So we can simply grab the billing address right here from the and that's going to be equal to the session.customer_details.address. And let's just tell TypeScript to F off. This exists, that's fine. And then similarly, we're going to grab the shipping address. So the shipping address is going to be the session.shipping_details. .address. So that's where we need to ship to, which is often going to be the same as the billing address, as I just explained, right? And then we can simply go ahead and update or order with the stuff that Stripe provided us, where we need to ship this, right? Very important. So we can say at the very bottom, let's await or database. Let's import that .order.update. And basically we want to update the order where the ID of the order is the order ID. Now, what you could also do is enforce that the user ID is in fact the user ID. We're not gonna worry about it because it doesn't really matter. This information comes from Stripe. The user has no way to modify this information But if you wanted to go the extra mile, you could totally add this as well. It doesn't really matter. And now the data that we want to update the order with is going to be the isPaid property and set that to true. Whenever this is called, we have done the check. This comes officially from Stripe. We are sure of that, and Stripe is telling us, hey, the user has sent the money, we've received it, or well, you've received it, right, in your Stripe account. So we can simply set the payment status to true, because we know this is the case. As for the shipping address we're gonna pass in here, we are gonna create one because it probably doesn't exist yet. So we're gonna say create, and we're gonna enter the name of it. That's gonna be the session.customer_details .name right here, and let's just tell TypeScript, hey dude, this will exist, don't worry about it. The city is going to be the shipping address.city, and let's just put an exclamation point here as well. There we go. Why is this giving us an error, by the way? Type string or null? Oh, TypeScript, man. All right, let's put more exclamation points here to really tell TypeScript that this will exist, because Stripe will literally give it to us. The country is gonna be the country. There we go. Is gonna be the shipping address.country, and let's just tell TypeScript that will exist as well. And that will exist as well. Damn, man. All right, TypeScript. TypeScript is very helpful. Sometimes it's a bit annoying. Anyways, let's do the same thing for the postal code. Code. That's gonna be the shipping address.postal_ and code. There we go. Then the street is gonna be the shipping address and let's tell TypeScript that will exist .line1 and also exclamation point. Hey, oh, by the way, this needs to be postal code. There we go. And lastly, the state is gonna be the shipping address .state. There we go. And dude, just, this will exist. Don't worry about it. All right, beautiful. And now for the billing address, it's going to be very similar. We're going to Alt, Shift, and arrow down the shipping address and just rename it to billing address. Billing address, there we go, as easy as that. And now, of course, we need to change the whole shipping address stuff to the billing address. Just like so. And again, of course, these will be similar in most cases, but the user can choose for them to not be similar. So not in every case will they be the exact same, just mostly. Awesome. And with that out of the way, we are updating our order correctly. And now we can simply go ahead and return a next response.json from our API and simply import the next response from next/server. And inside of the JSON, we're going to pass the result. That's going to be the event, and the OK property is going to be true. Great. Now, what if anything goes wrong, right? If anything fails up here, if we throw an error, or the user maybe doesn't have an email, which, you know, really won't happen realistically, but it might, right? We can't just always assume the happy path for our code. We need to error handle properly. First thing I always do is console, oops, I didn't mean to do that. First thing I always do is console.error, the error. So it appears in our runtime logs wherever we deploy our service. And if we ever need to do debugging, then we're going to have the error right there and can actually address it. Optionally, right, what we will do at work, probably at least at my last dev job, is send this to Sentry. Sentry is an error logging tool that helps you to debug. And it's very common in enterprise applications to debug user problems. We're not going to do that. That would add a lot of overhead to this video that we don't want. And again, I personally also don't do it. This is only relevant in enterprise context and not for us, because this is not enterprise. And lastly, we're going to return a next response.json. And first thing we're going to pass in here is a object with a message of something went wrong, and then an OK property of false. And lastly, we can pass in the status in here. Status of our response is going to be 500, which is an internal server error, to let hopefully Stripe calling our webhook know that we didn't receive it properly, it wasn't processed, and Stripe will automatically try to call our API again at a later interval. So it has a delivery guarantee, which is really important for webhooks, because imagine that wasn't the case and the user actually paid, but your webhook fails and the user doesn't get what they ordered, right? That would be very, very bad. Awesome. Now we could get into local webhook testing. There are ways to do it. For example, a tool called ngrok, which basically allows you to forward local hosts to an actual website. But you probably don't have it installed. This is how I usually host my applications, or well, test the webhooks at least. I think what's a much better idea for us right now is to already deploy our application, so we don't need to do it later, and we already actually get the webhook called, right? So what we're gonna do is let's already get this deployed, and the easiest way probably to deploy Next.js is on Vercel, so it makes a lot of sense for a video like this. And I also deploy a lot, not all, but a lot of personal projects on Vercel. Okay, so in order to get this deployed, we're first gonna create a GitHub repository for it. So I'm gonna head over to GitHub and click on your repositories, and let's create a new repository right here together. I'm assuming you are familiar with GitHub. You can also use GitLab if you want, just any place to store your code, and the most common by far is GitHub. We're gonna call this case Cobra, and do I have, okay, no, I already have dev. Let's just call this case Cobra, and this is later on gonna be the exact repository that I'm gonna make available to you to follow along with this video. I'm gonna make it private for now. I'm gonna make it public once I actually publish the video. So it's totally fine to mark it as private for now. We can still deploy from it, and that's gonna create our repository. Awesome. Now, once we have the repository to put our code into, let's try building our application. And that's basically gonna be a final check. Is everything correct? Can our project build successfully? And if it can, great. In that case, we know we can also successfully deploy it. In order to test this, let's run yarn build, and that's our npm run build, pnpm run build, same thing, right? And that's gonna create a production version of our entire website. It's gonna be much faster. It's optimized production build. You can see that right here. So that normally also takes a bit. And did my PC crash doing this? It might have just crashed. No, it didn't crash. It's just really slow. And there is an error with our build, and I can already imagine what it is. Yes, it's literally the stupidest ESLint rule in existence. This rule is complete dog water. Nobody needs it. Everybody hates it. And it has no point because it's completely pointless. It basically tells you to replace quotes with the HTML element, and it's completely stupid. We're gonna disable it. I always do. It's the worst ESLint rule there is. So in our .eslintrc.json, which is automatically created by create next app, we're gonna also pass in the rules. And then here, this takes an object. We're gonna say React no unescaped entities, the stupidest ESLint rule in existence. We're gonna turn it off because to hell with it. I hate this rule. And then close out of our eslintrc.json, and we can simply run the build again. It's gonna warn us that we should use the Next.js elements, which we purposefully did not do, by the way. It has a purpose that we don't, because while the HTML, the normal HTML images make the page load a bit slower, they don't get lazy loaded once we navigate to the page. So it just looks better sometimes to not use the Next.js image. Okay, type error navbar cannot be used as a JSX component. Well, that's fine. That's not really an actual error, and that happens in our root layout. If you're wondering where in the file tree that is, that's right here, source app layout. That's where the current problem is. And let me look this up. This could either be fixed by just updating our TypeScript version. Let's see what's the current version we have in our package.json. TypeScript. Okay, so this is 5. Let's install the newest TypeScript version. Let's say pnpm install TypeScript -d, so as a development dependency, and we want TypeScript at latest -d, so the newest version that there is of TypeScript. And the async components, the server-side React components, have actually been reworked in TypeScript, so we should be able to just use those. And let's see if the TypeScript update fixed or issue. It doesn't seem like it. Let's reload our window, and we might also need to upgrade our React types. If that didn't fix the issue, it might have, it might not. Let's wait for this. It did not. Okay, that's fine. Let's navigate back into our package.json and let's install the latest React types as well. So this is nothing wrong with your code. It's just TypeScript not knowing about React server components yet. So let's also install, that's going to be at types/react at latest to install the latest types -d and then hit install. It's gonna update our React types and then hopefully, wow, we get more error. Whoa, what? Why do we get more? Oh no, what happened? Let's reload our window. That should not have happened. There we go. After reloading our window, now it works. Okay, so yeah, sometimes TypeScript messes it up a bit, but just make sure that you install the newest React types and the newest TypeScript and things will work 100%. If for any reason they don't, you can always go ahead and like just add ts, ignore this error. If something should still be a problem for you, if you can't upgrade your types for any reason, this is an error that's absolutely fine to ignore. And then we can simply run or build once again. And if there are no errors in our build, then we are all ready to already deploy our project first to GitHub, to push our code to GitHub, to remote, and then deploy a project on Vercel so that we get an actual production URL for the project that we can use as the webhook source for Stripe. So let's let this load, and then hopefully we won't get any issues during the build. Great, so linting and checking validity of types, it gives us the Next.js image warning, which again is totally fine. This is intentional that we're ignoring that, and that's also something we can disable, by the way. Maybe we should. It would make the build look nicer. And there we go, our app build successfully done in 50 seconds. Beautiful. What that means is we're all ready to push our code into remote, whatever that might be for you, probably GitHub, right? So we're gonna copy the remote origin from GitHub, add that to our project by simply pasting the git remote add origin. Bam. There we go. And then we can simply say git add dot. That's going to add every file we have in our entire app to Git, so to version control. We're going to say git commit -m for a comment, and we're just going to say initial commit. And then we're going to say git push -u, so upstream origin master. So we're going to push to the master branch. Now I also have a Mac. If you're on Mac, this might be main instead of master. So main, for me, that's usually master. And then we can hit enter. And that's going to push all of our local changes into the branch called master in our remote repository. Right, so there we are, remote resolving deltas 100%. We're all ready to go. And if we now reload our GitHub, we should be able to see that our project is right here in GitHub. Perfect. Okay, now that means we can deploy this to Vercel or any other place where you want to deploy. Probably Vercel, it's the easiest to follow along, at least. There are other places where you can deploy Next.js that are very fun, like Railway or AWS Amplify. They're also great, but just for video, it doesn't make a lot of sense. And then we can click Add New Project, and we're just going to select the project we just created. Okay, so I just logged in with GitHub, and then we're going to choose the GitHub. You're going to choose the GitHub repo you just created. I'm going to choose the Case Cobra one I created like a minute ago. Hit import. And now before you click the big ass deploy button that looks so fun to click, let's quickly paste in our environment variables. This is really important for our app to properly communicate with all the services that we need, right? So let's grab all of our .env values, and we can simply copy and paste them right here into the key field, Control V. That's gonna put all our environment variables inside of Vercel. Now there's still localhost in here. We can't change it yet because we didn't receive a domain for our project yet. So we can already deploy, and then once it's deployed successfully, then we get a domain from Vercel assigned to us that we can then use to change the environment variables to that domain where our app is hosted. And we can already then go ahead and use that domain as the basis for our webhook. And what that's going to do is, even in local development here, it's going to allow us to actually have Stripe call our live webhook. And because it interacts with the same database that we use locally, right, the webhook in the deployed version, we're still going to see the changes locally. So once we deploy this once, we don't have to test anything. In the deployed version, we can just keep on working locally, but it will just work with the webhook, which is really nice. Awesome. While we do this, we can kind of take a look at the build logs we have right here. Prisma schema loaded, integrity check passed. That's what we want to see. That is very, very nice. So this is basically running the same command that we ran locally, yarn build, right? It's kind of doing the same thing. And we get, oh, of course, the Prisma error. So this is very common when you work with Prisma and deploy it on Vercel, because Vercel caches Prisma. That's not good. Prisma has detected that this project was built on Vercel. Essentially, we need to run Prisma generate during the build process. That's what it tells us. And that's a very easy fix. We can simply go into our package.json and then define a new script at the very top. And that's going to be the post install script right here, post install. And that we need that whenever we deploy Prisma to Vercel. That's going to say Prisma generate. So during the build step, we will generate the Prisma types and everything will be fine. And dude, by the way, while we are here, we can also go into our ESLint and quickly disable this image rule, because it just kind of clogs up the build process. So we can quickly grab this name, which is the @next no image element, and simply also turn this off in ESLint, because we don't want that. Great, let's go ahead, clear this. Let's add everything we changed, which are only 2 files, by the way. Then let's say git commit -m, and we're still gonna say initial commit, doesn't really matter. And then we're gonna say git push. And because this is the second time we push, we don't need to pass the -u, which is the upstream. We don't need to pass the branch. This will automatically push to the current branch that we're on. And it will also automatically trigger a rebuild, a redeployment on Vercel with all our environment variables still in place. So if I go to my personal projects here on Vercel, then into the case scroper, which we just tried to deploy, and over to deployments, we can see that's automatically going to rebuild our project, but all the environment variables should hopefully still be, yep, right here to build with. Perfect. All right, great, ready. That means everything worked. And if we take a look at the build process, then we shouldn't be able to see any image related warnings because we turned them off in ESLint. Great. Okay, so if we now go into our settings then, and let's just reload our page real quick, Vercel should give us a URL under which this is now hosted. Great, there we are, domains casecopra.vercel.app. And if we go here, then we can see our stuff pop up right here, exactly what we worked on. Great, so not only do we know, hey, this actually works in production, which is great, this is now the URL that we can use for first off our environment variables, right? Because these still point to localhost, and of course that's a very bad idea. So let's take a look at our environment variables and change all the ones that point to localhost. For example, the kind site URL. Let's edit this one, and this needs to be this needs to be, well, let's basically just replace the existing one with casecopra with no trading slash, by the way. Let's remove that one and hit save on this one. Then let's take a look at the kind post logout redirect URL. Where should the user be sent once they log out? Same thing, or deployment domain with no trading slash, and let's hit save. This one is also still localhost. Let's change that one to be the Vercel domain as well, just like so, /auth callback, hit save, beautiful. Admin email is of course going to be the same. The next public server URL, important that we also change this. Same thing with no trading slash, and let's hit save on that. The stripe is going to be the same, upload thing is going to be the same, database URL is going to be the same, and all the rest is going to stay the same. So let's do a final check. Great, we have no more localhost in here. We changed all of it. And now to actually apply these environment variables, we can simply redeploy our project. This is necessary for the environment variables to be updated, but we're not going to need to do any code changes. We can simply redeploy the last deployment that actually went through successfully. Great. And while Vercel builds our project in the background and does all of that, we're going to quickly change our Stripe webhook. So on our webhook, this one right here, casecopra.com, which we just kind of mocked, we're actually going up here to update details. And then we can simply change this URL to our deployment URL /API/webhooks. And the events to send, we're not going to select anything here. We're just going to click update endpoint because we're already listening for that event. Perfect. And once Vercel is now done redeploying our project, we can actually test the Stripe payment in production because the webhook that we created, and that's, let's give this a bit more space and close out of a lot of these files. The webhook that we just created under webhooks/route.ts, this one will actually now be called by Stripe on our production URL and update our database accordingly, right? Which is really great. And then we can see the status of the webhook right here in Stripe. So once this is done, we can already get started and start back up our development server. By the way, while Vercel is building our project, and then, okay, we already have the checkout page open. If you close out of this while I was doing all of this, you can open back up your, well, you can upload an image and you can click checkout. That's going to take you to the Stripe page, right? The checkout page, that is exactly where we want to be right now to kind of test if the payment worked successfully. Right, so what is Vercel doing? Hey, can you just kind of build this out? And by the way, no more image related warnings. We get some different warnings. Oh, image elements must have an alt prop. Okay, yes, for accessibility, that's a good idea. That's true. But it's not a blocker right now for us to try this out. And the deployment was successful. Beautiful. Okay, so once that's done on Vercel, let's go back to our checkout page and let's enter the test card 424242. Basically a bunch of 42s, any future date and any CVC, it does not matter. And let's say, I don't know, just Josh as the cardholder name. And why can we not? Oh, because we need to select an email. We can't click pay yet. So let's click the big pay button and see if this works. Let's hit pay. And that should actually, oh wait, should it? Wait, in the action, did we? Oh, maybe. Yeah, maybe this doesn't work yet. We just need to try again if it doesn't work, but it might work. Let's see what happens. So what we expect to happen in the ideal case is that we can now see the called payload, the called webhook in our Stripe dashboard. What might happen is that the process.env.next public server URL was still localhost while we created the checkout page. Therefore, it doesn't use the up-to-date values from our deployment. But let's see if this works. Let's reload our Stripe page for the webhook. And then ideally, okay, so we see the webhook was fired, but it did not succeed. Something went wrong. Interesting. So it tried to call our webhook, but something didn't work. So that's already good that it tried to call our webhook. Let's quickly see why this failed. And to do so, that's why the console.error here is so handy. We can now go into our Vercel logs to see what went wrong right here in our API. Okay, so it says invalid prisma.order.update invocation. Argument city must not be known. So it seems like we are missing the city argument wherever we try to update or order. So it seems like the shipping address.city is not passed in properly. Was that a field that I forgot to fill out in the checkout form? Let's try this again. And maybe I just missed a field in the checkout page. That error has not happened before. And I want to make very sure that I'm leaving you with a working project. So that can't happen. Let's try this again. Let's customize your case and create one more checkout session with everything up to date now with our deployed kind of version that is then being called by Stripe. There we go. And hopefully that will work. So let's hit checkout. That's going to create our Stripe session. There we go. And let's try this again. So the email shipping address, let's say example town. There we go. There we go. There we go. No. So we did fill out the city. I'm pretty sure. Let's try the same thing again. Card information, any future date, CVC. And let's take a very quick look. So that's everything we can fill out. We're not going to worry about address line 2. Okay, so this should definitely work. We filled out everything. This should work. Let's try this again. And we expect to see this as another webhook. So we have 2 calls already. The next ones are going to be determining if this works or not. So let's hit process. That is going to call our webhook under the hood by Stripe. and then we expect this to work. Okay, so the payment did work. We are redirected successfully. And now let's refresh our Stripe dashboard to see if we get a successful webhook. Yes, we do. Perfect. Okay, so the issue was that we didn't call the checkout session. We didn't create it with all the up-to-date stuff. So it probably tried to call our local endpoint. I'm not sure. But now everything works. Stripe passes us, of course, as we expected to, right? As it should. It passes us the city and the shipping address and everything. And we can also just see the data that Stripe called or webhook endpoint with, right? That might be interesting, right? The shipping details that the user filled out, that we require to fill them out, by the way, because we have the shipping address collection right here. That requires the user to put their shipping information. That is why we can make these assumptions that these will exist, right? But TypeScript doesn't know that, of course. So if you're interested, you can see all the data that Stripe calls our endpoint with. All we care about is that this actually worked, that our endpoint is called successfully. And what this also means is even though we're now still in local development where we're going to continue, we already know now that this order was actually paid because our production webhook was called and it does interact with the same database that we use locally, right? That is why this is so helpful now. All right, dude, great. We're just flying through this. We're making really good progress. Awesome. So what about the thank you page? How do we display to the user that their order was successful, that we received it, they paid, and all of that? That's all going to happen on this page, which currently doesn't exist. So let's close out of everything here and let's create that thank you page. So that's going to live in our app folder. Let's create a new folder in here and call it thank-u. And as always, inside of here, we're going to create a new page.tsx file that's going to contain the content that's going to be shown on the thank you page. So let's define a const page. And this is nothing more than an arrow function that we export default page at the very bottom. Oops, there we go. And inside of this page, we're going to return something called a React suspense. Right, this is something that comes from React. It's a very popular element. If you Google React suspense, and basically what it allows us to do is it lets you display a fallback until its children have finished loading. Now, why do we need to do this? Because the component we're gonna wrap inside of the suspense, that's gonna be the thank you component. By the way, that's what we're gonna call this as a self-closing custom component, is going to use a hook that expects us to put this component in suspense. Next.js needs this to happen. That's why we do it, right? And that's already it. That's the page content. All of the rest of the logic here will be handled client-side inside of this thank you component, and that we need to wrap in a suspense in order for it to use the hook that we will need. So also inside of our thank you folder, let's create the thank you.tsx component that's going to handle all the logic as to what's displayed on this page. So as always, let's close out of the sidebar. Let's create the thank you component, which is nothing more than an arrow function that we export default at the bottom. Thank you. Great. And we're also going to declare this as a client-side component at the very top with the use client directive to opt out of the server side that it is by default. And because we created and exported the component, we can already import it in our page.tsx. And why is that giving us an error, by the way? Thank you cannot be used as a JSX component. Its type void is not a valid. Okay, that's probably, yep, because we didn't return anything yet. That's fine. We're gonna do that. So what do we want to return from this component is the question. And basically, let's take a look at how this will work conceptually, this thank you page, right? The thank you page. How will this work? There are basically going to be three states that we need to handle in this component. The first one is that we are loading the order data from our database, right? It's going to be a loading state, which means we're asking our database, is this order already paid or not, right? We don't have an answer yet. The second state that the order could be in is not paid, which means the user is done on the Stripe checkout page and they have already been forwarded to our thank you page, but Stripe has not yet sent us the webhook, right? The webhook has not yet been called. So the Stripe checkout window, it doesn't close when the payment actually has been received. It closes before that, right? The webhook is sent along with the user exiting the Stripe checkout page. That's important to understand, right? The user will exit the checkout page to our thank you page, and already be redirected without necessarily, this can happen, but it doesn't have to, without the webhook already having been called. So these happen at the same time, which means we can't rely on the webhook already having been called when the user arrives at the thank you page. It's not this order, not first webhook, then thank you page. No, it happens at the same time, which means we need to get the status of our database on the thank you page to ensure that the user has in fact paid or not paid, right? That's a possibility as well if they land on the thank you page before the webhook has finished executing. And then the third state, of course, is the one that we want, the ideal state. That's eventually going to happen, that the user actually paid, that our database was updated. So both the thank you page, the user was actually forwarded, and the webhook also succeeded. In that case, we get the paid state, right? So these are the three states that we need to handle on this thank you page. And the question now, of course, becomes, how do we know which state that the page is currently in? And for that, that's actually pretty simple. We can simply destructure const empty object something from use query. Now, use query comes from TanStack React query, and it basically allows us to query some action, something from our database, once this page loads, right? On page load, we're immediately going to fire this automatically. And of course, as always, we're going to need to pass a query key in here. That's going to be our payment status, and let's actually call it get payment status. I think that's a good name for this. And then, of course, the query function, what should be executed? What are we searching for in our database? And as always, let's use my favorite pattern for this. Let's create a new file called the actions.ts. So you see the pattern, right? If we go into any other folder, we have the page, server side, the component, client side, the actions, also server side. I really like this pattern. I might just do a separate video on it. I'm a big fan, as you can tell from the project, right? Because it works very well. Now, inside of the actions, first thing, as always, let's define the use server directive so we can use it in our thank you component. And from these actions, let's export a const and call it get payment status. And for now, we can leave this as an arrow function that literally does nothing, just so we can already get rid of these arrows here because they look kind of bad, right? And so we're already going to go ahead and import the get payment status action in our thank you page. And of course, this is going to be an asynchronous function that calls the await get payment status just like so. And okay, this is not asynchronous. So we're getting a little mark here. Await has no effect on the type of this expression because this is a synchronous function. So we need to mark it here as asynchronous, right? So we can actually await it. And now let's already return some basic div from here, just so the error in the page.tsx also goes away. That complaint that we didn't return anything, right? So what is the logic that we want to handle right here for the thank you page? Basically, we need to determine the current state. What are we in, right? So inside of here, first off, we need the logged in user to check their orders, right? If the user is not logged in, they're not allowed to interact with our database. Very important, right? And to get the current user, we can destructure the get user function from get kind server session, or function we can always call on the server side to get the currently logged in user provided to us by kind. And now to get the actual user object, let's say const user is equal to await get user. So an asynchronous operation that reads the cookies that are passed to this API call, which under the hood, this is just a post request to an actual HTTP endpoint. It's just kind of abstracted into this syntax with the use server and so on, right? But under the hood, of course, this is an actual API that runs server side. It's just generated for us. And if we don't have a user.id, and the user in this case is optional, so we need to put a question mark, it might not exist, or we don't have a user.email, in this case, we don't need to put the question mark because we already put it here. And if this condition fails, then this one won't even be evaluated. That's just an interesting side note, by the way, on just kind of how the execution logic for an if statement works if we have the or operator. So in this case, when we don't have an ID or the user email, we're going to throw a new error saying you need to be logged in to view this page, period. Great, and right below this, we will actually query our database for this order in order to get the status. So we're gonna say const order, the user order is gonna be equal to await db, let's import our database to interact with it, .order.find first. Now what's the condition that we want to search by? We specify that in the where clause in Prisma, where the ID is equal to, well, what? What should it be equal to? Of course, we don't really know just from this function. It depends on what the thank you component was called with as a URL parameter, right? Because if you take a look at this, we pass the order ID as a query parameter to our page. Therefore, we should also get that query parameter from the page and pass it into our action, of course, as a argument whenever we call it, and receive it as a parameter right here in our get payment status. We need to receive the order ID that is passed in from our page, and this order ID, to tell TypeScript what it is going to be of type string, just like that. And receiving it in this function means we can now use it in our where clause for the order where we find it, and also where the user ID matches the currently logged in user.id. So we're only searching for orders that the currently logged in user owns, right? That's also important. And we're going to say include, which basically under the hood does an SQL join for us, just in kind of Prisma syntax. We're going to include the billing address. Let's get some autocomplete going here. That's going to be true. We're also going to include the configuration. Let's say true for that as well. Then the shipping address, we also want to grab that. And by the way, the reason we grab all of these is to now display them to the user on our thank you page, just so you know. And lastly, we also want the user true. So basically we join these four tables together with the actual order table, and that's all that really happens here. And if we don't have an order like that, this could be undefined or null, I guess, same thing, right? It doesn't exist in our database. Prisma couldn't find it. In that case, we're going to throw a new error that says this order does not exist, period. Great. And now if the order, order.isPaid, and let's scroll down a bit so you can see this easier. If the order is paid, in that case, we're going to return the order. Else, if the order is not yet paid, in that case, we're going to return false. And this statement is really important because it now allows us to poll this function, to poll our database under the hood from our thank you component, which is really important. So just like in the auth callback, we need to go for a polling approach here, where we pass a retry property of true, telling Tanstack React Query that it should keep retrying until nothing is thrown from this function, right? That's very important. If the order exists, only then do we stop retrying to get this order. And we can also specify the retry delay. In our case, I think 500 is a good balance to strike between spamming our database and between actually getting the user the results they're looking for pretty damn fast. All right. Now, the get payment status obviously complains that it still needs to receive the order ID. Where does this order ID come from? Well, as I just talked about, we pass it into the page as a query parameter, remember? Which also means we can now simply get it from, let's say, const search params, and that's going to be equal to use search params, a hook that we get from Next.js/navigation, and simply invoke that. We get the order ID from the search parameters, of course, and to use them client-side, this is the hook we need. And this hook is also the reason why in our page.tsx, we wrap this entire thing in a suspense boundary, right? When grabbing these states here, these are based on the order ID that we can only grab using this hook. Now we could also do the server side. Yes, you could also get the order ID server side in the page component, as we did before, right? That's totally fine as well. In this case, grabbing them client-side where we also query our backend also makes sense. And then we can simply grab the order ID from the search params. These are going to be equal to the search params.get, which is a really helpful function. We can just call on the search params. And now we can pass in the name of the search param that we're looking for. In our case, that's the order ID. All right, so let's pass that in here. Or we're going to default this to an empty string if this doesn't exist. If there is no order ID, in that case, we're going to default it to an empty string. So in any case, it is a string that we can poll, right? And if it's an empty string, of course, the polling won't work. It will keep throwing, but that's fine. It will still like do what it's intended to do, right? And to get the result of our get payment status, we can simply destructure the data from our use query. That's going to contain whatever is returned from our server-side function. Whatever is returned right here is going to be the type of our data on the front end, which is really nice. So we get full stack type safety. And now we can handle each of these states separately. First, let's do the loading state. And to know when we're loading, we can simply do an if check. If the data is triple equal to undefined, in that case, we are actually loading and we can return some JSX from here. Now the data will always be defined if we got any kind of response from our action, right? Unless we threw beforehand, that's totally fine, right? But if the order is paid or not, if we got to this point, then it will be either the order object or it will be false, but not undefined. So this is actually just the loading state and not any of the other states already included here. Now, what are we going to return? First off, a div element. This div is going to get a class name, and that's going to be a width of full. Let's pass it a margin top of 24, flex, and justify center. There we go. Let's open this div up, and inside of here, one more div. And this div will get a class name, and that's going to be flex, flex-call, items-center, and a gap of 2. And inside of this div, let's open that one up. We're going to put a loader 2 element, or icon rather, from Lucid React or icon library. And this one will get a class name of height 8, a width of 8, an animate spin to actually make it spin around, and lastly a text zinc, not zonk, of 500 to give it like a nice kind of gray shade. Below the loader, let's create an h3, a heading 3 element. This is going to get a class name of font semi-bold and also text XL for extra large, saying loading your order ... to kind of indicate the current loading state. And lastly, a p tag that's going to say this won't take long, period, to kind of inform the user what is going on. Now, that's the loading state handled. Beautiful. We now know about the loading state. Now let's handle the not paid state, right? If whatever we get back from our server-side function is false, which means the order is not yet paid, the webhook from Stripe has not yet been executed successfully, so we're not 100% sure that the user actually gave us the money, that they actually paid as verified by Stripe. So in that case, we want to display also a loading state, but not like this loading state, but informing them that we're checking their payment, that it's being verified, right? So if the data is triple equal to false, in that case, we're still waiting for the webhook to update our database. So basically we can copy over the same structure that we have in the loading state and just change the text to inform the user what's actually going on here. So let's just copy this over. And of course we also need to return that in this if statement. And let's change the h3 text to be verifying your payment ... And then in the p tag, instead of this won't take long, chances are this might take like 5 seconds or 10 seconds or whatever, how long it takes for Stripe to call our webhook endpoint. So in this case, we're going to say this might take a moment ... or period, I guess. Beautiful. And that's literally already it. That's both the loading state handled. That's the not yet paid, I think is a better way to put it. And the not yet paid. And then the last thing is the ideal case, the happy path, which is the payment case, right? The user has actually paid. We know everything is all right. So let's handle that happy path. So first off, to handle it, we're going to need access to some data that we destructure from, well, the data. All right. And what do we want to destructure from here? Basically, some configuration. We care about the configuration. Then the billing address we care about. Then the shipping address we care about to display both of these to the user. And lastly, we care about the amount. How much did it cost the user to order this product? And what we also want access to is the color of the phone case that the user ordered. And that's going to come from the configuration that we destructured right above here. So we can use it to actually display their real color phone as a kind of preview with their image. And it's just a nice detail. You know, in some cars, when you drive them around, and then on the infotainment screen, you have the actual car model, like literally in the same color as your kind of thing on the dashboard. My car doesn't have it, by the way. I think only the more luxury cars have it, but that's just a really nice attention to detail where the right color is used in the demo. And basically we're gonna do the same thing right here in our app. Just a funny side note, I guess, just a little tangent. Anyways, the top level div that we're gonna return is gonna get a class name of BG white, a white background. Now inside of here, let's create one more div. In this one, we'll get a class name of MX auto, a maximum width of 3XL, a padding X of 4, a padding Y of 16, on small devices, a padding X of 6, on small devices, a padding Y of 24, and on large devices, a padding X of 8. Awesome, let's open this one up. And inside of here lives one more div with a class name, and that class name is going to be maximum width of XL for extra large. Awesome. Inside of this div, let's create, and by the way, we can save all of our pages, the page.tsx, the thank you component, and the actions. And if we now reload our thank you page, we should actually be able to see what happens. Loading your order. Great. This won't take long. Because we're in localhost, this will take long, but in production, of course, it will not. And then currently, the order is actually paid, which means our Stripe webhook worked. Awesome, we saw that before. But currently, we're not displaying anything in the state, right? And let's do that. Inside of the maximum width XL div, let's create an H1 element. And this is gonna say, thank you, exclamation point, for your order. The class name is gonna be a text of base, a font dash medium, and a text primary. And if you're wondering what this is, this basically just applies the primary color that we have set in our globals.css, so with shadcn themes that we defined. Below this is gonna live a p tag, and that's gonna say as the class name margin top 2, a text of 4XL, a font of bold, a tracking dash tight, and on small devices, a text of 5XL. And let's save that and see what happens. If my PC was faster, we would already see it here on the right hand side. There we are, thank you. And inside of this p tag, by the way, we forgot to say something here. Let's say your case is on the way, exclamation point, and also save that. And by the way, I just noticed these H1 and P's don't make sense, and the reason the text is so small is that I made a typo. It should be text 4XL. The thing is, if we save this, you're gonna notice that this part is way larger than this part. So how about we just switch around the P tag with the H1 tag? I think just visually that makes a lot more sense. Now, could you put all of this in a div? Yes, you can. Should you? Probably not. That's just pretty bad semantic HTML. Not like many people are gonna care anyways, but I want to teach you how to do it properly, you know. Awesome. And then below the H1, let's create a p tag saying we've received your order and are now processing it, period. And this p tag will also get a class name, and that class name is going to be a margin top of 2 as well, a text base, and a text zinc of 500. There we go. And then hit save. That's just going to be a pretty subtle color. There we are. We've received the order and are now processing it. Great. That is very, very nice. And now below the two p tags right here on the same level, let's create a div element with a class name that's going to be margin top 12, text small, font medium. There we go. And inside of this div, let's create a p tag with a class name of text zinc 900, and inside of this p tag we're going to say order number, and let's create one more p tag right below this, and this is going to contain the actual order number, so the order ID, the identifier we get from our database. And this p tag with the order ID inside of it will get a class name of margin top 2 and a text zinc of 500 as well, so the same kind of subtle shade of gray that we had on the p tag above. Great, order number, and then it says the actual order ID. So if a user has any kind of support needs for their order, they can always include the order number, and then we know in our database which order that is, what their email is, and so on. So it's always really helpful to give the user any kind of identifier access for their order. So in case anything goes wrong with the order or something, we always know how to identify it. Beautiful. Let's create a element with two more closing divs to go. That's where we are. Let's create one more div. And this div is going to get a class name that is going to be margin top 10, a border of T, and lastly a border zinc of 200. And this is going to be like a visual separator, this top border. Inside of here, one more div with a class name, and that's going to be margin top of 10 as well, a flex dash auto, and lastly a flex dash call. And inside of here is going to live an h4 element, a heading 4, so a much smaller kind of heading in which we're going to say you made a great choice, exclamation point. And this h4 is going to get a class name of font semi-bold and also a text zinc of 900 as well. Beautiful. And now right below this h4, let's create another p tag. And this one is going to get a class name that's going to be margin top 2, a text of small, and a text zinc of 600. So one shade of gray darker than the others. And then here, we're going to say, we at Case Cobra believe that a phone case doesn't only need to look good, but also last you for the years to come. Period. We offer a 5-year print guarantee if your case isn't of the highest quality. Replace it for free. Period. Now, do you have to type exactly this text? Of course not, right? This is just something that I made up. If you named your project differently, or if you want to highlight some different cool aspect of your SaaS that you're launching, or not really SaaS, of your shop that you're launching here, this is the place to do that. All right, this is just something that I came up with, and I think it works pretty well. There we go. Okay, I was about to say that doesn't work pretty well if the spacing is off, but sometimes Next.js development locally takes a bit, at least on an old PC. But I don't need to tell you. I talked about it too often in this video already. Okay, so with one closing div to go and then two closing div, let's open this up, and then we have two more closing divs until the end. That is where we are right now, and that is where we're going to create a div element right here. And this div will get a class name of flex, of space x6, of overflow hidden, margin top 4, rounded xl, bg gray 900/5, so a very kind of light opacity on it, a ring of 1, a ring dash inset, a ring gray 900/10, so a very light opacity as well. And lastly, on large devices, we're going to give it a rounded of 2XL, 2 extra large. Let's open this up, and inside of here is going to live a really cool component, and that's going to be basically a phone, but not the phone component we already have, not this one, but one where a person has a phone in their hand and we apply the user image to it, basically a very realistic preview of what the phone could look like, the actual phone case, if someone held it in their hand that the user configured. How cool is that? And that phone case preview is going to live inside of its own custom component, and that's going to be, let's name it the phone preview.tsx, and create that. Great. Now, once again, the phone preview is nothing else than a regular arrow function that at the very bottom we can say export default phone preview. Great. And now, very important that this is also marked as a client-side component by use client, adding that directive at the very top, because we're going to make use of some client-side React hooks in here. Now, the question is, what do we need inside of this component as props in order to properly display a phone exactly as the user has configured it, basically? And imagine this, the phone. What do we need in order for this to look like the user made it? Two things. First off, the user image. Right, let's name it the image, exactly how the user cropped it and where they positioned it. Very important that this looks like the user phone. And then secondly, imagine like it was bottom and then right side, how the user configured it. That's exactly where we need it to be right now as well. And then the color, right? If the user had a red phone, let's make the background red, then of course this phone should also be red. Or if they had a like black phone, then this should be black in the actual phone preview, right? So we need two things, the image and the color of the phone. So let's grab them as props. Very easy. Let's get the cropped image URL, and let's also get the color. And now we can inline this type because it's not very long. We can simply define the cropped image URL as a string, and we can also accept the color. There we go. And these are gonna be, if we take a look at our Prisma schema, well, we already have the colors right here defined as an enum, right? The valid colors. How can we grab this as a TypeScript type? Because Prisma always gives us the TypeScript types. Let's try it. Let's go for case color. Can we import that? Oh, this works. Okay. Oh, that I actually didn't. I'm gonna be real with you. I didn't know that worked. So what I did in the demo project was $enums that we get from Prisma dot case color. So that's how I did it. That's really cool that this actually just, wow, I didn't know that. All right, dude, I learned something new every day as well. That's awesome. And let's just use the case color. That's much easier. Great. All right, and the first thing that we want to do in this component is define a state. And that will be the rendered width of the phone, because how large we want the image to be on this page is going to be very determined by how large the page is rendered on the user device. Right? It's very important. We need to know about it. So let's define a state and name it the rendered width, which will be in pixels. How large is this phone on the user device, whatever that might look like, right? On PC, on desktop, on phone, whatever the user is using, doesn't matter. The rendered width will be the correct value in pixels. And then also the set rendered width. And that's already it. We can simply destructure those from the useState React hook. And let's by default pass an object into this useState hook where the height is gonna be 0 and also the width is gonna be 0. So these are just gonna be the default values that we're gonna change later on. And now, because we're gonna need to know how this is rendered out on the user device, this is gonna be very similar as to how we saved the image earlier in the video. Do you remember what we used to do that? It was a ref. So we're gonna make use of a ref, a reference to a certain DOM node in this component as well. We're gonna say ref is equal to use ref, which is just another React hook we can import. And to tell TypeScript what this ref will point to in the DOM, this is gonna be an HTML div element we can pass in here as a generic. And also let's default this to null, because once this component first renders, the DOM node is not going to be linked or referenced, I guess, to this ref yet. Okay, now let's return the JSX from this component. At the top level, this will return our aspect ratio component from UI aspect ratio. This will take our ref. This is what we care about, right? This will be the actual phone, how it will be displayed. So we're gonna pass our ref into here. And then we can also define the ratio. And the ratio is going to be 3000 divided by 2001. Where do these come from? Well, these are basically the dimensions of the image that we're gonna use for our phone that I prepared in Photoshop. So that's just no magic numbers. That's where I got them from. And then the class name is going to be relative on the aspect ratio. Perfect. Let's open this aspect ratio up, and inside of here is going to live a div element. And this div is going to get a class name that's going to be absolute, a z index of 20, and a scale, and that's going to be a custom value in angle brackets, a 1.0352. Very specific value. I got it through trial and error, and this will basically make sure that the background we're going to display in this div, in a second here's an image, will actually never exceed the actual phone dimensions, right? So if we display the image kind of right here, then it will never be bigger than the phone. That's basically what we ensure with the scale. So I just did some trial and error. That's it. It's also not a magic number. This just kind of works. Beautiful. Let's add a style property on this div as well. And that will be an object. This style will take two things. First off, the left property. And now this will get interesting. This is going to be the rendered width. And actually, you know what? We have both the height and the width in the state. So rendered width doesn't make a whole lot of sense. I just noticed that. Let's call this rendered dimensions instead. So let's kind of improvise here on the fly. I think this is a much better name. And we want to write good code. And that's just a much better name because it doesn't only contain the width. Otherwise, it could just be a number, and you know that would not make sense. So for the left property, we're gonna pass in here as a style. We're gonna use the rendered dimensions dot width divided by 2. Basically, what that's gonna do is take the image, right? So this is gonna be, let me show you the image that we're gonna use here. That's in our public folder under, where is it? It should start with C. There it is. It's the clearphone.png. It's basically a transparent image of a person holding a phone, right? So imagine that this white image is the entire composition, right? With the person kind of holding their hand being, well, I'm very bad at drawing, but imagine they're holding their hand kind of like this, I guess, you know, and the phone is right here. I don't know, looks horrible, but you get the idea, right? So this is gonna, man, let's copy this over. There we go. Let's get rid of that. This is gonna be the entire image. There we go. And basically what we want to do is to take the user image and move it over the phone that the person has in their hand, right? And that's basically, if we take a look at this, that's basically the center of the image. So what this means, the rendered dimensions.width divided by 2, is that we're taking the user image that's going to be contained in this div right here and moving it right here. So the left edge is on the 50% line of the screen, right? So it's a bit too far to the right because the left edge aligns, and we want it to be right here. We want it to be center and not left edge center, right? Therefore, not only this, but also minus, so to the left, we're going to shift it by the rendered width, or rendered dimensions is what we call it, dimensions dot width divided by, and now in parentheses, 1216 divided by 121. And that should be divided, oh, I switched my keyboard to English. There we go. So divided by 121. How did I figure these numbers out? Basically, it kind of depends on the image that you're working with, but I measured how large is the phone, how is it displayed on our page, and then through a bit of trial and error, I came up with this ratio right here, where this is the kind of width of the phone, and this is the offset on the image. And doing that, we actually move our phone from, let's zoom in a bit, from the left edge is in the center to it needs to be to the exact position that it needs to be in on the page. However, currently it would literally be here at the very top in the right position x-wise, but not y-wise, because we haven't given this a top property yet. So as the top property right here, we're also going to give it a rendered dimensions dot height divided by 6.22. And again, the process is kind of trial and error in Photoshop, where I measured the element and I put a lot of work into this component, and this took me quite a bit to figure out, and then this is the ratio that I eventually came up with. And the important thing about why we are using ratios instead of pixels is that as we resize the image, however it is kind of sized in the user browser, the elements go, like they get larger and smaller with how large it's displayed on the user browser, right? That's very important. If this was fixed pixels, then as we drag this around, well, the content would not scale, right? That would be horrible. And that's why we use ratios and not pixels. So it's much better. The image we're going to put in here is going to be the actual user image finally, right? And the width of this image is going to be equal to the rendered width, rendered dimensions is what we call dimensions dot width, and now divided by, and then in parentheses, 3000 divided by 637. Once again, the process for coming up with these was in Photoshop, kind of measuring stuff, doing a bit of trial and error, and eventually I found these ratios that work really well to always keep the image exactly where it should be. And we can just use those because I've already done the trial and error work for us. Great. This class name is going to be, for the image element, a phone-skew, which is a custom class we will create in a second, a relative, a z-index of 20, a rounded top of 15px as a custom value, a rounded bottom of 10 pixels as a custom value. Then on medium devices, we're going to say rounded top of 30px as a custom value, and also on medium devices, a rounded bottom of 20 pixels instead of 30 as a custom value. So we're left with rounded top 15, rounded bottom 10, medium, rounded top 30, medium, rounded bottom 20. And now, because this image element will cover the entirety of the phone that is held in this picture, so that's going to be this phone right here, it's going to cover the entire section. We also want to apply the actual color that the user chose, and let's open up this page, the actual color that the user chose for their phone, right? And I agree, like while we're doing this all seems a bit abstract, but trust me, once we get done with this and save the file, this is gonna look really, really good. And you're gonna see that here in a minute, once we get done with this. So in order to apply the user color, we're gonna grab the class name and cut it. Don't worry, we're gonna put it back, but we're gonna make the class name dynamic with our cn helper function and import that. And then simply leave this as the default name, but we're also gonna merge this with something called the case background color. Now, of course, this doesn't exist, the case background color, but what we do already have access to is the color that the phone was configured with as a prop into the phone preview component, right? So what we can simply do is a little check. We can say let case background color is equal to bg-zinc of 950 as a string by default, right? And if the color is triple equal to blue, in that case, we're simply going to set the case background color to bg blue of 950. There we go, as easy as that. And now we can press Shift, Alt, and arrow down, copy this if statement down, and slightly change this where if the color is rose, in that case, the case background color is simply going to be BG rose of 950 or any other color that you support, right, that you define for your phones. And then we simply dynamically merge it with the existing class name right here. And lastly, this image also takes a source, and that for us is going to be the cropped image URL that is also passed as a prop into this component. Beautiful, that's gonna be the user image rendered out. Now the last thing we need to do, very simple, is actually display the background image as well, the clear phone.png, and we're gonna do that right above or closing tag for the aspect ratio. This is where a div is gonna live with a class name that's gonna be relative, a height of full, a width of full, and a z index of 40. Inside of here, let's create an image element. This can be self-closing. This must be self-closing actually. The alt tag is going to be phone. The source is going to be as a string / clear phone.png. What I opened up right here, that's this image. And then lastly, as the class name for this image element, we're gonna pass pointer events none, a height of full, a width of full, an anti-aliased hard word, and a rounded of medium. There we go. Let's save all of our files. We can close out of some of these. And then let's see what pops up here on our thank you page, because chances are it's almost gonna look perfect. But let's reload the page, loading your order. This won't take long. On localhost, sometimes it will. And oh, did we not import this component? Yeah, we didn't. All right, we forgot to import our phone preview component. Oh, well, of course, it's not going to show up. Let's render out our phone preview component in our thank you component. And of course, this expects to take two things, which is the cropped image URL, and this is going to be equal to our configuration.cropped image URL. And we can simply pass this an exclamation point to tell TypeScript, don't worry about it, this will exist. And the color is simply gonna be the color, and also put a little exclamation point there. And we know we can put these exclamation points because all of these infos, even though yes, in the database they're optional, we know that we already set them in step 2 of the configuration process, which is far done when we get to this page. So they will be set in any case, right? We can save that. And now let's see what happens. Let's restart the page and you're going to see something very cool pop up here on the right. And that is, well, it almost works. It kind of works. We can see the background image is already there. The clear phone, that is awesome. Something that doesn't work yet properly is displaying the image, the user image. And we're gonna get to why here in a second. Or actually, no, let's do it right now. I mean, dude, it doesn't work. Let's fix it. Why is this happening? Well, because we never actually set the rendered dimension of the image. We have assigned the reference to the DOM node right here, the aspect ratio, but we're never actually updating the rendered dimension, and it's set to width and height of 0. So the user image is literally 0 pixels high and wide, right? So it won't be visible to anyone. Therefore, let's put a use effect into our component, and this is going to be a very simple kind of implementation that we're going to write here. Basically, let's define a function. Let's say const handle resize, and that's just going to be an empty arrow function for now, above our use effect, so we can already get started in using it in our use effect. By the way, let's pass in dependency array into our use effect, and this is going to run every time the ref.current changes. When our DOM node link is actually established, that is when this function inside of our use effect is going to run. Now, what do we want to execute here? The handle resize, and simply call that. And now we also want to fire this function not only by default on the first render or when the reference changes, but also when the window is resized by the user to refresh how large the user image should be, to always maintain the perfect kind of ratios, right? Therefore, we're going to say window.addEventListener. We're going to listen to the resize event, just like so. And we're going to pass the handle resize as the handler for that event. So whenever the user resizes their window, this function will get called. And of course, to avoid memory leaks from our function or from our component, we're going to return the window.removeEventListener and pass it the same thing. We're going to listen to the resize event and also the handle resize as the listener or the handler for that event, right? So if this component unmounts, we clean up after ourselves, which is really important. Great. Now the handle resize currently doesn't do anything, right? We can call this all we want. It doesn't do anything. So let's fix that. Basically, if we don't have a ref.current in our handle resize, let's return. And with this guard clause, that's what is called in place, we can now assume that the ref.current exists and simply destructure. Let's worry about the destructuring later from the ref.current.getBoundingClientRect. You're already familiar with this function from the previous implementation, so you already know what this gives us. A bunch of really useful properties like the width and also like the height of how this component is rendered out in the user browser, right? No matter which device they're using, no matter how high or wide it is, it's always going to be this one right here. We can rely on that. And now simply set the rendered width to exactly that width, and the height we destructure from the getBoundingClientRect. And of course, that should be set rendered dimensions. We kind of switch that out. I think it's a much better way to name things. And set rendered dimensions. There we go. Now that's going to recognize the function. We can set that. And if we save this, then this effect will almost be done. Right, and we're very close to this being done. So let's reload this, loading your order. Now the user element will actually be resized properly. And well, nice, that's good. It's in the right position, but it doesn't look perfect yet. The user image is kind of off, right? It's not tilted in the same way as the phone. And to fix that, that's actually exactly what this phone skew property is for, that we're gonna create right now ourselves in our globals .css. So basically the goal here is to match the skew and the perspective of the phone, how it is held in this image, right? And doing that in plain CSS is actually pretty simple. We're gonna define a custom class called phone-skew, exactly how we use it in our component, and simply apply a transform property on here, which is gonna be perspective of 400 px, then a rotate y of 3 degrees, a skew x, and the skew is basically, imagine if you had a rectangle, then you move the right side to the right, but you move the top side to the left. So it's kind of, if I have to draw this, it gets kind of more like this. I mean, that looks really bad, but imagine this happens, right? From this to this, I think you get the idea. That's what the skew x is for, and this is going to be 11.1 degrees. And lastly, the skew y, which basically does the same thing, but for the y-axis, that we're gonna apply is gonna be minus 10.9 degrees. Hit save, let's reload our page, and we're gonna see, wow, that looks a lot better. It actually looks like the user image is right on the phone that they are holding. And why is that not working? Did we phone-skew and we defined the phone-skew? Why that? Well, that should work. Let's reload again. Why is that not working? Oh, and I just did some debugging and it seems like there's a typo somewhere. Yeah, we missed the degrees. Okay, so it says invalid property value. That's why it's not applied properly. And that will be because we forgot the degrees at the very end right here for the skew-ui. And then CSS is like, whoa, what is going on? I don't know what's happening. I can't apply this, but if we fix that to degrees, then you're gonna notice, wow, this looks like it's actually on the phone exactly how the user configured it, in the color as the user configured it, as a really clean, really nice preview of the actual user configuration. Very, very nice. And let's close out of the globals.css file. And we're pretty good progress on the thank you page. So now what we want to do is to also display the shipping and billing address as well as the payment status to the user as kind of the last thing on the thank you page, right? The most important part is this one, but this is also important and because the user expects these kinds of information to be on the shipping page. So it would be pretty bad to just kind of forget it, right? That would not be good on the summary kind of thank you page. So below the div that surrounds our phone preview with 2 closing divs to go, let's create one more div. This one won't get any class name, so let's open it up. And inside of here lives one more div element. This one will get a class name, and that's gonna be grid calls of 2, a gap x of 6, a padding y of 10, and a text of small. Perfect, let's open this div up. Let's give this a tad more space to work with. And inside of this div, let's put one more div. This will just serve as an element to be the top of the grid. So it's also not gonna get a class name, but in here is gonna be a, something with a class name, let me tell you. So in here is gonna be a p tag, right? And this p tag is gonna get a class name, and that's gonna be a font medium, and it's gonna be a text gray of 900. And inside of here, we're gonna say shipping address. So you can probably guess what comes next. It's gonna be a div containing the shipping address. This div will get a class name, and that's gonna be a margin top of 2 to kind of space it out, and also a text zinc of 700. Let's open this div up, and in here will live the address. And if you didn't know, there's actually an HTML address field that we're gonna use for this. Inside of this address field, we can simply create a span element, and we're also gonna pass a class name into this address saying not italic. And if you hover over this, you can see font style normal, because by default, this will be italic, and that's not what we want. So inside of the span, let's give this a class name of block. And the content of this is going to be the shipping address (name), just like so, just to make TypeScript happy, because if we didn't have that question mark, TypeScript would be like, hey, where is that? Like, that could be optional. Maybe the name doesn't exist, and it would complain, and we don't want that. So let's copy this span down using Shift, Alt, and arrow down once and twice. And the second span is going to get the shipping address .street. And the last span element, the third one, is going to get 2 things. First off, the shipping address .postal code. And also, don't forget the question mark here. There we go. Did I misspell this? Yeah, postal code. And then right behind that, still in the same span element, the shipping address question mark to make it optional .city. There we go. If we save this, we might already see what this looks like here once localhost is done rendering. There we are. And why is that still italic? There we go. It just kind of fixed itself. Dude, yeah, I'm really looking forward to my new PC that is faster. It's just sometimes a bit annoying to have stuff like that on localhost where you think, hey, why is it not working? But it actually is working. It's just localhost not really catching up, you know? Anyways, let's copy down this div right here that is inside the grid, the top level div, one more time to display the billing address. So we're going to copy it down using Shift, Alt, arrow down. Bam. There we go. And we're going to change it from the shipping address to the billing address. And similarly, of course, we're going to change everything here using Control D. Mark the first one, press Control D a couple of times, and you mark all occurrences of the shipping address and replace those with the billing address, just like so. Beautiful. Okay, if we save them, if we save the file, that's what I mean, these will be displayed side by side. So this looks really, really nice. And lastly, below the closing address with 1 closing div, 2 closing div, 3 closing div, that is where we're going to open up. So with 3 more closing divs to go, this is where we're going to create 1 more div. And this one is going to get a class name of grid, a grid calls of 2, a gap x of 6, a border t, a border zinc of 200, a padding y of 10, and a text of small. Let's open this div up, and inside of here, 1 more div element, again, as the kind of top level of the grid. So this will take up 1 grid column, whatever is in here. And in here, we're going to put a p tag. There we go. That's going to say payment status. And this p tag is going to get a class name of font medium and a text zinc of 900. There we go. Below this p tag, just like so, we're going to create 1 more p tag, and this will get a class name that is margin top 2 and a text zinc of 700. So a bit less intense than the one above it. And inside of this p tag, we're going to say paid. Because why are we hard coding this? Because every time that this is visible to the user, this entire return statement is triggered, we already know that it's not unpaid, and we are also not loading. But in that case, we already know anything that is rendered out here. We already know that the user actually paid, that Stripe verified that we got the money. So we can simply hard code this here, and because this will always be the case if this is rendered, right? Beautiful. And then below this div element, we're going to create 1 more div element, and basically it will be the exact same thing. So what we can also just do is grab this div containing the both p tags and replace this one we just created. So we have 2 under another with 4 closing divs after it. That's where we are, right? So the address, 3 closing ones, and then the section we are currently working in. And for the second one, we're going to change the payment status to the shipping method. And let's say inside of this p tag, DHL takes up to 3 working days. And hit save. Let's see what it looks like. There we are. Payment status paid. Shipping method DHL takes up to 3 working days. Beautiful. The absolutely last thing we're going to do on this page is displaying the order price, right? How much did the user pay for this? Just as a nice kind of summary. And that's going to happen. Let's give this a bit. That looks kind of weird, the formatting. There we go. So closing p tag, then a closing div, another closing div, and another closing div. So with 2 more closing divs to go, that is where we're going to create 1 more div element. And this one is going to get a class name that's going to be space y of 6, a border t, a border zinc of 200, a padding top of 10, and lastly a text of small. Let's open this div element up. Inside of here, 1 more div with a class name of flex and justify between. Let's open this one up, and inside of here lives a p tag with a class name of font medium and a text zinc of 900 saying subtotal. And we can just copy this p tag down using Shift Alt arrow down and change the class name to instead be a text zinc of 700. So again, a bit less intense than the one above it. And as the subtotal, we're going to use our format price utility function to always display the right currency for the amount that the user paid. What is the amount that the user paid? Well, we already know right here from our database, right? How much the user paid for this order. So we can simply use that amount in our format price function right here. Beautiful. Let's mark this div with the flex justify between and simply copy and paste it down once and twice using Shift Alt arrow down. As the second one, we're going to say shipping. And as the amount, we're just going to put 0 because we offer free shipping on our service. No problem. And of course, if you wanted to actually charge for shipping, then that would be the price that you charge for it. And of course, don't forget to also tell Stripe about it so it actually charges for it, right? But our service has completely free shipping. We're going to use 0. And then the total at last is going to be exactly the amount because shipping is 0, right? So amount plus 0 equals amount. We can save the thank you page, and that's going to display how expensive this was to the user. Subtotal, shipping, total, $14, and that is a beautiful thank you page if I've ever seen one. It shows the phone case with the exact user image, exactly how the user configured it. Your case is on the way with the order number we could use for any optional support request that the user could use, with the shipping method, the payment status, it's paid. And when we reload this page, we also get a loading state for our order. That is very, very nice with the price. Great job. All right, dude. And one more little cut, because for me, it's the next day again. And I just tested the entire checkout flow and it works very, very nice. We've got our little, well, that's what I just put on the phone. I know it looks silly, but whatever. Beautiful. So we are at like 10.5 hours of 12, which is awesome. That means we have done already most of the work, and it also means we're almost done with the entire project. Now, one thing I want to show you how to do is how to build the admin dashboard, right? Where we see who ordered from us so we can process the orders and so on. I feel like that's very, very important. And also that the user gets an email when they purchase from us, right? That's the second thing. During the checkout flow, I noticed one little thing, that's the loading state on one button missing. We're also going to fix that, of course. But for now, let's implement this dashboard. So when a user orders from us and we're logged in as the main admin user, well, okay, right now that logged us out. That of course shouldn't happen. If we're logged in as the main admin user, we should be able to access the admin dashboard and see all the incoming orders, right? So we can process them however we want by forwarding them to a processor or by printing the cases ourselves. It doesn't really matter as long as we handle them, right? Let's stay at this zoom level. Okay, so let's close out of all of the tabs and let's create this dashboard together. And it's going to live in our source folder under app, and then let's create a new folder called dashboard right in here. That's going to end up as the URL. And once again, for the actual content, we're going to define a page.tsx. Now, let's export a const page from here. Well, not export yet. Let's define it first and then export it at the bottom as the default from this file. Great. Now, inside of here at the first level, we're going to render out some div element. And this div element is going to represent the main wrapper for this dashboard component. And we're going to give it a flex, a minimum height of screen, a width of full, and a background -muted /40, which is like a built-in kind of color that our UI library actually gave us. And of course, we also need to return this div. And all that's doing with this top level div is if we now log in as the main admin user. So for me, that's going to be hello@joshtriedcoding.com. And by the way, again, how do we determine the admin user? That's going to be done with our admin email right here. If you remember, if we go into our navbar component, we are checking the isAdmin by the process.env.admin email. So this is the main site admin that's gonna, only this guy, only you on this email will be allowed to actually access the dashboard, right? Which is the entire point of securing this dashboard. So once we log in with our main, we can't offer a quick start a new session. Oh, that's weird. I'm not gonna cut that out because maybe that happens for you too. That is very weird that happens. Okay, so let's try deleting our cookies and then trying again. That might have to do with the fact that I'm logged in on literally the other Chrome browser. So let's get rid of all of our cookies and try reloading the page. Let's click login, and if that doesn't work, then I'm gonna go ahead and log out on the other account. So let's try this again. Let's send an email that's gonna send us the code. And I mean, maybe you didn't even get that error. I've never got it before. That's weird. But it might be like a cookie inconsistency or something. Let's see if this works. Let's enter the code. Let's log in. And that did work. Beautiful. Okay. So that was like a once once, like an error that only happens once. English is hard, man. That's what I'm trying to say. Anyways, so we can see our dashboard button right here, but currently it logs us out, right? If you see the link, like at the very left bottom here, it says API auth logout. That is horrible. We don't want the dashboard button to log us out. Of course not, right? So what we're going to do in the dashboard is, instead of linking us to the API auth logout, this is going to take us to slash the dashboard. Great. Now, this would be a very insecure kind of way of going about things, because yes, we're only showing the button to the actual admin, but anyone can go to slash dashboard, right? Even if they don't see the button, if they know that the URL exists, they can currently see our secret dashboard page. Right, if we reloaded this, even in incognito mode or something where nobody is logged in, they would be able to see this very secret data that we want to show in here, like all the revenue and the incoming orders and the user details and so on. That's very, very bad. Now, how do we secure that? It's actually pretty simple. And it works very, very nicely. First off, we need to grab the currently logged in user in this dashboard page. And we already know how to do that, right? We can simply get something from the getKind server session, because this is a server-side component, right? This runs server-side because we did not use a use client directive at the very top, right? So don't put it here, by the way. I'm just showing this to you because it's important that this runs on the server side. Great. And now from here, we can destructure or get user function and simply grab the actual logged in user object by awaiting, is equal to await the get user, and simply invoking that function. And of course, in order to await this, we also need to mark this page component as asynchronous right here. Great. Next up, let's grab the admin email. Let's say const admin underscore email in all caps is gonna be the process.env.admin underscore email. There we go. And now let's do the important check, right? What's gonna differentiate between any random user trying to access this page and the actual admin. So if we do not have a user, if the user is not even logged in, or if the user.email is unlike the admin email, that's the bad case, right? In that case, this user is not authenticated to access this page. So we're gonna pretend this page doesn't even exist. In that case, we're gonna say return not found, which comes from next/navigation right here. What are possible alternatives you could do? You could also use the redirect. I'm just showing this to you. You don't need to follow along. You could also use the redirect and simply send them back to the homepage if you want to. That's also perfectly valid. We're gonna stick with the not found, so they're gonna think that this page doesn't even exist. There is no dashboard. Only when you're an admin are you actually able to even see this page in the first place. Perfect. Let's give this a bit more space and maybe we can zoom in a bit more. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Now, as for the actual content that's going to be shown on the dashboard, what is the main thing that we want to show? Well, the orders, right? Everything is going to depend on the orders in our database. Therefore, let's grab them, right? Let's say const orders is going to be equal to await db. Let's import our database helper .order.find many. So we're going to grab multiple orders in the server-side component. Now, this takes a where property. So which orders do we want to take, by which criteria? And we're going to put the is paid to true, which means we're only going to grab orders that are successfully paid. This is kind of personal preference. If you want to list all orders, you can simply ignore that, right? But I think it makes sense to only show the ones where we are sure that we actually have received the money. But again, if you want, you can just leave this away and you're going to see all orders, no matter if they're paid or not. And then the created add property right here is going to be an object. And we're going to say GTE inside of here, which means the created add property needs to be greater than or equal, right? So in JavaScript, that would be like this operator right here, greater than or equal, same thing as the GTE in Prisma. A new date that we're going to construct, and inside of here we're going to pass a new date once again dot set date, and we're going to set this date to once again a new date dot get date -7. So essentially all this means is last week, right? Get me all the orders from the last week. That's why we have the 7 days right here. Perfect. And now right below the where clause, let's also order these entries that we get back from our database. So we're going to say order by, and we're going to order by the created at property in a descending order. So that means we're going to have the newest ones on top and then the oldest ones on the bottom, I think. Or did I get it wrong? Like, is it the exact opposite? I always get confused between ascending and descending, but I think descending is newest first, oldest last. I think that's what it is. And then we're also going to say include. So basically we're going to join two tables on top of this. And first one is going to be the user. So we also get the user entry that made this order and also the shipping address. We're going to put to true as well. So we're going to join these two tables with the order that we're originally grabbing, right? Great. And we can almost get started with our JSX. One more very quick thing before we do, and that is let's quickly grab the sum of money or revenue that we made in the last week. To do that, we're going to say const last week sum is going to be equal to await db.order.aggregate, which is something we can call on the order. Provided to us by Prisma, and we can simply pass a where in here, and same thing, we're going to pass the is paid true and the created at, basically same thing, right? Last week we can simply copy and paste this down, so the where clause is basically going to be the exact same as before. The only difference is that we're now going to say underscore sum, and that is an object. And now what do we want to aggregate on? Which property? That is the amount, right, of our orders. And we're going to set that to true because that's going to be the actual amount that the user paid, meaning that this last week's sum is now going to contain a underscore sum, which is going to contain the entire amounts from the last week that have actually been paid, verified by Stripe, right? And we can already get started with building out our page and actually seeing the results of the data that we just fetched. So let's do it. Let's create a second div inside of here. And this one will get a class name of maximum width 7XL, a width of full, an mx of auto, a flex dash call on small devices, a gap of 4. And there we go, it's not complaining anymore. And on small devices, a padding y of 4 as well. Okay, let's open up this div and one more div in here. This one will get a class name, which is going to be flex dash call and a gap of 16. And let's open this one up and one last div in here. This one is going to get a class name of grid, a gap of 4, and on small devices, a grid calls of 2. All right, let's open up this div, and I promise no more div in here. Inside of here is gonna go something called the card component that currently doesn't really exist in our project because it is one that is provided to us by our UI library that we haven't installed yet. And it looks pretty nice out of the box, and it's ideal for displaying the table that we're about to display, right? So basically all it is, it's like a simple wrapper with some padding and an outline applied to it. And it looks nice out of the box. It's not something like very groundbreaking or anything because it's just like a little div, I guess, with an outline and padding, but it looks kind of nice. And we can simply add it to our project using the npx command right here. So let's open up a new terminal and let's say npx shadcn-ui at latest add card and then simply hit enter. That's going to install a bunch of stuff, this stuff right here, into our own project, like the card content, card description. And that's the beautiful thing. Like, look at this API, right? We have the card header, the card content, and then also a footer if we want to. And we're going to make use of all of those. So let's see how to do it. First off, we can already import our card once that's done installing. And inside of this card, we're now going to put the card header first, just like in the documentation here on the right hand side, right? So let's go onto our page so we can see what we're doing in real time. And let's put the card header right on top as the first element in our card. And this will get a class name of padding bottom 2. Great. Let's open up the card header, and inside of here goes the card description. Let's import that also from our custom UI component that's in our own project. And this is going to say last week. So this is going to be the revenue overview for the last week. And to actually display the number, the revenue from the last week, we can simply grab the card title and put it right below our card description. This one is going to get a class name of text 4XL. We're going to make it pretty big. And inside of this card title, let's render out the actual revenue from the last week. And we already did the work for that, right? We already have the last week sum that we can now simply build on top of. Let's simply use our format price helper because we're going to display a price amount, a money amount. And in here, we're going to put our last week sum dot, and this now has a property called _sum provided by Prisma dot amount, which is nothing else than the where condition that we set, which is nothing else than the total revenue for the last week. And now let's do a nullish coalescence if this is undefined or null. In that case, we're going to display 0 right here to use as the input value for our format price function. And let's see what we just did. Let's save the page. Let's reload this one on the right hand side, and we're going to see what happens. There we go, $22. Perfect. Let's verify that that is true. Right, we can simply say npx prisma studio to go, studio, there we go. We can simply go into our studio to see if that's true, right? Let's open up our studio here on the right hand side, and we expect to see one order inside of here because I recently cleared the database. So we're only going to have one order in here, and that order should be for $22. Perfect. Very, very nice. So we can see the revenue of the last week right here. And let's also give this some context. Let's define a goal for this, right? We can define this ourselves. Let's just go above our component, above the return statement, and let's define something called a weekly goal. Const weekly underscore goal is gonna be equal to, let's say, 500. So our goal is to make $500 per week with our store. And I think it's just kind of nice to have that in mind. So we can now use that in our card to actually put this number into context, right? So below our card title and below the card header, let's create the card content and simply import that as well from our UI library. And inside of here goes a div element with a class name that's going to be a text of small and a text muted foreground, which is also just a color that our UI library provides to us if we hover over this. And inside of this div, we're going to say of and then format price, or kind of money helper function, weekly underscore goal, the constant we have just defined, goal, right? So of $500 goal. Let's save that and see what happens. And while it loads, we can do something even more cool, arguably, and that's gonna happen. There we go, $22 of $500 goal. What if we now had like a little progress bar that showed the actual progress from $22 to our goal? I think that would be a very nice detail addition, and that's gonna happen inside of the card footer right here. And inside of here, we're going to use a component. And by the way, we also need to import the card footer. Now, for this to work, we also need to import the progress component right here that we already have in our project, because we also used it on the upload, right? The upload status to show that, remember? So we can just reuse this. This can be self-closing. And this takes only one thing, and that's going to be the value. So what the value is, basically, if we say 50, for example, let's see what happens. Let's reload our page. And that's gonna be how far the progress bar will be to the end. So 50 would be like literal half, 100 would be it's completely full, and 0 would be that the progress bar is actually empty, right? And now we want to set $22 in perspective to the $400 or $500 whatever goal, right? And the way we do that is simply by passing in the last week sum dot underscore sum dot amount, or 0 as nullish coalescence, right? If this is undefined or null, divided by our weekly underscore goal. So basically, how much is $22 or $500? Great, but that doesn't look very realistic because the progress bar should be filled up way more. Therefore, let's wrap the entire parentheses right here again in parentheses and then say times 100 at the end. Right, so if we pretend that the last week's sum.amount was 500, let's just try this out. In that case, we expect the progress bar to be full. So let's reload our page and see if it is full. Great, it is. If it was 250, so half of our goal, we would expect it to be at 50%. Let's verify that that is the case. And it is perfect. So we now know this calculation is accurate. And we can simply save this. Perfect. now we have the actual progress to our goal, and we're gonna do the same thing for the last month, right? I think that's also very interesting to include. Therefore, we can simply grab the entire card element and simply copy it down using Shift Alt arrow down. Bam, there we go. And that's gonna be for the last month. Oops, last month in this case. And the logic to grab the sum for the last month is gonna be basically the same as for the last week, right? We can also simply copy and paste that down and rename it and only change like the number right here. So let's name this the last month sum. There we go. And then the 7 we're going to change to a 30. So the last 30 days is going to be the last month. Now, is that incredibly accurate? Should you put this in a banking application with just hard coding 30 days? Probably not. Is this a good idea for us because it avoids a lot of complexity? Yes, it definitely is. So it's going to be the last 30 days and we're going to call it the last month. And that's just much easier than actually calculating like how many days did the month have and where are we in the current month and so on. If you want, that's a challenge for you to implement, but it adds completely unnecessary complexity for us right now. And now let's determine our monthly, there we go, underscore goal. And let's set this to, I don't know, 2,500 as the kind of revenue goal for this month, right? And that's already it. We can simply now use these values just like we did with the last week sum and replace the last week sum using Control D, by the way, to select both with the last month sum. And then put that into perspective into our monthly goal, right? And then hit save. Let's reload our page and see what happens. And there we go. Last month, $22 of $2,500 goal, but the status bar is filled up too much. That doesn't look realistic, right? It's the same for both, and that's because we forgot to divide by the monthly underscore goal and not put it into perspective to the weekly goal. That doesn't make a lot of sense. So the progress bar should be way lower than this because 22 of 2,500 is not that much. Yeah, there we go. That's much more realistic. Perfect. Very, very nice. Now let's actually display the incoming orders, right? So we can process them. That's going to happen below the closing div, below the closing card, with 3 more closing divs to go. This is where we're going to create an H1 element that gets a class name, and that's going to be a text of 4XL, a font-bold, a tracking-tight, and that is already it. Let's open up this H1 element and say incoming orders, and let's already hit save. Now what we're gonna use to display the incoming orders is gonna be, there it is, nice, is gonna be a table component. This doesn't make sense to render out in anything else except a table, right? This is how you display a long list of items that potentially are like hundreds and hundreds of elements, right? Hopefully, I hope your shop does that well, so it's hundreds and hundreds of elements. Right? And we're going to display that inside of a table, and that's supported by our UI library with the table component that we're simply gonna use for this. It works very nicely out of the box, so let's install it. Let's say npx shadcn-ui at latest add table and then hit enter. This actually uses TanStack React table under the hood. It just kind of styles it TanStack table. Let me show you that. So this is what shadcn actually uses under the hood. TanStack table, a headless UI for building powerful tables and data grids. It's a really good table. You know, that's just it. It's lightweight, and it has, wow, why did this just open? Wow, that was some horrible layout shift. Sorting, global filters, it supports a lot of stuff, and it's just really fun to work with. Basically also because of the API that we get to use to create this. And that API, let's see how clean it is. First off, we're going to create a table element from our UI table, right? Inside of here, we're going to create a table header, and we also need to import this from our UI library. And inside of the table header, we're going to put a table row that we also need to import. There we go. And I mean, check this out. This API just makes sense, right? Table, then you have the header, then you have a row, and now we can kind of put in the row all the headings. So let me show you what we're doing right now. I think it's going to be a bit easier. So imagine if we have a table right here. Basically, it will have a bunch of columns, just like so. And what we're doing right now in this table header is going to be the text that's going to be like in the top right here, right? So I don't know, column 1, column 2, of course we're gonna name it differently, but this is what we're doing inside of the table header, right? Just so you understand where we are right now. So inside of this table row, let's define the table head. That's how we, table head, there we go. That's how we define the column name. The first column is gonna be named customer. Then let's copy and paste this down. The second one is gonna be named status. That's gonna be like, is it shipped or whatever. And this one is going to get a class name, and that's gonna be hidden. And on small devices, we're gonna give it a table-cell. There we go. And let's give this a bit more space. Let's copy and let's give this even more space. So this is one line. There we go. Let's copy and paste the status down. Bam. That one is gonna say purchase date. So when did the order, or when did the customer make the order? And then the last one, let's copy and paste it down once again, but remove the class name and replace it with text-right. This is gonna be the amount. There we go. And that's literally all the column names done, right? We can now actually go ahead and show the data. So let's already save this. Let's see what this looks like, but there won't be any data in here just yet because we haven't kind of implemented that part, but let's see what happens. There we are, customer and amount. And if we actually give this more space on desktop devices so we can process the order, we see all the information right here in our table. So let's actually go ahead and display the orders. Let's fill this table, right? That's gonna happen below our table header. Inside of the table, well, you can probably guess the body, right? Just like with CSS, you have header and body. Same thing in the table API, and I really find that very intuitive. Inside of the table body, we can now simply map over our orders. We're gonna say orders.map. So for each order that we receive in the callback function, we're gonna return some JSX right away. So we're gonna open this up in plain parentheses. And from here, we're gonna return a table row. I mean, yeah, right? It just kind of makes sense. This one, because we're mapping, will get a key, which is really important. That's going to be the order.id, any unique value. And the class name of this is going to be BG accent, which is also provided by our UI library and automatically kind of applied. Beautiful. Let's open up the table row, and inside of a row is a cell, right? So let's open up a table cell. That's exactly what it's named from our UI library. I like it. And let's open this one up once again. There we go. Inside of the table cell lives, let's create a div with a class name of font-medium. This one will contain the order.shipping address. There we go, that we joined together, if you remember, !name, because as far as TypeScript is concerned, hey, this might not exist because it's marked optional in our database. And then right below this div, one more div with a class name. That's going to be hidden, a text of small, a text muted foreground, and on medium devices, this will be displayed as inline. So it's actually going to be visible. And inside of here, we're going to put the order.user.email, right? Just so we can reach out if anything is up, or update them on their order if you want to, if it has been shipped, and so on. Great, let's take a look at what the next cell will be. So we did the customer. What is the next one? That's gonna be the status of the order. Great, so let's create one more table cell right here. And this table cell for the status is gonna be the only one that's a bit different from the others. All others will be defined in this file right here. The status one, let's just write status for a second here. That's gonna happen inside of a custom component that's actually going to interact with our database. So let's just mock this out and go back to this once we did the other ones. So let's check out what the third one is. That's gonna be the purchase date. Well, nothing easier than that. Let's create a table cell. There we go, for this purchase date. And in here is gonna live the order.createdAdd, when this order was basically put into our database, automatically generated by Prisma, .to-locale date string. There we go. So it's gonna display this date in the format of the user that's viewing it. So if you're in the US and I'm in Europe, it's gonna display it differently for both of us, right? In your home country date format, basically. And this table cell will give a class name that's gonna be hidden, and on medium devices, a table cell as well. Beautiful. Last one, what should that one be? It's gonna be the amount. Well, also nothing easier than that. Let's create a new table cell. There we go. And the class name of this is going to be text right, just like the column we did for it. And inside of here, we're going to use our format price utility function to format the order.amount. There we go. And that's already it, right? That's the table done. Congratulations. It's very, very nice. We can simply save this. The only thing, as I said, that we're going to get back to is the status, because that will actually interact with our database. And now if we reload our page, we should see what happens. Let's give this a bit more space. There we are. Customer, Josh tried coding. There is the email, status, purchase date in my local kind of format. And the amount is $22. Very, very nice. That looks awesome. And if we go into like small screen, only the important stuff like the customer and the amount will be shown. Oh, and that doesn't look right. It shows the status and the $sign. So the status, of course, should not be shown in this view. We just forgot the class name. So let's add a class name to the table cell for the status. And this one is going to be hidden and on small devices, a table cell. Oops, cell. There we go. I keep misspelling the cell word. Anyways, let's reload this page and that should only show the amount on the right-hand side. Beautiful. Very, very nice. We're making great progress. And now to actually update the status of the order, right? From awaiting shipment to shipped and so on, that's going to happen right here inside of this table cell where we just hard-coded status for now. We still need to change that. So let's create a new component in order to interact with our database and actually update the shipping status, right? And that's going to happen. Let's close out of all of these and we can basically create it in the same folder as our dashboard. It's going to be specific to this page, so no point in making it reusable. Let's simply define a new file in our dashboard folder and call it the status dropdown.tsx. As always, const status dropdown is going to be equal to an arrow function that we export default at the bottom, status dropdown. There we go. And let's already return something from here to already put this in our page, right? So instead of just hard coding the status here, let's already go ahead and import our status dropdown component from ./status dropdown. Beautiful. This status dropdown will do two things. It's gonna first display the current status of the order, and second, it lets us change the status of the order. And in order to do that, we need two things as properties for this component. First off, that's gonna be the ID. That's gonna be a string. And we can't just do it like that. We need to define the ID as a string, just like so. So TypeScript is happy, right? And that's going to be important if we want to change the status from or for which order do we want to change the status? Well, that's going to be the ID. And then secondly, what is the current status? Let's call this the order status. We also need to know to display it. So the order status is going to be of type order status, basically the enum that we have defined in Prisma. So if we take a look at that, the order status, let's go to that enum. It's basically this as a TypeScript type, right? It's either fulfilled or shipped, or it's awaiting shipment, which it will be by default, and because it just makes sense. And I think I just voice cracked there. Anyways, let's save our status dropdown and let's already give it these props from the parent. So in our case, the ID is simply going to be the order.id, and then the order status is simply going to be the order.status, so whatever order we are mapping over, right? And why is this giving us an error? Oh, because we probably forgot to return anything from here. That's fine, that is expected. Now, this is named the status dropdown, right? So what do we expect to return from here? Well, probably a dropdown. And in our UI library, that is called the dropdown menu that we import from our custom components, right? Inside of here is going to live the drop-down menu trigger. So basically the item, when we click it, that will open this drop-down menu. Let's open this up and pass it the asChild property because we want to define the button ourselves and don't want this to automatically be wrapped in another button, right? So whatever the child is will now be used as the trigger. For us, that's going to be a button element. And this button is going to get a variant, which is going to be outline. The class name for this button is going to be a width of 52, a flex, justify dash between, and items dash center. And this button is going to contain the current order status. But the thing is, if we just put the order status like so into our button, let's see what happens. Let's save all of this because this is going to be exactly what's in our database, how we internally identify the order status, right? So if we give this a bit more space, it's gonna be like in lowercase awaiting underscore shipment. Like, wow, that just looks really bad. Let's make this user-friendly. Let's make this user readable, right? And that's gonna happen above our component. This is just going to be a constant, a const label underscore map. So we're gonna put it in all uppercase as the convention that I told you about, right? And this will be of type record. So basically a map, and the first type is gonna be the key of type of order status. So basically what we're saying here is as the object keys, we're gonna put in here only these three are valid object keys. So you're gonna see what that means here in a second. And each one of those is gonna map to a string, which is gonna be the same thing in human readable format. So let's create this object. And because we told TypeScript that the entries here will be of key of type of order status, check this out. When we now press Control Spacebar to get the auto completion, we can see exactly only the options that we can pass in here. It's completely type safe. How awesome is that? And then let's define the user readable format for the awaiting shipment. That's gonna be awaiting shipment, and let's capitalize that. So that's gonna be what the user actually sees instead of this, because this just looks bad, right? That's not what we want to display to the user. The fulfill that we can pass in here is gonna be fulfilled and not fulfilled. And then lastly, the shipped is just going to say shipped. And that's already it. That's our label map. So these are just the human readable labels that we can now use in our button. And to do this, we can simply say the label underscore map at the index of the order status, right? So this is always going to be coming from our database. And because TypeScript knows these are only the valid types for the label map, this will always map to a correct entry, and TypeScript is going to be very happy with us. And right below the label map, let's put the little icon to indicate that this is a drop down. And this is going to be the chevrons up down icon from Lucid React. This can be self-closing. And the class name is going to be margin left 2, a height of 4, a width of 4, a shrink of 0, and lastly, an opacity of 50. There we go. Let's save that. Let's see what happens. And we're going to see the beautiful human readable format show up for our status right here. That looks awesome. Great. The only thing that doesn't work right now is that this doesn't actually open the drop-down menu. And well, that's because we haven't defined the drop-down menu content yet. So let's do it. Let's define the drop-down menu content right below our trigger from our custom UI library. And the class name we're going to give to this content is going to be a padding of 0. Inside of the drop-down menu content, let's map over all of the possible variants that there are, right? The awaiting shipment, the fulfilled, and the shipped. So basically what we can update the order status to. So we're going to say object.keys and pass in the order status. There we go. And we're going to say .map. And for each available status, we can now simply render out some JSX right away. So this is going to be the actual string of awaiting shipment or fulfilled and so on. And for each one, we're going to render out the drop-down menu item. Simply import that from our drop-down menu as well. And because we're mapping, remember to give this a key, right? Otherwise, we're going to get a little React complaint. And also, let's give this drop-down menu item a class name, and that's going to be a dynamic class name. So let's use our cn-helper function instead of making it a string. The default class name that we're going to apply to the drop-down menu item is going to be flex, a text of small, a gap of 1, items center, padding of 2.5, a cursor of default, so it's not going to go into this like pointer, right? We don't want that. And on hover, this is going to get a background zinc of 100. There we go. And now also let's differentiate the active drop-down menu item from the non-active one. So the current status should be highlighted differently than the non-current status. And that's going to happen dynamically in our cn-helper function. Let's create an object right here. And let's apply a bgzinc of 100 permanently as the background, not only on hover, but all the time if the order status that we get as a prop is triple equal to the status of this current element that we're mapping over. So if it's like shipped, for example, then the shipped is going to get a background zinc of 100. And now inside of this drop-down menu item, let's open it up so we can already see what we're doing here. Two things are going to live. First off, a check mark. Let's apply a check right here. This is an icon that comes from Lucid React. And this will get a class name that's also going to be dynamic. So let's get rid of the default string and let's pass this or cn helper function. The default class name we're going to apply to this check is going to be a margin right of 2, a height 4, width 4, and text primary. So in our case, that's going to be like a green tone. And as for the dynamic part, we are going to apply if the order status we get as a prop is triple equal to the status. So if this is the currently selected element that we're mapping over, in that case, we're going to say opacity 100. And in the other case, we're going to say opacity 0 if this is not the active element, right? So we're kind of keeping space for the check. You're going to see that in a second here once we actually hit save. And then right below here, we're simply going to render out the label underscore map at the index of status. And because TypeScript can't properly infer the status type, it just thinks it's a random string, but we know that it's going to be the correct types, one of these three, right? We can simply cast this type as order status. There we go, and tell TypeScript, hey, this is totally fine. We know what's happening. Great. And if we save that, let's take a look at what we just did. Right, let's read out the page. Sometimes this takes a bit for me. Hopefully your PC is faster. And then once we open this drop-down menu, we can see we reserve the space for each kind of check mark, right? It's there, but it's not visible. And only if the item is selected, then will it actually become visible. So in our case, the awaiting shipment is like a little gray background, and also the check mark, right? It just looks really, really good. Beautiful. Now the only thing that's missing is when we click an item here, it doesn't actually change the status, right? And that's not ideal. Of course, we want to actually interact with our database and change the order status. And in order to do that, it's surprisingly simple. Let's go into our status dropdown at the very top here, and that is why we receive the ID as a prop. So this will become very easy for us. Let's destructure something from the use mutation hook that we're going to use for this, just as always, right? This simply takes an object and we can pass it the mutation key. This can be, for example, let's say change-order-status, because that's exactly what's going to happen here. And as for the mutation function, well, we want to pass it our server action, right? What should happen on mutation? So let's define a actions file, actions.ts, inside of our dashboard folder, where we're just going to define what should happen in this case. And it's going to be really simple. So inside of our actions file, let's export a const and let's close out of that top bar. I think it takes up a lot of space in our editor. So anyways, inside of this actions file, let's create a new const and let's call it change order status. And this is going to be an asynchronous arrow function. There we go. And we need to receive two things in here. First off is the ID. Which order do we want to modify the status of? And secondly, the new status. What should the new status be set to? Right? And to make TypeScript happy, let's define the types right here. The ID is going to be a string, and the new status is going to be of type order status. So any of the three states that we allow in our Prisma enum, right? Any of these three right here is valid as an argument into our function. Great. And now the actual logic is of course going to be really straightforward. We just need to make one database call. So let's await the db.order.update. And now this always takes a where property. Which order do we want to update? Well, basically where the ID matches the ID that is input into this function, right? And lastly, let's define the new data that we want to modify. That's going to be the status, and we're going to set it to the new status. As easy as that, right? 4 lines of code, that's it. We can already save this action, beautiful, and now use this change order status in our status dropdown as the mutation function, right? It's that easy, and that just works. And now the last thing we want to do is on success, when this ran successfully, when the status was updated, we want to refresh the browser for the users, so the result is actually shown, right? And we can do that inside of the onSuccess callback of this mutation. And now to refresh the user browser, we can simply grab the router from use router, which comes from next/navigation, not next/router, as I told you about earlier. And we can now simply call the router.refresh. That's a function we have on the router that's going to refresh the user browser to get all the most recent data, right? And let's destructure the mutate from or use mutation that we actually used to call this function. And now the only thing left to do is to actually call this function whenever we change the dropdown option, right? So that's going to happen on the dropdown menu item when we select any item, and we can check for that event with the on click, right? In that case, we're going to call our mutate function. And this expects some arguments we need to pass in here. For one, that's our ID. And for two, that's the new status we need to pass in here. And that's going to be the status. And once again, because TypeScript can't properly infer this, it thinks it's just a random string. When we know it's one of the three correct options, we can simply cast the type here as order status, because that's what we know it will actually be. Perfect. Let's save our status dropdown. And you're going to notice one thing, an error. That's because this only works in a client-side component. And of course, we still need to mark this as use client for Next.js to know that we want to use client-side hooks in this component. Beautiful. So let's reload the page and let's see what happens. There we go. And now everything should be fully functional. Let's check this out. We have our last week or last month, all the progress bars work. The incoming orders we can see right here, the customer status, purchase date, and amount. Beautiful. And now if we actually change this order, because for example, we are done printing the case and we just shipped it, bam, let's click shipped and let's see what happens. That should reload our browser, which either takes really long or doesn't work. Why is this? That should work. Why is it not working? Let's reload the page once more. Let's click shipped. And did I mess anything up? Let me check. Okay, after like 5 minutes of very confused debugging, because this should definitely work. Like, there's no way this doesn't work. I just noticed the problem. We didn't say use server at the very top of the actions, and Next.js just doesn't tell you about it. They just kind of leave you in the dark to see what happens by yourself. And let's try this again. Let's hit shipped. There we go. Okay, finally, that was the problem. Dude, I was so confused because this should definitely work. And now it does. Beautiful. So we can now actually change the status whenever we process the order to shipped, awaiting shipment, shipped, and so on. Very, very nice. So we can keep track of all the incoming orders, stay on top of what the hell is happening, and forward them to our supplier, update the user actually when we ship the order, and so on. Beautiful work, man. That's a fully functional admin dashboard we have just built together with the revenue and the table and all the incoming orders. That is awesome, man. Very, very good job. All right, dude, and we are literally almost done. Great work, and there's only a couple of small details left that I want to implement together with you right now. So first of those is gonna be customer email. When somebody buys from us, we want to send them a small email thanking them for the purchase, right? That's what we're gonna implement first. Second is gonna be a button loading state that we missed earlier, button loading state. And that is when we configured our phone, when we dragged around the image, right, in step 2, there is no loading state on the button yet. We forgot to do that, I noticed. And then I think we should be almost, oh, and the metadata. So we don't want this to say create next app and then the Vercel icon, right? That's really bad. That just looks super generic. We want a beautiful custom thumbnail when you send the link to this website, as well as a favicon and the title, right? So we're going to say metadata. And these are a bunch of small things, but together they make up a much better website than it is currently. It makes a really, really big difference if you implement that small things. And the first one is going to be a email that the user is going to get when they received when we received the order, right? And in order to send this email, we are going to install a really neat tool that is called React Email. It's basically a super modern way to write emails. Previously, it was always a lot of pain to write emails if you've ever done it yourself. And React Email makes it a lot easier because we can essentially just write emails as regular React components, right? It's super intuitive. And this is going to happen. Let's create a separate folder for this in our components. And let's simply name this emails. right? So this is going to live next to the UI folder, and let's create the email that a user will receive once we have gotten their payment and they ordered the phone, right? Let's name this the order received email.tsx, because again, this is nothing else than a regular React component. Now, to actually use React email, let's install the package for it. Let's go into our command line and say npm install yarn add npm install, doesn't matter, at react-email/components. And these basically are some pre-made React components that we can simply use to kind of design and construct our email as we wanted to in basic React syntax. It's really cool, and you're going to see exactly how it works right now once that is done installing. Beautiful. And this is nothing else than a regular React component. So let's create it. Let's name it order received email. And this is going to be equal to a basic arrow function that we export default at the bottom. Order received email. Perfect. And this order received email will receive a single prop, and that's going to be the shipping address of the user that they ordered with. And we can simply define that type inline. That's a very simple type. The shipping address will be of type shipping address, basically the type we get back from Prisma. There we go. Let's import that, and we're all ready to get started in actually writing this email together. At the top level, we're going to use the HTML element, but let's reload our window in order for the auto imports to hopefully work. And do they? Nope, they still don't. Okay, so let's manually import this. Let's import the HTML component from at react email/components. There we go. And then we can simply use that, no props, no nothing, just a regular element. Inside of this HTML, we're gonna put a self-closing head tag. And this actually works now. We also import that. Everything we're gonna use in here, basically, we're gonna import from at react email/components, right? No exceptions here. Inside of here, let's create the preview. And this is the text that will be shown when the user is in their email inbox, the main text that will be used here. And we're going to say in here, your order summary and estimated delivery date. And that's going to get rid of the error. Beautiful. And of course, by the way, we still need to return all of this. There we go. Okay, we can give this a bit more space. And now below the preview, we're going to create the body. This is going to contain the main content of the email. And this body is going to get a certain style. Now, this video, very important, is not a CSS tutorial. We don't want to get into CSS, right? That's a whole different topic in and of itself. So what I did is I prepared all the email CSS in the copy and paste list for you to simply grab and then paste right below or export default or above it. It doesn't really matter. Just put it somewhere in this file so we can use it. And we don't need to worry about any CSS headaches anymore because, again, this is not a CSS tutorial, right? We can just save time by not doing that. And this body will get a style of main. Now, inside of the body, we're going to open this up. Let's put a container. And that's basically going to be a wrapper for all the content we're going to put in here. And please let me, oh man, just go away. There we go. Sometimes VS Code is just a bit frustrating. And this is going to get a style of container. All right, as you can probably guess from the name. Now, inside of this container, we're going to create a section element. This is not going to be self-closing. Let's open this up. And this section will get a style, which is going to be the message style. Perfect. Now, inside of here, let's use an IMG, an image we also get from React Email. This is going to be self-closing, and this will take, first of all, the source. And the source is going to be dynamic. And basically, now we need to do a check. Where do we get the image source from? And that's going to be different between local development and actual deployment. So let's do that check at the very top here. We're going to say const base URL, which is going to be the baseline URL for the image source right here. And that's going to be the check of is going to be equal to the process.env.node_env, which will automatically give us the environment in which this is currently running, right? Wherever we execute this code. And if that is equal to development, we get full type safety here because this is a built-in environment variable in the Node.js runtime. And if this is equal to development, in that case, our base URL will be http localhost 3000. 3000, not 300. There we go. And in the other case, right, where we are in a production setting, in that case, let's grab the URL that Vercel gave us, right? So we deployed this to casecobra.vercel.app. So that's going to be our live deployment URL that we can use as the base for this image. And also, let's remove the trading slash so we can properly construct the URL wherever we use the actual image. So let me show you how this works. Now for the image source, we can simply dynamically insert the base URL determined by the environment that we're currently running in, and then append the /snake-3.png, which is basically the snake in a box that's going to be in the image, right? Let's give this a width, and that's going to be 65. And let's also give this a height, and this will be 73, and that's in pixels, by the way. The alt tag is gonna be delivery snake, and the style, this is gonna get, let's just inline this, is gonna be a margin of auto, so this will be centered in the email. And now, of course, we also need to import the section. That won't happen automatically. There we go. And just like that, we can get rid of the error and display the snake 3, if you're wondering which one that is. It's this one right here in our email. Beautiful, very, very nice. Now, below this image, let's continue. Still inside of the section, this is where we're gonna create a heading that we also get from React email as a component. And the style for this is going to be the global.heading. Let's open this heading up, and inside of here say, thank you for your order, exclamation point. And below this heading, let's create a text. We also get that from React email, and the style for this text is going to be the global.text. And let's open this text up. In here, we're gonna say we were preparing, there we go, everything for delivery, and will notify you once your package has been shipped, period. Delivery usually takes 2 days. And of course, this is something I made up, right? Is that true? Mostly, yes. Most package carriers, I would say, take about 2 days. I guess it depends on where you live, etc. But this is just something we can put in there. That's totally fine. And let's actually grab this whole text element, copy and paste it down using Shift Alt arrow down. There we go. Then slightly modify the style. Let's turn this into an object this time and cut out what was there before. So we're gonna put this in an object, then spread in everything we had before, right? So the global.text. So we're applying all the styles we had before, but also one more. That's why we do all of this, which is gonna be the margin top, and that's gonna be 24 to kind of visually space these two text elements out. So in the second one, we're gonna say, if you have any questions regarding your order, please feel free to contact us with your order number, and we're here to help, period. Okay, so if they want to reach out, they should hopefully include their order number, which makes it easier for us to look up their order in the database and update them on anything that might happen with the order. Beautiful. After the closing section, let's create an HR element, also from React email. And this is just a horizontal kind of divider, which just looks really nice in the email. And the style for this is going to be the global.hr that we prepared. Beautiful. Let's create one more section down here. This section will get a style, and that's gonna be the global.default padding style. Let's open this section up, and inside of here, we're gonna create a text element with a style, and that's gonna be the address title, just like that. Great. Now inside of this text element, let's scroll down a bit. There we go. Let's say shipping to, and let's dynamically now include the shipping address that we pass in here as a prop.name. There we go. Beautiful. So that's going to be the name of the customer that bought this product. And to actually display the address and not just the name, let's copy this text element down once and change the style. The style is going to be the ... global.text. So we are spreading in all the properties of the global.text, which is this one right here. We're just spreading those in right here. And let's add one more, and that's going to be a font size of 14. Right? And then inside of this text, we're gonna say very many dynamic stuff in here. The first one is gonna be the shipping address.street. Then comma separate that with the shipping address.city. Then comma separate that with the shipping address.state. Then without comma separation right after that dynamically, again, the fourth dynamic element here, the shipping address.postal code. There we go. And that is already it. That's going to be the address of the user where we will ship this phone case. Awesome. Now below the closing text, below the closing section, let's copy and paste our HR element. Where did we have it? Right here. We can simply grab and copy that. So above the container, above the container, there we go, at the end of the section. This is how we're going to separate things. And now let's open up one more section right down here. This section is going to get a style that is going to be the global.default padding. Let's open this section up. And inside of here is going to live a row, which is also something we can import from React email components. This row is going to get a style, and that's going to be a display of inline flex, just like that, and a margin bottom of 40, which is also in pixels, by the way, if you're wondering what the unit is here. Automatically. Inside of this row, let's create a column, which is something we can import from React email components. And this column will get a style, and that's going to be a width of 170. Let's open up this column. And by the way, we're almost done. Don't worry. This is not going to take up too much of our time. And inside of this column, we're going to list the actual order number. So this is going to contain a text element. This text element will get a style, and that's going to be the global.paragraph with bold that we can use for this text. And inside of here, we're going to say order number. Simply copy and paste this text element down using Shift Alt arrow down. And in here, we want to include the actual order ID. And I forgot to tell you, that's what we also need to receive as a prop, by the way, but we can already give it the style. That's going to be our track.number. And while we are at the top of the props, let's also receive the order ID that will be of type string, order ID of type string that we can simply list there. And one more thing we want to do is to also receive the order date. And that is also the order date going to be a string that we're going to pass from our database based on the created add property that we get from our database, right? And that's it. That's all the props. I promise we can simply now insert them here. So as for the track.number class that we have in the second text element, this is where the order ID is going to go. That's the order number for the user. And now we can simply grab this column, paste it down using Shift Alt arrow down once. The second column doesn't even need the same class name as the first one. And we're simply going to change the order ID with the order date that we receive as a prop in this component. Perfect. Now the footer, we're almost done with this component. Let's one more time grab the HR and simply paste it below our section just as a kind of visual separator. And by the way, you're of course going to see how this email looks like. And we're going to deploy this together in the end and then take a look if everything is really working correctly to ensure that I'm leaving you with a fully working project. So of course, you're going to see the email in action. So let's create one last section here, absolutely last one. And this will get a style, which is going to be the padding Y. There we go. Let's open this section up. Inside of here lives a row, no class name, no style, no nothing. And inside of here lives a text element. This one is going to get a style, and that's going to be an object where we spread in the footer.text class, add a padding top of 30 and a padding bottom of 30 as well. And inside of here, we're going to say, please contact us if you have any questions. And then in parentheses, if you reply to this email, we won't be able to see it. Because in most cases, you're going to send this from a no reply email automatically, and you're not going to see if they literally reply to a no reply email, right? You want them to email you directly. In that case, of course, not in every case, right? If you send the email from your personal email, then they could reply, but in most cases, in company context and enterprise context, you're going to have a no reply email for sending out customer emails. Great. And now below the closing text and below the closing row, let's add one last row of this component, very simple one. not even with style or anything, and inside of here, one last text element. The text element here is going to get a style, and that's going to be the footer.text. And inside of this text, we're going to say with a little copyright symbol that you can simply grab from Google, probably copyright symbol, or maybe if you have a Mac, you could also just do it on your keyboard. Let's just copy the copyright symbol, or I think you could also use and copy like that. I think that should also work, but I'm just going to put it here, and we're going to say case Cobra. And by the way, if you can't find it, doesn't matter, right? It's not very important. Case Cobra Inc. Incorporated, all rights reserved. And of course, I made this up, right? There is no Case Cobra Inc. I just made it up, but I think it makes the email look a lot more serious than it really is, which is kind of cool. Awesome. And that is our order received email. Now, when do we want to send this email, and how do we send this email? Very simple. When do we want to send it in our webhook? So when the user actually paid and we are sure that they did by Stripe, then we want to send them this email. And to send it to them, we're going to go to resend.com. And there are 10 million ways to send an email, right? I think resend is the easiest one. And we're going to create an API key at resend.com. So this is basically, if we're not logged in, let's go into an incognito window, resend.com. It's basically very easy to send emails to them. It's email for developers, basically. Using AWS under the hood. You could just use AWS yourself if you wanted to, but it's a very easy way to send emails to your users. So we're going to use it in this video. Not sponsored, of course. I just think it makes a lot of sense for this video. So the API key name, let's name it Case Cobra. The permission is going to be full access, and the domain, all domains, that is totally fine. Let's copy our key and then paste it into our .env file. At the very bottom, let's say resend_API_key is going to be equal to that key that we just grabbed from the resend dashboard. And by the way, if you don't have an account with them, of course, you can log in with GitHub, and that's going to give you your own API key for resend. Beautiful. And resend makes it really easy to interact with their APIs, with their own SDK. So let's install it. Let's say npm install resend, and that's already it. The package is very lightweight, it's very small. That's going to be done installing really fast. Great. And then at the top of our Stripe webhook, so by the way, if you're wondering where that is, the webhook that we're just in, it's under source app API webhooks route.ts. That is exactly where we are right now. And we're going to create a new resend right here. We're going to say const resend is equal to a new resend, and pass in the process.env.resend API key. By the way, if you're wondering where resend comes from, where that class is imported from, we can simply import resend from resend, the package we have just installed there, SDK, right? And now this makes it incredibly easy to send our own email to our user. Let me show you how it works. Let's go down all the way below creating or updating our order in Prisma, right? The DB order update. Below that is where we're going to say await resend.emails.send. And this takes a bunch of options, like for example, the from. This is going to be the sender of our email. And in our case, let's say case Cobra. And then in these angled kind of brackets like HTML, and we're going to say hello@joshtriedcoding.com. And now please don't use my email here. You won't be able to. It will just throw an error. Use the email that you used to connect to resend, that you logged in with, right? Either your GitHub email if you logged in through GitHub, or your email that the login token was sent to, right? It's very important that you do that because by default on the free plan, either you have to verify your own email to send from a custom email, that's what I did, or you can only send from the email that you logged in with for security reasons, of course. So use the email that you logged in with to resend right here, and that's gonna work. Okay, and now the email to, where do we want to send this email to? That's gonna be the event.data.object.customer_details.email. There we go. Very, very long kind of thing, right? Kind of text, but that's gonna be the actual email of the customer. Then the subject we can pass in here. That's gonna be thanks for your order, exclamation point. Awesome. And lastly, let's pass in the React property, the actual content of the email that we want to send. And that's nothing else than order received email that we just created in that other component. Remember, we can simply now invoke this with the props that it expects, right? So that's gonna be, for example, the order ID. So if we take a look at where this comes from, let's see, where is the order ID? Here it is. We're destructuring it from the session metadata. Then the second thing this expects, let's see, is gonna be the order date, which is gonna be a string, right? And in order to get this order date, we can simply say, this is gonna be a new date to locale, where is it? To locale date string. And that's gonna automatically convert the state to a string. What we could also do, right, is we could also receive the const updated order from or await db order update call, and then simply use the created add property of that updated order, right? So in that case, I think that is a bit better than this. This totally works. I just wanted to show it to you. But if we actually use the created add property and convert that to a locale date string, in that case, it's always going to match our database. And I just think it's a bit of a nicer approach, right? And lastly, as for the shipping address, we can simply use the same thing that we passed into our database call, this one right here. So all the stuff that's in the create right here, we can simply grab that and paste it into our shipping address that we're sending to our component. That is going to give us a TypeScript error. I know this also happened in my demo project, but we can simply go ahead and ignore this error because everything is all right with this, and TypeScript should just stop complaining. Because that's exactly what we put into our database as well. We know this works and we can safely ignore this error. We just don't care about the error, man. Just send the email, please, and that's gonna work beautifully. Great, very, very nice. And that's all we need to send the email once the purchase is verified by Stripe. Perfect, let's cross this off our list. Let's just strike that through and just let me change this to red. There we go. Okay, now next up is a button loading state that we missed, and that actually happens in step 2 of when we create a case, right? So while this loads in local development, where I want to show you where this happens, let's already navigate to the culprit, which is the design configurator component where we currently don't have the loading state. And dude, this takes ridiculously long. 20 seconds on my PC. Wow. All right. Anyways, let's just upload an image, and I want to show you where exactly this happens. And that is right down here in the button that we use to proceed from the design configurator. Where is that? Let's Control F button. There we go. And this button right here, the continue button, it doesn't have a loading state, right? But we've already implemented all the logic we need in order to properly handle this loading state. And dude, I wish I could show you, but it just takes ridiculously long to do. Yeah, screw it. Let's just implement the button loading state. As you can see, it's not here, right? So that's gonna be, well, how do we do the loading state, right? If we check out the button, what do we need to pass in here? Wait, that's the status dropdown. It takes me, why does it take me to the status dropdown? Dude, my PC is doing some weird stuff. What the hell? Let's go to the button component. Finally, that's the page. I'm very frustrated with my PC, as you might be able to tell. Anyways, but I'm not, yeah, 14,000 milliseconds. Anyways, dude, I'm not gonna let that affect this video. So inside of the button, what do we need to pass in order to make the loading state happen? Well, basically two things, right? The isLoading prop and the loading text. So let's do that. Where do we get this loading state from? Very easy. We get it in our design configurator from React query. So where are we doing this? Where do we have the use query? Let's just use mutation. Screw it. Let's just Control F it. There we are. In line 47 right here, that's where we can simply grab something called the isPending_from. And this isPending is essentially the loading state. It just means that we are currently executing whatever is in our mutation function. In our case, the save configuration and also the _save_config, right? So we can simply use that as the loading state for our button right down here in our JSX. So the isLoading is gonna be equal to isPending, and also the disabled is gonna be equal to is pending as well because we want to disable the button while it is loading. And lastly, the loading text we can pass in here is just going to be saving, right? And because this is already loaded, it was this button right here that I wanted to show you where the loading state doesn't happen, but I guess we already fixed it, so it's fine. Anyways, great, we fixed the button loading state. When we now hit the button, there we are, saving ... We see a beautiful loading state here now. Perfect, that's already the second item. We can strike that through, and we're almost done with this entire project, man. One last thing missing, that is the metadata. We don't want this to say create next app or anything. That just looks really bad. Instead, what we want to do is to, oh wow, and it finally compiled the page. Wow, dude. And by the way, one thing we can do is give this your iPhone case a bit more space to the top. I'm not too happy with how that looks. So let's just go ahead and fix that. Let's navigate into our design preview. So as you can tell, we're almost done. We're just fixing a bunch of small things that we just noticed on the way. So on this div right below our login modal, this is what we're going to change first. The margin top 20 is going to remain, but we're going to give it a flex dash call, and an items dash center. And of course that is going to conflict with our grid. So we're only going to apply the grid from medium and onwards. And we're also going to remove the grid calls 1. That just doesn't make a lot of sense here. And that's that class done. For the div above the phone, we're going to remove the call span 4 on small devices. So all we're left are these 3 right here. The phone itself, we're going to join the class name together with a maximum width of 150 px. And then on medium devices, we're going to remove that limitation again. So on medium devices and upwards, we're going to apply a maximum width of full once again, so it can fill up all the space that it needs to. Then we're going to remove the small margin top 0 right here from the your model label case, basically the space between the iPhone model and the actual title right here that we talked about before. That just doesn't look good, and we don't want it in our app. And let's save that and already preview of the changes that we made. So let's reload the page. That's gonna take a bit once again on my PC. And then is that now the most up-to-date version? Let's see. Let's preview this. There we go. If we're on full screen, then the phone is going to expand. There we go, that looks great. Now if we zoom in, there we go, there we go, there we go. The phone is not way too huge anymore like it was before, and that looks so much nicer. All right, perfect. I'm really happy with this. You could, yeah, maybe the phone should take up like a bit more space here. Maybe it should take up, what does it take up right now? Let's see. So on exactly this size right here, this maybe looks a bit weird. Right now the phone is very small, so we might want to say, where is this? This is medium devices and up. We're gonna say call span 4. In this case, so it's gonna take up more space right here. Yes, that looks much better. And then on large devices, we can say call span 3 once again, and that will just look a lot nicer. All right, awesome. Dude, I'm very happy we got this fixed. This looks a lot better than it did before. Just kind of on the fly together with you here. Beautiful. And oh, that, yeah, wasn't even an item. We just wanted to fix that to make it look better. That's totally cool. And now the last thing, that's going to be our metadata. And that's really simple, by the way. To make this look good with the actual title and image and so on, the favicon rather, we're going to create that in our source folder under lib, under utils. This is where we're going to create a utility function to handle the metadata. Let's call this function export function. There we go, construct metadata, and we can close out of the sidebar. Great, this will take a couple of parameters. First of the title, and let's default this to case cobra. Oh, and if we want to default this, we have to use an equal sign and not the object syntax. So we're saying the default value of this property will be case cobra custom high-quality phone cases. Now, the description this takes is going to be also with an equal sign, equal to create custom high quality phone cases in seconds. Beautiful. Now, the image, the preview image, when you send a link to this application, is going to be /thumbnail.png, something we have in our public folder. If we take a look, it will be right here, the thumbnail. Hell yeah, that looks absolutely great. That's gonna be basically the image when we send a link to our application. Beautiful. And then lastly, we're going to put the icons and default that to /favicon.ico. So basically .icon. And now to tell TypeScript is very confused right now. What is going on here? To tell TypeScript the types of these, let's inline type these. The title optional is going to be a string. The description, also optional, is going to be a string. The image optional is going to be a string. And lastly, the icons, also optional, is of course also going to be a string. Beautiful. Let's say this is equal to an empty object, just like so. And this function will return metadata. And that's a type we get from Next. To tell Next.js, hey, this will actually return the metadata that you expect. And then let's open up this function right here. And now the only thing that TypeScript is complaining about is that we're not actually returning the metadata. So let's do it. In here, let's return an object containing the title that we defaulted to, this one right up here, the description, then afterwards the open graph. So this is something the metadata also takes. And right now my PC is super slow again, so screw it. I can't show you anyways. This is going to contain the title, the description as well, and also the images. And the images are nothing else than an array of objects containing a URL property. And we can just say it's going to be the image that is passed into the construct metadata, or the thumbnail.png that we have set to be shared as the open graph image when you share a link to this application. Perfect. We can also define a Twitter card that's going to be shown when you share a link to this app on Twitter. Basically, this takes a card and we can set this to summary large image as a string. This also takes the title, the description, and the images property, which is an array of strings. In our case, we also want to use the image, right? So, or thumbnail to be used when somebody shares a link to this app on Twitter. And lastly, we can pass the creator if you want. So in my case, that's going to be @JoshTriedCoding. That's how I like my name on Twitter. You can put your name, or if you don't have Twitter, just don't worry about it, right? You don't need to pass it. Beautiful. And lastly, let's pass in the icons. Also passed into this function, and we're receiving it as a parameter up here. And that's it, right? That's how we construct metadata. And now let's go into our main layout to simply use this, because right now we have all the default Next.js stuff here. So the Vercel image and the create next app as the name, that's not really what we want, right? Let's simply export const metadata is going to be equal to or construct metadata utility function that we just created. And because we defaulted all the values, we can simply call it and don't worry about the rest, because all the default values are great. And if you ever want to change them for any subpage that you have, you can always do that by simply passing in an object here and overwriting the defaults that we have just defined. Perfect. And if we now go ahead and reload our page a couple of times, hard reload, we should be able to eventually see the favicon pop up. Oh, by the way, we probably won't, because the favicon is still the Vercel icon. So go ahead into the GitHub repository for this project, and you're going to find the actual favicon under source app, and then favicon.ico in the GitHub repository. So I've got the actual project open here on my right hand side. So just pretend this is the GitHub repo, okay? You're going to go into source app, and then here you're going to find the favicon that you can simply download to your device, and you can just drag it in here and overwrite the favicon that is already present in the app folder, right? Just replace it with this Cobra image, and that's going to be the favicon for our app. And if we now hard reload our development server a couple of times, it normally doesn't do it on the first try, just 2, 3, 4 times sometimes it takes, and then it's actually eventually going to replace our favicon, and it seems to still have cached the other version. It's not really that important. If we deploy this, then we will actually be able to see this favicon. Awesome, dude. Let's try this. We are done. Let's deploy this to production and see if everything works correctly. And in order to do this, let's head over to Vercel really quick. And yeah, let's head over to Vercel. We're going to check out our deployment together. Let's go into our project and let's update the environment variables. For example, with the recent key, right? Let's go into our environment variables. There we go. Let's scroll down and let's add the recent key that we have in our project that we just added. So let's copy it from our .env file, paste it in here, and hit save. And one more thing we want to update, and that is going to be the
upload thing underscore URL. This is to make upload thing work properly with our deployed version. And this is simply going to be the Vercel domain. So our production domain that we have. Let's just visit our website, copy the URL and simply paste it in as the upload thing URL. Really no magic here, but just so upload thing knows our app and can communicate it or communicate with it properly, right? Perfect. With those environment variables in place, that's great. Let's build our project one last time. What do we get here? JWT expired. Well, that's fair enough because the login expired. That's no problem. And let's build our app one last time to see if we get any errors. So let's say yarn build or npm run build and see if everything builds correctly. And if it does, then chances are it will also do that on Vercel. And then we're going to give this a final run to check if everything works correctly. All right, so let's give this a second and see what happens. Okay, so it compiled successfully. Now it's linting. Image elements must have an alt prop. Yeah, okay, so sometimes we forgot to pass like an alt tag into an image or something, but that's not a biggie. Metadata base property is not set for resolving social, open graph or Twitter images using local. Oh, okay, that's actually a really useful hint right here. And basically all it means is that in our construct metadata, we forgot to pass one thing that is going to be the metadata base we need to pass in here. Very simple, not a lot of work. This is just a new URL we can create and simply pass in our production URL right here. It's important that this is production. We don't want to use localhost for this, of course. And then let's try the build again this time. Or actually, we don't really need to try it again. We know this will just work now. The error is going to be gone because I've did this like previously. But just to show you that this is actually gonna fix the error, let's just do it and then deploy to Vercel together and give this whole app a final run. So that's gonna lint, check the validity of types, collect page data. Great, now the error is gone. We have a valid metadata base that the open graph image can now pull from, and there it goes, rendered our entire app correctly. That is beautiful. All right, let's say git add dot. Let's say git commit -m and let's just say update stuff. It doesn't really matter what you put in here. This is just a personal project for us. And then let's say git push. If you were like working in a software team, this would be a horrible commit message. But this is just a personal project, as I just said, so it's totally fine to do that. I don't care about commit messages at all when I'm just working on stuff that nobody else will really see. But if it's like a public repo or something, then it is more important. Anyways, okay, that's gonna create or build. Why do we have this open twice? We don't even need that. That's gonna deploy our project to Vercel. We can see the build process right here. That is great. And then let's let this load and give it a final check. All right, dude, there we are. It deployed successfully. So let's check this out. Let's go to casecobra.vercel.app. Let's reload this a couple times and hopefully we should see the fav icon pop up. And I think my browser just caches these. Normally, of course, the fav icon should be there. There is literally no alternative because if we take a look at the public folder, there is literally no Vercel icon anywhere in here. Right? Is that true? Vercel, if we search for Vercel, yeah, no, we deleted all that stuff. It can't know about the Vercel stuff anymore. So this is probably just a caching thing in my browser. I would have loved to show you that this works, but maybe I need to switch browser or something for this to work. Anyways, chances are you're probably gonna see the fav icon here. And of course, like for all the apps that are deployed to the web, like profanity.dev and so on, they all have a custom fav icon just like this. So this works, but I think it's just cached in my browser, which is kind of unfortunate, but whatever. Anyways, there is our landing page. Beautiful, what our customers say, what people are buying. Upload your own photo and get your own case now. Awesome, very, very nice. Let's click, actually, let's try logging in. Yeah, let's try logging. Oh, and good that we did. Invalid callback URL, and that's because we still need to configure this URL to be used in our well, with kind, right? So let's log in with kind. I'm going to do that with GitHub really quick. And then we should be able to just set this URL right here in as a valid callback URL. So let's log into kind. Let's switch our business to Case Cobra Dev, which is our Case Cobra project.
And then let's head over to settings. And is it here? No, is it? Here it is. Applications under environment. Let's open up our Next.js app. And then we should be able to set the, callback URLs. Application homepage URI. Let's just put casecopra.vercel.app there. Application login URI. That's fine. Let's put the allowed callback URL. And let's include that here. And maybe we don't even need this. Let's just remove it. I don't think we need it. Let's just put the callback URL right here. And also include casecopra.vercel.app as the allowed logout redirect URL. And that should already do the trick. Let's save this. Let's go back into our app and let's try logging in again. And now that should work with that callback URL configured. Beautiful. And since we're already logged in, that's automatically going to log us into our app. Awesome. Okay, beautiful. Let's click create case. Let's upload any image. I'm going to choose this one right here, the little snake. That's going to upload. And then if everything works correctly, we should be redirected here in a second. Let's go into our console to see what happens. Failed to load 4.4. That's fine. That's not a big problem. It just didn't find the API auth logout, but it doesn't need to. If we click this button, that's going to log us out. Okay, so let's try configuring this. Let's drag the snake around. Let's make the phone case. I like black the most, so I'm going to stay with black. Let's go iPhone 13, this one right here. And let's click all the premium options, because why not? It's our app. We can do whatever we want without having to ask. And then let's hit continue. We can see a beautiful loading state on the button. Beautiful. Very, very nice. And now we should be forwarded to your iPhone 13 case with your actual image as we configured it, popping up right here on the left-hand side. Beautiful. Okay, now let's hit checkout. That's going to summarize all the order details, and that's going to forward us to Stripe with the actual product price. Beautiful. I'm going to use my hello@joshtriedcoding.com email. Let's just use Josh as the shipping address and then the random kind of stuff that I always used before. As for the credit card information, let's use a bunch of 4.2s right here, the Stripe test card that we always use, any random date and any CVC, and then let's hit pay. And let's see what happens. Two things should happen. First off, we should be redirected to the thank you page where it actually polls for the payment status. And then secondly, we should get an email. Right, so let's wait for this, loading your order. This won't take long. Your case is on the way. Beautiful. There is our live phone case preview with a snake on it. Awesome. And the shipping address and the billing address, the actual verified by Stripe that we received the payment and the shipping method, and then a summary of the cost. Beautiful. Your case is on the way. Now let's check my email. And yes, we did actually get an email. If I just drag this over right here, you can see what happens right here. From Case Cobra, thanks for your order. We're preparing everything for delivery and will notify you once your package has been delivered. Delivery usually takes 2 days, blah, blah, blah. Perfect. And then this little like footer at the bottom, that is awesome. Oh, and I think, oh yeah, order number. That's what we forgot to change. This should be the order date, of course. And then a little padding. I'm just gonna fix that in the, or actually, should we just fix it together? Let's just fix it together. Why not? Let's go into our email and let's just fix it. So we should have order number here twice, right? Let's see. Yeah, we forgot to change that. This should be the order date. And then let's also give this let's give the entire column a style, and that's going to be a margin left of, let's say, 20, because right now it looks like this is a bit close to the left side here. You know, it's just not ideal. So we can kind of space it out and actually change this to the order date, which is today, right? The 3rd of May, 2024. Beautiful. Shipping to Josh. And then the random address I entered. Thank you for your order. Dude, this is awesome. I can move my email out of the screen again. And that's it. Now we can see this order pop up in our dashboard from our customer. We can see our revenue has increased, right? We're closer to our goal of $500. Very, very nice. By $22 from the second order. And the status is, of course, going to be awaiting shipment with our order details right here. The purchase date, the amount. Beautiful. And now once we actually forwarded this case printing request to our supplier, or you printed it yourself, whatever you want, you can change the status to shipped. And you can also change the status to fulfilled once the order is actually done. So a beautiful admin dashboard where you can keep track of your financials and manage all the customers and the order statuses. Dude, this is awesome. I know this was a really long video, but big respect for following along, honestly. I really hope you learned a lot. This app works so nice. Let's log out again. That's gonna refresh the complete page and take us to the landing page. And there we are. That just looks beautiful. It was really important for me to have everything in the single video. No extras, no payments needed, no credit card. And I really hope you agreed that I kept my promise in the beginning to show you all the conceptual stuff, that we go in depth into the stuff. And I really hope you enjoyed this build process. Enjoy the artwork that the illustrator made specifically for this project that I hired. And thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. And then I'm gonna do the actual outro in person right now. Hey man, I really hope you enjoyed this video. You cannot imagine how much work this was to make. It was a lot, but it's really worth it. I love seeing your reactions to it. Thanks again, big time for Kinde, or Too Kind, for sponsoring this video. And by the way, since finishing the video, I forgot one thing, and that's like the gradient that's on the homepage. I forgot we didn't do it in the video, but I added it in the GitHub repository. It takes like 1 minute to implement. It's very simple. I just forgot to do it in the video, but that's the only thing we forgot. All else is implemented, and I really appreciate you following along. And I hope you agree that I kept my promise of the 3 things you're gonna learn in this video: how to write good software, how to write good UI, and so on. Hey, so thanks for following along. It really means a lot, and I hope you enjoyed this video a ton. And that's it. That's all I have to say. Thank you, and I'm gonna see you in the next video. Until then, have a good one, and bye-bye. It feels weird just ending a 12-hour video I spent so much time on like this. I'm gonna see you in the next one. Have a good one. Bye-bye.